just redeem them. Just redeem them. But let's say, now we're going to say this is a shocking statement. Why is it shocking? Because in general, in order to redeem something from the sacrificial sanctity, what do you usually need first? Animal. You usually need some type of punishment, something you need the animal to be disqualified from its sacrificial capacity in order to be able to redeem it. In this case, we also want to say something shocking. We want to say it's shocking. It's absolutely shocking that you could just redeem this animal straight out. Look at Rashi this morning again. Rashi is going to be very important. Rashi is always very important, but very important for us in the studio right now. Listen to me. Rashi identifies a little more about what the process is. So what do we do now? What's the goal of redemption? We'll say the goal of redemption is just to make them fit for use, for sacrificial use in this current year. So how do you do this? Look at Rashi. Rashi shows you, Mechal also a mol school. Volson a mol school the most Rashi in Shalish to Osin ahead. The Kuei Park in Sequel with this Toga and the base Kol Shakadashi. So first thing you do is like this. So now remember, I want to add these four sheep.
I want us to remember that was so much there in my head. But it was amazing. It's really
What's your message to these money?
keep up. Do a good job. Keep up the hope.
If the girl,
I think you did. Remember again, the sanctity of those animals is directly connected to last year's Matzah. So you bring the animals, put that money into last year's Matzah.
worries about this competition. This is it's everything into worries about this competition. This is he gets everything into it. Jim's excited. Anything else going on?
Collection, and essentially repurchase the sheep. Repurchase the sheep.
My friends, we went in what we call freedom, and it's appropriately named whatever. And there's a scene where they get together, and mom walked in right as that scene came on. My friend like jumped up. She's like, "This is a reality fight." Like Santa Claus.
So we'll say, what's the tremendous finish of Reggie yourself? You never heard of redemption.
Trivia Friday night. Come for the Guam State Bonding. Working on this itinerary. Mercy's drinking and thinking. Company retreat. Fiji 2026. Okay. Classes local makers are the price. Our team on site is going to be so nasty like that. Mark your calendars, folks. We got something fun.
Okay, get this. It's a custom build, but they ran out of money. Look at you. Follow me. Sometimes you get crackheads. This is something there. The ceiling is hurt. Skylight. That's two sides of the
You just described the process, but I don't understand why that process works. So let's say we're going to see just the numbers. Generally,
Remember that? Frank Sinatra, these marks. George Bishop and Peter Lover. They were the coolest guys in the world. They worked at the Sands Hotel. Made movies, like Oceans 11. Everybody thought they were the coolest guys, and really, when they got together, they couldn't be universe. Albert ain't quite as charismatic as the Rat Pack had Frank and Dean and Sammy. They were the show. It was 1965. I was 23 years old, and for sheer luck and coincidence, circumstances are really not important. I ended up Sands Hotel for the anniversary, first week in December, watching in a 500-seat room, the Rat Pack perform. I was so cool. The other side was Gregory Peck and his wife, Roger Moore. The other side was Lucille Ball, Elizabeth Taylor. And I was there in this small room, 500 seats. There they were.
is the highest
level
of producer. And that, because remember, what does producer have with you? What does it mean? What does it mean? It means that the producer itself is part and parcel of the idea. So that's the financial thing. So financial sense essentially means that there's a certain embedded in this object, but there's also other elements.
Making TV commercials with Frank Sinatra and Dean Martin because they were working at the hotel. And I had to pick them up in a plane for the week they worked. Several times a year, fly to New Jersey and then fly home to California. And I'm telling you, I spent all those hours for 4 years.
Is that the
With
first
those
thing
two
actually
unbelievable guys.
Now I get it.
And then a plane on Sunday night, they used to sit on a plane and they loved to tell stories. I was much younger, of course, and I was sitting there back in the listening. And they had names for each other when no one was around. Frank, Cole, Dean Martin, Dave, not the the director was short for Dingo. A slang for Vegas, he's called being Jake. And being called Frank Sinatra, having to tell stories. And I was sitting opposite ends of the plane, eating it up. Life turns out that way.
Steve Wynn can't get his own fucking name on Instagram. What is this bullshit? Who the fuck is the other Steve Wynn? Worst username ever. Yo, shut the fuck up. Nobody gives a shit. Yo, dog, you want to see some shit? What is this bullshit? Yo, dog, this is worse. If this thing says music is off, I'm throwing fists. For Rizzy? Oh, where's Shizzy, son? The worst app ever. Worst app ever. Really? Dog, never known a worst app in my entire life. Really? App so good enough, baby. Son, down, you better take care. If you she can get out of that she's coming on. Really? Yeah, there's something fucked up about it. Cecily Strong. You ever watch this? You're like, oh, he thinks I'm pretty. Yeah, but there's something fucked up about you. I just can't put my finger on it. But one day, maybe I will. All right, girl. Now I'm gonna watch this fucking episode 1,000 fucking times. Why? What the fuck not? I hate the world today.
And fascinatingly enough, what creates a little bit of the breach is a moon. What's the moon?
once in a while, you can't sleep.
The scariest part of
You phone in your hand.
is that Faith has the ability to read a little bit of that to be just but the beautiful part of it is reality and death of it. And nothing to reach to do just the future of the unique
And see her riding back in stepping dress. Where you knew. Oh, that was cool when you fucked up the lyrics, Rabbi.
Changes me and never reaches my future cycle. Incredible. I say that Rabbi shoots back in the picture. This is what I'm about. That's none. Most is fascinating. Most so that's not also same case. Just not
I can see her lying back in her satin dress. In her room where you do, where you don't confess. Sundown, and better take care. If I find you been creeping round my back stairs, you better take care. If you find you been creeping round my back stairs, you're looking like a queen, a sailor's dream, and you don't always say what you really mean. Sometimes I think it's a shame when I get feeling better when I'm feeling no pain. Sometimes I think it's a shame when I get feeling better when I'm feeling no pain. Man, every man can make many hearts in the love in the first mistake. Oh, that was sick when you were like, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it was sick.
Which supposedly is Sonia Pekala, but I'm not sure I think the JCs are about to do some series.
What did we just do?
So the nice right? So what's fascinating about this is apparently Avatina's got paid at the end of the year. They got paid at the end of the year. So comes the end of the year, they got paid from last year's Machtis Hashem. Okay, so follow the corrections, right? What's our problem? What's always important in life, I think about how we try to solve. What's our problem? Leftover Torahs, right? Leftover Torahs. Remember, can I use it in the new year? No, why not? It's from last year's Machtis Hashem. So what do I do with it? So again, step one, pay the workers. So we paid base Avatina from last year's Machtis Hashem. Okay. Now watch this one. So now, after we receive that money, we will cut the next fraction. We cut it also start multiple years. We got the also a min idea after the regard. The hiring only. The other time, we tell you what for us are there. The notion also only. But we call the cultural record also into a correction. This is great. So watch this. Pay the workers, after we pay the workers, we say to the workers, do me a favor, like you should purchase leftover or redeem the leftover ketones. So now, based on Akidas takes their wages, which is the last few months of Shekel, and redeems the leftover ketones onto the money. The money, then what happens to the money? What happens to the money? The money goes back into the temple pot. Last year's Machtis Shekel pot. What last year's Machtis Shekel pot is for? Repairs of the Kodesh HaKadoshim. And now these Abatinas have what? What do they have? They have now the redeemed Ketoras
Sundown, better take care. If I find you been creeping round my back stairs. Sometimes I think it's a sin when I feel like I'm winning and I'm losing again.
We're trying to go ahead with a problem because we have leftover sacrificial sanctified items from last year's Machtis Shekel which can't be restored. So we need to pay a mechanism to essentially allow them to be used to cut their body. This is not the shadow. So that's all free money. So again, sponsor, pay to Serapinas, spend $25, whatever, public pay Serapinas for their work, pay them with the money of Rothschild's Master Chakal, then pay them, we take that money, we do the leftovers for us,
Walking fast in a faded Jeep, she's a hard-loving woman that feeling me. Sometimes you think it's a shame when I get clear when I'm being pain. Sometimes you better take care of me, Papa. You've been creeping round my back stairs. Sometimes you better take care of me, Papa. You've been creeping round my back stairs. Oh, Doug, that was sick. Was it? Fine. I mean, I'm just so athletic and gifted artistically.
It takes on a normal day quite a while to get an open. We didn't have the futures trading this morning, so we're now the one that futures market interestingly marks the futures gap between the Nasdaq opens everything. There goes $100.
Dude, that bitch is so hot. Really? Yeah, she used to be super hot. Bitch has great hair. What's her name? No one gives a fuck. Is she a bitch? Everybody's a bitch. I hate the world together. I feel ashamed of your dream. I'm nothing in between.
It gets carbonic designation. Carbonic designation. Harezu Allah, Harezu Shlomin, Harezu Chatas. So verbal designation by inanimate objects, the way they become kadosh is through placement in a true sharis, in a service utensil. If you're not placed in a service utensil, by definition, you have to use as double monetary sanctity, but not physical sanctity. This special Torah, if you want to place that true sharis at a certain point, yes, you want to know how is the Torah affected. Remember, the so that was a key choice. When we're talking about the production of the Torah, right? So for that matter, again, storage of the Torah, so the Torah is ground up, cooked the spices, and it's very nice. That's how the Moses, that's how the rest of the spices. But it's not a key choice. So because they're interested enough in us,
I like this song a lot. I like this song a lot. Really? Yeah. Rainbow so far.
This is mind-blowing. This is absolutely mind-blowing, because again, up until you start to work that out in a lot, you always assume the first because physical sanctity, because it's being used in service of something. If I tell you something, just agree with it, right? Just shake your head. That's what I always thought. Right? So again, so we always thought that because it's physically used in the spiritual sanctity, because physical sanctity, you know what I'm saying? And Rabbi said, this is saying, you know what
When you've always known, that's when you belong in my heart, baby, yeah. Waiting for the time, when you belong in my heart, that's where you belong in my arms, baby, yeah.
every sheet in the Lishkas HaToim, you redeem them. You redeem them. How do you redeem them? You go ahead and you transfer the savings of the money, put that money, then again, put that money into the last year's part of the Shekel, and then you purchase them with new Matzah Shekel. This is a Northern Rabbi student ingredient thing. You can say, what about the Kedusha? What about how do you do that? How do you distribute this concept like that? Rabbi took the 50 million reasons for that to do that. You don't need to know the same exact thing. You can just respond to two different angles, two different things, right? To tell us is not, it's not sacred. It's not Kedusha Sago. Rather, what is it? Kedusha Coming. Kedusha Coming. Monetization.
You don't have the son memorized. Is it Bob Seger? Next question. How many Bob Seger songs could you do? Dude, don't do Bob Seger right now. Just get this fucking song down. Just do it.
Right, has gone to the middle, but requires carrot shots. It requires sunset. He's an interesting guy because in certain respects, there's certain other respects, he's hard, he's going from the bottom, perhaps again, maybe wind relation, but he still needs that sunset. So the Gemara says like this: if you end up Torah, and you don't only has financial safety, and that's what has to do with us, then that's the case that if you don't touch it, he shouldn't make it from it. You have to know that he does. I love it, kind of.
I hear your name whispered on the wind. It's a sound that makes me cry. I hear a song going again and again through my mind, and I don't know why. I wish I didn't feel so strong about you. Like happiness and love revolve. Trying to catch your heart is like trying to catch your star. So many days over me, baby. That must be what you are. Training for a star to fall and carry your heart into my arms. That's where you belong, in my arms, baby, yeah. Waiting for a star to fall, carry your heart into my arms. That's where you belong, in my arms, baby, yeah. Oh, that was sick. That was so sick when you were like, hey, everybody, look at the reflection of my fucking glasses. And then you were like, what's that? What is this bitch's name? Burkhart or some shit? I don't know. This bitch is fucking on. Probably. Billboard singer. What's her name? Forget some shit. What? She hot? Yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. I've been wanting to fuck that bitch for 15 years. Really? 20. Oh, dog. That bitch? That bitch on the fucking thing with the thing about him? Fuck yeah, dog. I and every motherfucker who has a bank account. Which would seem to indicate to us that what? Rather, it must be something else. Elamai. Carry your arms into my arms. That's where you belong, in my arms, baby, yeah. I've learned to feel what I cannot see, but with you, I lose that vision. I don't know how to dream your dream, so I go out of the station. I want to push out and pull you to me. Who said I could maybe go free? Trying to get your heart is like trying to get a star. But I can't love you this much, baby. I love you from afar. Waiting for the star to fall. Carry your heart into my arms. That's where you belong, in my arms, baby, yeah. Waiting for her phone. Carry your heart into my arms. That's where you belong in my arms, baby. Yeah. Waiting forever long. Waiting, I'll wait for you. Heart waiting, don't be so long. Waiting, love you. Even
Any service you can. So I'm just like, I'm sure once they come in contact with the Kusharis, once they get that, then it's susceptible and again, Allah what's going on here? Only if something has become consecrated with Kusharis is it subject to Lina. But if it's never been in Kusharis, it shouldn't be subject to Lina. Our problem is, it sounds like what Torah is saying that
no, this is a shit thing. So, alright, how many Bob Seger songs can you do, kid? Oh, Bob Seger? How many Bob Seger? You're asking me how many Bob Seger songs do I fucking know? How much time you got, motherfucker? Really? Yeah. Why? Dog. Bob Seger? You mean Bob Seger and the Silver Bullet Band? Really? Who else? Shelter from the Storm. That's Bob Dylan. Against the Wind. Dog, obviously. Night Moves. I've already done Night Moves like 15 times. Still the same, of course. Like a Rock. Dog. Makes me want to buy a Chevy truck. Really? All-time rock and roll? Dog. Let's not even get into that. They're going to bury me to that song. Really? They'll bury my father to that song. They'll bury me to that song. Really? Perhaps. That's a good song. Turn the page. Turn the page. Yeah. We've got Tonight. God. Makes me want to light a fire right now. How about Till It Shines? Dog, if it's not on Bob Seger's greatest hits, it ain't one of his major ones. How about Roll Me Away? Dog. There's another back in all the city, sounds the bar, have a brew. If you don't have many drinks, then I'll just all do whatever side you do. Gamma that. Live down by the riverside, looking fortune wheels and roll dice. I was just 13 when I had to leave home. Hollywood Nights. I've made my own films of this. Really? Yeah, dog. Traveling Man? Dog. Absolutely. Dog. Yeah, dude, I would just show you this one. Microdoses, bitch. Really? Yeah. Beautiful Losers. Your Company? Absolutely. Something about Baby. Yeah. But not one of my favorites. That's good. Higher ground. That's fine. We got Tonight. Absolutely. Shame on the Moon. Not one of my favorites. Understanding. No one knows it. Chances are, Wait For Me. How's this done? Okay. Big one though. What about the Bob Seger system? Nothing to the Tin Man. How about the Real Love? How about the Eagle? We know the Eagles are the Trying to live my life without you is the hardest thing I ever did. Fire Inside. It's a great song. Rock and Roll Never Forgets. Half of Bob Singer's love about making that's why he's a system. He worked it out, baby. No. It's a very, like, it's about strippers and trucks. Name what every Bob Seger song's about. Driving, running, strippers, fires, traveling. Did we mention strippers? That's a big thing. That's a good song too. Not the same. Catman do. You go devil with toes. No true. You like this song? Not really. It's on its greatest hits. This one's good. Gypsy witness All right, so how many is that about here? Enough. No, what's that song about? Oh, I like this song.
actually a very trustworthy, a very beautiful phrase. And what we need to see there is concerns in natural bodies, so no big feeling. Big feeling is their heart. Religion is concerned regarding all community matters, and therefore halacha l'maisa again. They said only what you use has to be shasaguf.
What is it? After midnight? After midnight.
So this is Rabbi now reinterpreting Rabbi. Incredible.
We gonna.
Worshipful. You're not needed to marry. And if the Chazal said, if you needed to marry, you needed to use the sheep. Whatever left over, you could just simply with the incredible. So not to recover. That's the case. Clear about it.
I like this song.
And you say, I hereby knock this ram for the animal essentially automatically applies to this halacha. Because whenever you consecrate an animal consecration always results in kedusha halacha. So I don't understand.
Yo, dog.
These are designated.
How about you go fucking dick boy?
Everything is in how you phrase it. So ultimately, again,
Thick boy squad.
this Rashi, by the way, is
Thick
on
boy
the
nation.
You see that Rashi is going over David. Hadam and the Allah. He only undercover kedusha. So go for Hadam and the Allah. How do you become an Allah? So that's yeah. When you designate the animal, you say that this animal should be for Allah, which is what the animal is fit for. That animal is automatically best to be kedusha halacha. But Allah Almighty said, let's say you say this animal should be for
Way left to way.
Way
left to way.
So what does that mean? That means you're investing the animal with financial sanctity and not.
Are you fucking serious? I might have to shit myself.
Allah Almighty, you can see that you can designate on a personal level, if you want to designate an animal with financial sense, you're not designated for something other than carbonic purpose, like Nissan. But again, here, the days didn't mask now lamb, and essentially days instructions it once again, what you're going to use has physical sanctity.
Get that bitch, bitch.
Only has incredible. Back to say Sabbath, the apparent associated with the obvious pieces are just incredible. Listen to this. You have your power, which fire training for this is the case. Right? So remember, using your Kabbalistic Yom Kippur. Your word Yom Kippur. So power and Shah Yom Kippur. They got lost. They lost. Can you imagine somebody's losing their job, right? Someone's getting fired. Right? So
Yo, baby, I'm the biggest cup of all time. I feel like these motherfuckers are gonna throw me out.
Find another. Listen, by the way, just all seriousness, can you imagine that moment in the case of the church? Right? It's your Kippur. It's your Kippur. Like, okay, hey, you know, Yanko, can you make everything, can you get the parents sorry? Right? And that moment when they realize that they lost it. Listen, you're such a trans.
Like, how about you just call on me when you talk?
Probably like, what does it mean? What do we do? What's the next thing? And then what do we do?
This is that one bitch. This is that song they played for fucking Billy. I like it.
It's traumatic reading.
If you wanna be free,
Then what happens? So we go ahead and they separate out each other. It's fine, no problem on the base. They say, see me at Odessa. Shocking. They see me again, see me at Odessa. Which were again, these are the covenants that are. סיבות שחטו בעבודה בארץ,
If you tell me,
accidentally worship about desire. Okay? So what happened? Same thing. They had this Kabbalah designated and then it was lost. And what happens? And Allah they went ahead and they separated out new Kabbalists. You know, so the part that can't be there, what happens? They found the old ones. So I say people, they find the lost harvest son. After they opened up that puppy by one dollar, they find the one that was lost. So now what do you do when you just found it? What do you do? So you might just put on your mission of your own. You say, you have to let them die. You know, the lost found one that you have found, you let them die. That's the mission.
in my bed, I'm just some mountain music like grandma and grandpa used to play. And up and down. I can still shout down the party. I can hang with anybody. I can do whiskey and red wine, champagne all night, and the plants on the rocks and I find. When I taste tequila, baby, I still see you. The girl in my phone, that's all the t-shirt. The same one you wore when we were sky high in Colorado. Lips pressed against the bottle, staring on the bottle, baby, I don't believe you. I can live around down here when I taste tequila.
And what they say essentially is that Kedusha has only devolved upon the
Just do it. Just whatever.
But if you're not using it all the time, the purpose is then what? Then you should not really have any sense.
I can still shut down a party. I can hang with anybody. I can drink with red wine, champagne all night, and scotch on the rocks, and I'm fine. And when I taste tequila, baby, I still see you cutting up the floor in the sorority t-shirt, the same one you wore with me was sky high in Colorado. Lips pressed against the bottle, swearing on the bottle, baby, I never leave. I remember how I need you when I taste tequila. When I taste tequila, I can hear somebody brand new. Think about you. I can see my clothes, same one. Just my songs in my car. Making that breathe and it's this far. But when I taste tequila, baby, I still see you looking at the phone in the store with a t-shirt. The same one,
Feel a little bit guilty for going away last week because I feel that shit had a bad rap. I don't know what happened. I was just going for a couple of days. I'm hearing a lot of shitty talk. Listen, Schmitz is like, what you think about it? You can't get better than that. Stop it. You gotta take it slow and steady. slow and steady. So again, we're not behind. We're perfect. At some point in time, over the next couple of weeks, there'll be a short number of days somewhere where we'll make up ground. Okay, let's see that. No, you got it.
Is that a thing? Social media, this isn't real. I don't know if truck pods are things, but
all right,
truck out of that. Right-wing alpha male pod. Sure, there you go. Now it makes sense. Truck pods, very funny. Potential being 6 3 1. I think I know that was like this podcast.
Someone wore the we were sky high in Colorado, lips pressed against the bottle, swearing on the Bible, baby, I never leave you. I remember I'm Anita when I taste tequila. When I taste tequila. How many your love and sinking? When I taste tequila, baby, I still see a girl teacher. Same one you only were. Sky high in Colorado, lips pressed against the bottle, swearing on the Bible, baby, I never leave you. I remember I'm Anita when I taste tequila. When I taste tequila. When I taste tequila.
And this is the opinion comes from American in this, and he essentially says is that they all work together for something that's done. In other words, that's the
What a phrase, lady.
Hey, let's just take a quick break to remind ourselves of a couple of things. We have a number of different se'irim over here we're talking about. A number of we haven't heard about them yet up until now. Let's just quickly remind ourselves. What we're talking about for the most part is the se'ira puni of Yom Kippur, which is the sorrow of not commitment, as usually referred to it, which is avodah is taking place inside. And that was something we described. According to all opinions, comes for somebody who has the idea at the beginning, but no idea at the end. So he knew beforehand what Allah was about to become coming, and in the middle, he had this forgetting this last memory. And then what happens? He eats something with the carbon, he eats the carbon while he's coming to go to the mikvah, and then he doesn't ever come like that. In other words, the last thing that we give him, not with the sorrow, not with the mikvah to the mikvah. And we have another one, which happens on the Kippur, which is the sorrow pizza, which is not the sorrow hospital. This is done entirely outside, and now it doesn't complete my purpose when it comes to doing it. So everyone is of the opinion that it works for a person who does not know about it at the end of the beginning, but knows who violated his Torah. He did not know about the problem from the beginning, Timothy mentioned yesterday said no, that's not what it comes for. What it comes for is a tahar, so akal has not come. A person who's tahar, and he eats the carbon, which is tame, so that's the problem. In other words, typically, all the other cases we were talking about was when the guy himself has become tame, and then he did something that a tame person is not supposed to do. In this case, that's not what we're talking about. We have a person who himself
down
is
to a
tahar,
cheese.
and he ate a carbon, which is tame, he should not have done that. The mayor, now, he essentially says that all these things can be mixed up. The only one that's unique is the soya hanatzah. The only one that has its own type of kapara is the soya lashem, which is not sufficient, and that's something which comes to atone for a person who knows about it initially, forgets, and does not ever fight. That was unique. However, well, the case of, number one, a person who does not know about it.
Do you think Zoot's going to win? There's no way. There's no way. But if he did, I would contemplate going to see him.
In the second case, where he doesn't know at all, he's completely oblivious. Or tahar sa'akal as a tame, a person who's not tame at all. The problem is getting carbon which is tame, so that person needs a kapara. Says the mayor, the soyer
Big time.
outside, and the go for on Yom, and the go for
Got you down to a T. You and the glass top, I never snowed you. Everything my sheets and no line. I'm a young man, no lead. I'm waiting with some grief. First white sheet and no line. We can learn what you need tonight. Girl, I take my time every eye. Do you think you're going to be Joe Rogan's best friend? I will say to him, dog, what would you say to Joe Rogan right here? You're sitting away from Jamie on the left. Dog, you want to sleep over? Like, you play video games, order pizza, drink shitloads of beer, tell stories, laugh our dicks off. Yeah, he probably like that. That'd be time this part. No, but really, what would you do? What would you say to him? Dog, I've not met a motherfucker. We don't know anybody else. But I'm caught up on your life. Like, I know everything about every one of your friends. I'm in all the fucking subreddits. Really? Yeah. Why? Well, why not? Dog, this shit sucks, though. Dog, that's kind of freaky. Bird pipe.
You read beyond the Bikulah, starts with Pasuk Vav, and then you keep going. Pasuk Lamed, guess what? Seir Izim Efar L'Chaper Alei. It says Seir Izim. So keep that in mind. We have to remember that there's an exception when it comes to Shavuos. It says Seir.
You think you'd be friends with these guys? Yeah. Is there anything you don't like about them? No, they've been very nice to me. Oh, you know them? Sort of. Communicated on Discord. More than this asshole or this asshole.
Again, you have your two connecting Rosh Chodesh. Next one, Uber also Lachodesh. Translate to Yom Kippur. We will let over the Kabbalah, Black Puppet, and Effective, Puppet, and Aleph. Music at the top.
What a fucking amazing Athletica. Did you see how athletic that was? I was like, oh, let's put it in slow motion. Let's put this bitch in slow motion. Put it down to 0.5.
Third day of Yom Kippur, who's the ear? Fourth day, Pasukatei, who's the ear? Fifth day, Pasukatei, who's the ear? Shishi, the sixth day of Sukkot, Pasukatei, who's the ear process? And then, you have Shmini, Rabbi, and you have Rothschild, who's the ear process? And you have Sarah.
Just like the sunlight fade, my lips and know the truth. Saying maybe I'm even if it's just a
It seems like what we're saying is you start with the Chodesh, and you build up to the Chodesh, and then to disconnect to Rashi goes through all this very small without. If you look at Rashi's first in line, he says, Shal Pesach HaShamach L'Rosh Chodesh. And it was the first one in the part for the Chodesh. So what will we connect? We'll connect Pesach to the
now, every now and then, ever, do nothing. Nice. And we rolling on the river. Let's go down out in the city. Working for the man every night and day. Never lost a minute of sleep when I was worried about the way that things might have been. You know the week will keep on turning. I'm proud that they keep on burning. And we rolling, yeah, rolling down the river, rolling on the river. Rolling in a river, rolling on the river, with a lot of pain and pampers. And I'm pumped a lot of pain down in New Orleans. Never talk on the side of the city until I hit the ride on the riverboat squeaking. On the big wheel keep on turning. The proud Mary keep on burning. We're rolling, 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 yeah, rolling on the river, rolling on the river, rolling, yeah, rolling on the river, rolling on the river. Left a good job in the city, working for the man every night and day. Never lost on, didn't sleep, and I was worried about the way that things might have been. Big wheels keep on turning, turning, round, and it keeps on moving.
Now, if we do say another connection to one connection to the one before after, that's not a problem. You can still connect
Your love lifted me higher than I ever been lifted before. Bring it up with my desire, and I'll be at your side forevermore. Till you know love, don't lift me, keep lifting me higher and higher. Fantastic. Sort of an alien, maybe.
The problem with this is they didn't come back on, but they shouldn't come back on the 10th day of Oz. They shouldn't come back on the 10th day of Oz. The problem is they shouldn't come back on the 9th day of Oz. Yes, they left us on test Sivan without our 40 days. They should have come back on the 9th day of Oz. Now the problem is that we know they didn't come back on the 9th day of Oz. They came back on the 2nd day of Oz. The Moroccan gave their family there, and that night on Tisha B'Av, on the 9th of Oz, everyone was fine. But Paul said, you know what? I'm not going to take from the Pina you sit in your car, you ask for the Tapia, and we go ahead and establish that the day of Tisha B'Av is going to be a day of mourning for many generations. See, after coming, this could Tisha B'Av should be a Yom Tov, it should be holy as well. But until then, Tisha B'Av is considered to be a day of mourning. Now, the only way that Chaf tests Siva for 40 days has them come back on the 8th of Av as opposed to the 9th of Av is if that year time would be out on the 30th day. Right? I'm pretty sure it works out. Okay? It works out. So that's what happened. So now, what's this pasuk talking about? This pasuk is Yirmiyah, where he is lamenting the fact that Kara Alai Moed Lishba Bachurei. In other words, we call Alai Moed is referring to Rosh Chodesh, Lishba Bachurei, hopefully destroyed.
Doug, what is this bullshit?
We called it a moed, so we just see that he called Rosh Chodesh a moed, so incorrect. You told Rosh Chodesh is not considered a moed, we consider a moed. Raya is from Yirmiyah, because he says Kara Alai Moed, and he's referring to Rosh Chodesh.
I can't stop going on.
I'm Rabbi Yochanan. More than the mayor agrees the Sarah Nasa B'Fnim, Shehuli Metafer, Kapal Son, the Hain Ain't Metafer Kapal. You mentioned this earlier. The Yochanan says that the Sarah Nasa B'Fnim stands alone.
I fucking
The
tried.
Sarah Nasa B'Fnim, that service outside, the Yomfish goats, and the Kodesh goats, all of those, they have their initial thing that they're there for, but ultimately they atone for all three things. The only one that's rejected here is the Sarah Nasa B'Fnim. That one's by itself. That one atones for, as we said, Yediyah Masila, such a great value. He violates the Shema and we never find out about it. That one can't be left. So he explains, including the Kapar, Kapar also, that one does not serve the other types of issues that you make this. So Kapar, Atas, the Kapar, the Edo, the Kapar, the Kapar. That one only has the ability to tell for one thing. Maybe the Kapar, Kapar also, the other one will come in. We got this, and the outside one, in the back of the so one come across, outside the top. That one is that particular kafara that is for years before. Kafara is you will pay a lot. This is the only year that is from so again, person looks better initially, and then forgets all things. What I'm doing is tomorrow. That is from the kicker with the sire. I'm not so very true. How should we be able to do another trial? It's a free person who's completely oblivious. That's a lot. So you be able to know you're supposed to do the stuff. You guys do not know that in what you can't get at the end. That's the other case. The person who himself is these are the religious comments. All alone, see, there's going, see about the production, so on after that. That's the other thing. However, Shira not the fifth. Shira, that was left out. The Kapara side, not in Shira. His Kapara was also left out. You see very clearly.
Actually, that's one.
Together, he's only bunching together the goats on House on Yom Kippur, the goats on
Austin,
and the goat which is done on Rosh Chodesh. Now, we go back to this. Hey, Rabbi Shimon Omer. Seirei Rosh Chodeshim, Nefafim Altar Shabbat. You mentioned before that the Sar of Shimon's opinion that the Sar of Chodesh is not for the oblivious.
Yeah.
It's for the guy who is Tahar, but he's from the wicked side. That makes them address the production of the fact that
Can you do this? Dog, I could do Blackwater in my fucking sleep.
You should say the capital of Russia production. It should work for a person who's Tahar, who needs something who's just Tamei, because of the crowd. Oh, it's sad. Mention this yesterday as well. The Moshe was talking in that case. He said, the old son, not son, not that. The old son of the other, hey, after the son. So the beautiful office that says,
Everything in my branches waiting for you. From Mississippi, please calling my name. Catfish are jumping like wallaby falling, like wallaby falling on glasses and sand. Whoa, black water, keep on rolling, Mississippi blue, won't you keep on shining on? Whoa, black water, keep on rolling, Mississippi blue, won't you keep on shining on? Whoa, black water, keep on rolling, Mississippi blue, won't you keep on shining on me? Yeah, keep on shining your light, gonna make everything right, mama, gonna make everything alright. And I ain't got no worries, 'cause I ain't in no hurry at all. If it rains, I don't care, don't make no difference to me. Just keep dashing on, go it up time. Go in, this and I'll find everybody drinks alright. Whoa, black water, keep on rolling, Mississippi blue, won't you keep on shining? Whoa, black water, keep on rolling, Mississippi blue, won't you keep on shining? Whoa, black water, keep on rolling, Mississippi blue, won't you keep on shining on me? Yeah, keep on shining your light, gonna make everything, oh, mama, gonna make everything alright. And I ain't got no worries, 'cause I ain't in no hurry at all. And by the hand, take it by the hand, pretty by about your dad, but your daddy, oh, God, gonna hear something.
He buys into a Meir's idea that the Sawyer Hanasa Bafus and Kippur covers all three. He buys into Meir's opinion that the theory of the God for two things, which is the oblivious person and a charge to also
He was always ready, and he was given an opportunity.
However, when it comes to the Sawyer Roshoda, he says only works for one, which is a Prana versus nice enough. Why is the director of production below the copy of the dollar? Why does he say that with the server for the only work to the proper for a person who's taha and hates something which is funny? Now, what's the reason for that? Oh, my God. Oh, no, it says, oh, no, over there. Oh, no, that's not who knows, say. There's a stand up. But that's the case. That's the only works for one. We're going not in the copy of the production.
What is this bullshit? Good crap.
Exactly what I mean. Exactly what this went from the sitting to say the same thing. In other words, you can sit, although you only one, but you probably go for the drop.
Rain, I don't care. Well, if it's rain, I don't care. Don't make no difference to me. Let's take that street calling down in uptown. Yeah, gonna keep some funky Dixieland band, some funky tongue. Gonna find everybody drinks all round. Roll back water, keep on rolling, Mississippi move, won't you keep on shining? Roll back water, keep on moving, Mississippi move, won't you keep on shining? Roll back water, keep on rolling, Mississippi move, won't you keep on shining on me? Yeah, keep on shining your light. Gonna make everything, mom gonna make everything alright. And I ain't got no worries, 'cause I ain't in no hurry at all. That was so sick. West Side.
And you can Rib Shimon. When do we say our passage says that by the internal? Sorry, not by the external one. Now, maybe he didn't make sense that the other head is
You think 100% should be free or anything like that.
in other words, if you're saying the alpha part only is limited to this, then the result only is the purpose of the teaching. The alpha is set up for next one. It's not so good. It's not just, oh, I'm not not. You need 12 starship alphas. Sorry, you need 4 starship alphas. The starship alpha in this case is different. Why is on the cross? Keep us out of our worship alpha subjects. Because of really, I will be the doctor on the corner of the death once a year. Cardosis was there for being through the power of the father, or the power of the father. He had the same problem with the happiness, and he said, you can't actually go to the father. That's why I want to become the church of power. That is the same thing. So I love it. So that's the point, yes. And so I say, it's not about the stand alone by yourself, it's one person who has to begin at the beginning, and then never find out again. No, it's all up to that
In the rain, I don't care, don't make no difference to me. Just take that street coming down over. You think Joe Rogan knows these songs? Fuck yeah, Joe Rogan knows these songs. You don't think Joe Rogan knows the Doobie Brothers? Go fuck you. Hey Joe Rogan, you know the Doobie Brothers? Yeah, fuck yeah, he knows the Doobie Brothers.
Now would you cover a person who's completely oblivious and cover a class of coming? Why? Because the word Pesha you have to find it. That's one of the very limited. The only part of coming because that one says Papa.
Dixieland band, I'm gonna take him by the hand, babe, take it by the hand. Pretty mama gonna dance with your daddy all night long. We got to hear some funky Dixieland. Pretty mama gonna take me by the hand, babe, take it by the hand. Pretty mama gonna dance with your daddy all night long. I like to hear some funky Dixieland. Pretty mama gonna take me by the hand, babe, take it by the hand. Pretty mama gonna dance with your daddy all night long. I like to hear some funky Dixieland. Pretty mama gonna take me by the hand. Mama dance by the hand. Pretty mama gonna dance with your daddy all night long. I like to hear some funky Dixieland. Pretty mama gonna take me by the hand. Mama hand, take me by the hand. Pretty mama gonna dance with your daddy all night. I like to hear some funky Dixieland. Pretty mama gonna take me by the hand. Pretty mama gonna take me to daddy all night. Dixieland. Pretty mama gonna take me by the God, that was so sick. And then gang signs for gangs that don't even shit. West Side. Well, if it rains, I don't care. Who's this bitch? Oh, please be another college chick. Oh, they're a fake person.
you want to buy it, you have to first.
Really?
You have to first.
Actually, they are. They're Canadian
Someone who's eligible to
person.
be carbon cannot just
Really?
purchase for a backyard animal.
They're a rugby
Now,
player.
that's the general halacha. Now,
Oh, they like Dusty Springfield. That's tight.
Every year, Rashi explains this in great length. Every year, they had a surplus of animals that they had in the Chumas HaLishma. In other words, they collect money, and they would buy animals, and they have this area where they would store the animals, and they would
Who's this bitch?
be the place where they would inspect the animals, make sure there's no mob. And every year, they had a surplus of 6 of these animals that when it came to the end of the year,
Nobody knows.
2 of those animals that to me they were stomach, so Safra or Stomach for Rabbi of that day, and they were always left with 4 into the next year. The problem is you're not allowed to use a carbon from last year for this year. So you only have about year.
So that was sick when you were singing the Doobie Brothers and everybody wasn't paying attention to you because you weren't in a fucking set. Take my hand, take my gun, that's it, that's oh my mama's out here, some funky dicks, and mama's gonna take me. Come on,
Look at this move, though. Look at this athleticism, folks.
Folks, I think we need to go back. 10 minutes of shop. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows it's 10 minutes of shop. Son?
What happened to the
Thank you for taking my call, George.
This is a carbon.
George,
It has
I was in the
Kedusha
L train.
on it,
No, wrong.
and therefore,
George,
you
I
can't
was in
just
the.
buy it. It has Kedusha. You can't just allow
No,
someone to
man.
buy an animal to feed it for a barbecue one day. That's not okay. That's gonna move for it.
Dog. I used to shit on Safari as a browser, and I still do, but it's better than some shit. All right, are you done?
Similarly, they had when it came to the different spices that they used with the ketoras, they always had some extra. So what would they do with that? They did something very interesting. Now, this family called Basic Students, they were the only ones who knew how to properly make the ketoras. So now, with the whole mission about the Mishnah, what they would do is, about briefly you run a couple minutes, they would separate the payment for this basic activity. They would redeem the leftover ketoras onto that money. The notion also on it. You give that money to this family, basic activities, this Torah as their wages. Now, what would happen is the closing belongs to Osa, the Shumal Chadas. They would then go ahead and buy it back from them with the new collection. In other words, instead of selling it off to the new which was a design to the Ketoras, just put it on the market for anybody to buy it. They would sell it to the base of Venus, and then they would rebuy it. Now, according to you, what was necessary? Name it to the head like how can you just sell it? It has Kedusha. How can you just go ahead and sell it? Now, Amalei said to me, asking me about Ketoras. Ketoras, Ka'amres, Ketoras Sani. Ketoras is different. Why is Ketoras different? Top of the Aleph, Amad Aleph. The Kedusha is Damit. Ketoras is different because there's not a Kedusha Tagof, rather it's just Kedusha Damit. Now, we're going to stop here in the middle of the sentence because it really continues on for a long time.
For free for 7 days. Fuck that shit.
Whether it's Kedusha Damit or Kedusha Tagof, and ultimately, we're going to come back and that's what Aleph in the page is in the Raya from our Mishnah.
And it seems the guy is standing
Fuck that.
a tool that we use for that. You're using the wrong one.
I guess that's me. Big old pussy.
He's like, Shab, I told you to paint it.
Good morning.
Okay, what do you think the 170
It's completely crazy.
That was the lowest he's ever been able to.
We thank the Celsius
Stream
family
app sucks.
for the oldest stream of the year as a support for the Ketoras to Am Yisrael. We also thank Shmuel and Robin for Raptor for the oldest stream of the month.
the mention of the Yotzei for father, and it corrupt him, leave for the Nitest Korakayim, the Yotzei is a face of training, the parents to sleep, the parents to have a summer, and the parents to have an Aliyah with Jamaica. So, we are in the middle of a discussion over here. The Gemara taught us that the Korban to be Mekaper, the Torah enough to be Mekaper for various different tumos. And the Torah
What the fuck is this shit?
has the idea beforehand.
No, I just want to put the link.
Like you said it differently. You know, if you become Sameh, it's not the
Import.
Torah.
2%. This shit
Then,
sucks.
at the end, after
9, 11. Weren't able to import me.
you walk into the Mikdash, or you touch him, and then afterwards you go. So it has the idea in the beginning.
All this shit sucks. This shit should be done for free. Really? Yeah. Get your shit together, alright? Worse. Shit. Over.
And afterwards, it hits him that, oh my gosh, I made a mistake, they should have done this, and that is that's where he brings the karma. That's where he brings the karma to cover all the yoga. However, he does not have the idea at the end.
When I see watch demo, I immediately think, this shit sucks.
This karma is going to be Torah, it's going to take care of him, and kind of wait in the copper to take away all the Yisurim until he actually brings the karma. That was what we discussed yesterday. There was a Havamim in the Gemara.
I don't want to download it. It sucks.
Cases of Tumah. That perhaps this Korban should actually go ahead and serve as a kapara. Now, other cases which are referred to in the Torah as Tumah, even though they're not the last case of ritual impurity, but they have a reference in the Torah as Tumah. We thought that perhaps this
For me,
Korban
that was good for yourself.
what was that? As Gilei Arayis, Slichas Damim, and Avodah Zarah. Arias is murdering, and
Dog, I just want it to work.
Carpet can actually serve as a kapara for that. So yesterday came with the Gemara went through these things and said, hold on a second. Just trying to figure out, we went through this very quickly.
How much is free? Free for everybody.
Quickly, let's do it again. The Gemara says, Zion days, the 6 lines of Adonai, Yesh Divinin Zeh, Wahadimo Shamos. Sumas of Adonai, Sumas of Arias, Sumas of Adonai. The Gemara wants to figure out what these cases would be.
How much is free?
The premise the Gemara is going on is that if these cases are punishable in another way, then obviously there's no kapara. So if you maybe such a death is going to face the death penalty, one of these things, then clearly the Korban is not coming to service in atonement for that. The other side of it is that if there is the ability to bring the Korban on its own for it, then this Korban is not necessary or it doesn't work. The whole idea, we made it package yesterday, of the Tish'eya Sotah as to be a Pesha similar to its worship. Pesha is something that is done intentionally, a case of something that's done unintentionally. And the idea was, just like something that's done intentionally, you can't do a Korban. So this Korban is going to come to atone for another scenario where you can't bring a Korban. So what would that be? That would be a case where, as we described, you don't know about it at the end. But here, in this case, we're trying to figure out what would be the case if Gilei Arayis gets governor of Mizara, where there is no death penalty, and there's no ability to recover. So quickly run through what the Gemara says.
So the setup was that
She's like, highway to Zara, realize Nevada, maybe he doesn't. What's the case? Or if you leave the maze, it's like that we intend to
No way this shit works. Not in a million years. Go unlimited. How about just offer unlimited for free? So they have to be able to pay for it. Alright, then inundate me with fucking ass.
Even so, you look at the mistake. So again, the necessity of this Korban is just irrelevant. Mara says no. It's something that is amazing real house report. Talking about a case where you didn't intentionally, but there is a loophole in
Fetching content from source. This shit sucks.
Doug, look at this athleticism. Listen, let's summarize this for the folks at home. It's time to eat French fries. Psych, we got to
he went ahead and engaged in this behavior, knowing that it was forbidden. The Barcatello, the guy is subject to the death penalty. He was saying, if it happens on this case, come on, we'll lay a couple. So again, this topic becomes irrelevant. Martin was talking about this. The Mazer that was intentionally being ostrich. Again, there's a loophole here. There was done intentionally, they did not get a house draw. He did not get a warning. He did not get a warning. He cannot be punished with the death penalty. Other cases, the Shogeg, it happened by mistake, the Los Yadare, and it was missing one of the necessary knowledge. Again, similarly to Hassanin, the case where he murdered somebody. Nami, what's the case? It's Kidami. Even Mazer, if he intentionally went ahead and murdered somebody, available. He's subject to the death penalty. You kill somebody. Even Shogeg, if it was an accidental death, Bargolis. Yes, Bargolis. So again, we don't find that there is just a carbon that is brought on his behalf, which serves as an atonement. Yes, but already we learned about this. Where it says, it could be the Mazid, and the Ostrich. Same thing. He didn't intentionally not get a warning. Or the Shogeg, what he did by mistake, when it was Yadale, and he didn't know about it, he didn't necessarily do it. Tsunami, another suggestion is to have the local blood and golf canoe, a case where a person is not subject to golf. He mentioned this. There are a number of cases where it wouldn't be relevant because of the golf. There's that loophole, and then it's up with the actions that are going down. In those cases, that would be where the cover would potentially be relevant. However, it's not. That's what we said yesterday. However, even though we just found cases where potentially this cover can be relevant to serve as an atonement, it doesn't. This whole idea was, what would the potential case be? And here we are, so the potential case has to be where it was intentionally, but he didn't get a warning, or it was by mistake, he didn't have the proper knowledge, or it comes to a case of accidental murder. In those cases, we have to be a case where in one of those cases, we don't go to golf. Okay, now the Martin go analyze this again.
Breaking that out, go ahead.
So we're going to talk about this. Again, this is about
You should
exactly what we just said. You would think that this science,
you know.
this goat is going to serve as one of these three things.
Yo, Silver Moon, you want to get that shirt off? Yo, that she might be okay. Well, only after celebrating your 21st birthday. You want to get that shirt off, girl?
So therefore, the brow culture, the future culture, the dark culture, there's some type of slipper. The culture smells future to Kedato, such as working with the Mikdash. When he is
Skits and bits, baby.
or eating carbonas when he's in a similar state of impurity. Now, in the first column, the most big dish of Kedato, Afghan, the most big dish of Kedato. In other words, the idea is,
If we need.
carbon, big cellular, gives growth, here to serve as an atonement for a person who unintentionally walks into this liquid while he is impure, or infection while he is impure. Why? Because he finds that particular tumah comes with a different set of laws than all other types of tumah. Therefore, that's the one that is going to serve as a kapara for, but nothing else. So now, we would have thought it served as a kapara for the right if someone was but we learned that no, it doesn't. It must have said it has to be that there's something special about this tumah, something different about this tumah, and once we find something different about it, we can say, I find that's the one that this Sawyer will be what's happening. Either if you use those words or revisit. Now, Gemara wants to know, my kid, what is this? So where do we find that there's a difference between a Mikdash and Kedato that has some type of leniency that I would say, okay, this is different than every other tumah, and therefore this carbon, this Sawyer, this goat, and after this meal, which is done inside, is going to. So again, just a quick reminder, we'll read about this next session tomorrow. We read this yesterday. In Kriyas Torah, about the Stafim of Yod, there are two different meals to go. One is referred to as the Sawyer Hashem, another is referred to as the Sawyer Hashem. The Sawyer Hashem is the one that we're describing. It is Mikra, it is brought inside of the Mikdash, order of his That is the one that we're analyzing. The other one is the Sar Lazar thrown off the cliff, and that has nothing to do with what we're discussing right now. Now, the Sar has to him what it's for, what's its purpose, what does it come to accomplish. So we're saying what it comes to accomplish is that if a person knew at some point that there was a prohibition of eating, touching, or working fish in his tummy, and he becomes tummy, and then he has a lesson that he goes in, and then he forgets about it. He never has this subsequent idea about it. This carbon is going to serve as an atonement for that particular circumstance. Why that particular circumstance has an exception. The circumstance, what's the exception?
Looks like
What's different about this Torah? What's the similar of the Torah? The Torah. Not to look at these cases. What says the left means the nicey, the era below kids up. Okay, I see.
They call it the American dream because you have to be asleep to believe it.
I skipped the line. My turn. What's the nicey below the others? That's good. Come on. We get to compare a variable carbon. Every other case, there's never there's just that carbon. This is what you gotta do. You have to do a carbon, you have to do a compound. It doesn't have depending on the person's finances. But this type of filler, yes, it does have a finance.
No. What's the first thing gonna say? We talk about the podcast here.
Go ahead.
Great.
Hold on.
What else could it say? Get back to the friars. What else could it say? Dicey. Does anyone here not talk shit?
And not a sheep. So we find that there is a difference when it comes to Avodah Zarah. So perhaps, just like we find the difference when
getting everything ready. What is this bullshit? Getting everything ready should be automatic. Getting everything ready. Hey, I'm getting everything ready. Hey, how about you give me some fucking specifics? 0%, 1%, 2%, 35 minutes may remain, whatever.
There are differences, of course.
Let me smell your nose.
Which is more
Worst podcast ever. But talk to me about these kids fucking sports. I'm fucking so into travel ball. Really? Doug, what do you want to happen to Baltimore and Bobcat? You want them to be successful? There's no way they're going to be successful. Really? But they have outlier genes. No, they don't. Their father is a failed professional athlete, like barely. He just is a guy who did a bunch of steroids in the teens, in the early 2000s. And like, once they started drug testing, he didn't ever really become anything. He had some money behind him. His mom is not that talented athletically. Like, she's just like a normal chick. Nothing against her. Beans, cheese. What about them, though? I mean, I've seen them play, and they're nothing great.
Maybe it comes to serve for
but they pitch like no hitters. Dog, they're not. The one kid's playing against 4-year-olds, and he's 6. Like, come on. Beans, cheese.
And what if she had baby right before Yom Kippur? She didn't get a chance to do it.
Dog, give me this shit. Give me this shit, baby.
And she doesn't have to go bring a carbon afterwards.
I say he won that round because of that.
That's important to know.
At that point,
The same type of overview, but there is an ability to bring birth into the real. So therefore, more point is to cover overview. I'm going to post you on the call, making a big mistake. We'll go through that. In that case, someone does something wrong. So this says very clearly it comes to serve as a kapara l'kol katosa. So look at the Bible says the people are covered for too much space from the new potato. L'kol katosa for Navera. The woman didn't do anything wrong. She had a baby. So there's a pillar. There's an impurity that happens over there. She's bringing carbon as a way of cleaning up from her pillar. And then what that pillar is the whole destruction. Why is she still coming to the baby? There's all destruction and there's some stuff. Nobody can address that. So now what it is, when she's bringing carbon for it's not because she's cleaning up air off. She's bringing carbon Tumba. So therefore, it can't be relevant to her. This whole Karban is not relevant to her, and therefore it wouldn't work. And the Gemara says, hold on a second. I understand that the woman didn't do an affair by having a baby. However, you have to remember that Shimon Bar Yochai, the Amar, the read that's Nami Chotasi, that a woman who gives birth also does have some type of avera, likely, and what's he talking about? What does he mean? She has an affair. The Gemara tells us in the Sefes Nida that when what the avera that she did when she gives birth, it's so difficult and so painful and so overwhelming that she makes a neder right there. She will right then and there, but she's never going to do the husband again. She's just going to do more. It's too painful, difficult to deal with, and obviously in that moment you can understand why she's saying that. But then again, women are much more mature than men, and afterwards, when it passes, they say, you know what, it was painful, it was difficult. But look, her name was again, I love my child, and therefore she gets back on the screw up, and she goes ahead and she gets back to her husband, and she has more kids. So, this is a big avera, just avera, but ultimately, you want to find some type of avera that her carbon is coming for. It's coming because she made this shavua at that time, saying never have a baby ever again, let's never be with her husband ever again. Now this carbon is coming to atone for that sin that she had for making a false shavua. So, okay. Bottom line is we can call our case, and then perhaps the Sawyer, this goes back to the Kapara. Tonight, Ramela. Mark says, with Shimon with Tainei, forgetting that with Shimon is the same person who told us something else. Where he said, Kama, we must Kama, boom, look. Yes, we mentioned this, and we get back to this again. But Shimon's of the opinion that you don't need to have this difference. Shimon said, if you look at it, it says very clearly in the concept, me tum out B'nai Yisrael. Me tum out translates from the Tumos of B'nai Yisrael. That means some of them, yes, but not all of them. So he didn't have to make this drasha to actually find some type of difference or some type of leniency in these types of Tumah. He just said it's only one that it works for. It only works for one, and therefore he says, what is that? It's Patricia Kadasha. But not any other case you can potentially describe as an avera. But as much as okay, fine. Next one. Ava Mitzvah. Let's say perhaps if this Sarah not Bifnim comes to atone for the Torah. Rabbi, you get the same thing. Even Sarah is a leper. What happens if the Torah comes for an avera? But what we talk to myself again, Sarah is a type of impurity. So that's what's this carbon coming for? We mentioned it's coming to atone for a sin, for an avera. Something gone wrong. The person had Sarah, it's Torah. So therefore, we don't need this side for it. More says, hold on. We're not about training. Of course, we're moving on to Amar. Hashiva Dvarim, Nagayim Bayim. We learned that the Nagayim actually do come from doing an avera. And therefore, perhaps according to him, maybe the Sar is coming to atone for those things. What are some of those things? You want to answer with the whole list includes Russian hearts, stomach, yourself, speaking, evil speech, gossip, murder. Again, it's just a sense of murder where the person have their atonement by another atonement to yourself. Again, to make sure saying it's the second later. Basically, a shvur in vanity, a shvur that makes no sense. You lie, it's back to Ruach, holiness, different things, Gezel, science, indigenous. So Tzaras comes for all these kinds of things. So what do you mean that Tzaras is just a form of impurity and it's not a form of punishment for the bearer? Of course it is. What it says, number 2 is going to go in by him, what says comes from Nigia, what's to say Nig-A, the Akapa, the Karpa was to leave it come. You have to remember, yes, the Nega, the Tzaras, comes to attention over there. But when he's done with the Tzaras, you got to come out to the bear. The bear is ready to go right away. The Karpa is not just for those avera. The Tzaras is got for those avera. Once you get to Tzaras, you go through the process, now he's good to go. No more avera left. Once the Karpa will be ready to come back into the house, which is actually in the Torah. And therefore, it will not be relevant to this case, because this case we'll be talking about a pesha, some type of avera, and not just for pesha. Okay, the Imanaz here.
It's okay.
Maybe Imanaz time, maybe the Shabbat another is not allowed to come time, and maybe that's what it costs. Or he wants it to feel it, the nice Torah, and he brings either doves, with some types of turtle doves or birds. So he brings those things.
My pull-ups are crazy.
Again, that's definitely leniency. You think that instead of bringing a carbon copter, an animal gets to bring birds. Perhaps that's the difference that we find. It will tell you that this Sarya actually comes to serve as a kapara for that person. And Rothschild was called Katasa and Rothschild. He said the call Katasa, the lower Rothschild, and therefore that comes to exclude the case of the Nazir. If you see Rashi, the Rothschild, and he says, if you might see Nazir carbon, you'll make the around Zirith paramount. He's coming for the Tyra, but not for the sake. Here's what's Rashi up to bring the Zirith, the Kosovo, what Kylos and Zirith doesn't actually carbon. So this is much more relevant for the Zirith and not for the sake of the carbon. Okay. The Rezer Atzar, the Unmenogin on the fact. Okay, fine. You just told me that the start was coming for the Tuma aspect, but not for the capital cage. Hold on, what happens to Rezer Atzar? The Unmenogin on the focus. And no Jackson and Carbon, because you didn't have it. What do you have it? Again, the Gemara tells us that his outcome in a young. But it's all to give us certain beautiful things to enjoy this world. And he didn't ask us to make it up. So now he goes home and turns himself to another, so makes himself a 59, to a certain extent, there's no hair on his hands for forbidding himself to drink wine. So now you know, maybe indeed, there is a case, there is an affair by another, and that would be the case if the Sarah couldn't get done for, unless it's Sarah, the shoe doesn't go in Mukha, the older gives him and says, no, you don't need that, you don't need this whole Joshua to find a difference, it's not necessary, you just darkens the fact that it's not so intelligent because it says, meet from us, that's how to say only one specific Tumah, which is and nothing else. Okay, now getting to this opinion. Shimon says you learn it now from its actual phrase. Harei Omer, the Efer Alako, that's the what I just explained, what I just spoke out. He explains, Harei Omer, the Pasuk says, the Efer Alakodesh, and Mitumos, it goes ahead and serves on the Kodesh, which is a kapara in the Kodesh inside the sanctuary. Mitumos serves as atonement for some of the Tumos, which means, he explains, Mitumos, some Kodesh. In other words, the idea is it serves as a tumah in the Kodesh. So again, the way he explains this is that it says very clearly the Pasuk itself, you read it and understand it. What is it saying? It's saying the people the soil, this goat, have not listening, which is going to be brought inside. It is Metaphera, it serves as an atonement, Mishum Oath, from its Tumah. Which Tumah is that in March 3rd? Mishum Oath. In other words, we just got finished explaining that the first opinion is understood that there's just some random single Tumah that it atones. We have a list. Is it going to be a Zara, is he going to be Nazir or your leather and Torah? Any of these cases, very nice. That makes sense if you just have some type of difference. But if you read the Pasuk and you understand what it says, the Pasuk seems to say very clearly, which means Mitzum also from its Tumah. What is that? Tumah Sosai Kodesh, a person who violates the Kodesh. How do you violate the Kodesh? You violate the Kodesh either by entering the sanctuary when you're coming, or by consuming something which is sanctified or consecrated while you are Tameh, and that is really what the Pasuk means. You know, it says, that's the case. Shaper Ka'amar with Sin. This sounds pretty good. In other words, read the Pasuk and understand. Now, when you do that, you went ahead and made this whole graph over here. What was so difficult? Why can't you just read the Pasuk and consider it? Well, it says, if you do the Amar, we can tell you, I heard me all that. He reads this very differently. He says, I need that for something else. You hate me, you deny me, it's him, so you now get the hate. Exactly as you do. You deny me, it's him, with the blood of his body, reads and has no allergies to him. So, and in Kippur, what a large part of the Avodah is sprinkling the blood. So they take this, soy are not listening, what they do is they'll set
the shit out of the rhino world.
and there you have.
They would have come in here and been like, dog, you're never going to believe it. I destroyed it.
After It goes to the Akas V'Sheva. So there's a whole process of doing what else? And 7 down.
But they had medicine for it.
Maybe guys do an addition for us after davening, but after daf, but this is part of the perception. So now, if he says, Efer al Kodesh B'Shumos, B'Shumos HaKodesh, what he understands this is that he made you the Avish, L'fnai L'fnim, exactly as you do inside the Kodesh HaKodesh. You sprinkle the blood 1 up and 7 down. You do that
Who's this
again
bitch?
near the Kodesh. Inside the sanctuary, which is, in other words, you have the Kodesh HaKodesh. So being a bond between
So here's the deal,
the
though.
two rods on the Aron, that's where it's done for. And the pasuk says the Hebrew.
They're trying to fucking
Al HaKodesh B'Shumos tells me to do it again. Where? Because that's the purpose, the curtain that separates the sanctuary, the holy place from the holy of holy place. You do it again. In other words, the way he understands it is not that it serves as an atonement for something that was
Raw
done.
comedy.
Rather, he says,
Watch
the process, the kippur that you're going to do, the process of doing this kapara is done by Kodesh. He understands it very differently than it shouldn't get the estimate to say. The kippur ala Kodesh Mitzvah, some Mitzvah Kodesh, Sapakama, oh, by the way, he needs that creation of the fabulous myth. That's what we do. After Tanah, show the Makra. Now the base is exactly the same thing in the Hayfel. We do it 1 up and 7 down on the surface. Okay, so Mark says, all right. So now once we're getting into this, if that's the case, if Shimon, how does he know? How does Shimon know to even repeat the process of sprinkling the blood a second time on the process? And it says, who is the Yasa? The pasuk says very clearly, the Yasa, read the pasuk, says, the people our Kodesh with Timot today, so the Shemot HaKadosh, and it says very clearly, the pain, Yasa, L'Ohel, Moed. So, Shabbat down in the all right. So it says, Shimon, I don't need to understand the word.
Right over on. Come on, Zoo.
1 up and 7 down inside the Kodesh.
No, Zoo.
You know why? That's because it says, look what God said.
The state finalist. 2 days ago.
Said that.
So,
Zoo.
but here's the, and I just looked it up. Here's a side effect, right?
Tells you
Side
that
effect.
the Yasa, such shall be done.
And this is a serious side effect from
Chelsea.
I may have thought what you're telling me is to bring a second
gland
set
stop
of
pressing.
kabanas.
No way.
That's a pretty big deal.
He's on there.
But I mean,
He doxed himself. No way.
Same fire, not your foot. You use it to love
I love this song. There he is.
He's not looking for some type of similarity or substance in people to Russia, but we tell them that what is special and that's what this problem comes to a test for. Why? Because once you understand it, it's pretty clear in the process. And so you can in other words, what it means is it's coming, you don't have to call it for some type of similar that happened by person. The link is that that's the case. The person eats person when you're coming, or a person who walks into the sanctuary when you're coming.
This woman's bisexual, which is cool. We're all bisexual. You're bored enough. Let's hear her shit.
That's your joke? I like her music. Good. Ryan over him. Zeus. Zeus. Yeah, who's this guy?
I may say, not spend the best possible carbon Ola after time was the carbon Ola. I'm looking at further this nothing hold on. The first one that there have been major retirees. There's never the ability to be a carbon. You could do that, you could do all kinds of things to fix that mistake. However, carbon is not on the table. Carbon is never going to be relevant for a person who doesn't have very intention. So I would have thought maybe I have to step that further over to say,
I just have a story about the gym, but it's
if
fun.
that is true the case, the person knows
Now, look at this. What are your thoughts? Zoot, come on, do you think he won?
Never finds out about it.
If he won,
Now the problem is that's not a
all
case where
of
he can.
us sure, you're not funny people. I just saw it
He finally has like the epiphany. Like, hold on a second. I just realized in my timeline I violated my Torah. I ate kachim, or I walked into Beis Hamikdash. Maybe that's not a case that could be determined by the Saranat's opinion, because it's not perfectly comparable to a case of intentional sin. Intentional sin never gets to be a carbon. This one potentially carry a carbon as soon as he finds out about it. So maybe that this carbon is not going to serve as an example for that. Remind you, so what would be the case then? He does not know initially that there's a problem with eating kachim or walking into the Beis Hamikdash when he's tummy. But afterwards, he did find out about it. So he was ignorant. He just never knew to walk into the Beis Hamikdash. He never knew that while he's tummy, he can't eat kachim. So what does he do? He shows up at a kachim party. His friend, the Rothschild, he invites him more. He sits down to eat it, and he's enjoying it. And afterwards, he's so inspired, and he enjoys. He joins the Daf Yomi share afterwards. He's like, "Oh man, I just found out what I did yesterday was not okay." However,
you think there's a chance he won?
Nope.
That would be impossible. They're on that fucking weird time though. Maybe he's still competing.
He doesn't know about it initially. He finds out about it at the end. However, in which case we're like, good. If he knows about it initially, but does not know about it at the end.
Oh, dude, he hasn't gone yet. Do you think he has a chance? What would you say to Zoo? I'm very proud of you, but I don't think you're funny. Really? I don't think you're a funny comedian. You can be funny like when we're just hanging out, but you would say he's not funny? He's predictable. But I love his courage. I love his fortitude. I love that. So that's okay. You don't think he's funny at all?
We spent so much time. We just got finished explaining that that's the case where
I think he's funny. Funny, like a clown, like he amuses you. I think he's.
He never had an idea at the end. That's
funny.
When the Sa'ir actually comes and gives him a kapara. Now,
but not in a comedic way. Really?
The question was,
no. I watch comedians all fucking day. I'm watching 3 of them right now. 2 of them right now. I watch another 2. I watch comedians all fucking day. I know what funny is. Really? Yeah, funny's funny. And Zoot ain't funny. Really?
So you violated it, and then afterwards you found out. Now you think
it's nothing against him.
And you look through the Gemara and say, no, I just learned.
His jokes just aren't very creative.
Really?
Has he ever had a funny joke?
So I have to have knowledge at the beginning, knowledge at the end.
It's just maybe I'm
wrong. I have to have some type of lapse in memory. But if I never knew about it initially, so I'm never able to bring a card bar.
Did you like him? Oh, and people are different. So maybe people think that shit's funny. Adelaide, what the fuck?
But that's before I tell a joke story, Tiger's 9, Tiger's 9, bench 75 pounds yesterday. That's the Sayer, I'm sorry to forget outside. And the Kipper itself actually serves in his presence.
Whereas the sunset, I may have said, not sure. In other words, I don't know which one does it. In other words, you're right. There's a third option and the third option. You have this go which is service inside and the go which is service outside. I don't know which one serves for which such as well there. So on the cloud, the Pasuk says, the whole Kakasa, the whole says, the cloud, the little Kakasa. There has to be something which is supposedly eligible for the Kakasa. And therefore, I'm not going to keep it around. So Lord says, okay, fine. Now we look everything lines up. The Sarnath Christian is fornicator, a person knew about it, in the beginning, had a lapse of memory, and never found out about it afterwards. The Sarnath Christian is for a person who did not know about it initially, and he violates the Sarnath, and he finds out about it afterwards. That's the Sarnath about this. And you're supposed to be in the top of that.
Growing so much that I don't know if they even get sore. It's just like
no, just explain the last how you know that it's really Rothschild, the third screen, the third screen line of Rothschild, the third Kakasa, what is this with the same from the Kakasa? Lomar to say, Aksa Kuba Pesa, Anibar Carbon, Yitla Aksa Kakasa. In other words, he has to be right now, while Kakasa, in other words, that's more from the word, the third Kakasa, since it does not say Kishay and Pumei Kakasa, it says, you would call Kakasa. And that obviously refers to a case where there was in the beginning. Okay, now it's
and
when this conflict hard to work. Why does it have this, what's this, it's quasi-kapara, it's total. This is like the tones in there. Whereas the six is make-a-kasam to the Quran. If it's going to make-a-kasam, then you'd be right. That's the six, make-a-kasam, the half-kasam, make-a-kasam. It has to be, so the can come to a kappa, but that was supposed to be new right initially. Now the closing Christians didn't know that it was right. If you found out about it later, then they could expect their kappa. As well as hold on. So it's not the whole kapara, even after famous make-a-kappa, lama taya. It doesn't have a full kapara. So what is this thing that's hanging in there for? On a zero Roma, the root to say is, it may take forever. We mentioned this way yesterday because we got to consider this. But now we're going to ask you, what does it mean that it's Torah, that it hangs in there? In other words, it sounds like you're bringing a carbon, it serves as an atonement, but what type of atonement? So what is that? So the law says the first suggestion is that what if he dies before he has that opportunity to bring a carbon? In other words, he dies before he has this last piece of knowledge, he has to bring a carbon. The law says perhaps carbon will serve as a kapara. In other words, he dies clean. On the level, that's not necessary. In May, once he dies, Misa Marekas. What Misa does is, that itself is an atonement. Itself is a cleansing. So the person dies, and then he will send a cleanser for a case where a person could not have water carbon. In other words, typically a person has to do two, but there are things a person can't do two or more. Misa serves as a kapara for that. Or Misa serves as a kapara for a kefir to the true. Why? Because he doesn't have the knowledge. Therefore, it is necessary to recover for that. So that itself will clean that up. Now, what does it do? Well, how do you know this? We mentioned yesterday, it's protection from these two. Because when it comes to Averos, so there is the element to do to, which is the full Shiva Gemura. And when it's perfect, she does that, there's a potential person might suffer until then. So these components that are brought into the Semitic serve as a protection from the potential issue. Then the more goes on to another case. Newton tells us, every idea of Kiwa, the eighth idea of the sorry, not the person who's important about that. That's the discussion, which is that the person does not know about it and know about the, there's no knowledge of the atonement beforehand or the consequences of the atonement beforehand. Then he violates it and he finds out about afterwards. So the Sarnath the foot, the goat which is service outside from the Kippur on the top of that. And one says, hold on, let's take a look at this. It's two things, it's La'adat, and the Mishnah actually goes to the Hakim. This book is to remind us what the Mishnah says. The Mishnah tells us, Anybody idea about Tila, does not know about English, aber jedes idea about so, starting off the first one before the Kapper, this will be the Gemara, so never for a thousand apostles, Revan, Tata, Sakipurim, besides the Kapper, I'm not the Zema Kapper, the Zema Kapper. This one is the Kapper, the other one's the Kapper as well. Another not the inside one, in the Kapper, however, if you get the idea, in the Kapper, however, if you keep the rest or something. In other words, the inside shot here serves for someone that would be at the beginnings, or maybe at the end. The outside one serves for similar capacity, but we're using the idea at the end, so it's supposed to be the whereas the outside, so the description is this level. Since these two are juxtaposed to each other, the proper meaning every day, but I just one would have two, one would just have one. Would have what's the other allow it to do both. Now what's the difference? Nafkamina, they have the love of pizza. It would just make a big difference if they, for some reason, you don't have the opportunity to bring the SAR outside, so the inside SAR will serve as a bar. But it says, no, can't do that. I'm across. The pasuk says, Akas, Kapara Akas, Vatapar, then the Tapar has to take a hold. The pasuk says, the son of Aaron, Eshtiga the Barosh of Sarafai, the scandal of his call of the case, his Papa Shayim Kofatosan, the left one pasuk is starting.
The third round. I thought there was a moment in the round that what's the other guy?
Keeper Aaron, Akarati, Akas Fasana, Midana Fasas, that he put in Akas the Fasas. Important to note, Akas twice in the pasuk. That's what that the pasuk said. Keeper Aaron, Akarati, Akas Fasana once a year. Midana Fasas, Akas Fasana.
You're able to stop.
So the Akas, the extra Akas, tells you that it works for one, but not to work for Akas, for Akas, the Akas, then the Akas, take a hold. But we can find. If that's the case, then we do the other way. We chop it. So now you know, what you start out about sex works for the case of inside the tool. You deal with Tila, Ella, and then no idea at the end. But my the other meaning is not my double thing. And what's the double side? It must be back to the ready difference. The Tuma, the deal thing that was that. That would work if there was a Tuma that happened in between. In other words, the guy was there and kicker, and he's coming, and he walks in. Like, Sarah, it's your kicker. And we just watched the time off. Then you look at the end, because always the other comment earlier, you get next week can't finish it, because it's not idea, because you do that, but I'm just going to say it. And Mark says, I'm a prayer, Akas, Batana, Kafar, Zoo, Lukahay, Ella, Akas, so this part only happens once a year. Again, this is the word Akas tells you it only happens once a year. More really moves on a little further.
My question was then,
no, down now. Maybe we are. The kid of the idea of itself. Bar cover. It's a question of all. We have the earlier. He says, you have to have the idea of the kid. And he says, even the idea of exactly when you learn in school as a child is not necessary. So according to him,
what's up, what's his name?
What is it that the son has to put to work on the retail? You can external salty air built to go get service outside, serve for a football person who does not know about it initially, and then he violates it, and then eventually finds out that's where the son has to put to work for the children. What do you need that for? So it'll be quite pretty small. This guy can be a combo. So you want to see the mind about that? What should you do that for? I'll say anybody would need a little bit too little bit. According to him, the candidate works for that case must be a person with absolutely no knowledge of it. Not before, not after. So you must know. That's necessary. It's high school results. So the production of conflict. That is really taken care of for serious production. It's taken care of by the goods that are brought on your young and a returner. What's the solar? The mayor of the command, I'm a policy in comparison to shadow. All of this either in the Kapara is equal, or put this Gaza, and with the oil, put this Gaza. That's why you have to have the sign up the church, because the total fee and the only servants that can take this Gaza. You have to own out of this. So what would he actually live here? Might have to take this piece of the thing. All of this will tell us it's a piece of the thing. It's just what's the next. So for what purpose? He doesn't need that Kapara. He must say, ain't no copper.
And it hurt, but in my head, I was like, oh man, I was almost
It's just like George said, not many stuff like the kids I want in without the Caraveros. The food is not the fucking Caraveros. Other that's the pizza and top of the Caraveros. It's only going to be without the taste of the focus reduction. In other words, we have various different tastes of the production. UDFSO, no UDFSO, no UDFSO, not from the beginning, not neo, no food from the relative position. That's the fact. Like it tells us it has to be in the concept in the parsha of the if it's within that, it could be a kafara. If it's not, then it is not. The Rothschild have a wonderful shop.
And then he gets up, okay, in the next round, Patty was going blow for blow. I think he was coming back. I think that was like, whoa, this kid is about to really get into it. It definitely didn't help. It definitely didn't help things. You know what I'm saying? Didn't fucking help now. But if you're a fighter, like think about this. And I'm not saying that there are some guys that Cyril got in particular, John Jones back in the day. But if you know, it's such an advantage if you can poke a guy in the eye, kick him in the nuts. It changes the fight. If you know that, and you know they're not taking a point away,
that Zion is going to begin.
If it's like, by all means necessary, we know you're going to get disciplined, I would probably tell my father's
family parents to show up the start of the year as they support the research total for all of Omni Show. We also take school around the practice the classroom of the shooting one. The rest of the artists was falling on the practice. Each of them kept their opinion on the artists just as the case of Cheney. Every time I realized the time was coming. We have to think, Harry and Haley Lipsman for Dutch for the shooting.
I think this one is so hot.
Mother Lucas, the team, Ruffalo, Basuri,
This is beautiful.
Okay, but here's my other question for you. This is a technical question, and you and Nick can know this part. The announcers, you can hear them saying that the Patty's corner is like,
back to the Mishnah.
Take him down.
The Mishnah taught us halakha was a Yediyah Batsira. So we're talking about bringing a carbon olive for somebody who knows before he becomes tummy. Becoming tummy comes along with certain restrictions.
He is so beautiful.
And some of those restrictions are
Hey, eat this bitch's box of French fries.
He's also not allowed to eat kachip. He can't eat carbonos.
Like, I think this bitch is one of the prettiest bitches in the world.
All the way back to the basement.
Really? She is exciting. This bitch is excitingly beautiful. Really? Yeah, I've never called a bitch that, but she's like, she makes my eyes huge. I think this bitch is so hot. Really? Bitch is smoking.
However, it comes along with one important exception, which is that is the carbon compound that is on a sliding scale. Depending on your financial standings,
Would you smell this bitch's stink? It was hot as fuck. God, I want to get off of it. It's just too hot. God damn. Only 166 posts. Is this real?
There's another fundamental question about United. How do I know?
They're done.
Now, it's important to understand that we're talking about these clips over here. You don't put on your
on those takes.
Think of your crop. In Paracay, you start reading from Pasuk page in Paracay. It says, "O nefesh shetiga v'chodar tamei." Person touches something that's ritually impure. O v'nivlas tayet shemeya, or he touches the veil of the corpse, the tayet nima, an unkosher, non-kosher animal. Or v'nivlas behemoth tamei, or the corpse is behemoth tamei. Or v'nivlas sheretz tamei. Again, the corpse of a physically thing. And now Arimanu gets better when he covers the outfit. He becomes tamei, and he has.
Is this bitch done with him?
Has it there, all the way through Pasuk Yudala. So you find a number of different descriptions.
I thought they broke up.
But there's one very important omission. It doesn't say that when the person became Kameh, that he's done anything else. It just describes what the infant perceived as the sin of becoming Kameh. Therefore, if you look at Rashi, Rashi explains this Gemara is, look at Rashi, the Hebrew master is famous question about it. Pash was carbon over the Yoreh, the Chayavase carbon alpha. The Pash will describe this variable carbon depending on your status. It does not describe over there. Minayin she'ein mekaybo al maga, ela imkein el kalb oso tumah kodesh or mishkah. How do I know that maybe perhaps by merely becoming Kameh, that's enough to require me to bring a carbon? In other words, the Pasuk couldn't just describe a person becomes Kameh, and then goes on to describe this person being a carbon. Now, how do I know that those psukim are not requiring any person coming into contact with anything which is impure to bring a carbon after on the way out?
Damn, bitch. Thought this bitch was single. It's finally my time to pounce.
And the Rishonim actually deal with this. Rashi deals with it, among others, because we don't find anywhere, unless you're a Kohen, becoming to a person, to a body, or if it happens to be during the time of the Leo the Rego, where a person becomes Kohen, we don't find anywhere in the Torah that it says it's forbidden to become Kohen. Maybe it's just with one becoming, because we don't do it for impure, but the idea, the notion that a person should be a carbon over the Yori, is a kappa, just because we touched a dead animal, something that is a major novelty, we didn't even think that. That's not true. You don't have to be a carbon. The fact that you think about that is also a bit fitted. Rashi nevertheless understands that's what the Gemara means. The Gemara means that perhaps all the things that just by merely becoming Kameh, that is enough to require the person to be a carbon. Now, says the Gemara, how do I know that that's not true? And the only time a person wants to be a carbon is if they are Kameh, they want to commit sin. Or how they are Kameh, they eat something. That's the Gemara. The Nayan Jan comes to the Dada, however, to this Mikdash Shukadash. Why? It's one of these things which I can figure out from the logical experts. I can figure it out by myself. Now, why? Why is it being here on the South Turma, the Chayiv Cover on Turma, because the Torah warned us when it came to certain parts of Turma. There's a warning. Torah tells us. There's a warning, and there's also a context. Here's the warning. The warning of courage. And the dying earlier, dying without children is described. A person does this thing to make it, so we have this warning that for a person who intentionally goes ahead while he is coming, goes ahead and he's touching. The same thing would be true if I could also go ahead and apply the carbon. I would get the person to bring the sacrifice for his final days. But he says it's followed. Not is never on a solid tumah. Just like when there is a warning and a punishment for courage. When it comes to the tumah, low hizr on a shell to the only time you find that there is a punishment of courage is only when a person violates some sort of What does that mean? Enters the sanctuary of the Sunday. So that's the only place there's going to be a courage. There's no heat of courage for a person touching a dead animal, a dead rodent. So now everybody knows there's no heat of courage for that. So therefore, if you understand, the person intentionally touches a dead rodent, there's no heat of courage. The heat of courage only gets the person subsequently then goes ahead, enters the base of Mikdash, or he's touching. That's the heat of courage. I would say, when it comes to mistake, other types of mistakes, there's a time of fix, you won't be a punishment, or here, but I would get to bring a carbon, and that's what happened was that he entered the base of Mikdash, or he touched. It's not simply going to be an obligation to be covered all the earth. Every kind of person touches the corpse of a dead animal, which is painful. So, we compare the obligation or the punishment of kares to the obligation to bring a carbon, just like the obligation or the kiyuv the car is only going to be relevant
He's already falling
when the
before he
person
says,
goes ahead and walks into the base of Mikdash, or he's touching while he's coming intentionally. Okay, the flip side
It's
of
a
that
great
was
time to say I'm going to be
unintentional.
streaming
That the rear
UFC
carbon is only
325
if he
on
walks
Saturday.
into the
Oh
base
yeah,
of
I
Mikdash, or
got
he's
that on my
touching,
YouTube channel
not to
with
do
possibly my
but
good new
okay.
friend Le'Veon
The martial
Bell.
art. We
Former
can
Steelers
accept
legend.
that. We can accept, and everyone now accepts that there's no obligation whatsoever to create cover just by merely becoming cover.
I'm going to be on tour, chrisleah.com. You can go get tickets.
So
I'll be in
that's the case.
Cincinnati. I'll
How
be in
do I
St.
know
Louis. I'll be in a
which
bunch of different places
things
in Australia.
I would have
And
done
I just
that
announced
were obligated to be a cover?
Portugal.
You're assuming
So I'll be
that
on
the person who comes to cover, the only two actions that require him to be a carbon is either eating touching, eating and sacrificing, or walking into the base of it. Okay, fine. Maybe it's for something else. You want
Why
to say, hey,
Why is the truck the other way?
maybe it's something else. Parents love to eat sugar. Now, it's true when he's coming. Maybe he'll be left to bring this carbon. It's true while he's coming. Why? Because here's the honest. There's a warning about eating. There's a warning and a punishment on Yisibidei Shemayim, which is chicken and porridge. It means right early, which doesn't come along with an anything to do with children. So now, perhaps in that case, I would say, that's the case we have to cover over the other. When a Kohen eats trua while he is coming, in that case, he has to bring cover over the other. If he knew beforehand that you're not allowed to, in other words, he knew in advance that if he comes time, he can't eat trua. Then he came coming, then he had a lapse of memory. He forgot. So what did he do? He ate truma, and then after, like, oh, there, I can't believe it. I just ate truma, and I'm coming. Maybe that's the case we have to bring cover over the other. And it's not talking about a case where he eats, touches, like from the sacrificial offering, or when he walks to the base of the cup, Mark says that that's not going to work. Why? Because low after Karavon Misa, the Chayv Alecha, you do not find in the field of Misa B'nei Shemaim that the flip side of that is that a person is going to have to be recovered with Misa. Mark says, really? Is that really true? How many Misa B'nei Shemaim? Sure, they don't find a person to be recovered Katos, which is not a sliding scale cover. It's not variable. It's set. Anyone who has to do cover Katos has to read exactly the same cover Katos. Over the Yoreh, and they see maybe he should actually have to cover over the Yoreh, variable cover. In other words, you're right. You never bring a cover Katos in a case where you know for sure. Sorry. We know that he has to be Shemayim, but maybe coming over the Yoreh has that halachic dispensation depending on your finances, how much you have to do. Maybe that, but you will have to do it even when it comes to Shemayim. Now, what's the rationale to say this? You need the Hava, just like we find that Shmias Kol, what you can say that. Shmias Kol, what is Shmias Kol against this later in the Sefta? Shmias Kol is when a person takes an oath who does not know English. There's a possible part that says that a person is obligated to say English before witness, to become a witness, before their testimony in a particular case if they know it. Now, a person takes an oath, they don't have any knowledge of a particular circumstance, that's Shmias Kol, that's the halacha. The person does that intentionally. There's no being used at all. It's still up to halacha. The halacha is just coming over the other if he does that unintentionally. The same is true was Peter. Again, a person violates the notice. He will do something. Which will second. I don't want to get into this whole discussion right now. But essentially, what he does is he swears falsely. Whether it's amazing, potentially, or unintentionally, in that case, he's fine. Even though there's no current or Misa, still there is a going on with Olivia. So we find Olivia can't be introduced. No, says no. Amar Kra, this is very important to remember this. Amar Kra, the Pasuk says very clearly, oh, Asher Yiga, the Shumas Adam, the Fukumas, Asher Yitna, Ba. Now we find that many times when it says Ba, the specification of Ba is Ba Limit. It comes to exclude Ba Truma. So therefore, in other words, you're right. Logically, it can be that we would exclude the case of eating truma. Sorry, I said that wrong. Logically, what you can say is that the heel, carbon, opioid, bringing this very sacrifice, would be for Cohen, the 8 truma, while he was punished by mistake. However, the word saw in the Pasuk tells you we're going to exclude that case. So therefore, when do we find that a person brings a carbon over the yoke, the variable carbon, that's when he knew in advance that becoming Tameh restricts him from walking to the base of Mikdash or partaking in a meal that includes sacrifices. Now, he became Tameh, and then he forgot that he was Tameh, or he forgot that it's also for doing this thing. He did it walking to the base of Mikdash, so he ate a carbon, and then afterwards, like, oh man, I just remembered that I want to do that. I just recognized I'm not supposed to walk to the base of Mikdash, so I'm not supposed to do this carbon. So now it didn't cover all of the others. That's the case we come over the other as well. How about the exact same case of what was the error that he made? The error was the 8 truma. In that case, logically, yes, he didn't cover all of the others. Over the Pasuk, Paul tells you, no cover all of the others when a person mistakenly eats truma while he is covered. That is marvelous on says,
when you see someone get on stage,
since it says Ba, which is explicit, but how do you know what to exclude? Ema Ba,
and then
that's calculated from the other others. How do you know that Ba, the extra word Ba in the Pasuk is excluding where a person's error is that he is truma? Maybe Ba is telling you that if a person walks into the base of Mikdash, it covers over the others, not sufficient. That is maybe, yes, if a person violates or makes his mistake, and violates the divinity when he's Tameh, it is covered over the others. What is the word? Ba to exclude? This is the case. The person who walks into the base of Mikdash, that's the case. It will not be sufficient for him to bring a carbon over the others. They will have to bring a real Agamasi carbon to bear. The Gemara says, Kali Rabbi, I led the Rabbi, Dola, and Mayim, and Yvonne Tameh. Rabbi said, I'm about to teach you something that I learned from Rabbi, and this teaching that I have from Rabbi is an example of how deep Rabbi's understanding of Torah was. He was able to go ahead and draw water from the depths of the well. What does it mean? It means that he really understood how to read seconds, how to balance in the process, how to get the truth of the process, and therefore, says Rabbi, notice yourself. So this one's going to be really good. What does he say? The Tanya, for Seder Braisa, Rabbi Omer, Rabbi teaches us the following. Esra Ani, Taya. The Pasuk mentions Taya. Behema Lomanema. What is this talking about? This is the Pasuk that says the following. O Nefesh Asher Tiga, for a person who will come into contact with anything which is something you read this before.
Somebody sneezed and they kept sneezing in the front row.
It's the Pasuk in Vayikra. And it says, a Nefesh Asher Tiga, for a Open Niglas Chaya Tameya, or in the course of a Chaya Tameya, and then it goes on and says Open Niglas Behema Tameya, or the course of Behema. Now, what is the difference between a Chaya and a Behema? Now, the truth is, a Chaya is generally described a wild animal, and a Behema describes a domesticated animal. However, it's not so specific. So an animal will be included in the Chaya. So therefore, the Gemara says the following: Esra Mikaya, the Hebrew woman number. Why is the Pasuk get every different type of mammal? Why can't you just say
You know what's up,
Kaya along with the Hema? So we understand it's whether it's Nema times Behema Tmeya. Now that it says Behema Tmeya, and the Pasuk came with Meya. The Nema, how long it takes to go on, Behema Tmeya. What's that Pasuk talking about? So read that Pasuk. That Pasuk is in Vayikra.
and that's okay. But it's good, but it's fine. I'm here to really drill these bits into the ground. Don't talking about narrative is Iron Maga, comedian Chris Lee, Rants, and Carvio's for the ball, both Japan.
This is like over the Hema, Tmeya, over the Pasuk Tmeya, the Otal, Nibisar, Ziva, Hashpam. This Pasuk is very clear. What does it say? A person becomes Tmeya, whether it's Tmeya because he touched a person who was Tmeya, or an animal Tmeya, or some kind of world that was Tmeya. And what does he do? The Otal, Nibisar, Ziva, Hashpam. He's taking the cotton in the meal, and the color Tmeya. Clearly, We have another pasuk which is talking about a person eating carbon while he is tummy. That pasuk is open and shut. It's the pasuk that not his child. It says very clearly that's talking about a person who eats touches. Now, what are we going to do? We'll draw a heckish. We're going to say, remember how long they're going to fit. Now, just like the pasuk later in the pasuk, saying this is also to make sense. How do you make this up? To make this up is because of the fact that the word behema is extra. You couldn't just say the person a chaya would have included any kind of behema. Why does it say chaya and behema? The answer is the extra word behema was put near lahakish era. To draw this juxtaposition between these two different chickens. And here when it says behema, it's talking about a person who goes around these touches. This is also
this little fat guy.
Rabbi teaches us that if a person is touching while he is coming, that is sufficient for him to be recovered over the yoke. So now, which case is the case of being coming over the yoke? The person is coming and he is touching. That is actually okay. Very nice. The person is touching. Too much. Very nice. Now we figured out that one of the cases where being coming over the yoke is the person eats from a carbon while he is coming. How do I know that a person walks into this make it right coming? You don't have to be coming over the yoke. I'm not sure the person says, but I told us so. See that?
First of all, these guys are fighting.
So this is talking about when a woman is experiencing too much fear like that. So why gets too much fear like that? That's success very clearly. Two of her restrictions are, so according to Spitz, she can't touch anything which is sanctified. She can't walk into the base of Mikdash. What does that mean?
It's never good when you watch a basketball game.
Is Kish Mikdash the cover? We now have this pasuk which says these two are always going Therefore, whenever we have a halacha about eating touches, always going to be better than fishing. So we figured out how we know that the time of approaching the time of the others, whether the stomach is, or they are accidentally eat touches, or they want to
everything's gay.
No. If that's the case, then we have not yet accepted. We're back to square one.
My thing is even if you
Well,
personally,
back to square one. I guess Truma Nami. That would include Truma as well. Like, I'm a Nava for Kodesh for Shiga. The Bible tells you that you're religious. You should not touch anything which is Kodesh. It says, tell Kodesh for Shiga. Your Ravos, that's a Truma. The extra word call tells you all sanctified things, even Truma. That is where it says, okay, very good. You're right. But you forgot something from the previous from our Amos, from our Gemara. That excludes
Tell
Truma.
like 40 games on
Okay, Gemara says,
I think that
if that's the case, then
obviously
you're right, you have a heckish, but if there's a meal, if there's an exclusion in the pasuk, it excludes something. Maybe that's just not exclusion case.
But if that's your whole personality,
I'll
you
use
can
my
tell
brain for
this
this.
kid's
The
parents'
stop
whole
draw makes up
personality is
my
right.
kiddo. If I
That's
have to
the
choose
thing.
one to exclude, I would rather not exclude the one to right. It's in the current. And that's all. If I want to do that, it's is going to have to say three times. So why not? You have to half off the clock. One of them is say it generally. The half off the clock. Another one is say it specifically. The half off the tuma, actually the prayer stop. One of them is good. So now, in a case we have actually solved practice cycles. No, we're not. We're actually entirely different types of stuff. I want to go through all this history is that we know from 2 days ago that there's something called a cloud process cloud. Cloud process cloud is the first generalization, a specification, and then another generalization. What you walk away from that is saying, whatever the halacha is talking about needs to be something similar to the cloud. Not exactly like the prophet similar to the cloud. Here we are in a different world. We are in a world like something said, the cloud, the mitzvah of the cloud, so you say this thing, we say it's very dominant, we're going. So what is that to say? You have to look at Lamed, actually, basically, it's a different type of mechanism, which is, you have a generalization, and then a specification, where going to say the specification is not limiting it to one thing, but it's colliding the general. It's different than a cloud of the cloud, not just the cloud of the cloud, another different than the cloud of the cloud, but the basic point, the only other than the single practice is all practice cloud needs to be placed in each other. For example, the prophet said, and then it's specification, and then generalization, some of the same part. But we have to but it's limiting the generalization to a certain extent. Let's see what that looks like in your case. I don't know what that is for. Rabbi, too much code. You're in too much code. You're not doing it Rabbi. You're eating too much pizza. You're applying it to me. Let's just explain what this is. It says when it comes to Islam, these times that a person can violate the pizza family of property and get fired. What is that? A person's tummy is the part of plumbing, highest fire is what they intention. Then it says in the second part. In that case, why in one country it says touch him,
you do this one? Just go down to San Antonio.
why are you then repeating the same halacha in the understand from your ears has to be touched in the face. The person sees any touch in the face, while he's coming, they see a card, he does it intentionally, or if he does it unintentionally, it will be a cover over the other. Now, why does the card limit it to his stomach? The limit is to only touch in the face, which is safe by us, I'm going to put the small on the face. However, it's really touching on the face. So if somebody donated some kind of food to the community, and then somebody
that part.
That should be a sample. Then it lift ahead and it says again another generalization. So now I'm going to proceed. And the generalization should be anything is sanctified. Or anything is responsible. I have a specification of Shlomo which says it has to be something which is dedicated to the mission staff, and now everything is just concentrated to the fun of the coach. And then you have another one, which again opens it up to all content. So now what's the third one doing? I don't know.
You could do it better.
So how do you know? What I'm going to say is, this is going to take too much color. The main activity is too much color. Now, I don't need to tell you too much color because you're going to do something about it. Why not? Because when you learn it, you're going to know exactly what you're doing. You're going to talk to you earlier in this video, you have to explain how people work together. And you're going to just going to look at apply your students to that thing. Because this is
When the sun comes down in a sleepy little town, down around San Antonio. The people on the thing stay, and there's a world of pain. When you're talking about the child to grow, whoa, child to grow. When the people, we all live around, they all talk about town. And the band comes and the name line, round and going down. Okay, then again, I say, and the burn is burning again. When they're talking about the trying to grow, whoa, trying to grow. No, that was sick when you didn't know the lyrics.
So for him, the third one will include the kata, which is going to where the avoid is done on the inside of his back. The top of it, I would have thought, and if I would say Tigo, and there's what's coming down the other side, come out the line. In other words, the bottom line is there are two things you can include. Either a person eating wood, or a person eating from a cargo kata, which is service on the inside of his back. One of those two, if you're a very well person, you'll say it's about eating the wood. If you're a certain person, you say it's about a cargo, which is service inside his back. Either way, you have something to include from that. Let's not run in the fire. So you want to look at that. So we're kind of in trouble over here because we don't know that this is including the specific Shubdasha. Maybe it's including these other things. I'm now done. Major Rabbi, too much to follow. You're right. We're not focusing on the word Paris that it says here. We're focusing on the word Toma that it says here. Why do you have to say Toma? Because we'll repeat exactly the same way.
There's a new thing coming, saying that I'm gonna help you. You're the bad one and the tell my son. You can even hear the music at night. No, it's a part of the Lone Star State. People don't seem to care. They just keep on looking to the east. Talking about the China grow. Whoa, whoa, China grow.
So why do I need the word to exclude true? In other words, we're so busy saying there's three cases. A person who walks in submission with the Tameh, a person who eats from a carbon when he's Tameh, and a person who eats true when he's Tameh. Now, we felt so much that we needed the word ba to exclude true. Now, if you're learning this halacha from the Zera Tava of to myself, why did you have thought that true was? It's not included in the Zera Tava, it's not part of the discussion. So, Mar says, actually, ba is not coming to exclude, it's coming to the Rabbi, the case where a person becomes Tameh by consuming the dead body of an oak dog. And this was not supposed to fuck. It died. Now, that's not it from that. Now, he's touching these beliefs. He's going to not feel something because this is what we have to say. But simply touching another job, someone is a little more strict. Because it's so strict, it's just simply touching.
Can you do this?
This is the Vela Smoke Power is a person only to come in. Massive school is called the base of wheel and it's lighter kind of color. And for one thing, called all of the others. If you want to do this, so this word bar tells you, yes, even that
Can't you be influenced day by day? People getting ready for the news. Some are having, some are saying, oh, never let the music play. What the people need is a way to make them smile. Making us do when they ride. We gotta get messy. Came on through. Oh, mama, don't come back to mine. Whoa, listen to the music. Whoa, listen to the music. Whoa, listen to the music all the time.
Becomes something, he does it, he never finds out. He never has that like epiphany, like, oh my God, hold on.
Never know, you will never, everything I say.
What's halacha? Yusuf told us that the carbon, the Sire La Hashem, that is brought on Yom Kippur, it serves as like a partial atonement. What does that mean? That means that all punishment, all yisur, all suffering will be suspended, but he does not get a full kapara, full atonement until he brings his carbon. Now the Gemara says, the people are like Kodesh, this carbon, the Sire La Hashem, which is
damn, bitch.
Background, sexually,
this girl's hair is amazing.
It talks about on Yom Kippur, they take two
identical
goats, they draw lots. One of them is called the Sarla Azar, it has a procedure out there, which is a complicated procedure where you store off the cliff. Another one is slaughtered inside the Beis Hamikdash, and that one serves as an atonement for various different things. One of the things is for a person who became Tameh, 8 cuts and walking sticks. Needless to know about it, it serves as a protection for the person until he finally finds out and brings the carbon. So now, Yitzli B'inyan Zeh L'Havi Salas Tumas. I would conclude that this Sayar Lashem, this goat, covers for 3 different tumas. Which ones? Tumas of the Zara, the impurity of idol worship, the Tumas Gila Arayas, the impurity of the moral behaviors, and Tumas Gitasanim, the impurity of murder. Now, how do we know that these things are because these are pre-identities. The only one from others are the Omer Nan Tanis Mikdash. The word Tanis is used to describe someone.
Meet me in the country, go on the way. Be happy. Man will dance. Oh, we're gonna dance you away. What am I give to you when you feel good to me? Even though we need to do or say, maybe good. Feeling now, we'll never need to play. Oh, let's do music. Whoa, whoa, listen to music. Whoa, whoa, listen to the music. Falling river, landing castles in the sky, and the crowd is growing bigger. Listen to the half-time. Oh, wow, listen to the music. Whoa, whoa, listen to the music. Whoa, whoa, listen to the music. All the time.
When it comes to Sarah Hashem, it is only going to atone for Shmuel's Mikdash Kedusha. That's how we know that the Sarah Hashem serves the partial atonement for someone who takes cuts and walks in Mikdash Kedusha, but of course that's a person who is over, either as Sifat Dama or Zara. None of this is. Shimon says, I don't have to have such a fancy type of novelty. I can just figure this out by myself, through the process. Why? I really love it. It says here, the Shifa al Kodesh need to know. Because certainly need to know. Now, we can look at the Yoko outside the now we see that it goes ahead and it's only works for certain there are certain cases where you can't bring a carpet, for example.
This guy sucks. What do you want to say? Hey, dog, I'm not in Uganda, but I can tell you this. If I were, you still would be calling us. It's Uganda. Well, you need to shut the fuck up.
Let's go. All right.
Yo, dog, that was cool.
So now we're at what type of Rothschild do you think this
No shit, you want to give it to a girl. This guy's so fucking horny. Your space sucks.
Didn't have the qualifications for the person who put the death. He didn't get a warning. Next one. Whoever showing before his mistake below Yitzyatale, he didn't know about it. Either way, it's the same thing. Nami, what's the case? He made the back trailer. He served this immoral behavior. It's actually Visa. He just showed evil was by mistake or carbon or recarbon. We're doing the same thing. The amazing is intentionally below activated one. And the sugar was Yitzyatale, he didn't know that. It's the same case. The same question. What's the case made? If we can tell somebody, bring the best and have it to death. Even show you by mistake. You just bring the whole seven. You don't know what to do. Even show you. What about Mary Mitchell? What's that? The amazing, we talking about a case where it was amazing. We didn't get one. Therefore, you know about it. No, he's in action. He fell off the cliff. He didn't know that he killed somebody who was spacing out. And now he's behind the floor without the result. Or maybe it's one of those cases where exactly, for example, we saw there's a difference between going up with the axe, going down with the axe. So that will be a case of the Golas. These things have a kapara, have a wonderful day.
It's community led. Right, we're building a community. If you guys know, like Yucky Ducks, right? That's a template. If you guys know, like Digi Beats, what he's been building, it's just consistent daily grind and building a public community.
Good morning. Good morning.
There, and, like, go to Discord and get a server. That's the direction. Right? If we want to get a Telegram.
We begin today's daf. Daf above in the second Shavuos. We begin by thanking all our sponsors. We thank the Telson family, the sponsor Rothschild of the year, the sponsor for Am Yisrael. We also thank Shmuel Rabbi Korabkin for sponsoring all the shiurim of the month. Commemoration of the yard site Shmuel's father, Leonard Korabkin, for Ben Yefesto Kain on containing Thomas and Malia. We also thank Aaron Litzman for sponsoring the shiurim of the week. The Eagle Nicholas Harry's mother, Linda Bertin, Rachel Leah, Pastor the Mayor, and Thomas and Leah, and Thomas Heaven Apollo. Today's daf is above. Yesterday we started this Gemara and went through a little bit quickly, and just to quickly review what we're discussing for the subject of today's entire daf. And thank you to Moshe for showing me the visual that the article has, and it might be helpful to look at it, just because it's not like a major picture, but just seeing the order of how it's drawn out in the chart might be helpful. You have Baharas on the top, Se'es, then you have lime, and you have egg membrane. So the Gemara described yesterday that you have, we'll just quickly see it inside again, and go back to, that's basically halfway down the Yom HaDaf. We'll learn the whole Gemara again, but just to describe what it says. The Gemara says, Tzam Hatzam, Maras Nagayim Shnayim Shnei Maras. Our Mishnah mentions that when it comes to the Maras, the view, or the various different types of Nagayim, the different leprosies or the spots that someone could get, it's 2, which is 4. So you have Baharas, which is all the way at the top. What is that? It's Aza Kashala. It's a really bright white, which is like snow. So again, in this picture that there is in the article, you have that at the top. And then you have the next one, Shni Allah. The secondary one to that one is Kesida Hetel. It's like the line of the sanctuary. Now, what that means is,
look at this footwork.
The secondary one is lime, but it's not the second brightest color. It's the secondary to the Baharas. You have snow all the way at the top. Skip a step and you go to lime. And then you have, after that, you have Se'es, Kesemer Lavan. Se'es, which is the other one which is mentioned in the Torah, is like white wool. And then Shni Allah, the secondary one to that one, is the Kumbetza. It's like the membrane of the egg. So again, the way that the chart looks, I think I should send that to the group, is you have Baharas at the top, which is the most bright. You have egg membrane at the bottom, which is the weakest white. And then you have in the middle, you have Se'es, which is number 2, which is the wool. And then you have lime, which is number 3. So now, interestingly, the Av, the main category of each one, is going to be separated from its Tova, its second one, by the other Av. So again, just to speak this out, you have at the top the Av of Baharas, and then under that you have the Av of Se'es, and then you're going to have the tilde of line, which comes next, and then you're going to have the tilde of egg membrane, which comes next. Now, what the problem we described yesterday is, according to the Shiva, we know. What Rabbi taught us is, it goes to Zula Malamizu. In order to combine them, because the halacha is, for a mega sarat, you can sit in Kamer, it needs to be the size of the dish. What that practically, the way we deal with it when it comes to Nida, it's the ice, is that the size of the penny. Let's just say a penny size. The spot needs to be the size of the penny.
Stop it.
Now, you have one spot with two different shades, and the two different shades are from two different, we'll make up the whole spot. So one spot, let's just perfectly symmetrical and perfectly round. Now, half of it is going to be one shade of white, the other be the other shade of white. So you can only combine them if the two shades of white would follow each other in this color scheme. So now the problem is, according to Rabbi Akiva, you could only combine snow with wool, and then lime with wool, and then egg membrane with lime. That's the only way you can do it. However, the problem with that is that would cross over into different types of negaya. You have two problems. Number one, it has to go in the order of the color scheme. Number two, you can't combine one av with another av, or one tilde with a different av. You can't combine a secondary color with the primary color from a different one. So therefore, you're going to have a problem combining the wool color with snow color, because those are two different categories. You have category A, which is snow, category B, which is wool, so they can't be combined. And now lime and egg membrane.
Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. First and foremost, I've done my best to follow as many people in this room as possible. Feel free to give me a follow back if you can. If you want a free follow back, make sure to send me a follow. I follow everyone back. Additionally, I want to make sure everyone is aware that I am about to celebrate one entire year of 24/7 spaces on X. I've been hosting spaces every single day for more than 333 straight days. These aren't just normal spaces that are audio. My spaces are video. If you want to check out all of the spaces, look in my timeline in the most recent post that I reposted of one of my other accounts. You can check me out 24 hours a day. So that means I have an entire year of my life on video on the X spaces, which is not something that I've ever known anyone to do, which is quite a cool accomplishment. With that being said, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is the timeline and the time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill gave the phrase "content is king," and I'm making it here today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, the Apis magazine stated that data for taking petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data typed on the internet than any person, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I'll make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube streams, the link is available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find it in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than anybody ever. I have more content than any person. To my discord.me/rabbi. I'm proud to say that we recently surpassed 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 billion, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestar program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land and make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Over here in the article. So now that that's the case, so now what? How do we know that it says where indeed Jew is fine, the Akiva is of the opinion that we say Zula Malamizu. In other words, we're trying to
I've done that in the past with other accounts that I've had, and they've gotten banned. So it's not that I'm anti-blue tick. It's just I've already done it, and for whatever reason, many times because I do put out so much content, I lose an account here or there. So we'll see how this one goes, and if it continues to not get banned for a little bit longer, I potentially will. But for the time being, I've been burned on the blue check mark, so I just kind of wait until my account is at least aged until I repurchase them.
He's often known as Yeshua ben Karpa, and the Akiva was called Karpa. One reason is because he's old. Others say that doesn't make sense, that he would get a nickname as being Karpa just because he's old. But ultimately, it is Yeshua ben Karpa. Yeshua ben Karpa, or Yeshua ben, or the Akiva asked his father the following question. Naros Negayim Shnayim Shehinar. Why is it that in our Mishnah, when we talked about Negayim, we said the visuals of Naros, the visuals of Negayim are two categories which divide into four. In other words, Tosis explains, if you see this tiny little Tosis over here called the Amru,
what up, baby?
Lama is Kiru Klal Moshe.
Hi, I'll be there in just 1 second.
He asked his father, why do we need to actually make the names of these things all together? In other words, you're only a few minutes into this year this morning, and everyone's already confused because they keep mentioning all these different colors. Snow white, is it wool white, is it lime white, is it egg white? Everyone's thinking, for heaven's sake, I don't even know the difference between these colors. So what are you telling all these colors for?
Oh, it's smoky. Just a moment, big dog.
He makes this point later. Essentially, his question was, there's a Mishnah in Satan that says, "La'olam yilmos yishana adon b'tamidim there." So when a person is speaking with tamidim, you always want to try to teach things in the easiest, most concise fashion. You'd rather leave out all the extra details and just give the necessary.
Terms and conditions.
He's asking his father, why are we giving all these colors? And he explains. Now, he answered him in a very, this is like probably the cause for answering a question with a question. The Jewish concept. He said to him,
100%. Thank you for the outflow. I appreciate it.
Your problem? Your problem is that you mentioned all these colors. What are you suggesting? What would you like to do? These are the colors that you need to know in order to determine whether someone is pure or impure. What do you mean? What do you ask? Why does mention the colors? You need to know the colors. So he explained to him, Yomer, he said to him, in other words, the point that you're making is that these are the four brightest white colors. So why don't you just mention the least bright of the bunch, which is the membrane of the egg, and say, membrane of the egg is the threshold. If you have a dimmer white, then the dried out membrane of an egg, so then you're automatically going to be solid. You'll be pure because that's not considered a problem. If it's brighter than that, you've got a problem. In other words, that's very simple. Mention one thing. Like this book Kohanim have to have in their house is one dried out membrane from an egg. To use as comparison, they'll keep it in their pocket, and anytime someone comes by with a question, what are they going to do? They'll pull out the little membrane, say, is it brighter? Is it less bright? If it's brighter, the guy's tummy.
Thank you so much for the advice. Yeah, you know how X is. They're just trying to keep me down. I don't let them stop me. We can't be stopped.
So the Kiva said back to his son, well, Lomar, we needed to mention all these different colors to teach us Shemek Tzaf and Zeh and Zeh, to tell us the colors that can be combined one with the other. In other words, if I just told you the threshold of what's considered white enough, then I would not know the categories of which ones can be combined with the other ones. So Amarlo, they said, okay, fine, I get that down. However, the Yomu, why doesn't it just say that you'll start with the membrane of the egg and say anything more bright than that is going to be.
All right, I'm all yours, Smokey. How have things been? Give me an update.
Again, we'll try to teach my students in the easiest possible way.
Okay, I will give you a date, and then you tell me. I will give you what you updated me with last time, and then you can move on from there. Okay, last we spoke, you of course had a son, and he, I do remember his name. It is, hold on, it's a famous Luca, right? Yeah, absolutely. And things weren't going all that well. Luca's mom, but a lot had to do with her parents kind of having some control. And you were living like with a friend, and of course keep the smoking, and not gaming as much as you once were. And you were looking maybe to get a job. That's kind of the update. So update me from there.
And they would stand there. The Kohen would basically just sit there and see, and then Nagat would examine it. You have this dermatologist who worked for the Kohen, and he looked at it and he would say, "Yeah, Mr. Kohen, this one's a problem." And he's coming. The Kohen would say, "Coming." The bottom line is, what it means to say is,
That's great.
the Kohen is going to rely on his.
How long have you been there?
He has to make sure to know the various different colors to go ahead. Now, here's the main point of Mar makes. His son, Rabbi was suggesting.
Okay, and how long are you allowed to be there?
He only said from the membrane up is going to be a problem. Now, if he knew his father's opinion was similar to our Mishnah,
All right, can't beat that. Can you smoke there?
there's category 1, which is egg membrane and up, and category 2, there's category 2, which is egg membrane.
Absolutely. So they're cool there.
And category 1 is line up. He should have said to his
Excellent.
father that.
Very well. All right, and how are things with Luca and Mom?
Egg membrane. Just say that and everything will be clear. Now, you see how it's all. He didn't say that. So
The mother was speaking to some guy recently came out of
He
prison,
didn't suggest to his
and
father.
she
He
ran off with
just
him.
write it simply in the Mishnah that there are two
Okay,
categories.
so she ran up with your child as well?
Egg membrane and up is coming from line
The
and
police
up
and the social
is
services
coming,
are
and you can combine each category with each
And
other.
basically, but
Obviously,
she's
he didn't say
smart.
that because that wasn't his
Really,
opinion.
don't know very
But it's
well.
the point you were trying to make over here is
It took a while for them
that
to find
according
out.
to Rabbi Akiva, you're going to have
Oh, wow.
Bakaras, which is
Are you
still at
okay?
the top,
Yeah.
and you have
I'm
Se'ez,
okay, dude. I'm
which is going to be the wall, and then beneath Se'ez you have
I'll show you.
lime and egg membrane. Now, since he only said egg membrane and up, it must be
Okay.
just how you can father group all that together.
Sure.
If he didn't group that together,
Okay.
Really,
in
that's
act
really,
to
really
say,
good
you
stuff.
can combine everything together.
So have you been able to talk with
You see
grandma,
which includes
your,
lime,
not your
which
in-law,
includes
but
all.
Lou's mom's mom, and say, hey, have you gotten any updates?
His opinion was you could combine egg membrane,
You mean
lime, and wool together.
my baby
But
was
it's- now,
Yes, exactly.
because if that wasn't true, he would have said egg
no,
membrane and up
no.
could be combined.
When I was
Lime
with her,
and
I
up
didn't
could be
really
combined.
contact
They're two different
exterior
categories.
part
In fact, you said that must be
my baby mum. The baby mum was more like,
So,
No. I mean your baby mom's mom. That's you do have a relationship with that woman. Okay, I know that. Okay, but isn't she worried about her grandson?
Now, maybe the father and son conversations that we have is not 100%.
really give a shit. It doesn't sound right. She ain't bothered. It just shows
100% reported with all the information.
Is she a well-off individual, or middle class, or okay? And so the police and child services are looking for Luca and baby mama, right?
yeah,
Yes, it's possible not, but it's not.
Okay. Are you you're entitled to like see him half the time, aren't you?
If you're trying to understand the colors of these
Right.
different spots, how do you understand it? She explains it as follows.
You think she's still in? You think she's still in
So
England?
in other words, they'll start off as 4 bright white cups of milk.
Do you think she's still? Do you think she's still in England?
2 drops of blood fell into it. So
yeah,
it's like it loses a little bit of brightness because of the red to it.
Okay.
so it's less
Another cup of milk.
leads to a looking. So just in my county, in my district, the police can say if they need to do a research, they go
And to the last one,
they've got a
either
description
12
and they've got
or 16 drops of blood fell out. Now what happens? Since it's a full cup of blood, it's only a minimal, sorry, it's a full cup of milk. It's only a minimal amount of blood that fell in there.
Right.
Okay.
And how are things on the job hunt?
It's not going to be great. I'm starting a program.
It's still going to have a white color to it.
How to get experience in video, how we use it.
Like a
Well, that's cool.
Coming soon.
When does that start?
Keep me busy, mate.
Absolutely. When does that start?
The brightness of the white. In other words, we're not suggesting that all of a sudden this
Okay.
milk is going to
And do you have your PlayStation still?
it will lose a little bit of its brightness. That's how we understand the machine. Now again, what's going
This is my
on?
little
What
setup.
we're saying is that
Hey,
it's
that's
not just a
My
scale of
laptop connected
colors.
to my TV.
Cool.
The top one is
HDMI
the
cable.
brightest.
And
The
this is my room.
second is
It's very
not as
nice.
bright. The third is a little bit less bright, and the fourth is
Who
the most
cares,
dim
man?
of the bunch.
Exactly. It's warm.
But again, the point
It's out of
is,
the elements. It's yours for now, right?
Each one is just one step
Yeah.
higher than the next, which is exactly Vicky's opinion.
Probably you guys.
He
I've
says
seen you been
bitch
quite a
girls
few
keep them
things
together,
together.
and they go.
Oh
one step to the
yeah.
next. Hold on a
What
second.
do you mean in
You're
particular?
perhaps mixing up 2 things here, says Lamar.
I noticed that there's
Give up the
time
time.
ago. That's 3
Maybe
hours
we
and
can say this
44 hours.
this
Give me 2
muscle,
minutes.
this or
Yeah.
this will only be relevant
So
to
we're not necessarily going for any kind of record, but that's a long call. And I've broken lots of records. And 100%. And I've been doing a lot of connections on Twitter. Are you on Twitter? That's okay. So in the last like 90 days, we've gotten 3,600 followers, which is cool, you know, organically just going through and telling people about what I do. That's what I was doing when you came in and was talking in front of like 50 people or something. And the server's showing really great growth. We're at over 2,800 people in here, approaching 3,000. So, you know, once you start getting into the thousands when it comes to your server, certainly you become a bigger target, but also, you know, you get more people who are certainly interested in what you're doing and sharing what you do. So that's cool.
You've got a few more records. These guys are always with me, by the way.
Yeah, they are, and they're amazing people, and I love them. I really mean that. Like they're
I remember seeing Nick's quotes. I remember seeing Brandon. I do check it out on the server.
It's just Al Talk when he says Shabazat. What he's talking about is Al Rishon Yeshim Ka'ama. The first Shekhin Rashi in the Mishnah. That's
100%.
this is what he used to say. So read the Rashi, we'll go back to the
Thank you,
Gemara.
Big Dog. You're one of the people who have spent the most amount of time in this server. In fact,
The simon is
if you want to know, I think you might be either just outside the top 10 or in the top 10 of people who have spent a lot of time in here. Yeah, I mean, you used to spend a lot of time in here gaming and such. So, yeah, we have. That's been a lot of my promotion on Twitter and in other Discords, which has been cool. And I would say that there are just a really good core group of people who are in here all the time. Miss Aquarius and I play games every single night, and the other people, they just live their life, but if they ever need me, I'm here, and I certainly connect with them whenever we have time, and they're really nice. Well, thanks, Big Dog. I do my best to treat others the way you want to be treated, right?
You're constantly fixing your computer. Making sure
100%. I mean, it's a full-time job, 24/7 for the last 4 years without really any breaks. Well, maybe someday we'll be able to make more of an impact on the world than I currently do. But I'm very happy with the people who I've been able to connect with, not just in the Discord, but really on X. And I'm about to have celebrated 1 full year on X Spaces, which is like an audio function of X. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it's where you can talk in calls. And exactly. But I've been doing it not just audio, but video. So I have like about an entire year of my life, more than 333 straight days on X, just archived. And so someone could literally just go on X and see my entire life over the course of a year, just in X Spaces, which is, I think, kind of a cool benefit of what I do, and just really been doing my best to enjoy life. We've been doing a lot when it comes to sports recently. So this in the United States, we did in a cryptocurrency I'm in, we had a fantasy football league, and I was super involved with that, and that meant like 4 nights a week we were watching football games. And then we also have the Super Bowl coming up, which is cool. And this will be the 4th Super Bowl we watch on the stream. And then we've got the Winter Olympics coming from Italy coming up this winter, which will be the 4th Olympic Games that I've watched on the stream. So that's a really cool thing too. It's the World Cup, and part of them are going to be in the United States, which is really a cool deal. And then in 2 years, we've got the Olympics in Los Angeles, and I would like to at least do something for that and do some IRL streaming for that. So I'm excited for that. You're good, big dog. No worries. So that's what we've been doing. What happened to your Xbox? What happened to your Xbox?
Sometimes if you have something done, which is surrounded
what happened to it, big dog?
What happens is it will look like the sun, even though it's.
Oh, did you get the red ring of death?
Exactly the same place. sun in whatever shade is in the same place. You have some type of light, which is exactly the same place as the shade. The light will look like it's deeper in.
So, are all your games stored on it, or were they? Or are they on the cloud, or how does that work?
It's so bright, we have something which is so bright next to something which is dark. What's brighter will look like it's recessed behind. That's why we call it deep.
All right.
So when it comes to se'es, what does that mean? So just remember, the pasuk says that a person kiyev arbasar se'es o sapakas o baharetz. So now, when you're learning that pasuk for the very first time, what you'll think is there's three different colors of a negateras. You can have se'es, which is one color, a sapakas, which is another color, and a baharetz, which is another color. Now, what the Gemara is explaining is, now let's understand what the words are. Now, the baharetz, we explained it's very deep because that's the
Yes, sir. That's good.
the whitest of the white because it's really deep. Now, se'es, we're going to explain what does the term se'es mean. And one of another, what the etymology of this word? Why does se'es mean something which is white? So now, we know that these negoim are going to be white or they're going to be red.
Okay. Did they make it hard to get an erection?
But when it comes to se'es, because it's a dim white. So now, the dimmer the white, the closer it's going to look for you. It looks to you again. I don't know enough about this. I'm not an artist.
Very well. Any plans to? Do you have connection with your family?
To a white that's whiter, and the Gemara brings a raya that's what it means.
Right.
I'll call Haharam Haramim.
And
mountains and hills and valleys.
Did they ever get a chance to meet Luca?
That are listed. We talk about surfaces. It's referred to as Hanis, the same thing as se'es. So therefore, the se'es will be a color that's more dim.
Okay, it's something.
More close.
So he's like a year old, right?
So what does sapakas mean? Mar says, sapakas, the word sapakas is a secondary category.
Oh, okay. Wait, March or May?
This is a whole discussion where the Navi was talking about here.
I was going to say.
Was talking.
All right. And how about girls for you? What about, like, did you ever talk to Sky again?
So it means there's a second. So now you have se'es and baharetz, which is the primary mega colors.
How's Ebony doing?
Now, also for the sage, it says, so I know that you have se'es.
Is she allowed to come? Is she allowed to come where you are?
As a secondary category. In other words, but it's would be fine. So the point of Akiva, there is only secondary categories in cities. You have Baharis on its own, and then you have cities, which is secondary category. But now, according to the Rabbanan, Baharis, the snow eye color has its secondary category.
So she's got to be out by 9 p.m. though, right? Okay, what is that called? Like a curfew or something?
It says why when it comes to Baharis. The whiteness that comes along with.
Do they have a name for it?
Se'es has a secondary category. It also has a secondary category. And the Mishnah the pasuk put the word.
I understand that. Do you feel safe where you live?
Inserted between the words se'es and baharis.
That's wonderful to hear. I like your room. It's nice. Looks cozy.
And wall Just like you have a secondary category to snow, which is lime, you have the secondary category to wool, which is egg membrane.
How's your bike?
That's why the word staka is stuck between them. Okay, now let's go to a few different illustrations.
Yeah.
Not illustrations or examples of how we know what it is. Seis, September lover. Seis is like right September lover. What's this white word that we're talking about?
Aside from your tipping, what happened to the scooter?
On the very first day of its that they prepared that for us. Now, I don't know what wool is called. Whatever the wool is called, maybe very soft. If you look at Rashi, this is what Rashi is the first skinny line of Rashi. He says, Rothschild or
It messes with the electronics inside and it just stops moving the front lines.
When the sheep is born, the aim it's not only making all off from all the remnants of the birth. Aim Sana Rocky also young. It's never going to be out to the it's an animal. It spends time therefore it gets very
That'd be dangerous.
On that day, after the animal is born,
it was too much to fix it.
and on that day the wool's going to be the brightest and the cleanest and the softest. Now the Rothschild Neo Lamila first wants to say that for a lot of this type of material,
Certainly. Any way that you can get just a regular bicycle? Last we spoke, you were jerking yourself off about getting your ID. Did you ever get it? Okay, were you able to work for DoorDash?
We skipped categories.
Or not? Oh, okay. Even if you're just like doing it on a bicycle.
Government officers. So Malfo says this king is higher than
Okay.
And
well,
I guess the governor or the minister.
So you're not going to do that?
Hold on a second.
Okay.
Think of like a supreme type of.
What are the odds that they take you?
You have here in the United States. You have the federal government.
I don't know.
You have state government. You have the local government. So let's just say you have like the president and the vice president, and you have a governor and a lieutenant governor. So now what the Gemara says is you have this king is higher than that king.
Do you want a job?
And then this minister is higher than that minister.
Okay.
So essentially what you have.
Do you have an Indeed account?
President, governor.
Oh, no,
that's the way the Gemara explains it.
Okay, stop. How many jobs did you apply for today? Stop. How many jobs did you apply for today? Okay, but I mean, you know that you can just do their one-click job application and okay, so I mean, all you have to literally do while you're on the same call as you're working, you can just click that button. You know that, right?
Than the governor because he's part of the federal government.
So you have it's difficult for me to get a job. So the rent is
president, vice president, governor, lieutenant governor. So each one is going to be in its own category. That's a providing that Mars wants to point out. The more I work, line up exactly how it works out.
So my rent at the moment is £50 a month. It could go up to £4. I could go up to £4 on how much I earn.
Okay, but then you have a job.
Doesn't really matter. I'm trying to find a governor president.
Okay. I mean, so what about bartending?
president, vice president, governor, and then lieutenant governor, it's still not going to match. That's not going to work. That's the point.
Okay, I mean, you and I both know that if you got on Indeed right now and type bartending in your city and anywhere within like 10 miles or whatever, anywhere you could take a bus, you just sit there and you apply to those jobs every single day for now for the next month. You'll have a job by the end of the month. You and I both know that. No, you haven't. You haven't. I guarantee you. Go on Indeed right now. Okay, and you haven't applied. Okay, but you haven't applied to the ones that are not stripper places.
And the king's minister that follows
There's not a single one in there that you. I mean, so what about no transport? You could take a bus. I understand, but you could at least walk to one just to get a job and say to them, okay, all you have to do is make it your first night. You and I both know you get cash your first night, and then you'd have money to, take the bus. I mean, here's the thing. I embrace solutions. I don't want excuses. And I know that you're a good bartender and experience, and all I get out of you is excuses, and I want solutions, and really easy solutions. If you were to say to me, Rabbi, you know what? I could walk to a place and get a job, and then walk there my day of work, get cash tips, and then be able to take this, right?
The reason why this interaction happened over here is because since he mentioned Svarmalka first, which is the Persian king,
you and I both know you could do that, right?
The couple lived under the Roman king. He didn't want to
so do it.
Forbid be accused of not recognizing that the Roman king was going to be bigger. Therefore, you have to clarify that point.
Okay.
I'm like, in other words, you're living in the forest.
All right, Big Dog. I understand. You've got a lot on your plate. Are you far from your family? Oh, that's not far. They're in the same city.
Which is in other words, the evil Roman dictatorship. It's one more example for these colors, which is your agreement to honor the Shafke. You have this wool garment, and it got rubbed out. And Sadina, the kiss of a Shafke, the wool garment, and it got rubbed out. Again, the wool garment is very white when it starts off, and then it gets rubbed out, it's less white. And then
do you guys look out for each other?
The garment, which is quite bright when it's new. Then it gets rubbed out.
All right, well, you go take care of your friend, and I appreciate you checking in with me, and don't be a stranger.
When it gets rubbed out, it comes out. I'll check you later tonight. And the second one is going to be a win. It's pretty bright when it's new. But then again, when it gets rubbed out, it's only at the bottom. Because it was expected.
No, I don't think so at all. I don't. If you interpret anything that I'm thinking like that, I don't think that at all. I know you're busy. And I know you've got a lot on your plate. And I want you to know I care about you.
I'm doing it a year ago, mate. I haven't done any of this. So I'm making some I'm just little by little.
That's all it takes, my man. All right, you go take care of your friend and then come back when you can, okay?
Okay. Good morning. What time is it for you?
Baby, I'm going to be asleep. It's 3:41 in the morning.
We begin today's stop.
All
right, God willing. You take care, big dog. You as well, Master. Shout out to Smokey, everybody. Do you like Smokey? Yeah, he's cool. I want the best for Luca and Luca's mom. And Luca's mother. I don't think she's a bad person.
But this is
Rachel Leah Baki the mayor, the Shona Kaveri, and Nathan, and the family should have a Masada.
Yeah, this is reheated, a classic, saying that Shab is one of those.
Today's after stop, hey, we're going to pick up on that solid Amar days. We're going to pick up from Amar Ravina Lame Verse. This is a very quick recap. As you just heard a couple minutes ago from Zevi, that what the Royals tried to do over here and tried to figure out who the Tana of the religion is, and we went back and forth. Is it Rabbi himself? Is it Rabbi 47 people? And ultimately, we wanted to figure out if Rabbi possibly could have been the one to be darshaning Riboy Miyot as opposed to Sal Pakukal. Now, I'll show you basically this yesterday, but very quickly, Riboy and Miyot and Riboy, Miyot and Riboy and Sal Pakukal are very similar concepts. The question just is, which one are you using? Riboy, Miyot, and Riboy is more inclusive. Sal Pakukal is more limiting. So anytime we're going to have a focus, whether we're going with the logic of Riboy, Miyot, and Riboy, or Klal, Cross, they're going to be deciding which one is. That doesn't come out right. If you're going with Klal, Cross, it will be much more limiting. If you're going with Riboy, Miyot, and Riboy, then it's going to be much more inclusive. What we'll see is it possible to actually say, as we just got finished saying, that Rabbi goes with the logic of Riboy, Miyot, and Riboy, as he just did the previous Gemara with regards to picking Habed. Some of the Rabbi that may know. Rabbi does Riboy. The Miyot, is it true that Rabbi actually darkens Riboy and Miyot? The problem is that Rabbi totally is talking about. You find the Rabbi when he darkens with the logic of Klal U'Shrat, and not with the logic of Riboy. Finally, for Tezmi Marseille, what's this called? We're talking about an evidence. We're talking about an evidence. Nevid Ivri is a Evid. He sells himself. He stays for 6 years. Let's just say behind the 6-year mark, there's a whole procedure. Part of the procedure is he gets his ear pierced with his all. Now, this all is referred to in terms of Marseille. Where it says Amy El Marseille. I only know from here that you can use the actual Marseille and all to pierce his ear. Nine Ravos. How do you know that I can actually use another type of tool, such as a tool, a sila, a makat, a kadeh, and the stuff? The first three, tool, sila, and makat, are all really types of elements. Whether it's splinter or in fact, wood, those are the types of living tools that will be used to pierce his ear. Kadeh, modern people with kadeh for the drills. They don't have like a, it's not referring to like a big wall. Drill reporting this in Home Depot. We're talking about a hand type of drill that you use to pierce his ear with. The Hamitzah, again, that type of metal instrument that we use to pierce his ear. How do you know? You can use 4 of those tools to pierce the ear of the other. Every time a woman will go up kachta. It says, well, kachta from our say, shall take this ball. So we dart from there, kol davar shenil kachta. Any item which is taken in your hand. That's the thing that you have. The kachta tells you to take anything, and Marseille is limiting. Now, Rabbi says, Marseille, ma Marseille miyuta, just like the Marseille, is all something which is special. Why is it special? Because it's samatafet. It has to be that whatever you're going to be taking is going to be made out of metal. Now, if Rabbi was the one with the logic of Riboy or Miyot, he would be the one who's much more inclusive, not the one who's much less inclusive. I just went ahead and told you you can use all these types of tools, even the ones that are made out of wood. Who is the one who says that? That's not the opinion of Rabbi, that's the opinion of Yehuda. Why did he say that? Because the Yehuda, he darshans Riboy and Miyot, therefore says, you take anything that you can hold in your hand, and then it says the Marseille. So again, Marseille does limit it. What does he actually limit? So the one who actually puts these things over here, the Rashi brings it on the next, in a couple of next comments, and it's according to more exclusive, that the limitation of Marseille tells you it has to be a tool, as opposed to using some type of salve, a medicine, some kind of acid, seems like a pretty painful procedure to burn a hole in someone's ear, but one might think that any way you make a hole in someone's ear would be okay. The Prophet says, no. There has to be something which is lakafta, and somewhat similar to a Marseille, but it's an actual tool. If it's not a tool, rather it's a sound, the medication is going to be excluded. Now, the one who's more conclusive is the user, why he's using the logic of Rabbi here. Who's one who's much more limiting? Rabbi. Why? Because Rabbi follows logic of follow prop. Therefore, the Papa says anything. Marseille is limiting. Therefore, that's the thing that you have to read.
He said, no, 40 because he's going to say
call for my second summary, no? My prediction, you wanted to be subject to my focus. Rabbi Dar calls Kalu Prashi. Rabbi used the power process for much more limiting. And this uses Doris, Replay, the best uses us as a review. We have a major problem for Gino that he just told us. But Rabbi, when it comes to applicating that band, is going to be dancing usually in Rio. However, we see very clearly in our focus between the two, and Rabbi is going to be dancing with the logic of Replay Mia for solid prop. And who's the one who says solid prop? Rabbi. Now, top of Hamid Island, where it says right here, it's Alma, generally, in the typical king shot, when Rebbe's darts in the puzzle, he's always going to use the concept of Alma Kali Kati darts. He's always going to use the logic of solid practices, more generalization and then a specification, as opposed to a Hebrew which is inclusive, and then a Miyat and then exclusive. He's always going to use power. What's the reason why when it comes to Habed, he doubts his duty here? The time is very small. Because he follows the time is very small. The team is very small. Bamayim, Nay, August. It says Bamayim 2 times in a row. This is not related to our Sugya, but the time is very small, especially about a case where we actually read this recently. This is the part of meaning that talks about the halachas of kosher fish. It says, as Zeph holds to the call and this shall be eaten with anything that swims in the water. Kol asher yesh lo snapir b'kaskasef b'mayim. Anything that has fins and scales in the water. But now, b'mayim and b'mayim are the color, the generalization. Now, afterwards, it says, after it says Bamayim twice, then it says Bayamin Ubanafalim also Tokeh. So Mayim is a generalization. Yamin and a fellow, a sea or a stream, is considered to be a specification. The problem here is that instead of it being a cloud, a generalization, and then a cloud, which is a specification, and then a cloud, it says, which would be the Mayim, it says Mayim, so it has both columns together, and then afterwards it has the process. Cloud is cloud. So it's not the case. Probably the small says, and yet by my stay common, this is another addition exception to the rule. Even if you're a person who generally uses call of pride, generally anytime you have these generalizations and then specifications, you're always going to use call of pride. And as we mentioned, it's going to be much more limited. That's only because it's actually structured as cloud to cloud. But it's cloud to cloud. Then you're going to default the Reboy Mios and Reboy logic. Therefore, when it comes to
sound like they're plausible.
Completing that bank, so in that public as well, you go back, and that public goes to talking about it says over there. It says, then it says Tifta. So the Buyas and Tifta together next to each other, so therefore he's also going to say in that case, since the Buyas and Tifta are right next to each other, and then when it has the specifications afterwards, you're going to go ahead and follow the logic of Reboy Mios. In other words, over here it says, and then it says, at the end, Berkeley Kesef versus Scullen, therefore he's going to use the logic of Reboy Mios as opposed to Salafat. In other words, the bottom line is, the more is not going to say, Rabbi, now those who argue actually use that to Salafat, but they say the Mervin is done in the Rabbi, Salafat, they call it the Mr. Salafat, the name is done in the Salafat. That is, the other argument says, they're going to get too much on the fact that you have two call next to each other. Because the Lion, the man says, Yam, the Salafat, move over the second Mayim, and then that makes sense together. In other words, the fact that you have and the top, it does make a difference. The order as important. However, the problem is, it seems like Rabbi, who did use Hebrew, he must have been following time very small. Because well, that's why he defaulted in that case Hebrew. The bottom line is what you're telling me is Rabbi Darshan's Talmud, not Hebrew. Barring even that he will Darshan Hebrew only when you have foul himself. But if you have foul foul, it's always going to fall back to foul. So now the problem is about foul the Shavuot. The whole was you want to use Rabbi himself to author the Mishnah and say he Darshan Hebrew and Miyot and that's all foul. And that's what how we can include all the Shavuot, all the oaths of the Shabbat of the past. The problem this is we're discussing saying he doesn't use Hebrew and Miyot. He uses foul as well. Now he cannot be the kind of our Mishnah. You know what I'm saying? Right? Ella the Shavuot not the root of the Kiva. Which is, yes, Rabbi wrote the Mishnah, but in this case, Rabbi did not write his own opinion in the Mishnah, rather he wrote the opinion of Rabbi Akiva in the Mishnah, and he copied his opinion. So, in short summary, what we've accomplished today is that it's true that there are some exceptions where Rabbi himself will Darshan a Riboy and Miyot, but that's the exception. The default for Rabbi is that whenever he has generalization, a specification, and a generalization, he's going to use the logic of Plow, Talk with Plow, which is much more limiting, and it says it can only include something which is very similar to the specification. He does not follow Riboy and Miyot for Miyot, which essentially is much more inclusive and only excludes one thing unless there's a problem with the Plow, Talk with Plow. For example, the Plow is to cope the other Plow and the Plow is fall off. Therefore, it cannot be the Rebbe's account of the Mishnah, rather than kind of Mishnah of the stage of Akiva, although Rebbe wrote it, he's just quoting Rebbe Akiva's stage. Getting back to another Gemara that was mentioned yesterday. We're done with the Cloud Talk with Cloud for now. So, for those who checked out the Cloud Talk with Cloud, Reboy, Miyot, and Reboy, next. We learned in yesterday, Minayim, we're not going to quote a long piece of work yesterday, and we're going to analyze it. Minayim she'en notayeh, ela al sheyeh v'yadiyah v'tila v'yadiyah v'asah. Talking about a person who walks into the Mikdash when he's tummy, or he comes in contact with something which is sanctified, which can't be touched when he's tummy, or something which is consecrated. The bottom line is, how do we know, this is yesterday's Gemara, she'en notayeh ela al sheyeh v'yadiyah v'tila, that you know he knew beforehand that he wasn't supposed to touch it, and he knew at the end that he did touch it, or he knew he wasn't supposed to go to the Mikdash, and then at the end he went in. So he has to know beforehand and know afterwards, and then the hell of time, and he forgot in the middle. In other words, a dropper background. Whenever we have any type of give, any type of responsibility for a person who's liable for a mistake, what he's liable for is the concealment in the middle, the mistake that he made in the middle. So we're always going to count the fact that in Parashat Gadol and Sefer Shabbos is also called Shigagos. And Rambam has a Parashat called Shigagos. And what we're doing over there is you always want to find out how many mistakes were made. Generally, a shogeg is considered to be a hella. It means a person knew something, and then there was a halama. There was a temporary lapse in his mind from not knowing what happened. Now, the halama could either be that the person forgot the halama, or that the person forgot the specific circumstance. So a person could have forgotten that it's also for a person who's coming to walk into the base of dust, or a person could have forgotten that he was coming. That's going to be a halama. Now, halama, by definition, always means that there was something that he once knew and he forgot. And that's going to be the basic concept of knowledge is. You have to have the deal in the beginning. You have to have known at some point, forgotten that, and then found out afterwards. That's what you want to forget. Right in a tire, person not tired. Ella al sheyeh v'yadiyah v'tila, he originally knew. You have us in the middle.
That'd be funny.
You know that from the Nelam, Snei Pavim. It says Nelam twice. Just read the pasuk.
Why do you
So we will have it. So the word is Onefesh Shatiga B'Chodora Kamei. Person who touches something with the Kamei. Over the Nibra Kayas Man who touches the corpse of an animal. Over the Nibra Kayas Meya. Who touches the corpse of the dead. Again, the pure animal, the Nibra Sheretz Tamei. The Nelam Yimenu who forgot about it. Who touched Nei. The Nelam Yimenu who forgot that he touched it. Who Tamei B'Asik. Now he's going to Tamei because he touched this impure animal. Next, oh, Yigaba Tumasad, I mean, touches an impure person, Lakal Tumasa Shayit the Nelamimen. So again, he touches the person becomes Tamei, and the Nelamimen gets that. So 2 times in consecutive psukim where it says the Nelamimenu, he forgot about it. So therefore, once the Nelamimen Shnefamin, even the Kiva that we says, since it says the Nelamimen Shnefamin, we learn from there you have to have known about it, and then forgotten about it, and then known about it again. Now, the Gemara says, Rabbi on the Rabbi disagrees, he says, you don't need the 2 words of the Nelam to teach you that you knew, forgot, and knew. Why? Because later Omer it says the Nelam, it says you forgot. On the cloud, Shiyada. By definition, forgetting something means that you knew it. You can't forget something that you knew. You could not know it, but that's not called forgetting about it. The knowledge was concealed from him. In other words, there's a piece of knowledge he had, and right now, in this moment, that piece of knowledge is somewhere in a place that's inaccessible to him. But just not knowing something is not called the knowledge. Now, who you're that, and now he knows about it. Now, how they come to idea. If you forgot about something that you knew first, then you forgot, and now who you're that, and now he knows about it, you have the whole picture. You have the full sandwich. In other words, you have to sandwich you're forgetting about it between 2 knowledges. So now, the definition of an element is that you forgot about it. You already have the first one, you knew about it, you forgot about it. Who you're that gives you the second piece of knowledge that you have the second half of the sandwich. Now, it came up on an element. If that's the case, why does it say an element at the time? The highest we like to include 2 different types of forgetting. First of all, he forgot that he's Tamei. Or another case is he knew that he was Tamei and he forgot to the pastor to walk into the basement. That's more from yesterday.
Nothing will change that.
Amar Mara. Now we have to analyze this. It says the Nelam. McLeod, Siyaga, this implies that we knew about that. Now my mouth, how do you know that? Here's the implication that you knew about it. Because it says the Nelam. Amarava, the love says the Alumni men. Since it doesn't say the Alumni men is concealed from him, in other words, if he never knew about it, it would be considered concealed from him. However, it says the Nelam, now means you had it and you lost. In other words, the implication was the Nelam. You knew about it, but then you forgot it. Amarle Abaya. So Abaya said that's the Rabbi. Elam, you have to start the case. Anytime you have to look at the Nelam, it means you knew about it, and forgot about it, you're going to find it. So it's having a bunch of problems. Why? Rabbi Sosa, when it comes to a Sosa, he said the Nelam me'enei isha. It was concealed from frogs. Let's hit very quickly. You learned something together not too long ago. Years ago.
I mean, just what with his lips, dude.
So a quick review. What is Soka? Soka is a woman who allegedly engaged in inappropriate behavior with another person. She's a married woman, and her mother of engaging in inappropriate behavior with another man. So he warns her not to seclude herself again with that man. There's no discussion whether they're Asian, the whole discussion is about if you conceal this person, there's a process to sit down to the base of and they ask all kinds of questions, they shuvulus, and ultimately, at the end of the story, he continues to deny it, the husband continues to insist on his side of the story, then there's a chapters with the main Sosa, they write to the Parsha Sosa, they erase it, they put it to water, she drinks it. Now, if she is innocent, she gets the most wonderful brachos. If she is guilty, the opposite is true, and she dies at the end of the process. Now, the Gemara says over here,
I just said I heard
So
something.
the now on a concealed from the eyes of her husband, Maflau,
He's watching a lot of Joe Rogan.
You're telling me the now that she was concealed means that he knew about it. In other words, he has absolute knowledge that she engaged in this extramarital affair with this man. So now he forgot that. Now hold on a second, that means he knew about it. According to our logic, now it means he knew about it. McLeod started to have a yada makes a new car. Now he had a new car, he bought to him. I don't know what practice goes to it. The problem is that Tommy wrote in the Vaisa, when he got hot issue of him, and now will be clean to go to. The Isha Hayi Savannah, if she is indeed guilty of the using the extramarital affair, so Savannah shall carry the sin. Now the Gemara doctrine does not show it to look at the other. If he is clean, then Hamayim both in the water will effectively check out whether she is guilty or innocent. However, Aina is looking at the man himself, if he has sinned, then Aina Hamayim both in the water is not going to work to check out whether she is guilty or innocent of engaging in this extramarital affair. Now hold on a second. If he knew about the fact that she engaged in this extramarital affair, guess what? She becomes usher to him. If he decided to go ahead and continue living with her, so then his hands are not clean either. If his hands are not clean, then the whole process is not going to work. Now, we're expecting the process to work because the Bible says the Noah and Isha, that she is concealed from her husband, and then the Torah goes on to describe the process of drinking the water. Now, Vanilla means he knew about it, and now he doesn't know about it. It's not going to work anymore because he's going to be in a relationship with her. So therefore, he can't see that Vanilla means he knew about it. And furthermore, that the Torah, the Psukim, which describes the Torah, in Eo, the Nelma Me'enek Al-Chayt will be concealed from the eyes of all living beings, from the Ofa Shmayim, not referring to birds, but the angels, this certain who was hidden. The cloud, likewise, the Ika, the other thing. There were some who knew about the Torah before it was given, but Sibyl Yoda, and I remember the extent of the Torah before it was given, so there was forgiveness of the Noah, who was hidden, was concealed from people before it was given. Now, if you're telling me that means that someone knew about it first, probably is the possible. There's no one knew about it first. So again, another problem we have using the word Noah, when you knew about it, and then also forgot about it. However, Rabbi is of the opinion that Yediyah states Rabos Shema Yediyah. Rabbi says that when it comes to Shema, Yediyah based Rabos is Shema Yediyah. In other words, what's coming from is the concept that everyone knows the halacha of something. So again, this is a very big assumption that every single Jewish person went to school as a kid. Every year went to Cheder, and every Rabbi taught every single kid all the halachas of Film and Tyra. Now, you might not remember exactly that lesson that it was taught, but every single Jewish person knows at some point in his life that it's also to go to the Beis Mikdash when you're Tamei. So therefore, that's considered to be a idea. Only a couple of ayahs, or publicists of ayahs, are coming. Hold on a second. You're telling me that every single Jewish person knows about this, and that's why you have to have the idea in the beginning that we know about it. Hold on a second. Then it's impossible. In other words, you're telling me that everybody knows about it if you learn it in school, then how do you ever have a scenario where someone doesn't know about it? The case where it says, they tell me anybody did until they could do it, but you did yourself. Me, good, is there any Jewish person who's not so here as a child? And learn that lesson of Tyra, I'm going to let you put it in, yes, it's got to put it in, it's within an upper, so we do not go to school. Nowadays, hopefully, most of us go to school. Not all of us are going to do a school. But you see the concept, even in times of the Gemara, there's the concept between Nifta, and exactly how that applies to a person nowadays. It's beyond this different stage. Yes, it's possible for the person not to look at her, not learn how to touch the Tyra, and that would be a person who would not have the idea of this. Okay.
This is what we need.
Not also. Going back to our Mishnah, Yitzias Shabbos Shayim Shein Arba. One of the things listed in our Mishnah as a 2 that ultimately comes to 4 is Yitzias Shabbos carrying the Shabbos. But now let's analyze the way this Mishnah is written, not from Masechet Shavuos, the way the Mishnah is written in Masechet Shabbos. It says, Tzia Shabbos, carrying a Shabbos, is Shtayim Shein Arba B'Fnim, 2, which is 4 inside, Shtayim Shein Arba B'Chutz, 2, which is 4 outside.
They do TikTok dances now. Actually, they haven't started doing like
Two, which is 4 inside, 2, which is 4 outside, means 4 plus 4, which is 8. Our Mishnah did not say that. Our Mishnah just simply said, it's Shtayim Shein Arba, which is 4. This would be more close to us. Mishnah Hacha. Why is our Mishnah different over here? The ton of Shtayim Shein Arba B'Shulai, it just simply says Shtayim Shein Arba and nothing more. The Mishnah also says Shtayim Shein Arba B'Fnim, Shtayim Shein Arba B'Chutz. It has 2 which is 4 inside, which is 4 outside. Now, just quickly to go through this, the cases are as follows. When we talk about Shtayim Shein Arba B'Fnim, Shtayim Shein Arba B'Chutz, but B'Fnim, we're going to refer to as Rishus Hayakid, and B'Chutz Rishus Hayakid. Now, there's a bunch of different terms which are used in Mishnah several Shabbos, which are not literal, but the Gemara just uses it to explain it, like just you'll remember it. So the Gemara talks about an ani and a balabayis. An ani is for a person, a balabayis is for a Just speaking, if you're going to pass something out the window of the house, so then the balabayis, the owner of the house, who's settled and comfortable inside his house, is going to be the one who's providing something. But the ani is the poor person who's outside trying to beg for something. But now, that is not a requirement for Haitzah that a person be wealthy or a person be poor. It makes absolutely no difference. What also does make a difference is that the person picks up the item inside the Rishus Hayakid, which is a private domain, and transferred it outside their house into a public domain. Now, in order for a person to violate the biblical prohibition of carrying on Shabbos, what has to be done is there has to be something called an akira, which means you lift it up from the place where it is, you uproot the item from its place, and a hanacha, which is you place the item down in the other domain. So now, typically, if a person goes, you have one person involved, so let's just say you have a balabayis, and what happens is he's inside his house, he wants to bring some food outside, so he goes to his kitchen, he picks up some food in the private domain, walks outside the public domain and puts it down, you have an akira inside, you have a hanacha outside, and he has thereby violated the halacha of carrying on Shabbos. The opposite will be true if you have it on your poor person. He has no food, he goes outside, and he finds lunch sitting on the floor. So outside in the public domain, he picks up the item, that's the akira, he walks into the private domain into his house, puts it down on the table, that's the halacha, he has thereby fulfilled the requirements. He has unfortunately violated the prohibition of carrying on Shabbos. Now we have 2 people who are involved who have a number of cases, which are, for example, you have the ani standing in the Rishus Harabim outside, and he takes something from puts it inside. He's standing at a window, picks something up on the floor, lifts it up, puts it inside, and puts it inside the house. So that's the case. Ani omi b'chutz. You have the ani outside, you places the item inside. Another case is exactly the opposite. You have this person, the balabayis, the homeowner. He's standing inside, and he takes his hand from inside to outside. He picks an item up off the floor, brings it inside the house, puts it inside his house. He's violated the prohibition of carrying on Shabbos. Now, what happens if you have kind of a hybrid case where you have the ani, let's just say that the guy standing outside, so he picks it up, and the guy inside takes it out of his hand. Or the opposite, you have the guy inside, he picks it up, and the guy outside takes it out of his hand. So you have sheer malach over there. Remember, we said you have to lift it up and put it down. What happens if one person picks it up and another person puts it down, or the opposite in the other case? The bottom line is there are 8 possible scenarios of how you could divide this up, where you're going to have 2 of them should say, cumulatively, you have 4 of them which are Chiyuv, and 4 of them which are Patur. Now, the bottom line is, what our Gemara is saying is, in our Mishnah, we only list 2, which are 4. We don't have all 8 of them. Why are we including the other 4? That's the Gemara's question. The Gemara answers,
Papa is a viral machine. I like this.
Papa, nice nothing to understand. I have a few words. Nice nothing to understand. I have all the things to understand. Gemara says, Hassan, the Iker Shabbos. Guess what? That is actually where I mentioned 4 of the cases, 4, another 2, which is 4, the Smith, 2, which is 4, Bakot. So you have a total of 8. That is the Iker Shabbos. That's the second Shabbos, actually. So therefore, the Gemara says, Hassan, the Iker Shabbos, by the other spell Talbot. You want to list 4 of the cases, others, and Talbot. Talbot is the main category, and then Talbot are the subcategories. Now, Haka, the law of Iker Shabbos, this is the separate for the separate Shavuot. We're not really learning about the Shabbos over here, and therefore you want to get into all the halachas of the subcategories.
He's a salesman at every single clip, anywhere,
So Haka, the law of Iker Shabbos, others, Tani, the Talbot, low, Tani. The Gemara says, others, menu. What are the others? What are the main categories? Where it says Yitzias, taking it outside. And Yitzias, counting up them. Yitzias are only 2. In other words, what if you only count the Yitzias, you should only have 2, not 4. So he came in and hand the few and hand the Torah, but only listing the ones which are. So we have some which are Chazir, some which are Chater, some which are directly liable, some of which where he's exempt. Our case was lined up right after Maris Nagayim, which is the leprosy. In those cases, not hostile with you, but just like in those other cases, all the Nagayim are cases where it's a problem. Over there, since it's the second time, we know the cases where it's liable and where it's possible. You can we're teaching the cases where it's tired, you can see we're kind of not following the cases college for sure. So therefore, you're only going to have 4. More is usually my new, where the cases where it's tired, you see it. Where you see it outside as opposed to bringing it in. You see it's hard to have it. That's in other words, again, you only have 2 cases where he takes it out. It's just you see those practice with the hazard. Stein Dotsa, or Stein Daf Nasa. But you see, it's on you. So they have verses, you have 2 which are going against the truth. You have more cheers, Katani. Over there says you need to take it out. I'm like, how do I learn Nasa? Tana Nami Sakara. Our Tana refers to bringing it inside as we see as well. In other words, the cheers we need to bring it outside, but our Tana actually explains that Nasa is also called a seal. That explains. You're tired. Now, one dimension of it, Milo Askim to come out, but you isn't something that we bring to the side for, it brings out. The car outside, pull outside, so therefore it's fine, the ship pull outside, you know what's going to. The Zuma come out, take the ship the upper side. And how do you know? Maybe that case we're going to hey, we should say Yaakov, this is how we commit to public domain, and therefore, so the Egypt is taking it out, of course, no, it's saying that the case needs very much to say that. In other words, the fact that you say, you're going from one to another domain, that's specifying going from inside to outside, that means let's see the way it's going to be fine. Now, my message is this, that we just really need to see nothing, the family outside, still coming outside, you see that the family outside taking out, it's for the unit even to be putting it inside, and therefore, the fact that it's like it's used in this cannot be limiting going inside. Now, the time of Nai, what's the reason why we call it going inside, going outside? Where it says, kind of call for a statement from the Tomo, every time you take something out of the place, you can other places consider taking it out. Now, just to explain this very quickly and see that we're really short on time.
What are you doing? Nothing. Not watching the
There's still a lot to do today. We'll get it done. But the concept of why it's considered a hotel is because in general, one has to ask, why is carrying something from one place to the next considered to be a malachas? If you go through all those malachas of malachas and Shabbos, you're going to find every one of the malachas, you're going to have to be able to describe something significant that was done. So, for example, when it comes to visual cooking, you always have to identify what changed in the item. That's why there's a big discussion whether or not, or how there could be a key of a visual obligation of cooking when it comes to water. There is. It's prohibited to cook water on Sabbath. So the question is, why do we deal with why? What is the significant change in water just changing its temperature? And there's a lot of discussion about that. When it comes to any one of the malachas, we really want to find out what is it that changed significantly about this item that makes this qualify as one of the 39 prohibited acts. Now, when it comes to Hotzah, what did you do? What you do is you pick something up, move it from point A to point B. The answer to that is that every item only has its use if it's in the right place at the right time. If the item is in the wrong place at the wrong time, then it becomes useless. If the person showed up to Daf Yomi and they left their Gemara at home, so then they can't use it. The Gemara is essentially useless for them because it's not here. You show up to work without your computer, so the fact is, you have your computer. You tell your boss, I have it, don't worry about it, got my computer. But it's useless, you can't use it. An item is only useful if it's in the right place at the right time. So essentially, every time you pick something up and move it to the proper place, you are then giving that item purpose and use. So therefore, the Gemara is explaining anytime you move something from one place to the next, whether it's going inside or going outside, you are removing it from the place where it's useless and moving it to the place where it's useful, and that's considered a mitzvah. You're removing it from the place where it wasn't useful. It's what about drills earlier today. Person is in construction, shows up to a construction site, the admin's drill, says, don't worry, I have my drill. It's in the back of it's in my garage. It's useless. It doesn't help us in your garage. You have to be motivated in your garage and bring it to the place where you need it. Now it's able to fill its cup. Therefore, that's considered to be a mitzvah. I'm not being a mitzvah on the day. Mitzvah actually makes sense. This as well. The kind of person who treats that as something. I thought the place that goes it's a fire cup custom. Actually, if you go back to the Shabbos, you'll find it's called overkiss mitzvahs. All of the AKs mitzvahs. And the first case that it actually gives is a case of bringing something inside. Therefore, you see that the term you see enough stuff going out and going in are interchangeable. Strong enough. Rabbi Marora says, Rothschild is the Sunday, Rothschild is Sabbath, saying, in other words, rather than change all things, it doesn't necessarily mean taking it out, just means the different names for Sabbath. Again, exactly some stuff, something that's so relevant to our Gemara, but he just settles it by saying, it's just a reason. Let's move on to Maris Medayin. Maris Medayin, Shnai Shanab. Our mitzvah said that there are Maris Medayin is two, which are four. What does that mean? Not awesome. We learned elsewhere in the Sefas Medayin. Maris Medayin is Shnai Shanab, you have two different words in the Torah which describe this way of Omega, which we just named it this past week's parsha, here in the Torah, we just named it. The pasuk says,
especially Tuesday.
Adam, Kiyah, Ba'ar, B'Saro, Se'esh, O Sapachas, O Beharas. The person will have on his skin is Se'esh, or a Sapachas, or a Beharas. What are those things? We'll define them soon. But Se'esh and Beharas are the two different colors of this possible nega. Sapachas means there's a subcategory. You have Se'esh, Beharas in the main category. Sapachas probably is a subcategory. Let's see what that is. Beharas is alpha kasar. It's the whitest of the white. It's white like snow. Shneil law, what's the subcategory of that one? Kitzid HaHeichal, it's like the wine, the plastic they use inside the Heichal in the sanctuary. Se'esh, Katsama, what's Se'esh? It's like Katsama Lavan, it's like fresh white wool of an animal. Shneil law, what's the subcategory of that? It's from Mesa, like the membrane of an egg. It's not the egg cell, what this is, when you break an egg, you'll notice inside the egg cell is a white little membrane. If you try this at home with your egg for breakfast this morning, you take that membrane out and leave it to dry, you'll see it dries in a very white color. So that's what that's talking about. But that is the lowest category of white. In other words, the brightest white is snow. The non-brightest white, I'm not trying to say that, but the least brightest white is going to be the shell-based membrane of the egg. Now, anything which is less white than the membrane of the egg is called bohak, as the puzzle describes it. Bohak is not white enough, and it is toho. So you have these four categories. I'll just explain it very quickly. What we're saying over here is you have snow, the air of whiteness is snow, wool, lime, eggs. So snow, wool, lime, eggs. Now it's listed in our Gemara differently because you have snow, and then the subcategory of that is lime, and then you have which is wool, and the subcategory of that is going to be the egg. So again, the two in the Torah are going to be the two rights. And then each category is going to be underneath it. So essentially you have snow, wool, lime, egg, but it's listed as snow in the subcategory that is lime, and then you have wool in the subcategory of that is going to be the egg. It's very important.
That's what happened to Thick Boy.
Town of Marathon Guy. Who is the town of this Marathon Guy? And it can't be collected to keep the captive of Kiva. What year is Kiva? It will be Kiva. Even the Amr Zulu, and came to the Sid Hafen with that. He says that whenever the colors go exactly as I told you, in other words, the order of the brightness is going to be snow, wool, lime, egg, and that's how it goes. What's going to happen is you have a problem combining the colors. Why? The halacha is you have to have a grist worth of barley-sized piece for it to be tonic. If it's not going to be the size of this grist, of this barley, it's not going to be something. Now, what happens if you have a half barley which looks like sid heifar, what's the line of the heifar, and a half looks like another color. So technically it should be able to be combined. However, there's a problem. We're explaining right now why it's not going to work. So how do you not look at it? Which one can you combine the sid heifar with? The top of the Bahara, you want to combine it with Bahara. The problem is super se'esh. As we explained, Bahara is the snow. Se'esh is the wool. And the subcategory of lime comes third. Now, if you're going to have one spot which is partially snow and partially lime, you can't combine those two because you're skipping the color. You're skipping the color of wool in between. You can't do that. Now, you can say Sadifamine. According to the Shiva, you have to go in color order. You have the Sage, which is the wool, which is better than it. You can't combine it. So what do you want to do? It's not about the Sage. You want to combine it with the color of the wool. You can't do that. Rob comes to this. As this Japan is explaining, it's not the subcategory. You can only combine a subcategory with the main category. But in this main category, it's not connected. Because again, the main category of sid, of lime, is the snow. So technically, lime and snow are only two that can be combined, but the problem is there's a brighter color in between that's how you can't combine it. Therefore,
I want to take a picture of myself. I'm sick. There's another reason.
The sorry about the same problem is very good. You have to eat the worst of the best because you have the same problem with the lowest category, which is probesa, when it comes to the egg membrane. Not about the amount of sulfate. What will you combine that with? Talk about the same blood drug, the sage. The problem is that you have the sid doesn't connect. The ace is the wool color, but then you have the sid, which is higher than the egg membrane. So you're skipping one in the middle. We're talking about the sid. You want to go ahead and combine it with sid. The problem is the habari negative. It's not within the same category because it's a subcategory of the other one of the auto. So you go to the top. Oh, almost. So highlight next to that that's not a fact. What's going on? First of all, below Sid, you wouldn't have Sid in there when you list of Hegel, Kumbis, Lukaku, not have a problem of the egg membrane. Now, the aftergot, the Kumbis, and the Tatai, even though the egg membrane is the least bright light, it's Mitatai, this eight, still you could say Rahmana Amar was eight for Sapatas. The Sapatas is still with eight. Afagav is the last combination. In other words, if you only have those three, you only have the snow, the wall, and the conviction, you can say, listen, the custom said there's something called the Sapatas, which means that there's a lower category. You got it in. I forgot the next one. Shidhefa Kasha, but Shidhefa is going to be a problem because that always gives you an issue with combining it and this element Barsa. Therefore, erase it or write it out. Let's just look at Rekiva. It's happy that our Mishnah follows in under Rekiva. We will stop here. Have a wonderful day.
Is John in order? I want to see all of John's posts. What's in the bottle?
Have a great day, bro.
Oh, but you can't buy blue venom from Brennan. Works great. Love the taste. So except this is methylene blue, cool mint. And then don't spill it on your white counters. Good call, keeping it off the white counters. I wonder what sad shop employee is responding to this.
All right, then we'll say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shirt today. Today, our contest, our annual contest sponsor, the Social Mishpat Eretz Yisrael, are dedicating all the Shulman drug shows for this year. As is the first for the Solar Trouble for all of Israel. Our Solar Trouble for a month of year, Habadin, Rajob, Rabbi, which will be out of Shmuel's father, Mr. Leonard Karakin, Nipa, Daniel Katzkel, Akoiz, Ibrahim Rafa, and our week of learning sponsors, Ali and Yuri Lichtman and the Evil Yishmael, Yuri's mother, Rachel, Leah, Bas, Ruben, Mayor, Ibrahim Rafa, the merit. All our accounts are all over the Sham Sabali, the Bani Dinner, the Sparrow, which is near Tashon. First of all of our hostages, the Shalom and the Karo, and the near Tashon are home soldiers to be successful. First of all, and music. Such a for the Goldberger family, Palestine was just beautiful, inspiring, elegant, and delicious, uplifting the nationalists and the rest of the and that's when she was looking for something new, beautiful, and holding spiritual accomplishments together. But in that, let us be a big that is really fascinating that ahead of us today. We are picking up in Yetz Hashem on the bottom of Gimel Avitim, which I read yesterday, 2 lines up from the bottom. So again, just to orient ourselves a little bit. Yesterday's daf was really quite fascinating and riveting because we spent the bulk of our time just logistically figuring out what's happening in our mission. And one of the things that we strive to accomplish was to assign authorship. What you can claim is hoping right now is that the mission is effective on the view of Rabbi Yishmael, and interestingly enough, the liability to which the mission refers is his Malchus. Malchus lashes liability. So we find good. You might have said, here is the only problem that that created. Whereas remember again, Rabbi Yochanan is the opinion that, again, everything that comes up on Rishon based on that is that Rabbi Yishmael holds. Again, that was one of the major takeaways of our Mishnah. That even if you have a law that doesn't have an associated action with it, you get Malchus for that. What is the problem? The problem is Rabbi Yochanan. That's Rabbi Yochanan is a problem. That one of the positions is that Rabbi Yochanan created a little bit of an issue for us. What was the issue? There's no thing wrong. That looks like a Spanish, which means our Mishnah is a Spanish, and that actually means to me that according to our Mishnah, based on that, halacha is Rav She'in B'maisa in Mokinalo. Okay, so whatever, you fill in the blank, right? The type of example that you will often use for Rav She'in B'maisa, what type of example? No show. Right? That's the example that keeps coming up over and over and over, right? The carbon Pesach, I leave over carbon Pesach, I don't go ahead and I bought these triggers that. That's one of the examples. Then you actually in Bamaisa, you get up. So Rabbi Yochanan follows up that Mishnah. The problem is Rabbi Yochanan himself holds is on record as saying, Lav She'in Bamaisa
in Lokin Allah. So therefore, again, I won't say, well, we're trying to figure out is how do you align those two how do you align those two shittos on the Yochid? We pick up the argument when Moshe Allah has Stama Ashbach. It's not a problem. Rabbi Yochanan himself found another Stam Mishnah, and that other Stam Mishnah supports this approach of Lav She'in B'Mersa in Lokin Allah. Okay, what's the Stam Mishnah? Here we go. Shua Shelo Ochal, Kikazu, Shua Shelo Ochal, Ba'afa. So here we go. So first he goes in and says like this: two shuas that I swear that I will not eat this loaf. I swear that I won't eat it. Again, we're actually, notice over here, we're going to do this in the Eretz Hashem on the Aleph. So in a couple of weeks from now, we're going to get to this case. So we're not going to delve into the Shmuel intricacies of this case, because we're going to see the intricate Shmuels. But the way Shmuels work, we'll see, there's a whole discussion about Shmuel, Chal, Al, Shmuel, and one Shmuel devolve upon another Shmuel. We're not going to get into that now. The point over here is, I'm making what appears to be two Shmuels on the same loaf. Two Shmuels on the same loaf. So I eat this loaf, I swear I'm not going to eat it. Okay, and what happens? I eat it. Okay, I eat it. Sometimes no matter how many pictures you take, not to eat something, you just end up eating it. So let's talk about Papa Dollar without it. Ain't no fight about apples. I'm only fight once. Now what's the shock in the Rashi? Ain't no fight about apples, Rashi says. The Akar Shinish for Allah Shiyori Shilna, Naswala. So again, Rashi gives us a little mechanics of it. Because since once I made that first shmua, which was I swear I won't eat this loaf. Once I make that shmua, the loaf becomes prohibited to me. This is like I said, I'm not going to do this justice today because we're going to do this study together. But listen to how fascinating this is. So when I go ahead and I swear I won't eat this kikar, okay, so then the shmua works, the kikar the loaf becomes prohibited to me. Alright, fine. Now when I make the second shmua actually doesn't take effect. Why? Because again, Rashi says over here, how do they use this kind of stuff? Because once I simply that second shmua is viewed as swearing to fulfill a mitzvah, which means taking an oath to do something that you are already obligated to do. And what happens when you take an oath and you swear to do something you're already obligated to do? That's the word of the Gemara. The halacha is that if you swear to fulfill a mitzvah, now mitzvah is simply means something you're already obligated to do. If you swear to do something you're already obligated to do, halacha l'meisa, that shua doesn't follow after. Therefore, the violation of that shua also doesn't generate liability. Let's say we're going to have a lot of fun in this case. And when I say fun, I do mean like legitimate, good, kosher fun. Right? So everybody's looking for outlets like that. So again, I give you just a couple of examples. And this really is become very interesting. I swear I'm putting on soul today. I swear I'm putting on soul today. And for some reason, I don't care I'm supposed to make fast for someone. So what happens to that? So what's the big difference in what I'm saying over here is essentially when you swear to be somebody already obligated to do, that shua has no room to like vest. You know, it has no room to take hold because I'm what's called mishmar ba'omed. I'm already obligated. So therefore, again, to be obligated, the shua effectively is meaningless. Now, not necessarily meaningless like shua shav or like we saw in yesterday's daf. Like the idea that it has no room to take hold. So therefore, again, plugging it into this next case, I swear I'm not eating this loaf. Okay, after that shua, essentially, what's my relationship to the loaf of bread? What's my relationship to the kikar? Can't have it. And not only can I not have it, there's a mitzvah for me not to eat it. After that shua, there's a mitzvah to uphold whatever oath you take. Most of us pasach tomorrow, whether it's shua or another. Right, so therefore, again, I have a mitzvah not to eat that loaf. Therefore, when I go and I take that second oath and I say, shua shelo ochlena, I swear I won't eat it. Essentially, it's meaningless. And therefore, again, if it turns out that what I eat it and I get violent, how many times am I chayiv? only once, because again, I'm tied for the first shua, I'm tied for the second shua. Okay, beautiful. And I will say, by the way, these are the nuggets and morsels of beautiful information. This is what's going to excite you about Shas, right? This isn't even like our primary topic right now, but the Gemara often drops like breadcrumbs here and there. Our job is to pick it up, to take it, to absorb it, and you'll see that when you get to Chacham, when you get to this again, you already learn so much beautiful information. Now, why is it good for us? So Yeshua teaches Shechayav and Al Zidon, not just Val Shuyadasa, cover all of it. The Gemara says this is the paradigmatic example of Shua's Pitul. Remember again, Shua's Pitul, that's the Shua. Remember, we didn't really do too much delving into Shuas, because we really spent the bulk of the Mishnah dealing with Tukatara. But the Gemara says over here, this is the paradigmatic example of a Shua's Pitul. Remember, what is a Shua's Pitul? A declarative oath. A declarative oath. Where I make a declarative, definitive statement. The Gemara says this is the example of a Shua's Pitul. Intentionally violated, I'm chayiv malchus, and if I intentionally violated, I'm chayiv over the So again, I swear I'm not going to eat the loaf, end up eating the loaf. If I violated unintentionally, malchus, intentionally cover over the over. Beautiful, beautiful. Now the Gemara says, "What's up? Where is the deal?" So I have a malchus. Like this case is the example where if I willfully violate this Shua's Pitul, and chayiv malchus, what can you refer to? About ochal, the little ochal, low lachim. You don't say, if you notice again, what type of case is this? What type of case is this? This is a law sheyesh b'maisa. So again, I swear I'm not going to eat it, and I ate it. So I did something dynamic. I did something positive. I ate the loaf. Was all. That's the case of Shua's Pitul, where ultimately, again, intentional violation covered all the good. What's interesting? That's the case. But if you flipped it, right? I swear that I'm going to eat the loaf, and I don't eat the loaf. It sounds like based on this that what? That I would not be in violation of malchus. Well, actually, I would not be in violation of the Shua, and therefore, if I unintentionally violation, I would not be chayiv malchus. I would not be chayiv malchus. Now, let's say, now why not? Based on why would I be chayiv malchus for that? Why not? Because the pashtos, that's a law she'ein b'maisa. Because failure to eat the loaf, okay, I'm in violation of the Shua, but it's a passive violation. It's a law she'ein b'maisa. So because it's a law she'ein b'maisa, ultimately, again, I don't get malchus. Now, we'll say, what do we just see over here? Avi told me, we're seeing it from Joe Malkovich over here. What a holy beautiful, right? Here's
last week
good, you got this. Excellent, good. Joe, you have any problems? You don't like the shit, you don't like the coffee, you go to Avi. All right, he's your guy. All right. So now, you want to say this follows. Or Jeremy last week, you learned with Jeremy there at the start, right? Really, here's one thing. Wasn't Joe your Haruso there at the start? Oh, Michael, right, that's Mike, right, sorry. Right. Okay. So the Gemara says as follows. So let's say Salach al Raisa. The Gemara says, what do you see from here? A Stam Mishnah, that at the end of the day says, Lav she'ein b'maisa, ein loki halav. That's what's happening over there. Incredible. So it says here it is. Rabbi Yochanan has now a Lav she'ein b'maisa, a Stam Mishnah, Lav she'ein b'maisa, and you get malchus. Okay. The Gemara says as follows. Nifty. So therefore, again, we'll say, it sounds like at least for this moment, the Gemara is in perfect harmony. So look what we have. We've got attribution of Mishnah Tabishma. Rabbi Shmuel happens to hold back to myself. Looking at it. Okay, keep it over here. Rabbi Yochanan says that Allah has a stand Mishnah, but hold back to myself. Ain't looking at it. So what does the Yochanan do with the fact that our Stam Mishnah says go there? No problem. Rabbi Yochanan talking about the Stam Mishnah. So the Yochanan has got his Stam Mishnah, Rabbi Yishmael has got his Stam Mishnah, and everyone is happy. The Gemara says, okay, Yuki, high stomach, high stomach. My question is now you are faced with a bigger problem. I don't understand how you have two Stam Mishnahs that have the opposite conclusions. In other words, that totally undermines the whole notion of a Stam Mishnah. Right? The whole problem of a Stam Mishnah is at the end of the day, because there's no attribution, therefore it's authoritative. But if you have two Mishnahs with high attribution, and they say the exact opposite things, then the halacha and Isa, how does that work? So where it's a Yuki, high stomach, high stomach. So therefore again, Shmuels, like the Amish over here, the Amish Shmuels, ultimately again was a Stam Mishnah. The second Mishnah is also a Stam Mishnah. My place is the other two high stomach, the other two high stomach. I understand. Now the Muslim asking which one is even on the Yochanan. How do you know if Yochanan is about the Stam Mishnah? But Yochanan, how do you know if it's about the Stam Mishnah you just quoted over here? Why is it about the Stam Mishnah on Shmuels? I got pleasing out. We reach this again. This question over here is about him and myself. It's a more global question. Don't make this about the Yochanan. This isn't about the Yochanan. It is my name. Rabbi Buffet, Hockey, Stam, Run, Hockey, Now you ask a severe question. Rabbi, okay, this is hectic. Now we're kicking this all the way off the chain over here. Rabbi, how did you, Rabbi, you don't know. The great codifier of the Mishnah. How did you codify two contradictory Stam Mishnahs? Right, once you hear this is not a Yochanan issue. This is a Rabbi issue. This is a Rabbi issue. Rabbi, how are you going ahead and codify two Stam Mishnahs that give us two opposite conclusions? So that's what we do about this. I don't think I think what's happening that in front of us anymore. This is a historic Gemara. I mean, obviously, I think Gemara is a historic Gemara. But this is a historic Gemara because this Gemara is a window into the mechanics of Rabbi, into the mechanics of how all of this is coming together. Because again, the Gemara is how it really has the power of a Stam Mishnah to tell me that if it's without attribution, everyone holds it. The problem is now I have two non-attributed Mishnahs which yield two different conclusions. Rabbi, how did you do that? How does that make sense? Because there's a very important element. The stomach, or the susma, which is what happened. This is incredible. Originally, Rabbi thought that the halacha was Rabbi himself felt that the conclusion was a lot of Maisi gave Malchus, like Rabbi Shmuel, like the Mishnah that we had in the beginning of Shmuel's case in the Dalit. Then what happens? Bahadar Sabar, he wrote to Allah the Sasma, and later on, he changed his mind. And he said ultimately again, and therefore he made a second Stam Mishnah. So why not go ahead and redact the first? Why not redact the first? The Mishnah doesn't come up. But the Mishnah did not move from this place. Now what does that mean? He goes to Rashi. Rashi says that the Mishnah doesn't come up. The Mishnah is saying that even though Rabbi himself changed his mind, and ultimately again did not hold like that first Mishnah. The first one was our Mishnah, Shmuel, that on Beis Dollars. That last shit in Bomaisa, no good. So Rabbi changed his mind. Nevertheless, the Akar Shekashta Bayat HaKamidin, the Yokros, the Golo Sha'ata Rabbi, the Shiva Kamidin, the Yabak Kamidin, it was already great. It was already learned. And once it was already learned, ultimately, again, it was impossible or unable to unlearn it. The Riku as Shtehen, and ultimately, therefore, both Mishnayos remained. The Hamas, the Rabbi Shachronet, the Gert, because of Amur and Shema. And the last one, if you understand, right, in the following, you know, the pension, so you recognize that ultimately, again, the second one is the authoritative one, i.e. the one that says, Lach Shein Bomaisa. Again, it's from the first one. Incredible. So listen, there's so many fascinating things that have come out of here. One of those, like, the power, if you had Rabbi wanted to adapt it, or it was, but it couldn't. It was already ingrained. So listen, you see over here, by the way, just the danger of, again, what I think is the most fascinating of this, the danger of reinforcing negative techniques. How sometimes in life I know that something is wrong. I know that something is wrong. But yet, I keep on doing it over and over and over. We all struggle with this in different ways. And the more I do it, consciously, I know that it's not the right thing to do. The more it's done, the more ingrained and normal it becomes. And the more ingrained and normal it becomes, the harder it is to forget it. The harder it is to undo it. The harder it is to stop. Such a tremendous stress. Which is why when we know that there are things that have to be fixed within our lives, it is so important to take dynamic activity now and not to. Because the longer I wait, the more ingrained it becomes, the more ingrained it becomes, the more difficult it becomes to change it. It's incredible. That's mission number one. Mission number one is one of my favorite pieces of Muslim Gemara tells us so often is that halacha l'maisa is okay to change your mind. That so often in life we become ingrained and we think a certain way, we live a certain way, we behave a certain way, and we repeat those behaviors over and over. And we close ourselves off the possibility of change. The possibility that, you know what, I can think differently. I can behave differently. I can act differently. I can become a different person if I choose to do so. You know, the Gemara gives us this is Rabbi. Rabbi Huda Hanassi, he literally codifies a Mishnah with one way of thinking, and then at some point in time, I don't chronology all the time now, but at some point in time, he's like, you know what? I changed my mind. I changed my mind. It's okay to change your mind, and it's okay to change yourself, and it's okay. We have so much invested in the personality that we create, and then we have those pinnacle moments when I recognize that the personality I created for myself at one stage of life is not the right one to guide me to the next stages, but we're so invested in it that we can't find the courage to change. Ready to do it? So easy. Let's go back. So that's the notion that can be shown off. So now, let's round out the picture. So now what we've done is as follows. Now we've established our Mishnah as, according to Rabbi Ishmael, right, which meant two things. Number one, Lav She'in B'Maisa is Mokin Above. But also, what it also did was as follows. Remember, in order to make the Mishnah fit with Rabbi Ishmael, it also has to be talking about what? Malchus and not a carbon. Right? Because remember again, the issue we had, the issue we had with Rabbi Ishmael is that Rabbi Ishmael was going to say that by the Shua of Ashura's teaching, we meant tied for future Shuas, we only tied for past tense Shuas. The way we have music didn't stay with the Mishnah, the way we reconcile that was to say what? And Ishmael says you have tied a carbon, no carbon of your rate for future Shuas, tied Malchus. Okay, so then we established the Mishnah as author of the Mishnah, and also when the punishment that we're doing over here is Malchus. So the Gemara says, so if it's not, then it is not Malchus. Malchus is not my Malchus. What Malchus do you have by Azaras? I understand Malchus for the other cases. What Malchus come up with a Malchus case? What is by Saras? So you need to be rival to Malchus. The closest Saras are for the opposite way. So it's like, you see, so the person cuts off his blemish. Like, I have something on my skin, and again, I'm not sure, is it Saras, is it not Saras, and I cut it off. That act of Saras, when you open it itself, is a lot. So you want to say, I'm going to be out of it, I'm going to come up with Shinamar, Hishama, and whenever you see the lesson of Hishama, and Al, that's working with those big a lot. So what's this? The Torah says, Hishama, the Mega Saras. It's really needs to be careful with Saras. What does it mean to be careful with Saras? knows what I'm saying over here to me. If you have a saras lesion, or I say, if you have a lesion that may be saras, or it is saras, you may not cut it off. You might think that, like, I'm going to go to my local plastic surgeon for, laser saras removal. Right? Salvo Colomay said that's an issue that I saw. You're not allowed to do saras, and if I didn't want to suggest positive that doing so ultimately again would be malchus. Okay, Yitzias Shabbos, my malchus. So you might say, what about Yitzias Shabbos? Now again, let's say, in order to make this whole attribution of the ritual work according to the Shmuel, we need to come up with malchus in all of the cases, not just by Shmulis. Right? So again, so I've got malchus by Saras. What malchus can you come up with in the case of Shabbos? Right? We're making one say, case of Shabbos, case of Hotzah. Two cases of moving items for Shabbos, and two more cases of moving items for Shabbos. So what's the malchus in that case? So the Gemara says, I understand. Lav shenita last house says basically, this remember, this is Misas right? This is a lav. So ultimately, it's potentially by definitely. The whole lav shenita last house says basically, what makes it off the general rule is that any lav that is purchasable by Misas cases generally does not get malchus. So what's the malchus case by Shabbos? Which the Gemara says, you can have to come with on the last street, the last house, looking about fascinating. Who knew? But you sure happen to even a lot of the sensible by these ideas. And it's so subject to malchus. So, by the way, you begin to see, it's fascinating to see that the Shmuel has a lot of these very interesting shittos, right? Lav she'en b'maisa lokin Allah. Lav shenita last house, misas beizin, it's right, a lav that is punishable by a death penalty, lokin Allah. Okay, fascinating. Ha-lav hafi. So let's say the Gemara says, ha-lav hafi. Now, interestingly enough, if you were not able to go and answer for all these questions, what would you say? I love Rabbi Akiva. You would have said things like Rabbi Akiva. And let's say, what was the problem? Remember, according to why did you shift it to Rabbi Akiva? Rabbi Akiva holds that halacha l'maisa. There's tumah case. Remember, all of these Rabbi Akiva's issues. Rabbi Akiva said there's any liability in the case of hell and tumah. Only in the case where you go ahead and you forget that you're coming and then enter into the mikdash or consume kodesh. Rabbi Akiva said there is no case of what? Forgetting kodesh or forgetting the mikdash and ultimately again becoming liable like that. So therefore again the Mishnah couldn't align with Rabbi Akiva. Now the Gemara says, well, it's not for the fact that you're able to align the Mishnah like Rabbi Shmuel with Rabbi Akiva. So the Gemara says, here's the problem, Kashi or Yudiyas. That's not true. That's not true because again, remember, how can you align the Mishnah like Rabbi Akiva? As you just mentioned, Rabbi Akiva only holds of Ka'alam Torah. He doesn't allow hold of Helen and Mikdash. This is what Rabbi Shmuel Ulam Malchus, Rabbi Akiva Inami Ulam Malchus. No, you can do the same thing, the same way that you set up the Mishnah. Let's remember again, there's a lot of back and forth over here, but actually it's really just the same steps back and forth. So let's remember again, how did we make the Mishnah work? We made the Mishnah work according to the Shmuel, and it's doing the case of Malchus and not a case of Karban. That's what you want to find to the Shmuel would hold that Shmuel you only fight for past tense, not fight for future. We said, we need to fight the Karban. So the Shmuel would agree that if you make the Shmuel speak for his future tense, you're chayiv malchus. So why can't you say anything about Rabbi Akiva by talk? Rabbi Akiva holds that ultimately and you're chayiv the Karban in case of Tumah, with there's a lack of awareness about the Tumah itself. But even in the case when you forgot about the Mikdash, you forgot about Kodesh, you would still agree that what? Because he's chayiv malchus. Instead of which one is being malchus, you have to guess what Shmuel says. So Rabbi Akiva not in the malchus. Here's the problem. That's the case. That's the case, by the way. But the whole is just talking about malchus. That's what we're talking about over here. Yudiyos. And why does it say? Why does it use the lashon ultimately again of Yudiyos as well? It should say instead of what? Asros. Yudiyah, let's say Yudiyah, that lashon of like lack of awareness seems much more potent when you're dealing with carbonic liability. If I get to I'm dealing over here with malchus, and it's just say Asra, a warning. Hello, Kasra, now Yudiyos is the Asros. Okay. So interesting, the way to read the Mishnah is not just Yudiyos, but Yudiyos to Asros. Stein Shemin Arba, 13 to have and if that's the case, the unbelievable case, cases. It's just two cases, as you mentioned before. Rashi says, Rashi, last short line, as he's typing the Aliyah, ואין מלכוס הרעינקים ספירה סתומה והקודש או סתומה והמקדש וקרתי לדאיק המלכוס לקודש ומלכוס למקדש. So this works in the Julian pieces then, right? So remember again, every three colors, you have to have a hasra. But you have to have a hasra, there has to be a form of it before you got the law. So in that four cases, Julian two cases, to which the Gemara says, V'su, as sheesh or yediyah v'tchila v'yediyah v'som b'havam b'yisayim, ha'avam of malchus ma'avitim. Furthermore, the Gemara says, just go with the Mishnah's structure, right? The Mishnah's case of Tumah. The Mishnah says there was awareness in the beginning, then there was a lapse of awareness, then there was awareness at the end. They will say, what does Malchus have to do with lapses of awareness, right? Malchus is very simple. How do you get Malchus? You're about to do something wrong, you get warning about the wrong act, and you still do it. That's it. That's the totality. There's no lapsing, there's no hell. That's all Rishonos, that's all wording, and verbiage that would be used by carbonic liability, to which the Gemara says, Furthermore, again, I will say it's important to understand the Mishnah doesn't make explicit mention of a covenant or Ravioli. Right? So to go ahead and set up all of these cases like Marcus seems to be a little bit disingenuous to the way the actual text of the Mishnah itself reads. To which the Gemara says, you're right. So let's say, now we are about to do a 180. Well, not a total 180, but a pivot. A little bit of a pivot. So remember again, essentially what we just saw happen right in front of our eyes is we worked so hard over the course of yesterday's daf and the beginning of today's daf to set up the Mishnah in accordance with the position of Rabbi Shmuel. Tracks began to develop in that Talmudic facade. Right? We want to try to reintroduce Rabbi Akiva. To really understand the Gemara really says, in essence, it doesn't according to either of them. Because according to either Rabbi Shmuel and Akiva, the only way to make the Mishnah work according to his opinions is how is Elisa to go ahead and set it up that is dealing with Moses. The problem is the Mishnah doesn't really need that one. The Mishnah really is focused on carbonic liability, at least in the case of Timon Tala for sure. And certainly, and it sounds like vegetables also. So therefore, it really doesn't work. So therefore, let's say a new pivot. Let's say better, because if you're always looking at stillness also. Sometimes, you see, what is the Gemara trying to do? And this quite fascinating. The Gemara was trying to go ahead and fit the Mishnah into a particular opinion, as opposed to going ahead and fitting an opinion into the Mishnah. So let's say, and we do this all the time in life, right? Whether I have a certain opinion, I have a certain mahalik, and I try to fit reality into my opinion. Right? Sometimes it works, but more often it doesn't. Especially if my opinion is wrong. Right? So people spend a lot of time trying to go ahead and conform the reality to fit their own ideas, isms, outlooks, shittas, hashkatas, instead of taking a step back and trying to understand what the reality is, and then forming my opinions and understandings based on objective reality. That's what just happened over here. The Lord tried so hard to fit everything into the positions of Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva, but it turns out that neither of them really worked for the whole issue. Therefore, here we go. I love Rabbi Yosef. The Lord said, the Yosef says today, Rabbi, which is this, the answer of Rabbi Shmuel, okay, this is not a police, is Rabbi. The Lord said, I watch this. It's not simply a leap of the Tanel. Rabbi is actually adopting different opinions for different topics. Here we go. The Yedios, not from Rabbi Shmuel. When it comes to the Yedios Atoma, right, those are Rabbi Shmuel. The Lord said, Shmuel holds that there are two cases of Shema liability. One of the two cases, either where you forget, I forget that I'm coming, and I enter into the Mikdash, or Tzum Kodesh, or I remember that I'm coming, but I forget that it's a Mikdash, or I forget that ultimately I'm Tzum Kodesh. That's Rabbi Shmuel. That's the two cases that are for. And the Shavuos, when it comes to Shavuos, Yosef left Rabbi Akiva. Ultimately, again, what does Rabbi Akiva? What does Rabbi Akiva hold? Rabbi Akiva holds that Shavuos B2 is what? For future tense and past tense. Beautiful. Because the Mishnah does not work solely according to one of those opinions. So what does Rabbi do? Rabbi is accepting different opinions for different cases. So in the case of Tumah, the Holdek Rabbi Shmuel, beautiful, and in the case of Shavuot, Shmuel, the Holdek Rabbi Akiva. Incredible. I'm Rashi. I'm used to Shmuel that coming to Rav Kahana, so I said this one from Rav Kahana, but Amali, no Tumah Rabbi Nosson La'ali B'Getanoi, but I know Sirale, Ale Rabbi, Ame Dinah. In the head and people's opinions, so we himself didn't know that way. That's not the case. In fact, what ended up happening here, Rabbi says, Rabbi is aligning himself, or aligning the Mishnah, with Rabbi Akiva when it comes to Shavuot, and Rabbi Shmuel when it comes to Tumah. But that's also because this was Rabbi's personal position. Right? In other words, Rabbi's not only trying to frame the Mishnah, Rabbi himself is also espousing his own opinion through the Mishnah. He's like Rabbi himself. And it's like Rabbi Akiva in the case of Shua and like Rabbi Shmuel in the case of Tumah. Here we go. This sounds like you're not saying for Ella Ashmi for you so that they say, how do you know that in the case of Tumah, you're only higher than all of you, right? There was Tumah awareness in the beginning. Then you forgot that you were coming. Or by the way, what's that? Or minutes are coming and being implementation. How do I know that in the case of Tumah liability, for covering all of the rate, there's awareness, lots of awareness, and then secondary awareness afterwards? How do I know that that's the case of carbonic liability? Talalomai, the Yahalam Shekam did Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva is in sorts of the Yahalam twice. Rabbi says, no, you don't need that. Ain't no sorry. You don't need that dress. I'll tell you why. Haribu Omer, the Pasuk says also on the base, Haribu Omer, V'ne'alam. So what's that? So the Pasuk says, V'ne'alam. Literally, again, it was forgotten. Now, what does this mean? In the cloud of the Yoda, right? Obviously, in order to forget something, what has to happen? What has to first happen? You first have to know. So Rabbi says like this. Because the Pasuk is talking about someone who knew that they were coming. And then they forgot their Tumah. Right? So therefore, you know, it's like, the word from Ne'elam itself indicates to me that I knew something at a certain point. Right? I knew, then I forgot. But then the Pasuk also says, and she knew. So if you notice, by the way, what's happening over here, awareness is really mentioned twice. Right? So the interesting from the word Ne'elam, when he forgot, that means he knew at one point. And then the Pasuk also says, he knew. He knew. The Pasuk says, Harikan Shei Yidios. There's two awarenesses over here. Two awarenesses over here. And Nas Kamulomar, V'ne'elam. So ultimately, there are two awarenesses over here. Then why does the Pasuk need to indicate? Why does the Pasuk need to say, forgot twice? V'ne'elam was forgotten coming twice. L'chayit, I'll have a Tumah, I'll have a Mishnah. Beautiful. The teacher says that there's two different types of lapses that can generate Tumah liability. What are the two lapses? Either case number one, I forgot that I was coming. I knew that I was coming. I forgot that I was coming. During that lapse of awareness, I did one of two things. Either A, enter this thing into the flesh, or B, consume kachim. Then afterwards, what happened? I remember that I was coming, and if I was coming over the Yoda. And then there's the second case. What's the second case? I remembered that I was coming. Never forgot that I was coming. I forgot that I was entering into the flesh, or I forgot that I was consuming kodesh. And therefore, again, afterwards, I remembered what it is that I did. So what it says, therefore, what do you see from here? These are the two cases of Rabbi. Now, this is Rabbi himself. Right? This is Rabbi himself. But just when putting together the Mishnah, Rabbi finds a Tana. Right? Rabbi finds a Tana, ultimately, who holds this same way. Who was the Tana who held this way? And now Rabbi Akiva. This is Rabbi Akiva. Right? Rabbi Akiva held this way. And therefore, all that Tana's coming along and saying is, see, when you're listening to this now, is Rabbi set up the Mishnah, and when setting up the Mishnah, Rabbi found different Tanas who held different ways. That thanks to saying, by the way, just understand, not just that Rabbi found other Tanas, these other Tanas also hold the same way that Rabbi himself holds. So Rabbi his own personal Shita was like Rabbi Shmuel in the case of Tumah, and therefore then there's Tumah liability both for forgetting your Tumah status as well as forgetting that it was Mikdash or Kodesh. Incredible. Shavuos says, so again, what about in the case of Shavuos? Now remember again, what did we see before? We said we hold up in the case of Shavuos. What did we see all right? Rabbi Akiva. Right, because remember Rabbi Akiva holds that by Shavuos Bittul, the Chayyim falls with what? Whether the Shavuot is in future tense, right? Ochal, Tishalot, Ochal. Or past tense, Achalti, Tishalot, Achalti. Now, Rav Kahana is suggesting that he himself holds that way as well. Where do you see that? Shavuot is the time of the answer, you know. So where do you see that Rabbi, right? That this is Rabbi's personal position as well. Svara, ultimately, I guess it's Svara. Okay, what does that mean? Mishnah Asina, as far as a different version, Asking for the idea to several of them small, which work to several of them, you'll see one in your lungs. Smart of it, all take the smart, and there is a smart writing itself old this way, that by Shua Vitui, the Chayyim not only against the past tense Shua, but also for future tense. Now, what does that mean with the smart? So we must let the Akiva might kind of type of Shaba. So we'll say, why does the Akiva hold up the Chayyim for the past tense Shua? Why is that? The Jewish replacing the Ikei. Okay, so we'll say, you're going to see that. Now, here's what's interesting. The appears based on the way the Gemara is going out, and again, this is also in the Mishnah, that the paradigmatic case of Shuas Yukun is actually people-oriented. Right? The paradigmatic case, right, of a declarative Shua is, I will eat, I swear I will eat, or I swear I won't eat. Okay? The choice is, remember, that's how the Mishnah says, Stein Shing Alpha, the two biblically paradigmatic cases of Shuas Yukun, the people-oriented Shuas, which then yields the second to which the what? Past tense. Right? Schwartz Alpha, Schwartz healthy. Now watch this. Where does the people get all of this from? The Gauchins read what it is. And as I said, this is really exciting. Because remember, this gets to the core of what we call exegetical principles. Remember again, so let's say there are different mechanisms through which one can actually implement the Torah. Now again, obviously, you don't wake up one morning and decide which every exegetical principle you want to use. Right? That's not us. That's what gets you up in the morning, right? It's a pizza, right? But Lamaisa, again, what we're talking about over here is these seeking of darshan through 12 different exegetical avenues. Obviously, different Tanoim have different Masoros. There are different traditions from Rabbi and going back over to Moshe Rabbeinu about how the darshan is considered. Rabbi Akiva, ultimately again, darshan through lead way in every day. Okay, now, and we're going to see how this goes on this morning. Rabbi does read and Rabbi also generally use that same exegetical principle. So because of the Akiva used to be in the day, because of the Akiva used to be in the and Rabbi also used Ruboy in the it's logical to say that Rabbi holds like Rabbi Akiva. Okay, let's put a little bit more meat on. Let's an example of how Rabbi darshan's Ruboy in the okay, here we go. Right, the halacha is firstborn son has sanctity, and the halacha is what's called Pidyon Aben. What's the passage of Pidyon Aben? I go to the Kohen, I give the Kohen, right? The Kohen asks me, what do you want to do? Do you want to teach the things to you, or do you want to redeem him? Do you want to redeem his firstborn sanctity? If I want to redeem the firstborn sanctity, I could transfer the sanctity on to 5 slot. 5 slot. So what says follows? What says already holds. You can redeem your firstborn child on anything with the exception of documents. So it's the original document. Let's say again, I have a firstborn son. I want to redeem him. I happen to have a document in my possession that says Ethan owes me 5 slot. I have a loan document. And again, the loan document is worth 5 slot. So I say to the Kohen, here's what we're going to do. Let's go ahead. I'll give you the document. In lieu of actual cash, and you will use that. So what he says, doesn't work. You can report it pretty much with anything except the document.
I don't know if black belt aikido is pretty nuts.
Bakol Polden Bachar
I
Adam
don't think
puts
he
me
says
at
black
Bogan,
belt aikido.
Status
That was
Vikakos.
so
The Baron say,
in
in general, you can redeem a firstborn with everything, with the exception of slaves, Status documents, and karka. So what's the rest of my focus over here? My time to Rabbi, what's Rabbi's logic? Darish read
I hope he says black
way.
belt aikido. Yes.
Rabbi in general doctrines are reading what's the name of it? Here we go, they say. Ukidiyot, even Chodesh. So what the Pasuk says, you shall redeem him from 1 month old. Now again, Ukidiyot is a readway, which means pretty much you can redeem him with what? With what? With anything. With anything. Okay. So the Gemara says, Riba, the Ershikah, Kasset, Hamishet, Shkalim. But then it says again with the value of something that is 5 Shkalim, silver worth 5 Shkalim. Meat. That's the meat, right? Again, I will say, readboy means like again like being mad that you're including everything. Now here is the meal. So it's 5 shkalim of 5 silver shkalim. That's the meal. Take that, and then it says it shall be redeemed. That's a readboy again. How's it the riba? So what do I have over here in this passage? Riba, umiyah, riba. So there's a readboy. Right, there's a readboy. There's a meat. The Erkicha Kesef Hamisha Shkalim, and then there's a readboy. The rest of the way you do it, you have readboy, a meal, and a readboy. What does that do? The rest is Riba Hakol. In general, the result of a readboy meal and readboy is ultimately everything is included. Riba Homi, the rest say, but it includes everything with a carve out. With a carve out. Otherwise, carve out away. With an exclusion. With an exclusion. What's the exclusion? Umay meat stars. Right? It includes everything. It includes everything. What does it exclude? It excludes stars. Now, why would it exclude stars? Why exclude stars? Because ultimately, again, a star does not have an inherent value. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, "Chutz min hashtaros, hayachayev lo adam mishtar v'nisman v'nasano also shtar l'kon v'yo ino v'nevon." Actually, it's over here. That's why, because the star does not have an inherent value. Like the only value a star has is what? What's the value of a star? The value of the star usually says the way the star is for about a stopper. Right, about a stopper, that's what we use for it. So therefore, again, because there's no inherent value, therefore, halach l'meisa, you cannot use it for the dinner then. But I want to say that's ready. Right, and therefore, Rebbe's coming to his conclusion ultimately again to a reason, a meal, and a reason. On the other hand, for Rabbanon, that should tell you property. Rabbanon, on the other hand, don't use rebuilding it. Instead, what do they use? They use cloud. Now watch this. Rabbanon, that should tell you property. Upidu yos, you ben chodesh, cloud. You shall redeem him from the age of 1 month. Cloud. Right, and that is a general statement. The Erkicha Kesef Hamisha Shkalim. You shall use silver of 5 shkalim. That's trust. Right, and that is a detail. A detail, limited detail. Tip that, ultimately again, shall redeem him. Cause of the color. But say, you see what's happening over here? You don't see it like this. You're dancing the same words. Right, literally again, it's the same exact words. Right? Hamisha, like Shkalim, right? Oh, I'm sorry. The Erkicha Hamisha Hamisha Shkalim. Same three phrases, same 3 words. Rebbe's darshaning it through the prism of revoy, and Chazal Rabbanon are darshaning it through the mechanism of cloud, uprat, cloud. So the Gemara says, so cloud, what do you do with the cloud without your cloud? So let's say again, here's the difference between a revoy, a mute, and a revoy, and a cloud without your cloud. In a revoy, a mute, and a revoy, the result is everything is included, with the exception of one item. There's one specific thing that is exclusive. So therefore, in Rebbe's model, revoy, mute, revoy, you can figure that with everything except for stars. Stars is the one exception to the illusion. In cloud without your cloud, where it looks like this. Everything is included, right? But the cloud without your cloud says like this. It creates a paradigm. Right? But there are the whole category excluded from the paradigm. Revoy meal or revoy excludes one thing, Cloud
This is going to be
cloud
by Ken
creates a
Guthrie.
rule,
Papa
but the
says
rule
to his
usually
9-year-old son, he
excludes
will miss
a
him when he comes home.
category of things. You hear this distinction? Now watch this. Therefore, according to the Rabbanon, you have to allocate a prat. The category that is excluded is the category that conforms to the details of the prat. Not prat mufurash. Never have the title of the group of moments. So again, the prat, what was the prat over here? What was the prat? The prat was silver. The silver, right? The Kamisha story, right? The five silver. Now watch this. What's unique about the prat? Not prat mufurash never have the title. The group of moments. They don't say the prat. Silver is number one, movable, right? Movable, and inherently valuable. Right? So therefore, what's that essentially? Saying it differently. In Kali Prat of cloud, the prat defines the cloud. The prat defines the cloud, right? The limiting item, the specific item, defines the cloud, and therefore again creates the cloud, and by definition excludes the entire category of things that don't fit into the cloud, right? So the ultimately again, so both pieces, right, the excluding piece defines that which is included and by definition is excluded. And so ultimately again, in the essentially what's included is anything that is inherently valuable. Like what's excluded? Something that is not inherently valuable. What's the only item that's not inherently valuable? A star. So ultimately again, the prat defines the parameters of the cloud. So what's unique about the prat in this case is silver? Number one, inherently valuable. Number two, movable. So therefore, what is that? Therefore, again, for people that use anything that is inherently valuable and ultimately movable. What does that exclude? Yotzi kalkol, ultimately, again, it excludes kalkol, that is not movable. Yotzi avodim, shukshul kalkol, these avodim, which are compared to kalkol. Yotzi shtaris, she'apa. Ultimately, again, stars which are not inherently valuable. So what's that? So watch this happen over here. So remember again. Okay, so we're gonna pause here for just a second. So just understand what's happening, right? We know what the Torah and the Mishnah, right? You might have suggested the Mishnah. Up until now, we're focused on the Mishnah line with now we're saying what? Oh,
conversation about death with them saying something along the lines of
he went ahead and he different opinions for them. So he spoke like Rabbi Shmuel and like Rabbi Akiva. Right? Rabbi Akiva ultimately again by Shmuz, and like Rabbi Shmuel ultimately again by Tumah. He established how you, and now kind of came along and said, by the way, these are Rabbi's personal opinions also. We proved that by Rabbi Shmuel and Tumah, and now ultimately again we're trying to prove this by Rabbi Akiva and Shmuz. How is he going to prove it? That Rabbi himself also holds like Rabbi Akiva, that Rabbi Akiva started with the mechanism of reborn and reborn. Now the word is trying to show that Rabbi goes ahead and uses that same exact mechanism for drushes as well. We're not quite finished with it. Let's stop over here for Devoshai.
Can we just stop and appreciate how the barbarian hunter used to dress only a couple years back? Posted by 9/11 slasher Thrasher. Yeah, might be 911. But yeah, this is very LA. This is very just voted for Kamala Harris type of dress. I think it's like like an assortment of clothes that you might get at like a Crossroads, here in LA or something like that. How the tables have
let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's trip to Pin. Our annual common sponsor is Children Mishpacha Vayitzel for dedicating all the children's drushes this year as a support for the Soros Provost for Am Yisrael.
How the mighty have fallen, Daddy. I guess that was
our common sponsor is for the Via Abavino Noah Shmuel Rabbi Kalaki, mention of the ethnic of Shmuel's father, Lizbach Ben Yecheskel Akonzi from the Bracha. Our week of learning sponsors, Ari and Rudy Lichtenman, Ruben Nishmas, Rudy's mother, Rachel Leah Bas Ruben Meir Zikon the Bracha. And our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Bernard and Varda Birnbaum, in memory of our beloved grandmother Miriam Abbas Yisrael Pinchas, for the Fuhr Shalema for our brother Chaim Shlomo Ben Malka, the Sil Shachol Yisrael, and for the protection of Klal Yisrael, the safe return of our beloved brethren in captivity, and the Hatzlacha for all of our holy soldiers. And also with that, let us begin Baruch Hashem with another daf out of us. Yesterday we were Zohar to go ahead and do the Mishnah and begin the new Masechta together. Today, Yetz Hashem, we will begin the Gemara together. So we are taking on today's daf is daf Gimel. A welcome to all of the new people who are here for sure, both in person as well as online. A great is supposed to happen. So we are picking up at the Gemara on that base, on the base 2b, 2 lines up on the bottom. Top Mitzi. So let's say, remember again, so the Mishnah, it was really, as far as the Mishnayos go, it was excellent. I think that was like a 10 out of 10, that Mishnah, right? Anything and everything you wanted in Yiddishkeit, you had it, right? We had Negoim, we had Shabbos, we had Shavuos, we had Seder, we had buckets of goats, right? Goat buckets, we coined that term yesterday, right? Everything you could possibly want out of a Mishnah, Baruch Hashem, we were Zohar to be able to find it. So now, the Gemara wants to unpack the Mishnah. So the Gemara says as follows, Michli, Tonami Makos Solid. Let's see, and then you read that phrase so long. We just finished with Makas. Right? The words of Tabako, Tzadik, Bemunasa, Yitya, the words of Rabbi, Akiva Nechantana, are still ringing in our ears. And by the way, see him tonight in Yetz Hashem. They give it 6:45. And with Mincha, then see him at 7 o'clock. There is still time. There's still time to register. If you would like to, you won't get food. But try to get access. But the apps are just getting you a beautiful event at the home of Chili and Doreen Goldberger. So if you would like to come, just private message me and we'll get to it. So remember again, so you heard us, we are finishing up on the second Makkah. So telling me Makkah solid, my physically choice. Why we are like this? As I will say, Mesechus only. And the progression of Mesechus is methodical. So why are we going from Mesechus Makkos to Mesechus Shavuos? The most very simple. Mishum Dekani, Hayib ala Rosh Shtayim Achas Mikan da Achas Mikan, Top of Gimel, Valazakon Shtayim Mikan Shtayim Mikan da Achas Milamasa. Remember again. One of the last sugyas we had in Mesechus Makkos was the halachos concerning shaving of heads. Remember again, what was the nature of shaving earth? So the Mishnah said, you're obligated for rounding out the corners of your head. One corner here, one corner there. There's 2 prohibitions. Beard is actually 5 spots, right? Remember again, the temples, the jawbone, and the chin. So what's unique about this? Versus Chada, in the Chayiv ala Party. What's unique about this halakha, there's one prohibition, right? There's a prohibition not to destroy your beard. There's a prohibition not to round out the corners of your head. So it's one prohibition, yet it's one prohibition that results in multiple sub-prohibitions, right? So in other words, if I go ahead and I round out both corners of my head, it's one lot, right? We are Chayiv twice. I destroy my beard with a razor, right? So at the end of the day, again, it's one lot, yet it has 5 Chayiv 5 times. So you notice that it's Marcus, the last formal halakha that it dealt with was this concept of one lot that could ultimately translate into multiple layers of liability. So I wrote down this notion, right? Understand Shmuel Shtayim Shein Arba. It was all the examples of Shtayim Shein Arba. 2 biblically paradigmatic pieces that ultimately, again, turn into 4 cases total of liability. So essentially, this one, second Shavuos, is really just picking up on that same theme of quote-unquote 2 that are 4. One that is 2, right? One that is 5, and 2 that is 4 in our Mishnah. Beautiful. Therefore, again, the man says, Shmuel Shtayim Shein Arba. Beautiful. Okay, so ask you, so now we understand the connection between the second Shavuos and the second Makkos. Beautiful. Nice Nachacha, the prayer of the Kulu, nice contact with the Shabbos from Maris Medorim to Lokater and Kulu. So let's remember again, in our Mishnah, we have 3 examples of Shtayim Shein Arba. 2 biblically paradigmatic cases, but ultimately, again, birth 2 additional cases as well, right? Case number 1 was Shavuos 8. Case number 2 was Yehiyah Hatama, ritual theology, which is what we're going to talk about today, or the ritual theology. And then number 3 was Shabbos, that's what in 4 cases. Shabbos, and number 4 was Nigah Saras. So here's what's interesting. Here, obviously, in the second Shabbos, we're talking about all 4 cases. It's interesting enough, the Gemara says, when it comes to the second Shabbos, and by the Mishayos of Nigah Saras, it only quotes the Shabbos, only quotes the cases of Shabbos. And by Saras, it only quotes the cases of Saras. It was asking just like a textual question. Why is it here by Shavuos, we quote all of the cases of Shtayim, Shein, Arba, and yet in those other places, specifically by Shabbos and by Saras, Shabbos only quotes the case by Shabbos, doesn't quote the other 3 cases. Saras only quotes the case by Nigah, only quotes the case by Saras, and not the other 3 cases. Okay, so it's stylistic question. Here's the Gemara. So I'll tell you, on the Shavuos Yehiyah Hatama, the Gabi Haggadah Tzivim, the Daniel Haggadah, the carbon over the oil, Tani Lehu Gabi Haggadah. Out of the 4, there are 2 of them that have some level of overlap. What are the 2 cases of overlap? The case of oats and tumah. Oats and tumah both have the same overlap. I'm always passing over that house. So number 1, they are laying next to each other in the Torah. That's number 1. They're juxtaposed scripturally. And number 2, they both share the same liability of a carbon over the other. Remember in Israel, it's more so that the carbon over the other is a unique single offering that is dependent on your financial situation in life. On using 1 carbon and after the different carbons, that carbon applies to both cases of Shavuos and Tumah. So because number 1, they are scripturally juxtaposed, and because number 1, they share the same carbonic liability, therefore again they're mentioned together. Now, as I said, so that's why in the second Shavuos, we're automatically going to also include Tumah, because again, scriptural juxtaposition and shared carbonic liability. Once we're mentioning 2, once we're mentioning 2, the Gemara says, Tani Kulu. Once you mentioned 2 out of the 4 cases of Shtayim, Shein, Arba, then what? Then you might as well go ahead and mention the other 2. That's the style. Since I've also, I guess, I just understand what we have so far. Now, number one, I understand why Shavuos comes after Makos, because Makos ended off with a case of 1 Rav that results in multiple layers of liability. So Shavuos picks up with the case of Shtayim, Shein, Arba, 2 biblically documented cases that yield an additional good. That's the production. And number 2, why are all 4 mentioned here, just in other circumstances, only the particularly relevant cases mentioned? Like once we're mentioning Shavuos, once we mention that, becomes the link scripturally and carbonically. Once we're mentioning 2, then ultimately what? You might as well mention the other 2 as well. Beautiful. Beautiful. You might think this follows. And I say, yeah, it's a tremendous sense of hospitals also. And it is all the things do is I wasn't mentioned 3, some mentioned 4. But it's like, once you mention 2, you can go either way on that. The tremendous sense of hospital has all excellent teachers. I was talking to someone about doing the stuff as Shavuos. The person did Makos with us. And then I said, you continue with Shavuos. Like, no. Why not? Because I'm just going to do Makos. I said, but why not? Like, no, I'm not going to do it. I said, I promise you, if you can give me a compelling reason why you're not going to do Shavuos, I'll leave you alone. Like, forever. Forever. I'll leave you alone. But if you're just saying, what is that? You can tell me, I'm learning 14 other Masechtas. I don't have time for so. All right, fine. I'm driving 15 carpools. I don't know. But just like, at least use a proper English word. That's number 1, right? No, it's not some type of that grunt. I'm not doing it. Why? There are so many beautiful opportunities that present themselves in life. Now, sometimes you can't take advantage of all of them. That's the nature of life. If I have a legitimate reason not to take advantage of an opportunity, of course, no one can take advantage of it. It's so often in life, it's just like, I'm not doing it. In fact, come along and say, well, what the? Well, yes, you can. What's your food for? You finish glasses? Why not this shoes? You finish shoes? Why not do all this other? Why not? If you only started down a path in life, like if you already did something, unless there's a compelling reason not to continue forward, why not? Incredible. Most that's the everything. That's what I did. So then I said, plus I just list, what should be as I can. Another study. So today was a lot about understanding the framework of the Mishnah. Remember again, the Mishnah ended up in a very strange direction, right? The Mishnah quoted the 4 cases of Stein Shein Arba, right? It begins with, right, so it goes Shavuos, right, Shavuos, Tumah, Shabbos, Saras. Then, the rest of the Mishnah was about what? That's the Mishnah was about what? I'll give you an hint, we did it yesterday, right? The entire series of the Mishnah, right? The rest of the Mishnah was about Tumah.
Shout out to you, man. I love Instagram too, dude.
Kind of like an art school, like it's just trying to very drag. So the rest of the Mishnah was about Tumah. So the Gemara says, I don't think stylistically that doesn't make sense. It's the heading is Shavuos, right? And then the sector is Shavuos. You mentioned Shavuos, and then literally the rest of the Mishnah, which was a very long Mishnah, it was a block Mishnah. The rest of the Mishnah was Tumah. What's the shot? It's very interesting. Gemara said, plus the I understand. You opened with Shavuos, but then you went ahead and spent the rest of the time on Tumah. For which the answer is very interesting. I do Gezutron Milayu, Pasik Shavuos, the 120 Shavuos Benediction Milayu. Somebody can look at this stylist and the says like this. Actually, fascinatingly enough, the laws of Tumah are used in this regard. Of the Stein Shein Arba, like this type of Tumah liability, is relatively succinct. Succinct is relative, right? But it's relatively succinct. Versus the laws of Shavuos, which are much more complex. So therefore, the Gemara made a conscious decision to essentially, let's finish the laws of Tumah. We mentioned some of the Tumah because they're more self-contained. To finish that, then we'll launch a more rough conversation. About Shavuos. We all want to accomplish in life. And therefore, we all set for ourselves objectives and goals. So now there's this type of thing that we often encounter. Now, what type of objectives and goals should I set for myself? Is it more important to focus on my short-term goals, long-term objectives, or short-term goals? Should I put my energies in a pen, or I have to get my life over, to get myself over? That's a story over. Or maybe it's more to guys sometimes rack up some short wins. Like just some short-term goals that maybe aren't necessarily global, but right now, and they give me those wins. And sometimes when you rack up those short-term wins, that gives a lot of wind in yourself. That gives you some good fuel. So it seems like different things work for different times, but it seems to be here that the Gemara is favoring, at least in this moment, that latter approach. Let's knock out Tumah, right? Like, let's deal with that right now, because it's right here. We can get a handle on it. We can start it. We can finish it, and then we can move on to Shavuos after. And then we feel like this, but sometimes in life, we should learn to be a little less long-term focused, a little bit more short-term focused, to get some wins under your belt, right? Get some positive momentum. Move yourself forward, get in a good place, and then in your Hashem, you're even more empowered to engage in that long-term personalistic planning. Okay, Shavuos Stein Shein Arba. Now, interestingly enough, we spent so much time in yesterday's Mishnah explaining all the cases. It happens to be the Gemara now goes through them. Again, not in longhand, but just explanation. Here we go. So remember again, and there's also good chazak from Mishnah. First case in Mishnah, Shavuos Stein Shein Arba. In case of oaths, there are 2 cases, two biblically paradigmatic cases that ultimately, again, yield another 2. What are they? Stein, so it says, what are the 2 biblically paradigmatic cases? And again, remember again, when you're talking about Shavuos, not now, right? But when we get to it, remember the next answer is that this is called Shavuos Bitui. A Shavuos Bitui is an oath where you make a declarative statement. Okay? So the ability to have the case are saying, Sha'ota b'shalomcha. Right? I swear, I will eat or I won't eat. That's a Shavuos Bitui. Now those are biblically paradigmatic cases. So what do you see from here? According to the question I'm making now is the biblically paradigmatic case is a future tense shvua. I swear I will eat something, I swear I won't eat. And as I mentioned yesterday, it's not just about eating. In other words, I swear I'm going to go to Eretz Yisrael. Right? I said, you could fill in whatever you want. Just giving an example of eating. Future oriented oath, I'm not saying I'm going to do or not going to do. That deals too much. This Shane Arba, and the traditional cases, right? The traditional cases are same oath, same shvua, but what? Past tense. I swear I didn't eat something. I swear I didn't eat something. Okay? That's the case of Shvua Stein Shane Arba. Next, the idea is to much Stein Shane Arba. When it comes to Tumah awareness, there are two cases that are for. So the biblically paradigmatic case is Steinem Yedias Tumas Kodesh. Steinem Yedias Tumas Kodesh. Yedias Tumas Mikdash. So what is the biblically paradigmatic cases? So what is the case over here is like this. The biblically paradigmatic cases are, I forgot that I was coming. Right? I get another that says, the son yesterday's Mishnah. That's what all the cases again. In order to be high the carbon over the Yoreh, you need awareness of your tumah at some point in the beginning, right? When you contract it, let's say. So the things are real. When I was coming, I forgot I was coming, and then one of two things happened. Either I entered into the Beis HaMikdash without awareness, or I consumed Kodesh without awareness, and then I subsequently become aware of what it is that I did. Okay? So therefore the biblically paradigmatic cases where the lapse of awareness was about the tumah. I knew that I was coming. I forgot what I was coming. I ate Kodesh. I entered into the Mikdash. That yields two more cases. Shein Arba, Kodesh, and Mikdash. What are the traditional cases? The traditional cases was I didn't forget that I was coming. I knew that I was coming. What did I forget? I forgot that I was walking into the Beis HaMikdash, and I forgot that I was going ahead and consuming Kodesh. Good. So those are the two cases. Those are the four cases. Next, Yitzios Shabbos, Stein Shein Arba. The cases of Shabbos called Tzar, which is transferring an object from one domain to another, are two cases that are really four. What are the two primary cases? Stein, Hotzah Da'ani, Votzah de Balabayis. So once I start again, we have to all good Chazara. The biblically paradigmatic cases of Hotzah are what? Transferring an item from the Shus Hayotid to the Shus Harabim. That's how it works. And I want to point out why is that the biblically paradigmatic case? Remember, all the Lachos and Shabbos come from where? The Mishnah. Where was Hotzah done in the Mishnah sequentially? The removal of the flesh and removal of the board from the wagons, right, into the camp. The wagons themselves were able to kiss Hayotid, and removing them would be into yourself. The biblically paradigmatic case is now there are two ways you can move an item from the Shus Harabim to the Shus Hayotid. That's right. From the Shus Harabim, right? Case number one is, let's say a guy in the house takes the item in the house and he goes ahead and he transfers it out of the house. Case number two is how the guy standing in the Shus Harabim puts his hand into the Shus Hayotid, lifts the object and pulls it out. Those are the two biblically paradigmatic cases. That then yields two more cases. Shein Arba, Hachnosa Da'ani, Hachnosa de Balabayis. The two additional cases are what? Are transferring an item from Shus Harabim to the Shus Hayotid. And that occurs in one of two ways. The guy in the Shus Harabim takes the object from the Shus Harabim, puts it inside the Shus Hayotid, or the guy from the Shus Hayotid extends his hand into the Shus Harabim, takes the object and puts it into his domain. Beautiful. Now it's the gun. That's the four cases. Now it's the gun. Stein Shein Arba. Are two cases that are really four cases. What's up with the biblically paradigmatic cases? Seis Uvahara. Passing partial. Seis and Bahara. So those are the two us. Shein Arba. Seis V'Toldasa. Bahara V'Toldasa. We're going to see here, we're not going to really dive into this more, but we're going to see that there is a Toldasa. there's an offshoot of this, and there's an offshoot of Baharas. Okay, so now, with Chazara, it goes through all of the cases in Mishnah, where it comes down to each of these cases have two typically paradigmatic cases, then there's two more cases afterwards. Okay, beautiful. Switch to Gemara says, money must be seen. Whose opinion does the Mishnah reflect? Not Rabbi Shmuel, or not Rabbi Akiva? Not Rabbi Shmuel, not Rabbi Akiva. Why? What's going on over here? Even Rabbi Shmuel. So what's in Rabbi Shmuel? Omar, Eino Chayiv Ala Asul Lavo. This is very simple. Obviously, we're going to get into all of this in their Hashem in the coming thing. And Rabbi Shmuel holds that the plus details, you are not trying ultimately again for the future oriented oath. The only chayiv has 10 oaths. So, first of all, actually, I thought future would be I ate or I didn't eat. But I will eat or I won't eat. That is not the Shmuel detail. So here's the problem. The problem is how Mishnah counts by Shmuel's Shayim Shin Arba. This will prove that it's not according to the Mishnah, the people are paradigmatic to our life, future-oriented oaths, right? And the traditional ones are past tense oaths. Well, obviously, that's in conflict with Rabbi Shmuel. So our Mishnah can't be Rabbi Shmuel. In Rabbi Akiva, Ha'amar Ahel and Tumah Chayiv, Ve'ino Chayil Ahel Mikdash. Interesting. Rabbi Akiva holds that in the cases of Tumah, you're only kind of covered all of your rate if you forget that you're coming, right? And then enter the mikdash or consume progress. But if you remember that you're coming, but you forgot that it was the Reis HaMikdash, or you forgot ultimately again that it was Kodesh you were consuming, you're not liable. So that also stands in contradiction to Mishnah. Let's say, just by the way, as an aside, and if you imagine someone who forgets that he's walking into the Beis HaMikdash, like, how does that work? What do you think? It was 7-Eleven? Like, I don't know, what do you do? But you see something amazing. You see something amazing. You see that at the end of the day, at a certain point, novelty wears off. Right? Novelty wears off. Right? It's, I'll say like this, when you moved into the new store, and you're a big question in the store, because you're walking with cups of coffee. Just the davening. I mean, I've never been able to say, she's never any different. And you see that, like, going to davening, we really only use that store, that means because it's the davening. Like, don't walk into davening. Yeah, it's like I'm getting small or whatever. There's something so wrong about it. It's so different. It just represents, like, you're going to meet the Kanievskis, you're not going to come to the house. No one would walk in, right, with a huge mug or seltzer or anything else. Like, you just learn, I'm just going to sit talking like this. No one, it's so interesting. No one would dream of bringing something to drink in. If they would go to the house, no one would do it. And yet, according to the Beis Hashem, somehow, now again, it doesn't come from a guy. It comes from a certain sense of review. And review is just when you become comfortable with something. So at the end of the day, you just take certain liberties. We do this with our loved ones. Right? It's so many things that you become comfortable with. So, we think about the this sense of awe, and the sense because we haven't had it for thousands of years. But the unfortunate reality is that once you have something for long enough, you just begin to take it for granted a little bit. And that's one of the things that we have to work on so much in life, right? It's one of the few things you have to work on in marriage. A sense of substance in marriage. But no matter how long a person has been married, whenever they see their spouse, there should be a sense of excitement and a sense of love and a sense of newness that's there every single time. It's the same thing in our Yiddish type. Like, what does the first Rothschild say? The whole Yom Kippur Nechasi Hadosh. The whole avoda of Yiddish type is that every single day it should be, like, you ever watch like a banana still going and it's putting out his sewing, right? And like, it's fumbling around and like things like he doesn't like move his head because he's, scared of Shabbat. But then, once he settles into it, he's like that system that's there. I don't know, I always look very longingly at those kind of systems. I actually remember what that was like. And to be honest, I feel it. You want to feel it? I feel it like Israel Chag after Pesach. When Adam put on clothes for a week, there's like that excitement that brings, but it's hard. It's hard to generate it day in and day out. And that's the most hospital in this, right? You can have a guy with everything that is like, who knew that I'm saying everything like this? Because anything that comes with forgiveness, person really has to work on for his conscience. All right, then the Gemara says as follows. So therefore, who's the king who does the Mishnah reflect? Right? It doesn't reflect that Yishmael, right? Because the Torah holds that for Shmuel equal and also than others. You're not high for future oaths, and our Mishnah clearly says that you are. And it's like that Yakiba, like that Yakiba says you're only high for a lack of Sunnah awareness, but not for a lack of Mikdash awareness. So what's going on? Iba is going to be strong, Iba is going to be clear. The truth is, you can set this up in accordance with both of them. Also, Iba is going to be Shmuel, but if you say that it's a Shmuel, Mehen L'chiyuch or Mehen L'Liftar. So it's a maybe we should use like this. Right, when it comes to Shulas, there are Shtayim Shein Arba. It's true, there are 2 cases that are 4. But you're not necessarily liable for all of those cases. In other words, there are 4 cases of Shulas Future, 2 cases of future tense Shulas, and 2 cases of past tense Shulas. For some of them, there's liability. For some of them, there's not liability. And that could fit you the 3 weeks that you show. Levi's Ema, Rabbi Akiva, Mehen L'Chiyuch, Mehen L'Liftar. Similarly, Rabbi Akiva. Ultimately, again, there are 4 cases of Tima or lack of Tima awareness. Some of them there's liability for, i.e., when you forget that you're coming, and other cases there's not liability for, when you remember that you're coming, but you forgot that it was Kodesh HaMikdash. I mean, that's really reconciling which you might go to other days. But Dunya, the Manos, Megwai Kach. I mean, it doesn't work. Remember again, it's 4 of the cases are mentioned together. For example, when it comes to Tzara'as case, so remember again, Shat, Tumah, and Shavuos have to be comparable to the Tzara'as case. By the Tzara'as case, not Hassan Kulu L'Chiyuva, Hasanani Kulu L'Chiyuva. But it doesn't work. Just like in the Tzara'as case, like Shtayim Shein Arba, all 4 cases are liable, right? All 4 cases, yes, Seis and Baharas, which yield 2 more cases of liability. Just like in Tzara'as, all 4 cases are quote-unquote liable. So to all the cases of the Mishnah of Shtayim Shein Arba, it has to result in 4 cases of liability. So to use this model where for some you're liable, for some you're not, doesn't make any sense. Okay, what is right? We all love it. So again, understand what we're trying to go here. What's our goal? Our goal is trying to figure out if you have a standard Mishnah, like we have a Mishnah without attribution. So we're trying to figure out whose opinion, who is the Tana of our Mishnah. Hopefully, the way the Gemara started is by almost like by process of elimination. We seek to eliminate that Mishmar and Rabbi Akiva from the running because of their previously held positions. Which Gemara says, no, don't Rabbi Shmuel. No, it's Rabbi Shmuel. I want to never again. Why did we initially exclude Rabbi Shmuel? Because Rabbi Shmuel said by Shmuel's Nitui, right, by declarative oath, he holds it's only past tense Shavuos, not future tense Shavuos. I mean, this is Rabbi Shmuel, so the older Rabbi Shmuel, the team of the kind of Rabbi Shmuel, Misha Abba Karban, Abba Mal is even the Oh, okay. Perhaps it is Rabbi Shmuel. When do we say that Rabbi Shmuel says that you're not chayiv for a past tense Shavuos before? That means you're not chayiv a karban. But what are you chayiv? You're chayiv makis. Chayiv makis. So the Torah doesn't mean to say you're not chayiv. It means to say you're not chayiv a karban. But there absolutely is still liability. So the Gemara says, Uki de Rabba, the Amar Rabba, the Torah Shrit Sefer, Shmuel Sheker, give me the Shmuel Shad. So we'll say, Rabba holds like this. The Torah explicitly says that a false oath is like an oath in vain. I will say, now this is very interesting. What is the difference between the Shmuas Shad and the Shmuas Sheker? So if you look at Rashi, so actually if you go right across, you see the Rashi, Kid the Rabba, that the Ramah says the last white line in Rashi, you see that? So going to that Rashi, we count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines in. You're not counting. You're not counting. Why are you looking at me? Right? 7 lines down in the Rashi. 7 lines down in the Rashi. Second word in. This is very important Rashi. Rashi says, what's the Shmuas Shad? Shmuel, or to the different things. If you see around the Gemara, it's right across the Rashi. Right? Right across the Rashi. Shmuel Shabbat says, what is a Shmuel Shabbat? Very important. Definition of Rashi. Who mishpat l'shanos es hayadua. A Shmuel Shabbat is when you swear to change something that is clearly apparent and obvious. For example, you go ala ish shehu isha. Rashi says, again, this is not political commentary. I'm just reading Rashi. Right? Rashi says, if you say, I swear that this man is a woman, right? Rashi says that is Shmuel Shabbat. A man is not a woman. It doesn't matter how you feel, it doesn't matter how you identify, it doesn't matter what box you check off, right? But these are anatomical and physiological realities. And no matter what you feel, you cannot change your realities. So that is what's called the Shmuel Shabbat. Interesting. That's not called the Shmuel Shabbat, right? That's not called the falsehood. That is called the open ring. So when I swear about something, it is really objectively visible and certifiable, and I swear to the country that is an open day. What do you actually get? So just broad-based, I don't know what to waste a lot of time on. It's like, the channels is how you do that. You swear to change a pre-established fact, which you cannot change. Right? That is what it's going on. Isha, Ba'ala Heaven, should resolve. Or there's a stone, and I swear this stone over the again is a piece of gold. Okay. So it's weird. You can't reality.
I ask myself so many questions as it's
that is called the Shabbat, not Shmuel. Never gonna quote. You look at the next word, Shabbat. What does Shabbat mean? Shabbat means nothingness. So to swear at something,
I don't know. I mean, they must just be huge fans.
Meaningless statement. Now, interestingly enough, is it a false statement? Is it a false statement? Yeah. But we're going to see a Shmuel Shabbat is something different. A Shmuel Shabbat is there's an established fact. Is that fact, but you're wrong. That's called the Shmuel Shabbat. What's a Shmuel Shabbat? Shmuel Shabbat, you know, Shmuel Shabbat is Anderson love. So I would say Shmuel Shabbat is a case where someone takes an oath, and at the time they take the oath, I have no idea about it swearing about true or not true. Like, I swear, Ruben entrusted with me his computer class. I swear I did not misappropriate. I don't know. I mean, that's something that is like a short fulfillment. But then so he may be lying, he may not be lying. I swear I paid my debt. Maybe I did, maybe I did. If it turns out later on then that I'm lying, that's then called the Shmuel Shabbat. Again, we're going to spend a lot of time on these things, but really quite fascinating. Right, so you want to look like that. So don't worry. So there's no suggest, maybe our mission is really like Rabbi Shmuel. And Rabbi Shmuel said, when Rabbi Shmuel said that there is no liability for a past Shua to be break, he meant there's no combined liability, but there's still liability. You still get milky. It's like Rabbi. What did Rabbi say? Rabbi, the favorite Torah Shmuel Shaka doing the Shmuel Shah. The Torah itself equates a Shmuel Shaka with a Shmuel Shah. Also, Masha Mishavar, As Shaka Nami Mishavar. Now, both say, by definition, Shmuel Shah plays a retrospect, right? Because the Shmuel Shah is a thing that already exists and trying to change it into something else. The Shah is always past tense, so therefore, Shaka is also referred to something that the Torah says in the same way as the whole ultimately is keep life. So therefore, maybe Rabbi Shmuel says that you're not hired for a fabulous equally to Menarba, but there absolutely is still liability in the form of mouth, in which case, the Mishnah, according to him, so you might as well let's analyze this. Bish, keep it up. I'm fine. So you can have a shield. I swear, I ate the kava. Or I swear, I didn't eat the kava. Okay, so that case could work well, because once again, and then if assuming I'm in violation of that oath, I'll be chayiv malchus. It has a retrospective shvua that sort of fits the paradigm of a a shvua sheker or a shvua shab. Okay. Shelo ochal, ve'achal nami lashlius b'maisa. Meaning again, if I swear, I will not eat the challah, and I do eat the challah, there's also liability for that because that's a lashlius b'maisa. Again, I violated something. Listen to this. Ela ochal, ve'lo achal anai. I will say, what about the case? Now, again, I'll be technical over here. What about the short speech that says like this? I swear I will eat the challah. And then what happens? I didn't eat the challah. Why should there be liability in that case? Last in the Maisa. What's the Dachamakis case? Last in the Maisa. You should like to think of what did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? I didn't do something. Okay, in general, right? In general, halacha is that last in the Maisa in Lokin Allah. Right? So again, why would I be liable for this type of shvuah speech? Kasad Rabbi Shmuel, last year I said, okay, that's a simple answer. So as Rabbi Shmuel, that was the result of Malchus. Not everybody agrees with this principle. That principle of watching by myself, right, in Lokin Allah, is subject to dispute. Rabbi Shmuel himself is of the opinion that a lot showing by myself, Lokin Allah, different Muslims, so just saying, we're setting this up over here. We're looking to pitch our Mishnaic wagon to a particular term. We kind of dismiss Rabbi Akiva out of this, right? Because Rabbi Akiva had an issue, ultimately again with tumah, certain types of tumah. That wouldn't work. So now we're hitching our Mishnaic wagon to Rabbi Shmuel. What about the fact that Rabbi Shmuel said that there's no such thing as a past tense, shvuah speaking? So we're trying to say here, no, what he meant was there's no carbonic liability, but there's absolutely malchus liability. Truth be told, but in general, how can there be liability for a future tense shvuah of sha'ochal? I will eat, and then I don't end up eating. How can Rabbi Shmuel hold there's liability as Lav Shein B'maisa? To which the Gemara answers, Rabbi Shmuel holds that you're lokat for Lav Shein B'maisa. Okay, here's the problem. Now, Kasha, Rabbi Yochanan, the problem now is if we go this approach, we have a contradiction between the two positions of Rabbi Yochanan. If you take a look at Rashi, Rashi is over here. It's in the bottom wide lines, about 5 lines in Ihachi. The Masnitzin B'Malchus, right? So now what we're establishing over here, right? We just established is that at least in certain cases where the Mishnah says you're liable, liability doesn't need to recover. Liability needs to Malchus. That's what we're suggesting over here. If that's the case, then the Mishnah is talking about Malchus. Now it's saying two things. Number one, liability in the Mishnah doesn't necessarily put the first to Malchus. Now we've also established is that you get Malchus for a last she'ein b'maisa. Those two truths, if those two things are being put forward as truths, now they are called Rabbi Yochanan. Why? Here we go. On one hand, some Rabbi Yochanan, halacha kistam Mishnah. Rabbi Yochanan holds in general that halacha is like a stam Mishnah. I won't say now again. Our Mishnah is a stam Mishnah, which would then mean that halacha follows our Mishnah, which then also means what? She'ein b'maisa, right? Again, if you look at the Yochanan, the halacha is stam Mishnah. We have a stam Mishnah. The way we just established our stam Mishnah is like Rabbi Shmuel. Right, and Rabbi Shmuel holds Lav Shein B'maisa Lokin Allah. That means again the takeaway that's from Mishnah is that you get Malchus even for a lav that doesn't have a Maisa. Okay, very good problem. Ne'ikmar Shmuel Sha'ochal Tikar Zayom Malayom B'La'achra Yet the most of this is halacha. I swear that I will eat this loaf today. I'll eat this loaf of bread on Sunday. Now what happens? Ba'avra Hayom B'La'achra, and yeah, again the day goes by, and I didn't eat the loaf. What's halacha? Rabbi Yochanan is like Rabbi Yochanan is both agree against the Malchus. Now they both agree, but they agree for two different reasons. Rabbi Yochanan Omar, in the loaf, Rabbi Yochanan says I don't get Malchus wrong. Mishom Shahava Lav She'ein B'maisa. Because Rabbi Yochanan holds ultimately again, it's a Lav She'ein B'maisa. Lav She'ein B'maisa, and therefore for Lav She'ein B'maisa, ain't no clue. So what's the here? That's the contradiction. Right? You see it now? We see before we even know it. See this happened right here? Rabbi Yochanan holds that the halacha follows the stam Mishnah. That's not just here. That's a general rule. Rabbi Yochanan says, whatever you see is Stam Mishnah, the halacha is always in accordance with that Mishnah. So that's number one. That's number one. Now, if that's true, that means the halacha is Lav Shein B'Mais. Not the Allah. That's a Mishnah. Yet Rabbi Yochanan himself is on the record as saying what? Lav Shein B'Mais ain't Lokin Allah. Because Rabbi Yochanan holds, I swear I'm going to eat the loaf today. I'm going to eat the loaf on Sunday. Sunday goes by, I don't eat the loaf. Rabbi Yochanan holds, I don't get out this why. Lav Shein B'Mais ain't Lokin Allah. Contradiction. Rabbi Yochanan's own personally held and his idea of that our whole child is established. They said this is like in a look at Hasras Safek. Hasras Safek Loshma Safek. So something in Malchus, right? This is what's called the Hasras Safek, right? The Hasras Safek. Because what's essentially, in order for Hasras to work, what has to occur? You have to reach the level of immediacy. Like between Hasra and the act. In this case over here, what happens? Right? Again, I swear, that I need to look today. What's Hasra? If I need to look today, because it doesn't really get out this, they're going to have the whole day to do it. So because there's no immediacy, therefore that's what's called a Hasra Safek. But again, well, that's with the contradiction, right? Rabbi Yochanan on one hand holds halacha kistam Mishnah, and the way we just established our Mishnah is like Rabbi Yishmael, and the way we established is dealing with the Mishnah says Lav Shein B'Maisa Lokin Allah. Yet Rabbi Yochanan himself just said Lav Shein B'Maisa Lokin Allah. How do you reconcile this? Teaching one thing, not a problem. Rabbi Yochanan is stomach after the Ashta. Rabbi Yochanan found another stam Mishnah. Another stam. You think there's only one stam Mishnah? Well, right, so there's another stam Mishnah, and apparently again in this second stam Mishnah, Salach L'Maisa, the second stam Mishnah holds that Lav Shein B'Maisa ain't a Lokin Allah. What's the other stam Mishnah? Hey Stama, which Stama is it? Ilema Hai Stama. If you want to say that it's the following stam Mishnah, this man, Achal Hamos Yovitar, right? Sorry. Abel, I'm also guys. What's it? Cover Besa. Cover Besa. So this Mishnah. Person leaps over from the cover Besa. Talking about a tar cover Besa, right? The proper cover Besa. One leaves running or Hashobet or one breaks bone of the cover Besa that is made. And what's halacha? It gets hard work. You don't get mouth to either of these infractions. Why not? First of all, when the Talmud said that I can also teach more about caution. So I would say, remember, Halacha's got the way you're not allowed to break the bone. I just have to say that. This was an aside. I have to be careful about this. Right? Because you're not doing it. It's not going to repent. Why are you not allowed to break the bone? Why would one break the bone? Like that Pharaoh. So he says that the whole idea of carving is actually malchus. So loyalty doesn't suck on bones. Loyalty doesn't suck on bones, right? Loyalty has more than enough food, more than enough food. And loyalty will eat around the bone, and that's what they don't break bones. Because we're supposed to work like this, but also clean enough before we start breaking the bone. Only applies to carbon actually consumable, i.e., if for some reason carbon becomes of breaking the bone. Okay? The God said, Avalamos Yitar, nighttime. I will say ultimately again, if you leave over, right? If you leave over no cell, you can then Malchus again, it's supposed to be over in the carbon you do so. Ultimately, why are there no Malchus? Nighttime, Lav Shein B'Maisa, the Lav Shein B'Maisa, what's the answer? The answer must be because leaving over is the Lav Shein B'Maisa, right? I mean, leaving over is what? It's inaction. I didn't eat everything. Remember, how do you have leftovers? Right? If you have leftovers, you didn't consume something. So this is a Lav Shein B'Maisa. And what is that? What does the Mishnah say? What does the Mishnah say? You know, So Rabbi Yochanan himself is on record as saying, you don't get much for a lav she'ein bo ma'isa. And now there's another stuff by Kavan Pesach backs that up. Again, is there another Stam Mishnah, i.e. others that contradict that? Yeah, that's true. Rabbi Yochanan does have another Stam Mishnah that aligns with this particular position. So the Gemara says, Omunai, Rabbi Yaakov, the Amar Lav She'ein bo ma'isa lo kenala. Rabbi Yehudi, Umishum Gita HaKosov Lipin Aseh Acha Lo Saseh. So what's the one second? And how do you know? So ultimately, I can't go to Yaakov, who holds that a lot of Maisa, you don't get an office on. Perhaps Dilma, that you need to be. Perhaps it's the position of Rabbi Yehuda, and you shouldn't deba HaKosov Lipin Aseh Acha Lo Saseh. And the only reason ultimately I didn't expect him to get Malchus in this case is why? Because it looks like it's a lot of Hanita Glase, that's what Malchus says. But why is there a lot of Hanita Glase? Because the Torah says whatever is left over, what do? Burn it. That's like an office. The Gemara says, oh, love you. But were it not for the fact that it's a lot of Hanita Glase, right? And not for the fact that it's a which one would be ready by the terms of Hazim Kanani, you would get Malchus for it. We still see that what? You do get Malchus even for a lot of shit. But myself, decide that you learn those of Simon the Torah says, do not eat over anything until the morning. By no sermon or I broke, by each disciple. And if you leave something over to the morning, burn it. So we'll say, what are you seeking here? There's a lot. What's the lot? Don't leave over. But then he's going to say, what's the say? If you do leave over, make sure to burn it. So the Gemara says, so the Lord's coming to give us saying, after the one side saying, no, Mark, should open up your Rabbi Yehuda. So you can say, that's why you get Malchus. And Yaakov Omer, Lomin Hashem Yizak. That's not the reason. I will mention the Avi, Lav She'ein bo ma'isa, and Lav She'ein bo ma'isa ain't open up. So Yehuda also, again, that's that first reason of Yehuda. Rabbi Yaakov comes along and says, no, the reason you open Malchus is not because it's a Lav Hanita Glase. The reason you open Malchus is why? Because it's a Lav She'ein bo ma'isa. So that looks like just to highlight where we are in this moment, like where we up to in this moment, because we're going to actually pause here for just a second. Like where are we up to? So we're up to the following place, right? So remember, we're trying to figure out attribution of our Mishnah. We narrowed it down. We said off the bat, it can't follow two opinions. Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Akiva, because again, Rabbi Akiva only holds there's only a lapse of awareness of Tumah that makes you kind of a carbon, but a lapse of what we'll call a lapse of locational awareness, right? Or a lapse of consumption awareness that's not going to generate Tumah liability. So that kind of knocks Rabbi Akiva, I believe Rabbi Shmuel. Now, recently we said Rabbi Shmuel is not going to look why, because Rabbi Shmuel holds that you're not kind of covering over for future oriented Shavuos people. And the Mishnah says you are liable. You don't know. Maybe show you a heaven, but ultimately you outside, you are going to be carried Malchus. And therefore, again, the Mishnah is talking about a case, ultimately, again, not just of Kabbalic liability, but of Malchus liability. Now, interestingly enough, the reason why this brought up an interesting case is because how can you carry Malchus? How can you carry Malchus in the case of, like, I swear I will eat, and I didn't end up eating? After all, again, isn't that a lav she'ein bo ma'isa? To which the Gemara answers, that the Shmuel holds, you get Malchus for a lav she'ein bo ma'isa. Okay, so if you paused over there with that beauty of that was, now, okay, the Mishnah is like Rabbi Shmuel, and Rabbi Shmuel holds are talking about Malchus, and Rabbi Shmuel holds you get Malchus for a lav she'ein bo ma'isa. The problem is now that trigger, what's going to be trigger? Because that means that our Mishnah, which is a Stam Mishnah, has to get Malchus for a lot of shit in the life. Here's the problem. Rabbi Yochanan holds that the Mishnah Halakha always follows a Stam Mishnah, which would seem to indicate then that what? The Halakha follows on Mishnah, which is you get Malchus for a lot of shit in the life. What is the problem? Rabbi Yochanan himself holds that you don't get Malchus for a lot of shit in the life. So how do you reconcile the first position of Rabbi Yochanan with the fact that Rabbi Yochanan holds that you always follow a Stam Mishnah? The simple answer the Gemara gave was, guys, Rabbi Yochanan had a different Stam Mishnah that he aligns himself with. And that Stam Mishnah ultimately says, you don't get Malchus from Asher Onaisa. What's the problem? The problem is you just effectively deconstructed that second Stam Mishnah. We effectively deconstructed it, which then leads us back to our original question, or our now original question, which is, how do you reconcile Yochanan's statement that Halacha Stam Mishnah, which in our context now means you get Malchus from Asher Onaisa, with Rabbi Yochanan's personally held position that Asher Onaisa and you Yochanan. So this is where we're stopping. And now again, that's how I'm going to show you how the next line picks up. When we talk about Hello, how Stama Ashra, we're going to see the next stage in this journey is that Yochanan himself actually found another Stam Mishnah. So I just want to tell you, it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay, right? I promise you, if you're going to work it out, I see like somebody's working on the existential angst over here. It's going to be okay, we're going to work it out. Again, let's say, like a lot of things in life, we're not working it out today. Not right. Sometimes I know the problem's going to get solved. Okay, let's come this timeline that I want. Right? That's part of my new tomorrow as well. So rest assured, go with confidence that Hashem come tomorrow, we're going to work it out. Today I'm going to have to live with a little bit of ambiguity, but the Hashem resolution comes in tomorrow. Dr. Rothschild, want to wait to start the week?
Oh, yeah, I haven't watched it, but I saw it pop up. Hell yeah. Shout out to old Barney, dude. One of our guys. He says clip inspired by the boys. I didn't see that part. I just saw the title. Yeah, very good. Shout out to him.
All right, so let's say good morning. Good morning. Welcome. Baruch Hashem to the last dot of the seventh Matos Habali. So overwhelmingly beautiful and exciting. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share today. Our annual commentary sponsor, Business Talk, we're dedicating all the children and Rothschild each year as a gift for the summer service for Israel. Our summer service sponsors for the month of Tiyah. Shmuel Rabbi Kuratkin, Nation of the Yashak of Shmuel's father, Leonard Kuratkin, Lipa Ben Yecheska Hakon Zechron Rafa. All the learning sponsors, Ari and Lily Lister, Nishmas Kim's mother, Rachel Leila Bas Ruben Mayor Zechron Rafa. And our Dr. Yomi sponsors for today. This is a beautiful one. Henry, Shane, and Reese Myers, and our Daddy and Zadie and everyone else, including myself as well. So beautiful. Margaret Daddy, Margaret Zadie, Margaret Hashem, really beautiful. I mean, just know, we don't necessarily appreciate the full impact that our learning has on those around us. Obviously, we recognize the impact that our learning has on us. Baruch Hashem, when the Mishpacha sees that their father, their grandfather learns and plugs away and gives up precious speech and comes over in the morning and is dedicated, the ripple effect that it has on children and grandchildren cannot be understated. So we beautiful. Let's say, of course, we dedicate our last topic to this and then speak about conscious hostages that we felt and Hashem bring them home to Shalom and the Kalab and the sense of all the soldiers. May the success of the whole Ammaaseh Yudei and Antewage and Yisrael Eretz Yisrael's war and then shall come back to their families to Shalom and the Kalab. Let's with that, let us begin. We've got a lot to do today. Today's daf is up down 20 for our last half of the second Makkos. We are picking up at the Gemara on Chapter of the 23b, fourth white line in. Let's go. I'm going to be open on it. And we can look at it already. Can I even run the friends who are Holy They used to be there. Whatever can I saying Mishnah says that if a person is cursed and get nuts, so ultimately the Mishnah absolves you of the curse. So it's dramatic statement. So the Gemara says, but his friends disagree with him.
There's a lot of talk on
Rabbi. I'm going to do that. I'll tell you, we don't just even try to many people. There's other things that don't do that. There's very curse. So the halacha is, the Gemara says over here, there is no distinction between Shabbos and Kippur. Meaning both Shabbos and Kippur have severe punishment. Both of them have a distinction. Shabbos, if you buy the Shabbos, if you eat in a paper, And if you violate the Kippur, ultimately it's Kares. So the Gemara says, now if it's true that Malchus actually get of Kares, right? Because every time you hide Kares, you don't get Malchus. Or you get Malchus, the Malchus goes and absolves you of Kares. If that's the case, Gemara says, you can do the other move. Every Kares is also called Dibri Adam, right? Because every Kares is getting Malchus. Malchus is administering Dibri Adam. If that's the case, then you Kippur to be Dibri Adam just like the Shabbos is. Gemara says, Nachman Yitzchak, Gemara says, Nachman Yitzchak, oh, Nachman Yitzchak. Who's the Greek? Is it the Frank of Yitzchak or the Yitzchak? See, I'm a Malchus, the Chadik pieces left off. Okay, so you know what I'm saying? There's a Yitzchak or a Yitzchak, open, and there are no Malchus by Chadik pieces. Design your actual support. But Yitzchak over Chadik pieces, because how are you? In general, in the both sides, we would have assumed that because of the position of the decision, that all Chadik pieces ultimately again would be subject to Malchus. That would have been our automatic default assumption. I said to the Gemara, but rather not say current stuff, also be right. So it's before. Remember, in general, there's a umbrella statement about that immorality is punished by currents. Then it goes out of his way to say that so he says, which one system is punished by currents. Why is that singled out? Let's not none of the currents, none of the Malchus. Teach you that you only have currents and not Malchus. And once the Gemara singles out that also sister for currents in your Malchus. What does that teach me? That other currents bearing also don't have Malchus. Okay, but actually, that's not even Tim Rabbanon. If you need Rabbanon, you must like this. That because you don't have the Adam. All right, you're right. You may be getting Malchus, the violation of your Kippur. But you said you are thinking over here is Shabbos, the current punishment is the Adam. The punishment is the Adam. And by Yom Kippur, the current punishment is the Shammai. Yes, you get Malchus, but that's not the Ikra of the punishment. This is incredible. The halacha is like a Kananya Ben Gamina. Now let's say about what meaning what. The halacha is every current prohibition brings with it Malchus, but not only that, then ultimately again, when you get Malchus, what happens? You are absolved of the curse. Let's say first like that how incredible that is. Right? When you think about the idea about what we learn from the Beis HaMikdash and what we learn from the Torah. So first is the Beis HaMikdash itself, which will be also incredible. A great thing for Cloudy's well. But also, it's also like a number of other institutions that come with the victim. And one of those, of course, is the organization system. Listen, do you realize how incredible it is to get Malchus? Well, let me clarify this. Right? Some of us have things that make us cry that are just an unfortunate reality. And we should do tshuva for it. But at the same time, I may not know if I'm absolved enough. How do I know? This is conjecture. Let me again clarify that. Part of the process of tshuva is believing that the tshuva has been accepted. There's an emunah in itself. And if you don't believe so I have to leave that one part to accept it. But so that leaving down. Imagine for a moment that this is something that is constant rubbish. What do you give an office and I walk out? Unless I guarantee you, how do you walk out of basement? Smiling. I'm not saying you're saying, yesterday I had another, right? But I guarantee you absolutely walking out smiling. Why? Because there's no greater simcha in the life than that. There is no greater simcha in life than forgiveness. The same way that we walk out of your paper, you're exhausted, but you're smiling, you're smiling, because I know that I've been forgiven. That's Malchus. So just imagine that. No matter how severe the sin, you go in, get the punishment, and then Baruch Hashem, you're good. Incredible. Something for us to look forward to. Again, not to look forward to doing something that is encouraged them for mission and entire Malchus, but if I have some of that already on my shoulders, the ability to be cleansed by getting those punishments, part of Gula as well. It's incredible. So what do you say? So this is good. The Yossi says, Man son for Ilah, Asa Va'ala. How can you say that Allah provides the kind of thing? Like that's what the kind of thing says. If you did a courage point, you're eating with your birth, and then you've got Malchus for forgiving. He says, I don't understand. It's courage. Who went up Shamayim, conversed with God, and found out that that's true. Cursed with death at the hands of heaven. Unfortunately, again, lost of patience. So, that's in God saying, you want to tell me that if you have Malchus takes care of necessities. Okay, I can talk to you, you can try that out. But Christ is handled by God. So he says, who without Shamayim conversed with God and heard from God that yes, if you get Malchus, you have Dalton colors. So you know, it says, oh, Rabbi, and how can we show that maybe? Shows the man of the business shall not be this new business. Rabbi said, well, a second, what about the point? So like you said, you have three things that were done by business shall not, right? The days in here, Chazal, and that's the Shkoda who agreed with them. So again, Rabbi says, non sonically, even the Asal Va'amar, who went up for Shamayim, and ultimately again found out that Shamayim agreed with what they did here in days been on this earth. Allah cry Kadashinan, Hami cry Yashinan. So understand, the Chaim Daniel's statement that Malchus atones for Kares is not just simply a beautiful conjecture, it's a drasha on Psukim. So just like these teachings that they did, they knew that the Oracle agreed with them. Why? Because they doubted the Psukim. So the Chaim Daniel also doubted the Psukim. Now we must intrigue what things that based in Shasta did, that based in Mala agreed with, is beautiful. Look how it's showing maybe. Shows the young us to do things like Mata Mishra, these are Shamala, Ayazam, Abraham, these are a few things. Number one, Mikra Megillah introduced by based in Shamata, Hazar, and which was agreed with it, Sheilas Shalom B'Shem, reading each other with the name of God. And lastly, Havas Meiser. If you want to look at now, Havas Meiser actually means that really refers to three things. One done by Ezra, two done by King Kiskiel. The one done by Ezra is that when the Levians did not go ahead and come back and sacrifice their being en masse. Did not come back with the Jews to rebuild the second temple. As a result, Ezra went ahead and penalized them, and took away their nice solution. He gave it to the Quran. That's one. Number two, a little earlier in history, Kiskiel told people, bring your Meister to the Beit HaMikdash. Even though you don't have to, right? You can bring your Meister, whatever you want. He said, let's keep a lishka, a chamber, and all of the Meister cloth and shelves deposited there. And number three, Kiskiel decided to have to give Meister on vegetables also. Even though, again, the Galais, you don't have to give them vegetables, Kiskiel said give them vegetables. Those are three things. She wants to like this. So now these are three things introduced by Days in Shalmata, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu agreed with them. So the Gemara is going to go through all of them. Mikra Megillah. So I'm going to the shit. Kimu v'kiblu haYehudim. The pasuk says Kimu v'kiblu is beautiful. Kaimu l'malo or Kimu l'malo. Kaimu l'malo. Masha Kimu l'malo. In the heavens, they accepted and that which was accepted down here on the earth. Beautiful. Sheila Shalom. Greeting each other through the Muslim remember again. Greeting each other with the name of Hashem. Or for that matter, saying things like Baruch Hashem. Really shouldn't be done. Right? If you think about it. Because at the end of the day, it's using God's name a lot. Generally, we try to keep the name of Hashem with the profound sense of reverence and respect. Part of the way we do that is not just like dancing it around. Yet, again, it is good to do. It's you may borrow from these like Hashem or Hashem Hashem. One of the first times you see it, the first time you see it is Boaz comes from Beis Lachem. Like he comes to his yoke, he sees his work and working, and he says to them, Hashem Lachem, Hashem is with you. And look at the first time you see someone meet other people the name of Hashem. So one of our first motherfuckers says, Hashem Yibal, Yibal Chayra. That's like Yibal. That's like Yibal, earlier on, right? What is earlier on? Hashem Yibal, Yibal Chayra. Hashem is with you. So the Mala used the name of Hashem in greeting Yibal. So much enough on why do you need such a pasuk? Because God gave us enough of a food. So the Gemara says, the people of God who got them in that day, who is Shmaya Lashim Ayado. But he said, God could do this on his own. But not that for the people of God. God decided to do this. Tashma, Va'amra, Shemshim, Va'amra, Hashemshim, Va'amra. So pretty much what these people are. If it proves their budget, pretty much you know God was it. So for example, Boaz did it, okay, so Boaz did it. To say that Boaz had divine mission, and that Boaz gets raised on his own volition, it comes along, and comes along. Allah as well, but the gift for Satan is with Havas Meister. What's the gift of Havas Meister? It's three things. Here the word is focusing on one. They said, "Haviu es kol ha'ma'aser el beis ha'oser, v'iteref b'beisi, u'b'chanuni no b'zos omar Hashem tzivakos, ilo eftach v'chemes alibos ha'shamayim v'arikos shirachav, bracha ad b'ridai." They will say that absolutely beautiful. What the skill of the thing is as follows. Skill is to come Israel, bring your meister to the Beis HaMikdash. Gather it. Let our Kodesh Baruch Hu see the generosity of clouds, right? So let's imagine that the Beis HaMikdash space filled with the mercy of Klal Yisrael, representing generosity, and the Rabbi says, bring all your meister here, and I'm not saying that all those. The meaning of the oath means literally again, test. Right? Test me. Test me. That's what it says. Test me. The meaning of the oath, Allah said, it will after for kindness and both that I will open up the windows of the heavens to you, and I will shower upon you bracha as the God. Look, it's such a beautiful moment. So this you don't say, it's like the Rabbi said before, because that you shut up and how generous you are, Hashem says, you want to see generosity? I'll show you generosity. Notice that, by the way, there's also one of the concepts that you are allowed to test that when it's part of to daka. Generally, you're not allowed to go ahead and misstart your God. You can't say that up. You don't go sorry. The only other where you are allowed to go and test the first is you can say the Bono Shalom, I am never exceedingly generous. Even generous beyond what I'm comfortable to do, on condition that you give it back to me. That's what I'm really bring it. But incredible. So Gemara says, Ma'ad B'lidai. What does it mean that Hashem will shower rock upon you ad B'lidai? Literally again, ad B'lidai means until is not enough. What does that mean? I'm going to go around your backyard. I knew so say it doesn't like that. It is rock up. That you're lifting fire and saying enough. Lifting up and saying enough. Such beautiful work. I always say so again. So here you see that this whole point was about Israel, but it's being more generous, and you'll see the more generous you are, the more you give and you get. I would say you cannot see that with other mitzvahs, right? And it's beautiful, and it's see a windfall from it. Mitzvah, the one mitzvah, where if I push myself, I can say after yourself, I push myself. I need you to give it back to me, and then some. And it says, okay, it's a divine promise. And you will see, I will open up the windows of I will give you bracha and die ugly die ad shiva so not a lot. So much abundance that you'll say too much. There are three situations, three places where HaKadosh Baruch Hu's presence was manifest. Now, again, Rashi points out over here, Hofia, Nigla Hofia B'Shas HaTzorech. That there was HaKadosh Baruch Hu made himself, so to speak, apparent. Not visible, but HaKadosh Baruch Hu's presence was present at these pivotal moments. When was it? It was the Bezdino Shoshem, the basic most thing she said, Shoshem. Bezdino Shoshua, or Bezdino Shoshlomo, okay, one of the cases. Bezdino Shoshem, Vayakar Yehuda Vayar, that's when they're going to start Yehuda and Tamar is pregnant, she's pregnant from Yehuda, but she was disguised at the time that they were intimate with one another. She's pregnant. Everyone thinks she can a form of adultery, and they're ready to kill her. So what happens? She will not embarrass you with a public, but she does have a stack on her ring. And she says, the father is myself, there's no other stack on her ring. So what happened? Yehuda recognized what happened. Vayomer started coming in, and he says she was wiser than me. She was right. Because remember, when Yehuda was delaying giving her to his youngest son, Shema, because he thought that she was the problem, right? He thought that she's the reason why Er and Onan died, without realizing that Er and Onan died because of their own awareness. So he said something like it. He was one second. You know, how did you know that Tamar was pregnant with his child? After all, you're most likely to also use the double. Also, not in the Achim of a double. Now, let's be clear. She did dress up as a harlot. So, who's to say that the same way that she had relations with him, she did not have relations with another man? So, who says that Yehuda is the father? Yotza Baskol Ba'amra, Mimenu Yotzu Kiddush. Incredible. So, at that moment, the Baskol came out from Zion and said, for me, these hidden things were called Yisrael. So the Baskol appears after the base of Shema. What's there? It's interesting. The Baskol was not the sister in the right because nobody Samaritans. At the end of the day, Baskols don't decide, don't adjudicate cases, but the Yehuda Baskol. Yehuda is the Baskol, and that means Yehuda can say something about it. She's right. She's right.
Oh, yeah, he's like, I
You know, it's like, but second, listen, so you're such well, there's such what happened is such well, but still, one will be negative Hashem Shiko, as surely that happened. So let's say this is incredible. This is when Klal Yisrael wanted Amalek. They want their skin. So they come to Shmuel. Now let's say what's very interesting about this is as well. They come to Shmuel, they ask for him. Shmuel was offended. Shmuel was offended. Shmuel essentially says, like, why? What's the problem with our current situation? Like, did I do something wrong? Did I take something from them? Did I exploit my position to somehow for my own self-advancement? I didn't do anything. But Omer, Lo Hashaksanu, Eloi Tzusenu, Vayomer, O Hashem Va'ad, Va'ad Hashem, Ve'ed Mishikor, Kilo Mitzasem, Shiyoti Yu'ima. Shmuel says, essentially, you're my witness, God is my witness. I did not think anything that I was not entitled to from Klal Yisrael. Vayomer 8. Vayomer 8. But it should say we are knowing that Klal Yisrael is affirming that Shmuel never exploited his position. Why did it say that it's singular? Which must be that's the Baskol Ba'amra. The double incredible. The Baskol came out and said to Klal Yisrael, I know that Shmuel has been a trustworthy servant. He has never exploited his position. And the truth is, the reflection for his thing of 418 is particularly appropriate. That's how we felt when we get a beginning. That's the guy. As we can stop that. Incredible. Next. When did the Baskol, when did Hashem make the great the of Shlomo? ויען המלך ויאמר תנו לנו הסיירת, חי, והמס לא תניסו, כי אימו. Also, this is the famous Mesa of the two women who come before Shlomo, each claiming that they are the mother of the baby. So what happens? Remember again the famous story, Shlomo says, cut the baby in half, and then one of them says, no, don't cut the baby in half, give it to the other. And Shlomo says, oh, that's the real mother, right? So one who's doing it with compassion, that's the real mother. So the no yada, so how do you know? Joma, yeah. See, to me, when we look at this story, we say that this is a very easily avoidable situation. And who's to say that the woman who wasn't the mother recognized that if she played the part of the mother and exuded a tremendous amount of compassion, that she would be noticed. Maybe she was playing the system a little bit. Where she gets about a Baskol came out and said to Shlomo, that's the mother. Going back to Yehuda for a moment. How do we know that to which the Gemara says, so I don't say maybe Yehuda took the hand and actually calculated out the months. In other words, maybe he just did the math on all of this. How do we know that? Halacha L'maisa again, which the Gemara says, Lo Chazinon, Lo Mechaskinon, which the Gemara says, because if you don't see something, in other words, maybe someone else outside of religion does not have time might work out. If you don't see something happen, then you can't assume that it occurs. All right, for Shmuel Nami, Kuli Yisrael Kari L'Yivra Shne'ili. And of course, what we're just pointing out over here, maybe it wasn't the bicycle. Maybe again, you just did the math. The problem just is, even if you did the math, that doesn't necessarily say that someone else wasn't also coming to us at the same time. Sure, then it could be so far the lesson. And here, once again, the raya that a bicycle came out by the nation of Shmuel was because it was by Yomer A. Maybe he's just referring to Child Yisrael in the singular form. Yisrael knows Shabbat Hashem. So it's not a raya, not a raya. Which the Gemara says, Shlomo nami midahar kat mirachma, v'hadlo mirachma. Maybe Shlomo just went ahead and using language and said the one who included the greater capacity obviously was the mother, and the one who was ready to cut up really wasn't the mother. The point you might be making over here is you're inferring that there was a bicycle, but you have no explicit proof that there was a bicycle. First of all, you're right. Ella Gemara. Right. The Pesukim can be interpreted in different ways. We have a tradition. We have a Nesoda that in each of these three cases, the bicycle came and intervened. The bicycle said that ultimately again, Yehuda, it's your baby. The bicycle came and told by itself, Shmuel never explained his position, and the bicycle came and said to Shlomo, that is the mother. Incredible. So God said, Slavan. So Shishme also shows us in Mitzvos. So what's there? 600. Right? 613 verses. Giving to Moshe Rabbeinu. Give Moshe Rabbeinu. Shlosh me'os Mishishim v'chamesh Lavin. Shish me'os Shlosh Rabbeinu. 613 verses. Giving to Moshe Rabbeinu. That's I have seen that too. So Shlosh me'os Mishishim v'chamesh Lavin. 365 prohibitions. Kemini Mosakama. Corresponding ultimately again to the days of the year. And the sign that I born which born outside negative a valid charge. And because of the form of positive results corresponding to the major parts of a person's body. Everybody else points out, why is it that there's 365 lines corresponding to the days of the year? Right? What's the shot with that? So perhaps it goes back to yesterday's Gemara, which was the top of Gemara. Remember the Gemara says, Hayushi below Ava Avera, no skin, no scar. The idea of 365 lines corresponding to the days of the year represent the following result. If all able to do over the course of a day is muster up enough courage not to sin and to resist temptation, that's a success. Obviously, that's not a goal. That's not my goal, right? Abstaining from Avera is not my end goal, right? Still may allow definitely an incredible start. But my goal is to become ourselves, right? I say goal, but ultimately, is my goal. Like when I say, even if I do any day, the only thing I can look at, what I do today, I resisted the temptation to sin, that is godless. That is accomplishment. And that is meaningful. Hence, 365 losas corresponding to the 365 days of the year. Incredible. The Gemara goes like that. I'm not going to make that off the pasuk. Tola tziva manu Moshe morasha. The pasuk says, literally Moshe commanded us Torah, morasha is an inheritance. Said the Gemara, so the Torah, the Mashia, top of Kabbalah, this mea lekat sa'im. So the Mashia Torah is 611. So the Gemara is like, now, why not the other two? I know people don't know like that Yerushalayim. It's beautiful. The first two people, remember again, we heard from Hashem. So Torah tziva lanu Moshe Rabbeinu gave us 611. Because the Ribono Shel Olam himself gave us the first two. Beautiful. Talking about it, Shalom, so now watch this. And this, by the way, might be one of the most incredible Gemaras in all of Shas. There's 613 instances. 613 instances. That's a lot of instances. It's not an instance. And there was a recognition throughout the ages that sometimes I need to consolidate, not an observer, I want to be clear, right? But I need to consolidate, like, theologically. Philosophically, what are the core components that I need to wrap my head around? So but David Ve'amidem ala chatos. David HaMelech said, the truth is, there are 11 12 principles which really capture 613 mitzvahs. So you know what I'm saying? Obviously, you have to observe all 613 mitzvahs. Nobody's saying is, how can I consolidate so people understand the theological, philosophical, and spiritual underpinnings of Yiddishkeit? So David HaMelech consolidating it into 11 mitzvahs. What are they? And again, amazingly enough, they are captured in Habakkuk from the Shit. Mizmor David. As the pasuk says, Mizmor David. This is again Parak Katzvah. Mizmor David. Mi agor v'halacha mishkan b'hakosha. And also the power of the way. Who is the one who can live in your tent? Who can dwell on your holy mountain? Or what the David HaMelech is saying is, what are the qualities that are necessary for a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu? What do you need in order to come close to God? To live with God, to live by God, what do you need? What's like, we sometimes don't appreciate the profundity of faith the little again, it's a guidebook for life. So what are the qualities that you need? Here we go. You want this holy coming, walk with completion or simplicity. Paul Tzedek, do Tzedek, Dover and this spirit of speak truth in your heart. No lagal al lishono, don't let any falsehood be on your tongue. Do not celebrate any law. Don't do bad to other people. Declare balona sa'akobo. Do not give degradation upon those who are close to you. Mizeh be'ena b'nais, Russia is despicable in my eyes. And I respect those who revere God. Mishpah la'ala, the Lord also will see exactly what that means. That he will swear to his detriment and will not exchange. Doesn't run with interest. The shokad are not be low luck. And he does not go ahead and take a bribe even for the innocent. Or Se'ela, one who lives up to these principles, the old will never fall. That was the other point out. We could spend 3 hours dissecting that quality. You want to live a successful life? These 11 things. That's it. Now you might as well see them. All the coming, that doesn't go through. Exhausted. So what that means is just on a simple level, what it means to coming, it means to put your trust in that That's it. Like coming together when the part is be complete with Hashem. What does that mean? Rashi says, don't worry about what's going to happen. Just put your faith in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. We need an emunah pshuta. An emunah pshuta, a simple thing. Hashem has got my back, and therefore I'm going to do what is necessary. Next, Paul Tzedek, to go in Abba-Chokio. Don't say Abba-Chokio. Oh, how I wish we actually had time to do this. Abba-Chokio, I will say, is the Gemara in the second kindness. Abba-Chokio was the grandson of Choni HaMa'adim. And what talks about again how Paul said everything he did was measured. Everything he did was methodical. Nothing Abba-Chokio did was random. So Paul said the things to live a life, so often like we do things, we see things, and like the pieces of my life don't fit together to form one comprehensive tapestry or picture. Paul said it means that what I do makes sense. The way that I live makes sense. The actions I engage in make sense. Everything I do is thought out and methodical. Next, go over and feel about it. With truth and heart, and like the three that will of Safa. Okay, that's the point out for we are. That the Bible story here that the Safa once had an object to sell, and the Gentile came to him when he was diving for an estimate. He said, "Well, if I object, I see you're asking $100," and the shopper didn't answer. So the guy thought that he was playing hardball, right? So he says, "Okay, fine, I'll give you 150." And the guy starts competing with himself until like he's at some exorbitant price. So Safa finishes first, right? And he says, "I'll take the 100." Because that's what I was willing to accept. So what's like, the Gemara goes ahead and says, don't have a spirit at all. Sometimes the only person who knows the truth is me, because it's in my heart. You're hoping to live the truth, even though no one else knows it by you, but you, that's a high level. You must know, like, again, no falsehood. Can you say, Yaakov, so ultimately, again, Yaakov, again, come focused on the truth.
Should we have you being on this quote?
What does it mean? Again, never did anything back to someone else. Shelo Yaras Ve'umdas Kavero. And do not go ahead and try to take away my friend's kindness. And again, I do not visit degradation upon my relatives. That is when he keeps his relatives close. Now they say, so what does this mean? What does this mean? Rashi says, so what Rashi seems to indicate is saying that over here, that if you heard your relative being degraded, you did not just simply stand by on this. But that's the next means like this. Sometimes in dynamic relationships, sometimes the things we do to our relatives, we would never do to total strangers. Right? We take liberties with our relatives that we would never do. So the Gemara says over here, take care of your mishpacha. Take care of your mishpacha. Sometimes we mistreat our mishpacha in such profound ways, and I would never do this to someone else. But yet with my own family, I do it. So the Gemara says sometimes you have to take extra care to take care of those who are closest to you. Incredible. Migzav enough nuance. What is migzav? Yes, this yo, Amara. Shigura Asmos Abba Muta Shakabah. This is first to this yo. We can put his father so we follow no yo versus Achaz. We're going to run Achaz in Tarakachir in Sanhedrin. So his yo took his father's bones, his father's remains, and he dragged them in the street. He was doing that in order to repudiate the idolatry of his father. That's in the Kadej. And he honors those who do that. Hashem say, Yoshavim Yehuda. Shemeshasha Elohim Chacham Hayom Mikisol, Umechachko, Umenashko, the Korah Lo, Adi, Rabbi, Mari. So beautiful. Now Yoshafat the king. It's yet on Chacham, we run over him, hug him, kiss him, call him Rabbi, Mari, Adi. Beautiful. Which one Harav Lo Yomer? Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan. And he Aksha Avalabes. Rabbi Yochanan was once in my house in the rich place. He did not want to eat. He made a promise that I'm fasting. Once he left out the rich place, he didn't fasting. Why? Because since he said, I'm fasting, he wanted to be true to his word. Incredible. So to take your word seriously. Doesn't I feel it for you this only it doesn't even when with me and non-Jews. No, I do. I will say that obviously the very high level of Buddhist and what I'm saying is like this. Because in general, it's very difficult to maintain two different systems of behaviors. Right? This group in one told that lack of consistency often leads to standards in all areas. So therefore, again, it's kind of also recognize that if I want to be honest and business with Jews, I have to be honest and business with everyone. There has to be just simply one standard of this I can talk to myself. I'm going back to the shofar, I'm not going to lock up. The ultimately doesn't get obliged. We're going to be Torah of Yossi. We're going to be Yossi. We're going to be Yossi. So it's a story. This Rashi points out over here. There's no Yossi that someone wanted to get a sharecropper. The sharecropper brought in the Yossi's already small portion 1 day early. The sharecropper said, I have a Jew Torah with you today anyway, so I figured since I was coming, I would bring you your portion. Now, remember again, that's not a bribe. Why is it not a bribe? Because Rabbi Shmuel was entitled to this anyway. But since he was brought a day early, he felt that even that little bit would skew his judgment. Okay, Ose'ela, so that's a shit, Ose'ela, you must be all of it. If you do these things, you're never falter. So Sharon Gamliel, Gamliel got to his fuss and began to cry, right? And a man to other than the Tuesday, who do not anymore. So you know, the inference in the passage is if you do all of these things, you won't fall. It looks like a lot of things. These 11 things are major things. So I can do all of these things, I won't fall. The inference from this is, if I don't do all of them, I will falter. That's overwhelming. Which the Gemara says, how do we know you more? And I'm going to read it and say, Ko'ela, Ose'ela, Ksif, now people don't have any life. It doesn't say you have to do all of them. What does it say? It doesn't say also Ko'ela. It says Ose'ela. Now, I do like them up. If you like just 6 chapters, another part says, how to tell them Ko'ela. The part that says, you have to just follow yourself with all of these things. Hasanami and Adeva called aliens in Thomas Way. It's only if you touch all the spots and it should become Tame. The Kadimina is Lord, you touch one of the Nafis, and the Tantis, Ella, Last Atas in Color, and speaking here, call Eli, call the community one. Hasanami, the Atas in Color. So say, Governor, saying, obviously, the ideal is to possess all 11 of these traits. But even if you just possess some of them, that gives you the strength to lead a successful life. But 11 is still a lot. By Yishayahu, Yishayahu further consolidated the list, took it down from 11 to 6. Only 6, to sit only to the coast, Dover and Yishayahu. So again, only walks in the Tzedakos, Dover and Yishayahu, Dover and Yishayahu, Mois, the bets on the Ashkos, Noah, Kakov, Mishmot, the Shochad, Otem, Ozno, Mishmot, Damin, Otem, Inamera, Ospila. Okay, so what are all these? First one, on the right side, Ovik, Tzedakos, walks in righteousness. So let's see what this sounds like over here.
This whole podcast studio's out of order. Look at all the someone pissing in the
not
sink.
only one who himself walks in the ways of righteousness, but one who instructs his family to do the same. I lead my family in a particular direction. That's holy tzedakos. I myself go, and I also lead my family. First, I always speak about the best way to lead your family is how? By example. You're walking a certain path, and you're Hashem, hopefully that models for your children to walk that same path as well. But don't make sure. זה שאין מקום מחבר בלעד. מוסתו ומשרת, I don't embarrass my family in public. More is the better מהאשכוס, and literally again, I'm repulsed by either probably the Lord Bishma ben Elisha. That's what Bishma ben Elisha, as you mentioned before. So the Gemara says, no akap of mitmok b'shochad. Ultimately, again, I wash, not wash out, shake out my hands from being involved in bribery to go and trouble. That's what I mentioned before as well. Only time ultimately I literally close my ears from hearing damin. Ultimately I don't feel the disparagement of it. And remain silent. In other words, if I hear someone disparaging it, I speak up. I speak up. What says to go? Rashi points out that we get to show Shimon who died. When he died, his body did not decompose. His family kept him so smart. His family kept him in the attic. His family kept him in the attic because they thought that since his body was not decomposing, one day he went up to the attic. Rashi points out she saw a worm coming out of his ear. She thought that his body was decomposing. He looked at that like in a dream and said, "No, my body's fine. We're not going to give it a punishment because one time I heard someone disparaging and trying to talk about it. I didn't say something." And you can infer from that generally, whenever he heard the thing disparagement, he absolutely stood up for the time. Incredible. So what does it mean? I close my eyes and looking at negative things. That refers to avoiding looking at women when they were the Lord. Where we wouldn't launder the clothing? By the river. By the river, what they would do is they would pull up their dresses in order so their dresses shouldn't become wet. So a person who sees a woman with her legs exposed, obviously it causes inappropriate thoughts. So a person who is careful with what they look at. A person who lives up to these ideals, ultimately again will live in the highest of highs. Incredible. So what's that from you cause? Then you do not shalish. But still that's 6. That's still 6. Right? So Navarro had 11, Yishayahu had 6, and they will say you see the overlap. No one can introduce no one's introducing new ideas. They're really just consolidating. Mika comes along and further consolidates to the 3. It's it. Who gives a Adam not to Mika? What is good and what does Hashem want from you? Mika says, Kiyam, Asas Mishpat, do justice, Vahavas Chesed, love Chesed, Vatzner Lefesh Im Hashem Elokecha. Ultimately, again, and walk with humility, or modesty, walk with humility. Asas Mishpat, or Asas Mishpat, Zehadjin, means literally be a just person. Be a just person. Be a person of chesed. Be a person of chesed. I was going to say, sometimes again, you might think that justice takes you from chesed, so it has to be both just and charitable. It ultimately refers to helping to bury the dead and helping to marry oxen. And I was saying, what does this mean? So those don't have a home back. Shitting dark on last Christina, I'm going to talk about so you remember burying the dead and weddings are public events. Yet even with those public events, what Alex Mishpah says, be modest. So the most large dark on last Christina, I'm not going to tell you the time. Or the most of things that are done privately, you have to be modest. That's why you have to be honest. So this is the Mishpah points out here. What does this mean? Be modest with weddings. You know, what it means is like this. You know, you might try to say is if you're helping financially with these things, don't has to involved. Which in general, again, so we're all be modest. So you listen to help each other with the testimony, helping with the Rabbi, be modest. Even though those are public events, be modest with your involvement. Don't say, really kind of begins to see the risk of the consultants. You need to say three things. Make sure that you're living a life that is just, that is correct. Make sure that you are involved in chesed, and make sure that you are modest and humble in the way that you conduct your life. Those are the three pillars. Good. Michelle, Michelle further consolidates the list. Two things. Come on, Hashem. Shimu Mishpat, Vasit Staka. Consolidate it into two. Live a life of justice and chesed. Brach Amos, then Yigarakas. Amos comes one thing. Shneamar. Come on, Hashem, they see. Dar Shumi. Hashem said to these, so seek me out. Seek me out. So what's the one thing? What's the one thing? Seek out the relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You must master Rabbi Yitzchak. Ima Darshini B'Chala Torah. Maybe Darshini means Darshini, learning out and refers to all the Torah. I just want to be clear. Just as we get to this, like, this last moment, dramatic moment of it. So remember, what's happening over here is you have to keep all 600 business. A lot of times, what I just want to know is what are the core principles that Hashem needs me to engage in order to be a spiritually successful individual. That's what these lists represent, right? So David, so again, look, we finally come to Habakkuk. Habakkuk says it all comes down to one thing. Listen, if you want to know what all Yiddishkeit comes down to, one thing. Amina. If you have Amina, everything else flows from that. If you have Amina, everything else stems from that. Sadik, that so that's what it is. Because if you have Amina, then ultimately you have all of these other qualities. If you have Amina, everything else flows from that. And especially what kind of Amina? An Amina Pshuta. Simple Amina. Simple Amina that says, Hashem, I love you, I'm yours. I love you, I'm yours. Tell me what it is that you need. I am your crew. I am your vessel. Fill me up with your bracha, that's what I ask of you. Give me power, and I am yours to execute whatever it is that needs to be done. That's it. That's it. So the Gemara is like, I'm not going to see that Amina. I put the zero special more shoving it. So it's about that. So I point out, it's like, what is the most dramatic you know? It's like in the entire shot. And it's like, okay, let's move on. I just want to point out, and again, we're not doing these Gemaras, justice, these Gemaras with heart. But again, let's say, if you want to understand all of Yiddishkeit in one phrase, Sadik, then we know so, yeah. That's it. That's it. Because again, and by the way, Davenant says this also. What does Davenant say? It's good to know because it's almost ever. Achos sha'alti me'eis Hashem o sarakish. Shifti b'beis Hashem. One thing, what's the one thing? Shifti to dwell in the house of Hashem. What do you mean to dwell in the house of Hashem? I mean, really close to you. I just want to be close to you. V'ani kivas Elokim lito. At the end of the day, Sadik, that will also, yeah, that's it. Never was like it. I'm going to see, I have a zero because I'm trying to know, you saw, but far over the game of it. Most of them make 4 zeros on Club Israel. And 4 subsequent prophets came along and negated them. Moshe Amar, these things are better, Badad, and Yaakov. Moshe will say, Sai tells the Dwell all alone, but Amos will be Pashnemer, Chadona, Mia from Yaakov. See, Nicham Hashem Azos. So Habakkuk, Amos came along and would annul it, and ultimately again Hashem will be with Amos. Moshe Amar, without Koyim Ahim, Lo Sargiot, and these nations ultimately again, Klal Yisrael not able to find their footing. By Yim Yaba Amar, Haloch Lagi Yisrael. Moshe Rabbi Avos Amar. Both having said the sins of the fathers should be visited upon the sons. But Yechezkel Bidlo, Yechezkel Shimon was in the back of that. No, person sins, take care of the iniquity for their sins, but it's not passed down to their children. Moshe Amar, Ba'ataratem Ba'goyim, Moshe says, Klal Yisrael will be lost amongst the nations. Klal Yisrael Ba'omer, Ba'yava Yavahu, Yitaka B'shofar Gadol. Open the Eretz Ashram. The Yisrael said, also Yisrael said, Klal will not be from lost. Amar, Mistafim in the high crop. God said, I am so scared of this person that the plans will be totally lost amongst the nations. Not give her up, Papa. Just because something's lost is not that. Sometimes you lose something, and what's going to happen when you lose it? The owner constantly tries to find it. So let's say it's so beautiful. We are lost. We are lost. It is the most beautiful thing. We're lost track of the sparkle, and the devotion constantly seeks to find us. And when we seek us, we try to Akra as from the isolation. Maski from our Zutra, Dilma, Kakilas, Kishir, ultimately, again, even though it says, and you can see you in the land of your enemies, maybe it means that you maybe the magician is like the consumption of cucumbers and gourds. Apparently, when you put cucumbers and gourds, you don't put all of them off the vine, but rather you leave some of them on the vine itself. So some there will be losses, but you will never be totally decimated. I will say that when sometimes you see my focus in Gemara, and you don't see exactly how it resolves. So we have most having a prophesizing, probably already lost, and subsequently being Michelle, others saying, no, not true. That's because it's kiss of the Bible, that's most of it is zero, you know. So we'll say, what happened? What happened? So it's going to point out something amazing. We are looking proof that the Gezerah of Moshe Rabbeinu was annulled 2,000 years after the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed. And look at us. And look at us. Why? Sitting here at the Beis Hamikdash studying Torah. We're sitting here at the Beis Hamikdash studying that Moshe Rabbeinu's Gezerah and Yeshayahu is a normal topic. And again, and if you look at the proof that we are not lost, then look at us. Look at us. We are the proof. So the next thing you can now give Christ, we are proof to the fact that if the shepherd is looking for us to flock every single day. We are not lost. We know what we have to do. We know where we have to go. We know what we have to become. We're not yet there yet, but we are the sheep looking for the shepherd, and the shepherd that is on consistently and constantly every day is looking for us. Incredible. So here we go. End of Masechus Marcus. A story. Rabbi Gamliel, Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah, Rabbi Yeshua, and Rabbi Akiva were all walking together on the road. They heard the celebrations from the Roman arena, from the arena in Rome, and it was so loud that they heard it at a distance of 120 mil. Incredible. And once they obviously understood, now, how did they know what the celebration was about? So what they thought the celebration was about is the victory of Rome and the downfall of Rabbi Yisrael. This three folks, and they began to cry, Rabbi Yisrael Masechet, and Yehuda began to laugh. Lord, we came out of the second. He said, Yeshiva, why are you laughing? Lord, the Atam, we came out from the night, that's fine. Lord, Goyim Havalu, Shemishkakim Latzovim, Umikakim Lavalu Sofavim, Yoshvim Betak Tahasku. How can it be that these people, like these older Sofavim, these idolaters, that they worship and they bow down and they partake to all of this knowledge, like all this craziness, and yet they live with such tranquility. Their lives are so good. Va'anu, by his promise, like the Rakim said, for us, at least I'm interested destroyed. But it's the fire, we can't. So they're wrong, and yet their lives are so good and so tranquil. We're right, we are all blessed. I mean, our descendants is rising in, and our time has been destroyed, and our people have been exiled. How could we not die? And then the Catholic attack, when the Jesus says, this is why I laugh. מה לעוררי רצונו, הכלאי רצונו, אז כמה וכמה. If this is the joy and happiness and reward that Hashem gives to those who go against His will, then imagine the simcha that is waiting for us. Imagine the reward, imagine the life, imagine the goodness, imagine the beauty that is waiting for us. They will say, Rabbi Akiva's laughter is different kinds of laughter, they say. And it's different kind of laughter. So remember, Mitzake, what is Mitzake? Like, what's Mitzake? The first person you see Mitzake was, like, Salimini. The laughter, quote, is the laughter of disbelief. But not disbelief that everybody is telling is going to happen. It's like almost like this deep type of laughter because you are so overwhelmed, not about what is occurring.
10 minutes of
Hope is unbridled, anticipatory.
Anyways, though, that's not why they're here, right?
Not now, things are difficult, but I believe in what's going to come in the future. That the people's laughter is not a present
because
laughter.
we just saw
The people's laughter is the future anticipatory laughter of Klal Yisrael.
But anyways,
that's future always is simple. Right now things are difficult.
so start
The
the
power
timer,
of
play the
the
chain clip.
is
Oh,
I
we don't
can
have the
grab
soundboard.
the
We can fix
simcha
that.
of the
Oh, fuck.
future and bring it to enlighten my presence. That's what Rabbi Akiva was doing. Rabbi Akiva wasn't enlightened. Rabbi Akiva didn't see everything. That's all I was supposed to do. Rabbi Akiva died in that perspective. Rabbi Akiva was killed in the midst of Messianic persecution by the Romans. Rabbi Akiva understands exactly what's happening. He's not making light of the situation, but Rabbi Akiva is saying the power of the Jew is to look into the future and to draw from the future simcha and bring it into your present. Also, Governor Rothschild says this also. Ba'ani b'chasteka b'kachti yodel libi b'shua secha. He also says, I trust that your chesed is going to come. Right now I don't see it. Right now I don't see it. But I believe it's going to come. And because I believe it's going to come, yodel libi b'shua secha, I rejoice now. I rejoice now. Because of the power of the year. Is that even when things are dark and difficult, I know they're going to be great. So I reach into my future, I draw that simcha from the future, and I bring it out back to my present. And that's what lights my way. That's Rabbi Akiva. One more story. You know, it's a short time. Are you only in Yerushalayim? One time they left Yerushalayim together. They were literally ascending through Yerushalayim. Came into Har Tzofim. They came to Har Tzofim. And what happens? Color big day. And what's that? Now, from Har Tzofim, they saw Yerushalayim, right to Yerushalayim, and they also saw the Rabbi, and which was destroyed. Came into Har Rabbi. And then they further clothing as a sign of mourning for the destruction. They continue to walk further, and they come to Harabayis. Ultimately, again, is here fast, similar to the Holy of Holies. The Steve Lane both in the Rabbi Akiva and Tzachel. Everyone begins to cry, and Rabbi Akiva begins to laugh. And you know, it said to him, if they not come a second, how can you laugh? How can you laugh at a time like this? I'm going to have his name not come over. So the people that say, well, I can't know why you sang. And you know, they said to Rabbi Akiva, nothing should come from God, I got a color of Yumas. Ultimately, again, the place that says that a non-Kohen comes there will die. No one's missing the Malcolm. When no one was left to enter except the Kohen on Yom Kippur. The actual children who run out of taxis, are walking around, right? Their taxis just walking around everywhere. They don't have to desolation. So when you can against Christ, I will have a taxi exactly. And he says, this is why I laugh. Let me tell you why it's true. It's one of the most beautiful Gemaras. That even the man, as only a Kohen that's the tiny thing that then you back to you. Show us the consequences of this. Consequently, Shara. And we'll bring for you witnesses. Uri is a Kohen, and another is a Zachariah. Now the Gemara says, I understand. If he might mean Uri is a Zachariah. Uri and Zachariah not the good ways. They weren't the right ways. Uri is the Mikdash Rishon, Zachariah is the Mikdash Sheni. I say, like Uri was in the first place on the Mikdash, and Zachariah was the second place on the Mikdash. So why does the Rabbi Yishayahu bring them together as witnesses? Hello. Kala HaKoshem will also show Zachariah, and it will also show Uri. That is the So yeah, those are all kind of just lame. Unfortunately, Uriah was going to prophesy that Sion, that Yerushalayim will become like a proud field. Like a proud field. And what happens in a proud field, not only is there destruction, but in a proud field, ultimately, again, any former trace of what was there is also destroyed. And what happens? So the Gemara says, and I will say, what does the Chayah say? The Chayah is one of the most beautiful, beautiful images. And this image says, oh, it'll happen again. Right? Hashem says, oh, the kingdom is the kingdom for the Chayah Yerushalayim. There will come a time of rebuilding, and there will come a time of redemption. For ultimately, again, old men and old women will sit together in the streets of Yerushalayim. I told you, I don't know what Yemen. And people will grow old again in Yerushalayim. They'll come back. Everything was lost. The Rabbi says, the Rabbi says, everything will be rebuilt. And people will grow old gracefully and beautifully in Yerushalayim. So the Jewish is like this. Ashton is kind of also show, oh yeah, sorry, I used to use Yara, so this kind of also show the Talia. So the people said, I was wondering to myself, like, those prophecies, I'd like to share with me from them. So in order to get the Nebuah of Zechariah, the rebuilding of Yerushalayim, Yerushalayim has to become totally desolate. Now I see desolation. Now I see a prophet saying out of the desolation, no greater desolation than that. And when I see the fulfillment of the prophecy of destruction, I now know, now that I see the fulfillment of the prophecy of destruction, the Yadua, Shneduaso, Shazakayim, Miskayim. Oh, no,
It's like, oh, what is like behind closed doors? That's him all the time.
Now that I see destruction, now that I see a little bit of the thoughts running out of the Kodesh HaKadoshim, I know it's all of my heart. Prophecy for rebuilding will come true. Everyone say, once again, what happens to Rabbi Akiva? Akiva wasn't realizing that there's a concept in psychology called toxic positivity. Toxic positivity is where someone is, I'm having a difficult time. I share with someone, I'm really having a difficult time in life, and they say, don't worry, it's going to be okay. Generally, if you're on the receiving end of that, what do you say? What do you feel? What do you say?
Classic, great. I had to retweet it right away. All the homies, all my friends.
The loose translation is,
I was getting together and it was just
stop it. I know it's good, but that's not what I need right now. The person means, well, toxic positivity is like, always has sometimes like, I need to know, and I need validation on what it is that I know it'll be okay. Of course it'll be okay. That's not Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva, how do I say Rabbi Akiva?
This one's called The Shops. Hashtag The Shops. Just like a big time.
Like anticipatory symbol. Things are so bleak, but I also know that because things are so bleak in the future, they're going to turn around. And I can reach into that future, grab some of that simcha, and bring it back to the here and now. To do that. And if you can reach into your future and bring back some of that future simcha to a dark and bleak present, that's the only way you get healed. Because the only other alternative is to lose yourself in the suffering, is to lose yourself in the sadness, is to lose yourself in the darkness. Rabbi Akiva teaches us ultimately how to reach into the future, which is going to be beautiful and bright.
This is the
Take some of that brightness, bring it back into a dark presence. The Lashon Hazeh Amuna, and they said to him, Akiva Necham, Akiva Necham. Rabbi Akiva, you actually told us to be a Christmas. And I will say, those words are not just simply true for that particular episode. I will say, these words are Rabbi Akiva. And this reminds this quote, this Mahalo, has been a source of consolation for cloudiness throughout the ages. What gets us through the harshest periods of darkness is the ability to be like Rabbi Akiva, to reach into a future that we know is going to be beautiful and bright, grab some of that brightness, grab some of that light, and bring it back with that spirit to illuminate a difficult present. Akiva Necham, Akiva Necham. Rabbi Akiva always comes through for us, and he always does come through for us. Hadronah, Helen, Alokim, the sleeper on the shelf is not just Rosai, Shkoyach, and Mask.
It's like sometimes you want things to happen, and then when it does happen, you're like, I don't want that.
All right,
No, that makes sense, because you never really know what
have a great level in Mazik from Mount for coming out of the show, and a few travels. So, if we go from that, we celebrate all of our future necessities today, and try having a list.
Interstellar. And apparently there's a race car out front. Sounds like a Porsche.
It's not Porsche. It's going to be everybody at Porsche. Make sure it's going to be there.
This is the barbecue. It's called Styles Switch Barbecue. So everybody knows I'm breathing in fumes right now. Oh, because I just start the beast. Oh, that's correct. To start the beast. I love that because what happens is all that carbon monoxide sits right here, right now. So I'm getting high. That's what those fans are. It's a free high. It's a free high. Glass half full. Glass half full. Free high. It's a free high. I'm free high. Dying.
All right, guys, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. We invite you all our content for this morning to thank our annual commentary for pushing the stuff about yourself. For dedicating all the streaming broadcasts for this year. And Jesus, for the sales calls for all around the star. Commentary sponsors for the month of year. How about you? Let's talk about Shmuel Rabbi Drafting Nation of New York at the Shmuel's father. Mr. Leonard Karatkin. With Daniel Castro, calling into the Rabbi, we also have an American commentator, all of the Shana Sabna here, the family Dana Kama, also, of course, we dedicate our learning today in this course to be able to celebrate Thomas. However one chooses to mark on this particular day. Speak about this every year, although there's so much controversy over what to say, how to say it, how to know, with the bracha, without a bracha. So both those, remember, those are details. Those are details, important details. Details. The issue detail is for us to go ahead and have shut up and hold on. For us to have tremendous gratitude, tremendous sense of gratitude for what he has given us. That we are Zilka for living times in which we have access to our Israel, in which we nurse Hashem, it's not just the famous words that Harabayus Diadinu. That's what other than the Umm Yisrael, it's not just we Harabayus Diadinu. It's our Yisrael Diadinu. But ultimately, again, we have our Yisrael. It's a mention in the Shia for Pianos yesterday. There's no one standing at the airport telling which Jews could come in, which Jews can't come in. There's no one standing at the port. Like with quotas, a number of people who come in, we forget this. Because we've taken for granted a little bit of the miracle that a Hashemah gave us with the founding of the state. Is the state perfect? Far from it. Is there work to do? Absolutely. But just because something is not perfect doesn't mean that it's not absolutely magnificent. So it may not be perfect. But how do you know? You go to Eretz Yisrael, you walk into the airport, and you find that larger than life mezuzah that's waiting for you. I think we have the second largest mezuzah at the entrance of the airport. How do you find that larger than life mezuzah waiting for you? Shachianu Yikimanu Yikianu Lazmarazah. That he has this push. And that's going to be able to put your hand on that mezuzah as you enter into the sacred door of Eretz Yisrael. Only this is the result. To give us first. When Mashiach comes, we will come. But this thing will come. That'll be even better. But just because it's not exactly as it should be, does not mean for a moment that it's not absolutely magnificent. My grandfather's a friend of Rabbi. For the survival of the war. Whenever anyone in the world says something critical of the government of Israel, or something about Eretz Yisrael itself, he would always go ahead in silence. He would always shut down the conversation. And just understand, it wasn't, my grandfather wasn't wearing blue and white, not engaging in anything, it wasn't. As a survivor, he understood what it meant not to have a Jewish homeland, or not to have access to a Jewish homeland, and then what it meant to live in a world with access to a Jewish homeland. His truth in life always was, whatever your problem is, figure it out, or be quiet. But don't run around talking about negative things, or difficulties, or problems with our beautiful people. Because whatever problems may be, they inherently compose. Okay, so here we say how the son of God will say it, won't say it. Again, it's a detail. It's a detail, an important detail, but a detail. The issue is that in this way, you must find your way. to express the profound gratitude that the start of the miracle of the experience. The idea, we're building about Hashem, sure. We're building a satellite community, turning each other on, we're talking on it. Who the fuck? Who would have ever thought? And I think it was, alright, if you're a child of survivors, having a hand in helping to get into the that's 100 years after our ancestors were put into gas chambers and ovens and systematically annihilated. Sister, almost like that Hashem, even if we could contemplate satellite community, or we could contemplate just purchasing a ticket and going, where we send our children to learn, we go to learn, we go to vacation, we go to spend Yom Tov.
That's kind of like, remember that one meme that was going around on chains of the guy walking into the studio?
You need a new prescription. Because they're missing it. Because it's just missing it. How do you choose to mark the miracle? That's up to you. That's up to you. How you choose to, that we could contemplate, that we're living in time to contemplate the Aliyah, whether you're making Aliyah or not making Aliyah. Just understand, you could think about that decision. For 2,000 years, the Buddha said, I'm going to go down to sell. He said, really? You want to live with the Ottomans? You want to live with the Turks? You want to live with the British? You want to live with this? You want to live with that? Now, it's a decision. Whether it's
like their husband, but Brendan is acting like the wife and all that. Yeah, that's not part of this description. Why is he acting like a woman? So if wives acted like
something that for 2,000
their
years
husbands, that would make the man act like a woman too.
But we do.
But yeah, no, it's horrible. She also did work on a single
nature in that, once again, needing the prescription.
Yeah, if she's acting like her husband,
the footsteps of Mashiach. It's
feeding
footsteps.
fish.
People talk about the footsteps. If you listen carefully, you can hear the pitter patter and Mashiach's foot coming
this is
towards her.
definitely Brendan and Charleston. That's part of it. She became a Charleston werewolf. She inhibited that
Mashiach is around the corner. Gula is around the corner.
This is posted
What
by
he said,
Eric
Fulton will come to us each and every day.
The boy Crystalia makes an
Nothing
appearance in
less
the comments.
than a
What's a pop culture moment that
miracle.
gives you second
The miracle is not
hand
complete,
embarrassment?
and there's no question that many things are still in a state of imperfection. We are so much closer to that. So understand the last night on this day, we celebrate the founding of the modern day state of Israel, which for many of us is absolutely unequivocally uncultured Gula, not the beginning of Gula. Gula began the moment that his heritage was set ablaze, but an important step in the continuity of the progression of Gula. It happened for one thing, and there's the thing that Gula should keep evolving. The Gula should keep unfolding, and therefore some of our hostages should come home, and soldiers should stop having to give their lives for Am Yisrael, to Eretz Yisrael. These are Hashem, the fathers, the sons, the brothers, the husbands. The Gula started many years ago. The founding of the state was an important step that propelled us forward. Hashem. So the continuity of the Gula, the evolution of the Gula, is result on Hashem, the Shana Haba, the Yisraelim, Hadaniya, with Am Yisrael together, Eretz Yisrael rebuilt, Eretz Yisrael unified, we go to Yisraelim, and we built the Yisraelim from the Yisraelim. So today's daf is from 23. We are picking up the Hashem on some days and the days, a lot to do today about Hashem. We are picking up the two dots, about 500 of the recording lines to get right. You the owner of Baruch Shemos. No, sorry, next to that. Last short part, sorry, thank you. So the Mishnah says as follows. Remember again, the Mishnah had a very interesting case. Let's say again they assess that Ruben is capable of getting 39 marks. And then what happens? They started flogging him, and they realized, you know what, you really can't take the full 39. What's the halacha? He stopped. Whatever he got, and that's the end of it. There was nothing more than that. But once again, remember again, as opposed to what? As opposed to saying, okay, let's take a break, right, and flog him the rest later on. You don't say that. So there's a locker, even one locker left. But that's what they went ahead and took judgment for 39. Before they started flogging, so they went ahead and they revised their assessment. So in that case over here, on Echel Amersa, we would go ahead and give him the full set. So the Gemara says, I'm doing a Kavla Adbarim, if let's say again, based on the set that he's capable of getting 39 malchus, and then what happens? And then they changed or they revised, they updated their assessment and said that he can't. So what's Pata? Pata doesn't get anything. So he goes, I'm doing a Kavla Shmona Esrei, because of Amdusha for the Kavla Adbarim, let's say the original assessment for 18. Let's remember again, these numbers are not random. Why are you choosing these numbers? Remember, the Malchus always has to be divisible by 3. So again, that's why we're just using large numbers, small numbers. So 18. 18. And you say, no, you can really go ahead and scan 39. Potter, I love how you say Potter. So let's say what that sounds like is, if they change the assessment, even if they do not dig in fraudulently, he's still Potter. So how do you reconcile this? I'm not sure there's no contradiction. Hagga Amdua Yomi, Hagga Amdua Lamachar Uviyola. So let's say the Gemara is a very interesting answer. The Gemara says like this. Everything depends on when the second assessment is occurring. If the second assessment occurs on the same day as the first, and the way the halakha views that is, the first one was a mistake, the second one is the real one. In other words, because things can't change that quickly on one day. He's right. So in other words, if on Thursday, Basin said, Reuben is chayiv 39, and then that same day they revised and said, no, we only change it stand 15. With the halakha views that is, they were mistaken about the 39. That was a mistake. So essentially, scratch that one and go with the second one. If, however, let's say they made the assessment on Thursday, right, 39, and then on Friday they said, you know what, you can only go ahead and withstand 18. When you look at that second assessment as correct. Why? Because things could change in a more dramatic way from one day to the next. That's how you might reconcile these two ideas. We take a quick look at Rashi. Rashi says, so the initial is the case for Halacha the assessment, the second assessment is done that same day. The Kabbalah man, Oshmona, said, because of the Amdua Go Bayom, Shiyachal Kabbalah, Ayachal, if you only miss the Omet Shalahem, לא היה כלום. כיוון דברו ביום, סוסי כמה שאומרים, שהרזיון נשתנה ולקחת בשביל זמורה כזה. שלא זה סגר. So what is this issue? The second assessment occurred on the same day as the first. When you look at the first assessment that was mistaken, the second one is correct. The Dutch just points out, it's not possible that things change down materially within one day. But it's not possible that we went from a guy who took 39 malchus to a guy who took 18 malchus in one day. So we're looking at the first one is mistaken, and therefore we go to the second one. On the other hand, we look at the next one. Again, there's more here, but just giving you the point. The Rabbi said, I'm doing the Machal Yom Yom Akasha, who started on a brotherhood, Sheyata Aino, Shayapa Zelakabo, Ad Osayan Shashtika, Masos, Ellen Mishkano, Forgiveness. Okay, Yom Dori Arboy, Ad Yom Boni, Kishive Yom Boni, Undu, Sheyapa Lakaba Kos. Only Yishon, only God. What is interesting enough, I'm also an also, in the case I'm sorry, in the second case where they gave me an assessment of 39 on Friday, on Thursday, and they gave me the second one on 18 on Friday. In that case, that's incorrect. In that case, I love for myself. The first assessment is good. Now, the reason why the first I'll show you that in just a moment. The first assessment is correct. Whereas you don't do the first assessment as being flawed. Why? Because things could change from one day to the next. So on Thursday, you could take 30 rounds. We got to go, we got safety. On Friday, you could only go ahead and do 18. So the first assessment stands. Now listen, what does that mean? So we're going to give it 39 malchus. We need 39 malchus when David says on Friday we can only take 18. No, so that's what Rashi says over here. And therefore, Sheyachal Kabbalah, Potter, Hapapi Shlomacha. In that case, interestingly enough, for the Potter, you won't get anything. Even if you're not getting malchus, why? Shayim is Sitazer, but also over. Because he was already degraded. Now we're going to see that we haven't touched on this fully at all. But it shows me a lot of what malchus accomplishes is degradation. And the kapara itself of malchus of Malchus comes through with degradation. So the Gemara suggests the following. When he got an assessment for 39, right, and then the next day got an assessment for 18, that first assessment for 39 was correct assessment. Okay, something happened out of it, don't give it to me, it's the degradation of having been assigned 39 and now being downgraded to 18, that degradation suffices to accomplish the punishment that we're seeking to impose upon him. And if I look what I saw, is Tucker from all Malchus. So let's say fascinating idea. Let me just zoom out a little bit. So essentially what's happening over is as follows. What happens when Jason initially gives one assessment of Malchus and then revises the assessment? The Gemara suggests that in two cases. If the original case takes place on the same day as the original assessment, then let's say the original assessment was flawed, therefore scratch it, and therefore only go to the second assessment. When the second assessment happens on a different day than the first, then we assume essentially they're both correct. They're both correct, right? Assessment number 1 is correct, assessment number 2 is correct, and then what Rashi is pointing out over here is, in that case, interestingly enough, how these occurred, because we assume that again, the degradation occurred just simply through the higher Malchus allocation of day 1. Fascinating. But also, there's one important caveat, there's one important caveat, is that only point in time that Malchus started being administered. And then in the middle of Malchus, Jason says, okay, we made a mistake, we can't take 39. You only do 9. What's the halacha? What's the halacha? You stop, obviously, and that's it. And that's it. In other words, you do not make the get recover and then give him the rest of his Malchus. That's the caveat. All of these discussions is where Malchus has not yet begun to be administered. Okay, good. There happens to be, the halacha on my side is a little bit different than how the Gemara had. But if we have time, we'll come back to it. That's the Mishnah. Let's think about Mishnah. How about Avera cheese, pushing wagon? What's what happens when a person buys an Avera? It has 2 wagon associated with it. So what's that about? So the Gemara says, only that, but here's the issue. A person did something, and now they are liable. Rashi says, well, we are going chorish, b'shabbat, amor, v'kilayim, v'karet. This goes back to yesterday's Mishnah. I'm plowing with an ox and a donkey, and I'm also plowing kilayim. So again, I'm chayiv now for plowing with an ox and a donkey. Those ox, I'm sure, right? I'm sorry. Those ox, I'm sure, and I'm also planting fire karet. So now I've done one act, which results in two lavim. So now I'm liable to 2 sets of Malchus. So what's the halacha? So I'm doing all my effort. Let's say they did one of the base things. The base will assess me 1 set of Malchus. But that's what they did. Whereas if they kind of judge this case as one allowed and give me 1 set of Malchus, okay, that's it. I get my set of Malchus. Now, they not most of the strape, the close to the Malchus. If not, if the case was adjudicated as again, I get my first set of Malchus, then recover, and then get my second set of Malchus afterwards. Says we are not finding but we learned elsewhere, everybody said that was. But I look at myself, you can't do one assessment for 2 lavim. In other words, if I violated 2 lavim, and we just assessment should judge me independently for 2 lavim, you can't do one assessment or one verdict for 2 lavim. I'm not sure it's not kasha. Hagda I'm doing the arba in the chada, hagda I'm doing the arba in the kashi. This is very interesting. So let's say one case is talking about where Beis Din adjudicated, they judged me liable to 41 lashes versus 42 lashes. So let's say what's the cost? 42 is 39 plus 3. 3 is the minimum amount of lashes that's being administered to someone, right? Because again, it's visible by you. It's the minimum amount of lashes. So therefore, again, if I get my 39 and then I get my 3, then 3 essentially constitutes a second set of Malchus. And that's it, and I would get those 3 and that's both things. 41 is really just needed 1 set of Malchus. If that's the case, then I love myself, there's additional 2. Constitute a second set of Malchus, and therefore liable to an entire second set of Malchus. So I feel for my first set of Malchus, and then ultimately afterwards be liable to a second set of Malchus. If you look at Rashi says over here, I'm doing arba in the chada, koma she'omder alav ad 39 tashvirim mishum chad alav, וכך שדיון לבית בשבת וחשב alav echad, סיפור alav אפילו 3 מעטות, תלוי העבר, חשובים 3 עומד ללאו אחר, ולאו סיפור על Marcos Kilo had about the type of local social negation should not have. But in the stuff is supposed to be looked at, Marcos Kilo is the down it's 42. The real ultimately against 39. Second three, I get that. They're satisfied with second one. And I look over, but if it's 40, but if it's 41, that's only an additional two don't count for anything. I get my first set of marks steal, I get an entire second set of marks. But what I'm suggesting is, you will get two sets of marks. You will get two sets of marks. Just depending on how the Bayesian adjudicates it, if the Bayesian doesn't want to throw the book at me, they can make me liable to 42 marks. And the beauty of that is, that's 39, and that satisfies both levels. If Bayesian only gives me 41, that's kind of throwing the book at me. Then essentially that's 39, you'll get a whole second set of 39. Incredible. Mishnah. Does this verse is fascinating. The state of the mountain also. Let's see, how do we give a guy mountains? What's the process? There's a pillar. And what we do is we tie the guy's hands to the pillar. So he's tied to his hands are tied to the pillar, one hand on each side. The Kazakh says, okay, to the dugout. The Niklu. First, by the way, just before we go on, I meant to mention, the Gemara distinction of what the no discrimination. In your distinction of what, remember again about the Bayesian gives multiple assessments. They say if they give two assessments on the same day, what was out of first assessment is correct, second assessment is correct. Two assessments on two different days. First assessment is still correct, second assessment is also correct. The first assessment still remains correct. Why? What was the logic? Logic was things can't change that dramatically in one day, but maybe they did each day. Teresa is such a profound soul for us in life. Things can change on a dime. Things can change on a dime. And at times, they do change very quickly. Generally, it's not the way it's being done. Whether it's change that we want in ourselves, or whether it's change that we want out of life. Change absolutely could be effective. The issue just is, you have to be patient. What is it behind that says patience is a virtue? But things come to those who wait. So by the way, it's not just true, it might be true in life, but what the most telling us is that change doesn't happen every day. Change can happen is one day from now, and this is so incredibly important. Sometimes as we want to accomplish great things, and we want it now, and we become so impatient, and when it doesn't materialize now, we give up. As I was teaching us, although dramatic change could occur in one day, generally, it doesn't happen. Change takes time. In yourself, in your life, in your home, with your family, in your career, whatever it is that you want to do, that you want to affect real change, you have to have that level of patience. Okay, back to you guys. Back to the top. Before we're talking to your color, the Kazakh says, okay, the once it's never again, we're going to see that the Kazakh says, the flag is standing behind him. So he gets hold of his clothing, and he pulls it down. We have to make sure garage is not on the clothing, but on flesh. It's just clothing dry as it is, okay? He wants to actually look on us people, and so his parts is uncovered. He's very reminiscent Russian of the Soka. So it's almost virtually the same exact as the Soka. Actually, look on us people, right? Until he uncovers the heart of the flag. There's a platform behind the guy who's getting mounted. The Kazakh says only the low. And again, the Kazakh says in this context is the guy who remains for the mountains. This guy's on the platform behind the flaggy, or let's call it Ruben, behind Ruben. Like you should be a Rothschild Eagle Tula. After the Shrine, the Shrine the Arba. And the whip itself is made out of calf hide. Now again, that's what's made of a couple hides. Calf hide, and the strap is folded into two and then folded into four. The Gemara says, all those 3 yards by spot, and there are traditional straps of donkey hide that go up and down the with. Yoda Kappa, the hand is one Kappa. Urakaba Kappa, and the width is one Kappa. Rosha Magas al Peso. And the top of the lip has to be long enough that it gets to his stomach. Now, let's say, there's an interesting mathematics about how a person gets width. In other words, does a person get width along the length of their back or across the width? In other words, essentially, is the lipper, is he standing behind Ruben and ripping him like this, and Ruben standing right in front of him, and the lip goes on his back, and the top of the lip goes down like this? Or maybe he's standing a little bit to the side of Ruben, flogging him like from the sideways, so it goes across the width of his back, with the straps coming around this way. Rashi understands it's the latter. It's the latter. And Ruben gets width along the width of his back. So therefore, again, the Chagrin Knesset stands a little bit to the side, and it doesn't whip like this. He whips like this. He whips like this, so that therefore the Gemara saying is like this. The top of the whip has to be able to wrap around the vein to come to the beginning of his stomach, to the side. Okay.
I like what you said
So the
about
Gemara
the
goes
two
like
of them.
this. So the Gemara says,
What's funny about that to me, he does have all right.
you get 1/3 of the lashes on the front of your body, 2/3 on the side, 2/3 on the back of your body. The inner mako, so the only little yoches, and again, the plot moving is not standing, is not sitting, but rather again, he's hunched over when he's speaking the mouth. Shnei there's Pilu HaShofet. V'Amake, Make b'yado achas. The Chazal Knesset is immersing the mouth. He brings down the whip with one hand, not two hands. The whole Torah, I would honor his mouth. I said it's interesting, right? This is not a ceremonial flogging. This is this is flogging. Right? So it's Marcus. So and the obligation is for him to do it with all of his might. That's holy. Holy in the Sishma Lasso, Beit Hashem is the first thought. That's not goes to Chosu Tfilas HaMikra. Ushmat Mistike HaBris HaZos. So it's interesting that Salach L'Meisa is this whole recitation, right? All these psukim are being mentioned along the way as well. The whole thing, Tzurakum Yichater Avot. And how does the end? The end ultimately again with the possible. He's had a lot of those about this also, recognizing that the goal of this punishment, of course, is what? Is restorative, is rejuvenative, like it's being recovered to atone. Because it's not Hanukkah, and again, I want to say, obviously, you'll see, depending on the number of malchus you get, depends on the number of times you have to recite these psukim. Okay, miscalculate, being very benign. Let's say, let's say that the person getting malchus soils himself. You can imagine what happened over here. Either because it's just like right of the malchus, or ultimately again, maybe anticipation of the malchus. Right, so what's the halacha over here? Okay, let's skip. Sorry. But the next half of the halacha. Now let's say again the Chazal process is flogging moving. Moving guys, he has a heart attack. What he does. So it's halacha. Potter. Now you're going to say potter because he's administering the ruling of the Bezdin. Hosifla Odrisua Achasunis. How does it go to Al Yado? Now interestingly enough, when is he exempt? Only if he gave the prescribed number of malchus. If he decided to, everybody likes hummus, right? If he decided, especially when there are other people, right? So if he decides to go and give an additional lash over here, and Ruben dies as a result of that, then halacha might say again, that's called accidental murder, and the Chagrin Knesset will go to Dallas as a result of this. His calculating being the regular night, so it's again, Ruben spoils himself. Again, whether it's through defecation or through urination, and again, I will say, whether we're going to discuss it's because of like impending fear of what is going to occur, or because of the malchus itself. We'll discuss both of those cases. Potter. So ultimately, again, he's potter from any further degradation. But listen, now what's the lodge outside? Very further malchus. Right? What's the lodge? Find out with Rashi. It's the nikla hari nikla. Because let's remember again, what's the point over here of malchus? What's one that of malchus? The nikla means malchus is supposed to be embarrassing. Malchus is supposed to be humiliating. So if the guy soils himself, ultimately, again, he's touched the malchus. So once you maybe thinking here, like, that's just going to come over here talking about, right? So just do that, right? So just do that. Let's say, just understand. Malchus is a public thing. Malchus is a public thing. There's something to be said when you're in public. Think it like a man. Right? Do not get, because if you're the guy who sells it, something will probably following you. Right? That's probably when you walk into shul like Shabbos, right? I don't think you're getting after you. I'm just saying, like, that just understand you degradation type of that is pretty significant. So I thought that sounds like, hey, that's a fantastic get out of jail free card. Okay, just literally, just make that happen. Right now, just go home and be happy. I can also say, just understanding the public nature of everything, it would be quite debated. Okay, so it's like, type of stuff, let's go. Say the Gemara. Sorry, I keep on skipping. Let me go back. Sorry, read the says. Let me do this. Let me do the Omer. Ha'ish berei ba'isha b'ma'ish. Sorry, ha'ish berei ba'isha. And read it says no. It depends on how you saw yourself. A man, if he shows himself in supplication, if that's degrading enough, that degradation has been accomplished, done. And a woman who's obviously is covered is a little bit more sensitive, even if she shows herself in urination, ultimately, again, and talk about some any sort of neck. It's not a 23. My type of. So let's say here's this interesting. No one knows what to do with this line in the Gemara. No one, it's my time of the Gemara. No one knows my time of what? The Gemara says Mishum Nikla. Okay, no, it's just. How do we know that the whip is made out of cat skin? So it's just the pasuk says you get 40 markers. The son of label Saxon Shabadisha. And juxtaposed to that is when it's muzzle on ox, when it flushes. Okay, so the juxtaposition says it's a cat skin. I'm not sure. So the Shirah was very high. Mainly done stuff up and you put things in post middle. So how do we know that it's the Obama? Right, the most Reuben's back to Reuben dies, and now Reuben has no children. Reuben has a surviving brother, Shimon. Let's say Shimon is covered head to toe in boils. Head to toe in boils. Right? So obviously it's not fair to make Rothschild. It's not fair to make Rothschild go ahead and marry him. So how do we know that we don't compel Rothschild to marry him? So the Gemara says, so what's it interesting enough? The juxtaposition of Saxon Shabadisha represents, like in this case, making the animal do something muzzle. So to speak, we don't muzzle the Obama, so to speak. We don't silence your protestations in an effort to marry up to the Obama. If it's clear that this is a compromise, incredible. I'm not sure. Some of those are going to die. So again, this is nurses that anyone who goes ahead and degrades the margin, literally disparages the young children, he will over worshiping idolatry. First line, the pasuk says, do not make for yourself graven images. The son of Leah is Chagamasos Tishma. So that's the position between Yamsi and Avodah. If you disparage the unimportant, ultimately if you worship Avodah. What's in view is terrible. From the Saka Lashonara, not beautiful, but incredible. From the Saka Lashonara, from the Kabbalah Lashonara, anyone who speaks Lashonara or accepts this is Lashonara, I call our native Hebrew Sheka, or anyone who gives false testimony, we all eat last week on the clever. Wow. She was going to the dogs. It said, La Kara Pashmi from outside. The pastor says, by a shaitan, the animal is killed by another predatory animal. You can't eat it, so throw it to the dogs. And right after it says, the son of Clay, like Sisa, Shema, Shat. Which literally, again, none of these two means, but don't go ahead and think the name of God in there. And Kali Dinami, no Sassi. Do not cause negative things to be accepted. So what does that mean? Speaking of Shonara, listening to Shonara, like I said, yourself, this sounds like a very strong statement. Again, I got a Shonara style, right? We all know what Shonara is about. But the thing is, if I speak Shonara, or if I accept Shonara, then I think that I should be thrown to the balls. I don't know, it just sounds really intense. So perhaps to sing it like this. The part about my counsel and speaking myself to really, I trade that. Right? It's just a practice. Shonara represents the abuse of the greatest gift we have. Like, the thing that makes us human is the power of speech. Power of speech. As Vayipach, I was going to write in the pasuk says Hashem breathed into us, Vayipach Fa'abot, they have started to breathe life into us, and it says, Ruach Menari, that means speech. It means speech. Speech is what makes us a sentimental kid. Speech is what gives us life. If a person abuses the power of speech, essentially,
To learn a life lesson from Papa would be something I wouldn't be able to go back
throwing it to the dog is not a punishment. It's descriptive of what I am if I abuse my power of speech. A human being without the power of speech, essentially, is in a vela. And what do you do with an vela? Not tell us how to do for us. When I misuse my greatest gift that I can call it gifts to me, by definition, I'm no different than the animal practice. What do you animal practice? You feed it to your dog. Not a punishment, but descriptive of a state of being. Incredible. State of slow, kana, shachama. So remember again, the Mishnah said, also the Gemara teaches that the whip is partially made out of the hide of a donkey. So the Gemara said, I didn't get this, why do we have donkey hide? So the Gemara says, the Pasuk says, Yada Shekoneu, V'chamor Avos Ba'alav. So literally again, the shar, the ox, knows its koneu, knows its owner, and the donkey recognizes the truck of its owner. Now, the Navi over here, remember again, the Navi over here is describing how animals how far the children understand who they're beholden to. Remember, the rest of the pasuk is Yisrael lo yoda amila hiskona. Right, but ultimately, again, so what the pasuk says over there, the Navi learns that Parisa doesn't know. Like the donkey knows his truck eats out. The donkey knows who his master is. Somehow, while we tell the Jewish people, we always forget that we are subservient to our Kodesh Baruch Hu. So the Gemara says, so I'm not Kodesh Baruch Hu, you told me shouldn't have makir avos ba'aleh. So literally, let the one who recognizes the truck of his master, the donkey, come along and go ahead and exact punishment from the one who has forgotten whose truck eats truck. Which of us, if you think about it, is really profound. That what is sin? Sin is a lack of God awareness. It's about highlights, right? Sin is a lack of God awareness. And if I have God awareness, I have everything. But the moment I lose God awareness is unfortunately when every negative thing becomes possible as well. So let the donkey that at least appreciates, which itself is an animal, but itself understands who its master is, come an exact punishment from the one who forgot who his master is, and such as in this situation. The other tabach, also again, the handle of the tabach, Rabbi Shtamino, Kochat Tekana from Gabea Tirona. So let's say, so it sounds like over here in Asian must have made like a custom whip, right? Because remember again, the whip has to be long enough to go around the side and come to the front of the stomach. So obviously every person has different proportions. So everybody must have had a custom whip. So the Gemara says, I don't know if you get to take it home. I'm going to love on anything enough to do with your Tida. Well, that's the case. Some days he's going to have a lot of it. So it doesn't make any sense. I'm going to love on Parsa Islam. No, what's that? It was an adjustable whip. As an adjustable whip, they had like a ring. And the ring, really what the ring was there was to go ahead and either shorten or lengthen the straps themselves. Okay, remember those guys. Now, so we know how to use it. So let's say, remember, we give 1/3 of the mouthpiece on the back, 2/3 on the side, 1/3 on the front, 2/3 on the back. What do you think that front? That's what I mean. I'm not kind of going across. Behavior shepherd we call the fun of today Risha self. Let me start. Risha Achas Milachanav, so he's actually getting one Risha on front, with 1/3 on the front. Today Risha for after 2/3 in Malkino. Somewhere we already have to know. We have this issue in the past. How do we know that the strap itself is doubled over? So we want to show that the kilo. Because the fact itself, giving you the kilo means you bend it over. I realize 1 second. Why by the debate? We need your kilo for something else. What do you use your kilo in this before? So when the minister Malchus, even it's not standing straight, but rather again, he's hunched over. So that's how you get kilo for. Which means it says, into the midst of Yahivu. The pasuk could have said, literally again, they will bend it. My why use that lesson. Shmani was calculated. So there's 2 things from it. Number 1, that Ruben, when he gets the Malchus, he bends over. And number 2, the strap itself is doubled over. Now, if I can't ask it the other, remember again, the initial lashes is done with 1 hand. So remember again, the idea by the just understanding with 1 hand, what's the, so what's the very interesting. let's say two of the bloggers. The bloggers are people, by the way, who are generally very smart and very weak. Very smart and very weak, right? I want very smart, that they know how to do the malchus, and very weak, right? Why? Because he says it has to first, right? It just has to be malchus. But Yehuda says no. Afilu chasir nagavi shirika. He says not sure. Even those who are not very smart, but are very strong, we also use it for money. Oh, no, that's what he means, Stabra. So he says that Yehuda is correct. It's sick. Because the Pasuk says, no Yosef, and Yosef. Now, it's interesting what they say. The Torah has to go out of its way to say, do not add on any additional malchus. Rabbi Nathan says, don't add on any more. Now, you know, say this. So if you can, that means that the chassid could even be someone who doesn't have das, then it makes sense that the Torah has to go out of its way to warn him and say, don't give any additional malchus. But again, if the smart people are doing it, the smart people have to be warned after all again. If the chassid addresses is smart, I tell him that Reuben gets 18, he's only going to give 18. So therefore, again, Yehuda says the fact that there's a warning indicates to us that you don't have to use the smartest guy to win. Right? For God, you can use anyone. You want to for Rabban, it's fascinating. Anything is violent, everyone is violent. No. It only makes sense to warn people who are careful. As I say, warnings only have an impact on people in general who are diligent. Which I'll say is such a fascinating idea. Reckless people generally don't listen to warnings. Right? Who listens to warnings? Careful, diligent, or vigilant people are the ones who listen. So again, when you answer yes, Yosef, who are you talking to? Say if you see that, someone who's listening. Okay, so if I'm listening, again, this is why we have encounters. You can't help someone who doesn't want to be helped. This is in general in life, right? You can't help someone become better if they're not interested in what it is that you have to say. Because Hadracha, in general, Hadracha, we'll call it, what do you want to call it? Counsel, or advice, or warnings, only work for people who are interested in it. Only work for people who are open-minded to that. But if someone is closed off, you can talk, you can do espousing the greatest wisdom in the world, will make absolutely no difference, which is right and right. One of the most important needles. Is also what Ray Chazal say, Izu Ka'am, Alomid Mikal Adam. Who is wise, one is going to have every person. What does that mean? What does that mean? What that means is to be the kind of person who is receptive. Like, most of us are not really receptive. I don't want feedback. I don't want constructive feedback, deconstructive feedback, nice feedback, positive feedback. I don't want it. Even compliments. Like, a little bit like Mr. Stew with that. What is that? Most of us are closed off. Like, I don't want to do anything. One of the most important needles in life is the other. Because if I'm open to things, and I can hear the warnings, and I can hear the advice, there's so much that can be done. Incredible. You must talk to Shuma, okay, Shuma, when the whipper goes ahead and the Chazan raises the whip, he raises the whip with two hands, but when he brings it down with one hand. Because obviously when you whip with one hand, that's much stronger than doing it with two. Okay, incredible. I'll go through the other class. Here's the process. The greatest of the Dayanim there, the base for this. He reads the secret. Hashim Mona, second diamond, keeps count. But she already told. The third diamond says strike. Now, so what's this? This is the Chazan says, he's the ones going ahead and doing the squadron. He's not part of the base. And he's an additional guy. That's an additional hire. Right? So greatest of the Dayanim, he's saying the second diamond is counting. Third diamond is saying strike. Bizman Shemak, sorry, Bizman Shemak, Bizman Shemak Yemeruba Maya, Bizman Shemak Yemeruetas, Mekata. So what's this interesting enough to the halakha is that with the psukim themselves, when there's a lot of malchus, so the reader reads very slowly, right? When there's two number of malchus, he reads very quickly. So the idea over here is you want to match up the recitation of the psukim to the duration of the malchus. I have a hard man to know, holds it to us on the correct. But we learned in the Mishnah that it's okay, even if you finish, just repeat it again. So why the need to measure the recitation and duration of the malchus? Mitzvah something. We don't seem saying. If possible, it is best to align the reading of the psukim with the actual malchus being administered. If that's not possible, okay, so you read it as many times as you need to. To the decided number of malchus, because if you do so, you're going to create a makar rabba. Makamu etas means. All I know is that I can't go ahead and give you an unnecessary makar rabba. How do I know that I can't give you an unnecessary makamu etas? Right, and I will say, so you're going to put makar rabba means like you can't add on another 10 lashes. But if you add on another 1, it's not such a big deal. No, you can't add on anything. So why does that have to say makar rabba? Ultimately, the teacher said that the initial malchus are done as a makar rabba. What does that mean? That when you flog with all of your might. Like when you're looking in the midst of malchus and minister, that's a person does that with all of his might. This is how that. Listen, so again, last time we dealt with the person who's flogged killing themselves. So under those circumstances, what happens now with the malchus? Essentially, you know, Mary says that again, serving oneself through defecating is enough of a degradation. That's it, mission accomplished. That no further malchus are necessary. And that's the matter. Yehuda says, no, so Yehuda says, a man with defecation, when the urination, the tongue comes say, the tongue saying no, it doesn't really matter. Defecation, urination. If you swallow yourself as a result of malchus, that's a degradation, and no further punishment is necessary. I'm going to use all that. He's contradicting himself, right? Because Rabbi stated elsewhere saying that is defecation, and they're not going to use shoving the right. So Rabbi saying that both men and women are the same when it comes to defecation, namely that that's what exempt them from any further malchus. I'm a shmuel. Let's say they tied him up, and to the pillars of malchus, and what happens? And he went ahead and he ran away. What's now that? Ultimately, again, he's puzzled. What's the last over here? The logic seems to be that halacha la'isa, the act of being tied up itself to the pillar is the degradation. So essentially, degradation has been accomplished. So somehow he manages to escape. It doesn't get malchus. So they say, where is the kasha? Kava, being the shona, being the shona, so if even soils himself, like that's how it's like Nicolette, soils himself, whether it's as a result of the first lash, second lash, he's ready for the malchus. Which is the kind of slip of Shnia, Pochino, so it's turning Pochino, so that's interesting. Let's say about the malchus, and the whip breaks. So if the whip breaks after the first lash, he's done. If the whip breaks before the first lash, he's not done. Then he's just getting new whip. But why is that? I'll be correct. But again, if the whip breaks before the first lash, why shouldn't that be any different than a guy who runs away from baseball? It's just like if a guy runs away from baseball, now Baruch Hashem is touching or anything else. Baruch Hashem he won't be there. The whip breaking before the first lash, ultimately again, is like running away. To which the rest of there is a big distinction. Hasam Rots, Hafalo Rots. There's a big distinction. When he ran away, he ran away. Here he didn't run away. It was like one understands over here the act of like running away with your hands tied, your clothing torn, and running out of basement. That's embarrassing. It's an embarrassment in that. Because the embarrassment factor is there, therefore the punishment has been served. Incredible. I'm doing with the Shiyuka Kala, functional. This is interesting.
Now, Dad, I'm always throwing
Let's take these in the successor. Let's take these in the successor. Moving is growing up to 18 months. But he will spoil himself the moment that he is lost. However they're able to assess that. Right? The halacha is Papa. But they're all ultimately again the one type of analysis. But the Shiyutzim is Kala, smoking us. If they say they're going to do these days and he's going to slam himself, now it's results in Malchus, then we still flock his Malchus. Now, I'm going to say, if the slamming comes as a result of the Malchus, then that's grounds for exempting him from the rest of the Malchus. If he's just slamming himself, I don't know, nerves or whatever else, going to his Malchus, just using days, we'll still flog him. Well, he was covered with Tila Malchus, so Shemar to recover the Nikla, the Moshe Local Private Days. Furthermore, again, it's interesting. You might be knowing that, but even if Halakha Lamaisa, he says himself, he'll still flog him. Right? Why? Because Halakha Lamaisa doesn't start covering the Local Private Days. So, in other words, the idea over here is any kind of serving exemption is that it's a result ultimately of the Malchus. But if he saw himself before the Malchus, that doesn't exempt him from getting Malchus afterwards. Okay, Mishnah. Let's say now, one of our after now to the end of the second of Hashem, some good Halakha, magnificently beautiful. Magnificently beautiful. He's going to take us on Malchus. Go ahead and position like only two pieces. So Shneimar, the Nikla Akika Leila. So this is incredible. Any person who's Skype Karis, any person who's Skype Karis, once, now remember, for Karis, you get Malchus. We'll see now everybody agrees with that. But again, Tanakama says for Karis, you get Malchus. And once you get Malchus, Malchus absolves you of Karis. It absolves you of Karis. Why Shneimar? The Nikla Akika Leila. Your body will be degraded in front of your eyes. She was his Kishiyuke, Harika, Fifa, Twitter, Rabbi Hanani, Ben Gamliel. Once he's caught, he wants to go to the punishment itself of Malchus restores to the status of your brother, and therefore, Halakha Lamaisa again. He is restored, therefore he's forgiven. It was very dramatic. This is Rabbi Hanani ben Gamliel. Rabbi Hanani ben Gamliel. Ma'im ha'over avera achas notona nafshala. So Rabbi Hanani ben Gamliel went on to say, a person could do one avera, and one avera can make you chayiv misa. Like the avera that have a chayiv misa associated. One avera can make you lose your life. Also, mitzvah achas alachas kama v'kama shetinas min nafsha. So if a person goes ahead and does a mitzvah, alachas kama v'kama v'chayiv misa. Right? If an avera to lose your life, then how much a mitzvah could restore your life? What a beautiful Gemara. Shimon got the says, and come along and Shemar, the Nikrasu and the Fashos Hausos. So the Pasuk says over here that ultimately, again, whoever engages in these abominations we're talking about, they will suffer kares. But and the Pasuk says, I'm the base, Asher Yasa Osa Adam. So we'll say, so listen to this interesting enough. Then the Pasuk says, if a person Yishmartim is Kukosai, this Mishpataya Shayasa Adam, the Chai Bahem Ani Hashem. So we'll say, so again, he's speaking not in direct juxtaposition with the same time. So again, one Pasuk talking about if you go ahead and you engage in these tables, these abominative behaviors, you saw, and then it says, if you keep my halachos, ultimately again, the Chai Bahem. Now, there's an interesting juxtaposition. You know, let me see from here. So I don't see the offer Avera, no to start the Osen Mitzvah. And the juxtaposition of what they say like this. If you abstain from performing an Avera, you get scarred as if you performed in Mitzvah. So what is profoundly dramatic. Sometimes the greatest accomplishment you have in life is abstaining. Again, the border life is not just simply abstention, but we all know this. And I do try to do something, and all of a sudden you tell and I don't do that, that abstention takes all of my strength, all of my power. So if the Gemara says over here, the Chai B'Hav Asher Yasa Osa Adam, what are we talking about over here? So the Gemara says sometimes just sitting and not doing an Avera, ultimately you're going to like doing a mitzvah. Incredible. Then we're talking about that. How are you Omer? Rak, for example, Rak Kazak Rivotiach Ala Sadan, Yadam Yonama. So the Pasuk says, be strong. And don't eat blood, for blood is the right sex. God is telling you not to eat blood. Generally, most of us don't struggle with blood consumption, right? If you do less to get right to speech, right? So again, it's right. Most of us don't and yes, it's always says there's such rewards for that. And I was guessing, I don't have a struggle with that. Yes, I lie. Shenatosha Adam Mistabela. Don't take that. Immorality. Everyone desires. Everyone desires. Umahandasa. Apol Mehen Alachas Kama Kama Shibis Gelo. Urigaresa. Urigolos Golosa Aksot Tom Hadoras. Those say, what an amazing Gemara. If there is sky for not eating blood, number one, we should understand that, which again, really is absolutely made power. Right? But yet again, I just stopped doing it. Can you imagine the sky? Together, for step, far out, humanity, all of us want, all of us desire. If we go ahead and summon up the willpower to abstain, that is a shift for me, for my children, for my grandchildren, and for all future generations. The swift of finding the willpower to abstain from engaging in immorality and theft and general sin, yours, myself, and all future generations. Incredible. Can I get a touch on that? Rothschild by the 12 will exactly 6 Israel. It is also more to provide tremendous as a first for Israel. We keep up. Here, Balaam, Torah and Mitzvah. Therefore, he gave us much Torah and Mitzvah. So, I don't know what that's talking about over here. We've got a lot of names of why 6:13. Come on, let's consolidate. Let's make this a little bit easier. And he's trying to touch the second probably give us a Tova. Why? Because he recognizes that although we are obligated to fulfill all mitzvahs, not all of us find religious and spiritual fulfillment in everything. And therefore, again, I want to be clear, I have to do everything, whether I like it, don't like it, fine for me, don't like it, that's irrelevant. That being said, it's a beautiful, magnificent spiritual smorgasbord from which we find spiritual fulfillment. And like everything sees all the time. Some people call it doesn't play, some people press it doesn't play, some people like lumbers, some people like festivities, some people like this, some people, everybody likes different things. And I guess you gotta do it all. Yeah, there's no picking and choosing. I have to do it all, but it's what we give us all of these different beautiful outlets, all these different beautiful lanes, so that I can find what speaks to me. Shema Hashem chafetz leman tzidko, yad yil Torah yad yil. Hashem ultimately again desires to go ahead and do good. Yad yil Torah yad yil will literally amplify Torah and ultimately science. You know, so this Torah. I guess for that, let's say, everyone. Tomorrow is our last stop of the Second Matas. Really fantastic. It'll be incredible. What a tremendous journey. Back, everyone. I don't have to end with that next time. Today, God, it's true.
How deep are you in the waters? Oh, I can show you exactly how deep I am, dude. By the way, this is 100% serious. I'm far too deep. 10 toes down. I'm balls deep into the water. I swear to God. I forgot about balls deep. Dude, look at this redactedness I made. Oh yeah, this is one of the greatest things. This is something I posted on the Changs. I posted it. I didn't. You just posted it yourself? I posted it myself. I didn't know that you did that. Yeah, so I was like, dude, I worked way too hard.
All right, don't say good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. To thank our annual calendar sponsor. We thank you for dedicating all the Shema Just shows for this year as a gift for the solar struggles for Am Yisrael. Our commentary focus is the month of Iyar HaBavim with Torah Shmuel Rabin Karapkin, in commemoration of the Yarchak of Shmuel's father, Leir Karapkin, Mikvah, and Yecheskel HaKohen, with the Kohen Yapa. We also remember of our Talmud and Shmuel HaMelech, the family of Shmuel, all of those who were traveling together, Kohen Yisrael. Which was the Shmuel Hashem. Bring home all of our hostages, Shirah, Holy Soldiers, to the success of the 12 Master Agreement. And of course, on this day of Yom HaZikaron, we remember the tremendous price that Klal Yisrael has paid. Since the establishment of the state of Israel, over 25,000 precious soldiers, victims of terror, who have given their lives after this as Hashem Ha'am Ba'aretz. You know, when the little boy comes into this world and he has his bliss, we say in the fascinating phrase, we say in the Amalach, tell you that through your blood you are rich. It's such a strange thing, but you're loving to the Jewish people. Like for the money, how you live with your blood, through your blood. So this is one of the realities that we know as a people, is that anything that we want, and anything that we want to accomplish, anything we want to achieve, only comes with tremendous self-sacrifice.
His
Rosh
line is
Hashanah
like,
is
look,
about the
we get
power
it,
of the
like
self-sacrifice
Rothschild,
of Klal
he's a
Yisrael.
fighter,
That's what
and
we will
like
do for each other.
he owns a bunch of trucks away, and he's got a big house in Texas.
Up until October 7th, for so many of us, the Rosh Hashanah was something that really reflected historical events or historical events.
And all that stuff, but at the end of the day,
Reflected
it's
perhaps
like,
people, individual losses here and there, and all of that changed since the start of this war. But we have seen so many precious, young, idealistic, committed soldiers willing to run into battle, willing to run to the fight, willing to go ahead and literally put everything on the line. Why? For you, for me, for Am Yisrael, for Eretz Yisrael, for Torah, for religious, not religious, all kinds of different people, just be willing to sacrifice everything for Jewish eternality, for Jewish destiny. That's your That's your So it gives us on this day, whatever it is, we're listing this every year, whatever it is that we bring, with our particular political or static ideas or associations, so many that it's so much about just simply irrelevant. Yom HaZikaron is a day in which we remember that we live in times where young men and women looking to carry all of them are willing to give their lives for us, for Israel, and that requires us to have tremendous sacrifice. And that requires us to make sure that their sacrifice is worthwhile, that we are maximizing our opportunities, our lives, given the fact that they are willing to pay the ultimate price to sustain that and preserve that for us. We look at American Archive Torah, the precious Mishal Shabbat Aliyah, American Archive Torah, Yes Hashem. As we mentioned before, Holy Souls should be successful with all Amasi Yagaya. In the merit of our Torah, Yes Hashem, for far future shower, Am Yisrael, and Eretz Yisrael to say for peace. Remember on this day, when you go in, if you ever know it's not Yom HaZikaron, the Pasuk says, "All Bayis Hashe'im Shanis." Everyone has a feeling in this day. Everyone has a feeling, whether it's an immediate relative, an extended relative, everyone's going to the cemetery for someone. Everyone's going to the cemetery for someone. It's important for us just to be able to participate as emotionally, spiritually, in that sacrifice. We look at the American Archive Torah, the precious Mishal Shabbat Aliyah, the American Archive Torah, and the Bayis Hashem Shira, Malos B'Shura Shema Shira Shira Yim Tichom. All of the losses, Shira comes, Hazal tells us that all of the losses will be like a dream. All of the losses, all of the pain is simply evaporate. Allah usually go from there, so see that great, and may that be amazing. Let's see, that's lots to do. A lot to do. Pray about Hashem, today's that's of things. 32. We have to do what the Lord Hashem on the top of the beast. 31. We lost up really to get big enough. So I'm going to believe that our Yosef posting the Lovage, after the Red Christian Nazi base Yad Posting Shalom. So what's the Lucy Black idea that if you're shot into the entire day and receive multiple warnings that you could be targeted for every individual act of wearing shackles. So you want to ask the very interesting question. How do you define an act of wearing shackles? So obviously, if I put on shackles, take it off, get warned, put it back on, take it off, get warned, put it back on. Obviously, each of those acts are going to be separate individual acts of wearing shackles, and therefore there will be liability. Here's the other question. What happens if I don't take it off the dollar? Let's say I just remove my sleeve. Like I just take my arm out of the sleeve, and then again get on straw, put my arm back into the sleeve. So the majority of the begging is still remaining on me. I'm doing active removal, and then an act of damage. Does that count as individual liability or not? You want to be fascinating answer. It says, Nafti of Aka, the lady of Ika, the legal back to gate. The Bakal is the legal said, no, it's got to be taken off and put it on. In other words, if you're keeping the garment on, even if you're just living on speed, at the end of the day, that's so cold wearing, and therefore they can't get individual liability. viability
I'm not necessarily in favor
for
of
a consistent act of wear. So for an act of you're removing the garment and putting it back on. But actually, not necessarily.
My issue is they show too much
אלא כדי לפשוט ולא בשחיים. So this is actually quite fascinating.
into people's fingers.
So Rashi responds,
But does not strike me as the strongest
I'm
laws
also
I've
not
ever
sure if you never
heard.
think
So
we
I
took off the
the
garment.
toys. I'm
But
afraid
rather
of,
than
and
if
this
you
week,
got us wrong, you got us wrong, you put on the garment.
That's
That's
why we made a
obviously
rule
again
that
your
guys
liability.
just can't take their
Let's say
face
that
out in
Ethan
front of
come
chips
along
like
and they say, by the way,
randomly
you're
when
not
strike
allowed to
out
wear
because
shackles.
like it doesn't
And
matter
I
the
still
accidental
keep the
separation.
shackles on. I still keep the shackles on for the amount of time that it would take you to take off and put back on your garment. There's additional liability for that as well. So let's say this is quite dramatic. So the Ashi does not require order to we're looking to see how do you create a case of individuated liability for a sustained act of shackles wearing. Right? So shackles we're looking to find out. So the simplest idea would be you put on, you take off, you put on, you take off, we're not going to have trouble for you. The Rashi says even if you keep it on, they even consistently try to say, by the way, you know, you got other shackles, if you're shackles, you tie them up, and I still after that going to keep the garment on and long enough for the amount of time for taking it off and put it back on. There's liability for that as well, individual liability for that as well. Totally. Alright, so like that. Each holy child, you know, let's say we got this interesting part of the Mishnah. The Mishnah said for one act of plowing, you can be tied for 8 different halachas, 8 different prohibitions, and then the Mishnah went through those different prohibitions. So you know, already, right? The Chabura meaning, in our Chabura, Nimnu V'Gamur, it was decided. I actually points out that there was this Chabura. Rashi says in the third white line, Nira Yom Asifa Yom Yom Chad Haylahan Shekolim Chabura. This Chabura was more like that, like Yachikawa. Where they learn. So was it only Yachikawa? They got together for a day, right? You're right. So it's very interesting. Yom Asifa, a day of gathering, or Yom Chad. They're gathering where again they got together to discuss issues. And they decided the following idea. A chulta b'kilayim, loka. But if one covers kilayim, you're loka. Now what does this mean? What's the classic case of planting kilayim? Right? Classic case of planting kilayim, you take 2 dissimilar seeds, like what do? You dig a hole in the ground, you put it in the ground, and then you cover it. That's kilayim. That's kilayim. Okay. So let's say, so what about, let's say again, if the seeds are already in the ground? Let's say they're already there. And then what? I come along and I cover the seeds. So I did not put them in the ground, but I covered them. Is there liability for that? So Gemara says we decided in the Chabura that even covering, even going ahead and covering the seeds is kilayim again. Someone out of the Yochanan, Lav Mishnah saying Rizzo. Rabbi Yochanan says, okay, Rabbi Yana, calm down. It's not such a big figure. That's our Mishnah. That's our Mishnah, right? What does the Mishnah say? Listen to this. Yish Cholish, if we won't now close to the Mishnah states. Yish Cholish tell an Akha B'chayla Lamishim Shmuel Lavas. Sometimes you could plow one furrow and be liable for 8 different lavins. What are they? What are the 8 lavins? Acholish B'shor B'chamar, right? I'm plowing with an ox and a donkey, so that's again kilayim with animals. The aim of crush, they're consecrated. Kilayim B'kerem. And again, I'm planting a forbidden mixture. So Gemara says, by the way, Hay Cholish B'mechayim Mishum Kilayim Heifel Eshkachasla. What's the case, ultimately, again, of plowing, which makes you liable to kilayim? Last of the nitsi, the edge of the azir. It must be that what's really happening over here is that as I'm bringing animals with the cloud is actually covering the seeds with dirt. Right? Most of it, if you think about it, you can't plow and violate kilayim. But the act of kilayim is planting forbidden mixture. Plowing is going out and making a hole in the ground. So how can I plow and violate kilayim? What's the answer? The answer is as I am leading the animals, which are pulling the plow, ultimately again the dirt covers the seeds. then that's going to be an active kilayim. So what do you see from here? And you've been covering the seeds, ultimately again is kilayim. See, these are the Yochanan says. I'm alright, that is great. So the answer is to Yochanan, okay, Shkaya, Ilav Bigiloi Lecha, Chaspa Minishka, Iglai Giloi Lecha Chaspa, Minishkachas Maganisha, very special. So the answer is to Yochanan, had I not lifted up the shard, would you have discovered the jewel? In other words, remember the discussion earlier? Diana says we decided to have wealth, but even if we cover up Shilaim, ultimately I think it's going to be reliable for Shilaim. But Yochanan says that's not such a Kiddush, it's a Mishnah. That's the case of plowing where you're liable to Shilaim. So Rabbi said the only reason you're interpreting it that way is because of my statement. Had it not been for my statement, you would not have known that particular reality. It was it's such a great line. Had I not removed the pottery shard, we would have never found the jewel. So many times in life, we accomplish things, we see things, we discover things, we understand things, and we often think it's our own accomplishment. What we sometimes fail to recognize and fail to realize is that the accomplishments of the present are only linked to the Shuvas and the sacrifices of the past. Only because someone came before me and lifted up a pottery shard do I have the ability to discover the joy. But as again, we just spoke a few minutes ago about this idea that you think about sometimes we see all of the machlokas that happen here as well. Like all of the machlokas. Again, sometimes it's hard to know from the news. You know, what's you and what's not. And in general, every follow the news, you think that the sky is full. But when you go ahead and you sometimes look at the news out of Eretz Yisrael, and it feels like Chas V'Shalom Lo Alin Rachman is going ahead and bringing its ugly head. Right? And just today, everyone followed the news. They evacuated 5 communities along Route 1. Route 1 is closed today, and I saw Yerushalayim because of the wildfires. And it's almost like sometimes the Rebbe sends us these messages that there are too many fires burning in Eretz Yisrael. There's too many fires, and I'm not talking about Hamas, I'm not talking about Hezbollah, I'm not talking about the Houthis, not those fires. Like, you should have to be someone significant to start off with the Jewish people. Like, you can't be some guy who just a bunch of panels and just, you should have to. Anyway, so there's not those fires, there are too many fires inside cloudy swell. Too many fires inside cloudy swell. And it's almost as if I can respond to sending us this message that extinguish the fires. Extinguish the fires because you're taking for granted what you have. Eretz Yisrael, what we have in Am Yisrael today is such a pearl. Why do we have the pearl? Because those who came before us, so many of those who were on Yom HaZikaron, came and removed the pottery shard. So we worked hard to remove the shard so we can enjoy the pearl. And too often we squander the pearl with so much infighting and so much unnecessary machlokas. But in life in general, they say, people think about the pearls you have in life. Who are the people who removed the shard so you could enjoy what you have? Who are the people in your life who have sacrificed, who have given you as work, that you can enjoy the brachos that you benefit from? So they just see the pearl like, oh, look what I found. No, you didn't find it. No, you didn't make it. No, you didn't discover it. Someone else in your life. Either someone alongside you or someone before you, someone generation before you. Worked hard to remove that shard so you can see the beautiful luminescent brachos that you have in your life. You know what I did? I'm going to tell you something else. Ilam, the case of Gatler Rabbi, this is my story. I'm sure you said so, have not. No, he phrased it as a great man. How about me and my sneezing money? I would say, who the Mishnah, who the Mishnah would be Rabbi Akiva, this is fascinating. What Rabbi Akiva say? Amar, Hanekayim Kelayim Yoga. Rabbi Akiva says, this is fascinating. Okay, so remember, how do we start today? Rabbi Yara came along and said that even if you just cover Kelayim with dirt, you are tired. And what they switch into the tradition, okay? Before Rabbi Yochanan, I would have thought, before Rabbi Yara speaking, I would have thought that Halacha L'Maisa, or Rabbi Yochanan said, I would have thought that in order to violate Kelayim, what do you need to do? You need to put it. right? So it comes along with your eye, but you also says, no, even if you just cover it with dirt. The Gemara says, the truth is, had we not had this discussion, I would have actually thought that our Mishnah reflects the view of Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva goes a step further. Rabbi Akiva says, even sustaining Kilayim, there's liability. I'm saying, what does that mean, sustaining Kilayim? I have a field. It turns out that Kilayim is growing in the field. So I don't do anything about it. I leave it there. I don't uproot it. Rabbi Akiva says there's liability for that as well. Liability even just for sustaining the existence of Kilayim. So you must not Rabbi Akiva, what do you see that? This idea, I mean, not based on the fact that the Kilayim look at. So again, when weeds around Kilayim, again, remember, what does weeding do? It facilitates growth. So if the Kilayim growing around, I weed around the Kilayim, so to facilitate the growth of the Kilayim. Or Menachish. Mechape. Or I go ahead and cover the seeds. Look at, we get malchus, that's called planting Kilayim. Rabbi Akiva says, Rabbi Akiva says, even if you just sustain, i.e., fail to remove Kilayim, there's liability for that as well. So you know, it's like the night comes Rabbi Akiva. What's Rabbi Akiva logic? The sign of Satcha Mesizra Kilayim. The pasuk says, do not go ahead and plant with your Kilayim only on a Zeraya. I don't know that the prohibition is to seed, it's to actually plant. It's the plant. So the Gemara says, Mekayim, how do I even sustain Kilayim is good with Mekayim? Kilayim Sadcha. So let's say it's interesting. And you see the most juxtaposition of two words, even though again, the pasuk is not really read this way, right? The pasuk is read, right? As soon as I just go, the Hamkara Sabiyah Kilayim, Sadcha Mesizra Kilayim, the Beged Kilayim Shabbos, that is being free Kilayim. Don't intermix animals, don't go ahead and intermix seeds, and don't go ahead and roll them together. But it's interesting because there's a juxtaposition of two words of Kilayim Sadcha. Even though that's not how it's said, that is even like the juxtaposition. Kilayim Sadcha means there can't be Kilayim in your field, meaning don't even sustain Kilayim, because sustaining Kilayim by definition is the biblical prohibition. Incredible. Tomorrow is like, oh, it will not be. So therefore, just this is an important nugget of information. Just halacha l'maisa, again, not only am I liable, and this is halacha l'maisa, not only am I liable ultimately for actively planting Kilayim, I am even liable for covering Kilayim seeds with dirt. And again, Rabbi Akiva goes so far to say that I'm even liable for going ahead and sustaining it and failing to remove it. Incredible. Let's go back there. So where it says, so also said nothing. Why stop at 8 levels of liability in the case of the Mishnah? There's additional levels of liability. What are they? And we're looking at Rishon, Zoreya, the Yom Tov. Why don't you go ahead? Remember, why not go ahead and also set this up as a case where when is all this happening? It's happening right when it's for seeding on Yom Tov. On the kind of shear. So you could add that one in also, but the kind of didn't include every single liability. We're just giving a lot of examples of joint liability. I'm like, have a katani short of the I'm a ton of shear. You can't say that. So the Mishnah would have said you should do one act and be liable multiple times. That's one thing. When it kind of gives a number, once you give a number, what the number indicates is what? What the number indicates is that halacha l'maisa, that's a specific list. So once it's a specific list, that would seem to say whatever is included is included, whatever is excluded is excluded. On the Rabbi, yesh chilik malachos b'Shabbos, and chilik malachos b'Yom Tov. Here's the difference. Rabbi says there is a distinction of liability. In other words, you could be tired from multiple malachos done at once on Shabbos. But that concept is not applying. On Yom Tov, if a person will say, yes, when one hell on the one lap of the awareness does multiple things, there's only one liability. For that matter, again, but it's the same act multiple times, only one act of liability. But by Shabbos, that's different. But by Yom Tov, you can't be tied to both Chorish and Zoreya for both plowing and seeding at one moment. Okay, so Rashi says over here, we can actually start 4 or 5 for the bottom. In also Stein B'Shalosh Malachos B'Helam Echad, or also Malacha Sheyish B'Stein in the Chayik Ela Echad. It's an interesting idea in general. Again, we're not getting into all the halakhic distinctions, but Shabbos has still Malachos. Yom Tov does not have Malachos. Okay, so the Gemara says, is that true? Being Chilik Malachos Yom Tov, is that true that you can't be liable for multiple liabilities, multiple Malachos on Yom Tov? done in one latch. That's your Rothschild we learned. How the Rothschild did the follow the Yom Tiv. If a person goes ahead and cooks the Git and Nasha in milk on Yom Tiv, and then he says, Ba'akla, and then you eat it. Look at Chumash, every day you get 5 cents a month. What do you get Malchus for? So look at the Shemot kids. So number one, you've gone ahead and you get Malchus for eating Git and Nasha. Right? Number two, but look at the Shemot Yom right? Shemot Mitzorah. You get Malchus for cooking on Yom Tiv for non-Ochel Nefesh purposes, right? When you're relaxed on Yom Tiv, it's your fault for Nefesh, but cooking something that's prohibited for consumption is illegal on Yom Tiv. So you can get Malchus for going ahead and eating Git HaNasheh, right? Malchus for cooking on Yom Tiv in an illegal way. Local Mishum Bashal Git B'Chala, Basa B'Chala, right? And remember again, there's liability even for cooking Basa B'Chala. So local Mishum Ochel Basa B'Chala, then you get Malchus for eating Basa B'Chala. For local Yatapas B'Days, Mishum Havara. You also get Malchus for Havara, for kindling. Remember, now technically speaking, you're only allowed to kindle on Yom Tiv, technically, as long as it is with Sorah Ochel Nefesh. But because once again, this is not Ochel Nefesh, because this entire act of consumption is illegal, therefore there is liability. I said the Gemara in Isa, Mishum Havara L'Mechayiv, V'ha'er Chayiv L'Mishum Mishum. So listen, one second, you just said that on Yom Tiv, you can't have multiple liabilities for one act. So if that's the case, I can't be hired for both Havara and for Bishul, right? So you're right, after Havara, I'll give HaNasheh from the You're right, take out Havara, and instead put in liability for give HaNasheh of the Vela. But the Vila, Lord Yishtaima Afilaso, the Shalosh of Yeshua, but the Vila said you get 2 acts a month, for consumption, right? One for give HaNasheh, one for Basa B'Chala. The Shalosh of Yeshua, and 3 Malchus for the actual Bishul itself, which would seem to indicate that there's liability both for Bishul and Havara, which would then mean that there is multiple sets of liability for one act, even on Yom Tiv. And Isa, Shalosh Alafilah, says it's carried. Ala'atik Havara, V'ayo Ase Ashera. So that you have to take out Havara, and instead put in an Ase Ashera. Well, in the case you are using wood of an Ashera to fuel the fire. And therefore, again, the use of that whole desire, ultimately, again, reliability as well. Okay, the Azhara and ultimately, again, and the Azhara, the warning will be from here, or you thought you had to come over. Okay, fine. So let's just check this here. I'm really back. So let's just say, we're back. We're asking you, you might want to ask a series of questions, they're all the same basic questions, which is, why does the Mishnah states, right? Why are we limited to 8 acts of liability? Actually, I can give you so many other forms of liability that could create additional liability. Only about Rashi, they're looking at it, show the Savi Ta'iva El B'Safa. So what's this? So what about the following idea? Why not go ahead and get Malchus? Ultimately, against these prohibitions, do not bring an abomination to your home. Allah Hakamas, what's the case over there? The case with the over here is that actually, no. The cooking wasn't done. The cooking wasn't done. So I finished the other case. The cooking wasn't done with wood of Ashira, rather it was done with wood of Hagdish. Okay, that's all right. The Ashira, sorry, this is still back in the other case I had that. That's all right. And the warning is from here. Okay, fine. See if I will say again, what comes out of here is that halacha nice again. So first of all, a number of different halachas when it comes to Kelayim, those halachas we just saw, and also apparently when it comes to Shabbos, there could be multiple levels of liability for multiple acts, what we call shirut malachas. Even if you perform multiple acts in one halacha, one lapse of awareness, there could be individuated liability, but no shirut malachas. Okay, incredible. That's the right way. So now, massive revolution. The lecture is what you tell about now. We're back to the Mishnah's case, where the Mishnah says you could do one act of plowing, and be liable 8 different times. The Gemara now is just simply going to ask, he was going to say, why not add on additional prohibitions over here? So for example, the Master Rothschild, the Rothschild Hazareh, but not on the side. Very interesting. I could add on the night. What's the night? Where there's the Mishnah. What's the Mishnah's case, right? The plowing with the ox and the donkey, head, right? That's not on the night. Where's the plowing taking place? Nachal Eson. What's Nachal Eson? That's dry riverbed where you do Egla Amitzvah. What's the halacha that I will say? What's the halacha? The halacha is ultimately again. The halacha is that you're not allowed to plow in that area. You're ever supposed to leave it down. Let's say now the plowing itself is taking place in that whole Islam. I'm not going to lie about it. So I'm saying I'm going to run into from here. I'll share with you about that. I'm still going to the let someone I'm going to get Hashem by himself. I'll give you another case. Let's say someone has the name of Hashem written, and I ended up going ahead and erasing that name of Hashem with my plow as I told you. So as I'm plowing, I factor someone erased the name of Hashem. Another liability. That's also an alpha. And again, the warning against erasing the name of Hashem from the following passage. The assassin case, sorry, the Bible and Bible desire. You shall destroy the name of idolatry. Will constantine Allah Hashem allocation. Do not do the same question your God. Not for a rebel. So we're just trying to figure out how you can add on additional levels of liability to this plowing case. So much election now we have cultic as Maharasa. Let's say as I'm plowing, I also go ahead and remove my Sarah's lesion, which is a little prohibition. That's also an alpha. Ishama Benegin, Sarah's must by so by his own kasha. The next shot now is interesting. Hamazia Hakoshem Me'al Ha'ifod, the Hamasir Bade Alright. Let's say, remember, in case the Mishnah, the guy in question was a Kohen. What was a Kohen? Was a Kohen. Let's take it up a notch. Let's say it was a Kohen Gadol. And what did he do? He went ahead and he was wearing the big ruler, and while plowing, Rashi actually has a different discussion over here. While plowing, before plowing, after plowing, when he's doing the plowing, he moved the kosher is the breastplate, he moved the kosher from the apron. How long is that the kosher itself is attached to the apron of the Kohen Gadol? There's a typical prohibition to move the kosher. Let's say he did so. Or he removed the holes of the color and used those in the plowing process. That's that. Right, the point of it is we're just trying to show, and we can add on additional layers of liability beyond the age. And to sound like 8 is the maximum, you might just try to show, obviously again, these are exaggerated cases, but you might just try to make a point. But I'm also nice you can add on additional layers of liability should you choose to do so. Guys, I'm saying well, you see, although you say, the lecture nami, let's add on another example, right? One is plowing ultimately again with Asya Shira. So what about Shira? That's a nice plow. It's made out of I'm using Avodah Zarah in the actual plowing of the that's what's in the alpha. Lo Yisbach Yaakov Me'umah. Let's see, another one. Let's say the act of plowing, I end up cutting down perfectly good fruit trees. Well, then I perfectly healthy other trees. So the Rabbi money. Sorry, I'm gonna let Rabbi Zia learn money. I had another one to go. Let's say again, this guy in question, always trying to show is how you can add on even more prohibitions. So here, Rabbi Zia is doing things to have money. That's what I was saying. They were talking about a guy who made a shua. I mean, the fact says in the Eretz Hashem, he made a shua. He swore, I will not plow on Yom Tov. Then when he ends up plowing on Yom Tov, then in addition to all the other levels of liability, what else has he done? He's transgressed. He's level liability. He says, no, that's not a good one. I'll tell you why. That shvua actually does not work. Why doesn't that shvua work? Because it is the concept of mishva ba'omed. Mishva ba'omed means, and again, this is the second shvua, if you are already obligated to do something, ultimately, again, an additional shvua does not devolve upon that act. Like, for example, let's say a person swears, I'm going to put on Torah this morning. So, according to this approach, that's inconsequential. Why? I'm already obligated to do so. That's called mishva ba'omed. I'm already obligated to do so. Therefore, taking an oath that I won't plow on Yom Tov, and then plowing on Yom Tov, I'm liable for a lot of things. I'm not liable for violation of the oath. Why not? Because I'm already a Jew, so you're already obligated to not plow on Yom Tov. Shwurz, that Shwurz in consequence Amalei, we go down the Zay, so we'll say first one, I'm going to Amar, Shwurz shall approach being the Chol B'Yontif, the Miguel the Chol Alei Shwur B'Chol, Chol Alei Nami B'Yontif. So we'll say, so again, this is already treading into Shwurz, so this, so what's the case? The case is where I swore I'm not going to plow during the week and on Yom Tov as well. And we'll say now, there's a concept we'll see in Shwurz that since the Shwur is Chal on the weekday component, it's also Chal on the Yom Tov component. Okay? So again, we'll see all of the mechanics of that when we get to Shwurz. Which the Gemara says, no. We're not including anything ultimately again that could be that ultimately again can have Sheila. Sheila means that you gather the vote. So therefore again, or no, I should say. Gather the vote. So any prohibition that can be a vote is not included in this. Is that true? Below the hard hektish, the hektish can be a vote. Right, if you go ahead and you make something hektish, you can have that cow and you can have that safety transferred in certain circumstances. The Bukhara, the hektish part of that is if you use the Bukhara animal. The Bukhara animal says you shut something like that. Its sanctity again is in zero, and therefore it cannot be annulled. I have a heart nazir, and that's going to be annulled. And again, remember in the case of the Mishnah, plowing was taking place in a cemetery, and the guy in question was appointed a nazir. That sanctity is going to be annulled. The nazir shimshon. So this is actually interesting. If you want to get back to our nazir days, we have this. What is a nazir shimshon? A nazir shimshon is literally again a nazir in utero, right? Shimshon was made a nazir by the Malach Hashem while still inside of his mother. So a nazir shimshon, a nazir shimshon does not have replication. That is an eternal status. Martin, 1 second. The nazir shimshon, by its medium and smooth, is the issue. Another shimshon might be a standard that is forever, but there's no provision to become followers. Another shimshon doesn't have to listen to it. Yeah, no, Mishnah, but it's perfect. That is going to say, have a high time with this hold on less late. Rather than say this general does not go ahead and get involved in what we call an Isser Karma. So let's just remember again, Isser Karma refers to the person makes a shua, so I won't go ahead and plow on the weekday and Yom Tov. So the logic is, since it goes ahead and applies to weekday, it also develops upon Yom Tov. Our Tana does not subscribe to that case. Okay, so let's say again, the point thing about just what's the takeaway from all of this? What's the takeaway? Takeaway just is, even though the Mishnah said it, and usually when a Mishnah says a number, usually what's the role of a number? What's the role of a number? To say this and no more. That doesn't apply. That doesn't apply here. And halacha again, if you want to construct the case of even additional levels of liability, you could potentially do that in this scenario. Okay, so the Gemara ends off by saying, Amadir Shabtzin and the Russian Yekishnayim. So let's say this is very interesting. So Rothschild says, if you go ahead and you read a Shabtzin and the Russian, now take a look at that for just a moment. Amadir Shabtzin and the Russian, first line, right? So look at Afilu Amina Loga. So let's say, so if you have, for example, let's say you have an animal that was a carbon. The animal became disqualified for whatever reason. So the halacha is now, you can redeem that animal. That was without the name. You can redeem that animal. Now, let's say that when it comes to a redeemed carbonic animal, it still retains some of its sanctity. So, for example, you could shecht it and eat it, but let's say, for example, you can't use it for its shields. You're allowed to use it in certain ways, not allowed to use it in other ways. Because of that, a redeemed carbonic animal is looked at in halacha as almost having two different identities in one. It's looked at as two animals in one animal. It's, on one hand, it's hegdish, on the other hand, it's home. We can go back to Rashi. Rabbi Rashi says over here again, even though it's one animal, it's almost as if it's really two animals in one. The Torah is chulin, the Torah is touching Rish Alad. On one hand, it's a fluid animal, and on the other hand, it's a kodesh animal. Torah shvulim shemot rabachilo, like michutz lepasach or moed, kilu lohotosh le'olam. So on one hand, it's fluid. Why is it fluid? You could check and you could eat it. And where can you check and where can you eat it? Anywhere you want. Anywhere you want. On the other hand, the Torah's kosher sha'asor b'giza ba'avot. On the other hand, it still retains all its carbonic sanctity. In that, you can't chew it and you can't use it for it. You never be said. So let's skip down a little bit in Rashi. Right, last few lines of that Rashi. Also, laharbio afilinos. Listen to this. So therefore, if you have a short school of Rashi, so let me just bring this case because it's actually really quite interesting. So I have an animal that was set aside as a carbon. That animal developed from it. As a result, I had to redeem it. What the Gemara is pointing out over here is this animal has a dual identity. On one hand, it's still considered hectic. So you can't work it, you can't shear it. On the other hand, it's considered to be cool. Because what can I do? I can eat it. This animal, therefore, is considered these two animals in one. Therefore, if you mate this animal with another animal, it's shirayim. Even if it's the same species of animal. Right? Why? Because this animal is considered to have this dual identity. And therefore, again, if you mate it, well, you can't mate it with a haggish animal, because that's just hectic. But even if you mate it with a cool animal, that's considered to be the mating of two dissimilar species. Now, the chiddush over here is that two different statuses are the equivalent of mating two different species, which is interesting. So finish up that Rashi. So Rashi says over here, therefore you can't mate it even with its own species. You seem to lie. Shema be a fully al kachin or kachin al chulu. So it says that's the halacha. That's the halacha. You can't go in and make seeds. So short soul reflection, you can eat it, but you can't work it because or you can't chew it because it's hectic, and you can't mate it with anything else because that's kilayim. Back to the Gemara for just a moment. We're not finished Rashi yet. Similarly, on Rabbi it's called hamanig. The short soul reflection loka shayguf akontu v'asar hakosav kishnei gufi. So travels and so too. You can't even leave the plow, right? You can't even plow with that animal. Not only can you not go ahead and not only can you not plow with that animal with another animal, right? You can't reach another lion. You can't even plow with the sharp sulihan extension itself. Well, first of all, you can't do it because you're not allowed to work that animal, but even if you were to do it, that would be tantamount to what? Plowing with two different animals. Essentially, every side, sharp sulihan extension is deemed to disqualified carbonic animal has a dual identity. So because that's the numerous, right? Number one, you can't mate it with any other animal, as that is called kilayim because of the identity. And you can't even use that animal to pull your plow by itself. Because that animal is the equivalent of two animals. And if you're using that animal to go and pull your plow, ultimately there will be an issue of kilayim as well. That's what actually ends up. This is the case. Hamanik, afilu manik imino, afilu maniko b'tzni'atzmo. Therefore, even if you see that the species under the plow with that animal, or you leave the animal itself, it's still kilayim. He says, fully the customer, with the chayim shum kilayim, the chayim shum. So bottom line, what's the takeaway from this? The takeaway is that a short swim impression, a disqualified carbonic animal, has a dual identity. Because it has a dual identity, therefore you can't use it to pull your plow. Again, you can't use it to pull your plow anyway, because you're not allowed to use that animal for work. But if you were to use it to pull your plow, not only would you be engaging in a legal use of consecrated item, but it would also be kilayim. And if you try to mate it, even with its own species, also called kilayim. It looks like this is one of the most inspirationally beautiful Gemara that you come across. Why? I will say, because remember, it's a shark, right? A shark has this dual identity. When you hear this, what does it remind you of? What does it remind you of? It reminds you of yourself. Like, don't you see yourself in this shark sitting on the Mikdash? This shark on one hand, it was Kodesh Kadashim. Right? Just a day ago, where was it? Just a year ago. It was inside the base on the track. Ready to go. Fantastic. Inspired. Ready to fulfill its shlichus. Ready to do what it's supposed to do. And what happened? It developed the moon. And what happens with that moon? That moon passes out of the base on the track. That moon removes it from the Mizbeach. And now it's kind of just walking around outside, right? Feeling all dejected, right? Feeling like an abysmal carbonic failure. And then what happens? is Maseches Makkos Daf Tav Beis comes along, and what does it say to the Shar? What does it say to the Shar? Sharla, don't worry. Don't worry. You're still Kodesh. You're still Kodesh. Like, you're still Kedusha inside of you. Okay, you're not the same as what you once were. But let's think for a moment that won't totally divest you of your Kedusha. There can be nothing further from the truth. Once Kodesh, always Kodesh. Once holy, always holy. No matter what the moment is, you can never fully remove your Kodesh, your extra status from inside. What an inspiring and life-affirming Gemara. Because we'll say, how many of us have had those beautiful moments where, like, yes, I'm doing exactly what I need to do, how I need to do it. I'm in the proverbial base on Mikdash. I'm by the Mizbeah. I'm fulfilling my shlichus. And you know what happens? Then what happens? Don't look at me blankly. You know exactly what happens, right? What happens is you develop a mom. I make a mistake. I make a right turn. I do something I'm not supposed to do. I indulge something I'm not supposed to indulge. And suddenly, again, I'm like thrown out. I'm cast out. Suddenly, all of that growth comes crashing down. Suddenly, all of that beautiful movement and all of that beautiful Kedusha seems to have dissipated. And I'm just walking around aimlessly in life, looking from the outside in longingly at that beautiful Beis HaMikdash of personalistic spiritual accomplishment. And I feel so forlorn, and I feel so rejected, and I feel so empty. And then comes on and says, it might be a sharp Surah HaMikdash. The moment in life, the mistakes of life compromise us. And yes, when we make mistakes, we distance ourselves from our personalistic spiritual goals, from our personalistic mikdash. Unless you think that your mum robs you of all of your position, lest you think that with every morning you're back to starting to square one as an empty vessel, there's nothing further from the truth. Even the sharp Surah HaMikdash, even after it develops its name, still retains its residual Kedusha. And if that true for a shar, an ox, an animal, and alakas tabos, and alakas kama v'kama, even when we develop our meaning in life, how much we retain our residual Kedusha as well. What an inspirational and overwhelmingly beautiful Gemara to be mechazik us as we recover from our movement in life. Now, once there's one big difference. What's the big difference? What's the biggest difference? The shard, once it has a mum, what's talacha? Once it has a mum, it's done. The way it works by karbanos is, once you develop a mum and you're out, you are out. Herein lies the greatest distinction between man and shar. I develop a mum, and while I have that mum, all right, so I'm outside of the mikdash. But even when I'm outside of the mikdash, I still retain my kedusha. But I can heal. I can regenerate. I can fix my meaning and get right back into the mikdash of personalistic accomplishment. Incredible. Mishnah. Caramel can also be waiting for his mission the whole time. Like Malchus. What about Malchus? Yeah, let's say, let's get into Malchus. I'm going to be so excited. He's the Malchus also. Our born Chasrachash. And our born Minister Shalachaba. Let's see how many Malchus we get with maximum number? 39. But the Torah says 40. Torah says 40. The Torah says the mispar are born a number like 40, which means a number close to 40, but not 40 itself. 39. So 39 is the maximum number of malchus that a person can go ahead and get. But Buddha says no. A bunch of people, not true. Not true. You get 40 malchus. That's not fine. So we'll see that my folks in the right shoulder. The Hefer look, yes. So let's say, so by the way, the Hefer look is how you say it. Now let's say we're going to see that Yuga and the Tanakama both agree with where you get malchus. According to Yehuda, there's a 40th. According to Tanakama, there's no 40th. But Yehuda, where do you get that 40th flash, right? Where does that go? Think safer. Ultimately, again, it goes between the shoulders. Again, we'll talk more about that in a minute. First, I'm going to say, when assessing the number of malchus, you only get a number divisible by 3. Right? Always a number divisible by 3. Okay, we'll see why that is. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. I'm not going to use the challenge. I'm doing a couple of the local mix. So let's say again, Ruben works on this. I said, now he's getting Malchus, and literally he said he's capable. And they had a court doctor. They had a court doctor. There's a court physician, amazing physician. So they did his physical. They assessed he was able to withstand 40 Malchus or 39 Malchus. So what happens? On the days, no ambition, the Polakabo, I boy, and Potter, and they said, now what ended up happening? Now, what ended up happening is, let's say usually they said he can get 40. And then it turns out, the ambition, the Polakabo, I boy, and then it turns out that how local mice that they assessed, that he can't go ahead and get the full 40. He stopped. Potter, he gets what he gets, and that's it. Look at Rashi. Not Rashi, the ambition, the Polakabo, the Haven is dance of the David, the local class, Sagi de Bahapi. אבל לא נוכל להגיד לארבעים בכל זאת האנגושים יוכל לקבל כולם לא מקטע בין השאר מגרע או אלמנטי אחר זמן. והאחרונה מן המדויקת זה so the nutrient is an interesting halacha. Let's say Basin decided Ruben to get 39 losses. They start lashing him, he has a negative reaction to the lashes, and he can't take anymore. So when someone says that's okay, we stop. And whatever he got, and we don't make him get the rest. That's the halacha. Okay. Amdura lekava shmona esrei, u'mishamaka amdu shnachu lekava arboim haklik. Similarly, let's say they assessed that he's only capable of getting 18 malchus. And then what happens? And they start flying in like, hey, this guy holds up well. Like, he is capable, right? He is capable, much more durable than we thought. He's capable of getting more malchus. We don't do that. In other words, whatever the initial assessment was, that's what we stick to. But the finish over here is that it's the initial assessment. Then once we start the flogging, they recognize that he can't maintain that. We don't go ahead and give him what he got, and that's it. And that's it. Now, let's say, now, Rashi points out, let's see the Gemara. My time up. So let's say, first of all, we're moving our focus over here. Mahoshin, Tanakama, and Rabbi Huda. How many malchus do you have to get? Tanakama says 39. Rabbi Huda says 40. So what's my focus over here? My time up. Each city, I will say, now the truth is, there's not a catch on Rabbi Huda, because the pasuk says, I brought you Yakin. The pasuk says 40. Right, 40. So you need to go inside the Tanakama. Ultimately, again, why did they say 39? So my time up. So you want to say, I brought in. So Iksid, I brought in the mitzvah, Havamina, I brought in the minah. So again, if the pasuk would have said, I brought in the mitzvah, 40 a number, I would have said that means 40 lashes. So the Gemara says, hashtag the mitzvah I brought in, but it's interesting, the pasuk uses a different lashon. What the pasuk is the mitzvah I brought in the number of 40, which sounds like what? Million to circular time, a sum, a number that is close to 40. So what means like a number close to 40. Therefore, again, Chazal interprets that as, the Tanakh interprets that as 39. Okay, and that's how we pass it. Like we pass in 39 mountains, not 40. Amarav, of course, there's a beautiful Gemara. Amarav says, how much to try and shut into? How foolish people are. They Sefer Torah. They stand up for a Sefer Torah, but they'll kind of become a Gavra Rabbah. But they don't stand up for Talmidei Chachamim. Wow, that's incredible. You know the Sefer Torah, you say by boy, because in the Sefer Torah it says you get 40 malchus. Ba'asu Rabbah and Ba'asu Chazah. And the Rabbi came along and saved you from one of the lashes. So, okay, so what does this mean? So Rabbi says, you see how great Chazal are. People stand up for a Sefer Torah, but people don't stand up for a Talmud Chacham. According to Torah, you get 40 malchus. Chazal came along and interpreted it with 30 malchus. Those are what's the shot. Look over things like this. And let's say, a lot of times, we look at everything as law as an additional layer of onerous responsibility. And it goes through our minds, right? I think everyone's had this thought at some point in time in the evolution of the everyday personality is don't the rabbis have better things to do at their time than add on additional layers of prohibition. Right? Come on, so it's complicated enough. Halakha is complicated enough for all these resources. It is so important to understand. Like the whole notion of rabbinic law is there to save us, is there to help us, is there to actually facilitate our self-actualization. Yes, sometimes by adding on additional protective layers so that we don't make egregious mistakes that can compromise our spiritual standards. The rabbinic law is never there to make life more secure. Rabbinic law, without rabbinic law, we would be lost. Without Chazal's interpretations, we would be lost. Chazal ultimately are going to provide us the lifeline to ensure that we are successful in our Yiddishkeit, not to make things more complicated, past the shalom. To to go ahead and in Eretz Hashem, hopefully, make our Yiddishkeit more accessible and make it easier to succeed. It's most manifest over here. Torah says you get 40 malchus. Chazal came along and removed the lash. Removed the lash. Now once you say to yourself, oh, remove the lash. Now by the way, it's where the guy getting flogged, I guarantee you, when they get up to 38, and you realize there's only one more and not two more, you are singing the praises of Chazal. But again, what this is supposed to represent this idea that the sinner really actively removes an obstacle, so to speak. He actively removes a lash. This is what Chazal do all of the time. They remove stumbling blocks. They remove difficulty. We look at it as endless additional layers of nonsensical things. It's not true. It's because we are limited in our understanding and we are limited in our appreciation. But if we understand what Chazal truly did for us, our appreciation of Tamid Chachamim, our appreciation of Chazal, our appreciation of Shabbat, our appreciation of Tamid Amoraim would skyrocket because they are there only to help us, only to facilitate our growth and never concentrate to add on additional difficult layers. So beautiful. Have you done a bunch layers? Already, so right time you read that. Watch that movie. Rabbi is pretty good. You said Mahamako Sa'ira Biada. They read that part. So we might ask him over here, not as much why does Rabbi do the whole, but I left the legs of his 40. 40 is intuitive. That's interestingly enough. What about that 40th lash? Right? So the says it goes between the shoulders. Ultimately, what's the shot with that? So what's the Rabbi did here on this part? The Bible goes discussing from Zechariah. Mahamako Sa'ira Biada. What are the knuckles? Between your shoulders. So it's the Omer Asher Kisi Base Mavai. I have been flogged, I've been hit by my loved one. So it's very beautiful over here. It's understanding that even the lashes that come about in danger are there for what purpose? Are there for love? Are there for love? Are there for instruction? So let's say, so again, Rabbi is bringing this as a logic. He's talking about a lash that's done between the shoulders. And let's say we're going to see in general in the next Mishnah, lashes are not really done between the shoulders. Right? So what's that lash between the shoulders? That must be the 40th one. Right? That must be that additional lash. Okay, the Rabbanon says, no, what is it supposed to refer to? Ultimately, again, that's actually talking about the flogging of kids. Okay, let's put that in context a little bit. And so let's say, so again, obviously, we've seen this right in the Gemara. So it's a different code of discipline. So physical discipline, right? Physical discipline is clearly very accepted. So that lash that they're referring to, that's the lash that the Rebbe would give to the Talmidim. Ultimately, again, to keep them in line. That's that additional lash. Okay, it's not referring to malchus itself. Fine. Anyone the elder malchus have to us. So the Gemara says, so remember again. So interestingly enough, the halacha is right. The Mishnah said that we assess how much a person could take lash-wise. Like how much a person could take. So the Gemara says, right, I'm doing a couple of to look at this. So remember, the Mishnah got two cases. Case number one is we assess that we're going to get 40 malchus. That's 39 malchus. And then we started, and then ultimately we couldn't expand anymore. We stop and we say, okay, you've received your punishment, we're done. So the Gemara says something very interesting. The Gemara says, lock it in, we'll knock it on. So let me at least start with this, and I'll pick up this tomorrow. But clear this out. Moving was subject to 39 malchus, right? The assessment, perfectly healthy now, non-smoker between the ages of 20 and 60, right? So he's able of going ahead and getting 39 malchus. We start flogging him, and what happens? He goes ahead and he starts to buckle. We're 18 in, right? 18 in. So there are two approaches we can do here. Right? Approach number one. What's approach number one? What's the more intuitive approach? Like, take a break. Right? Take a break. Right? Let's break for a few, right? So get some lunch, right? Come back and let's resume this fogging later on, right? That would be the best idea. Or tomorrow. Or the next day. Take a long weekend, come back afterwards, right? We'll flog you on Monday. Right? That would be the reliable things, right? The same way, by the way, if I steal, and let's say again, I stole $1,000, I only have $100 to pay. Fine, you paid $100. Then I'll have to pay $900. It's a debt. So something like you say, malchus is a debt as well. You can't pay it now, just argue later on. Interesting enough, that's not what the Mishnah says. What the Mishnah says is instead, we'll flog you, and since you can't take anymore, we're done. We're done. So we're going to stop it today. I'll pick up mention of this tomorrow's month, but it's quite interesting. So we're going to see there are times where you have to make up the marcus, and times where you simply are quote unquote guilty with what you received. When we apply each of those, and the answer goes on, just go ahead.
Congratulations. And you're like, wait, was that like a legit congratulations? Or was it like a...
Oh, it's got very good.
You just don't know, right? And you can't pick and choose.
He pitched, he gave up one hit, and it was an error on the first baseman. Should have been a no-hitter. Gave up one hit, should have been 0. I pitched 3 innings, struck out 6.
Alright, so we'll say good morning, good Kodesh, everyone. So far, Hashem to begin. It's only month of Iyar Amalim L'Tova. Beautiful Misafir Shabbat. Begin by thanking all our sponsors for staying. Our annual Talmud sponsor report touching the Hay, the Tilton Mishpach on Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Sherman Dreshos this year as a zechut to the Sorah Shabbos for all around Yisrael. Talmud sponsors for the month of Iyar. Abba Avir L'Tova Shmuel Rabbi Karatkin, in commemoration of the yahrzeit of Shmuel's father, Mr. Leonard Karatkin, Yisra Ben Yecheskel Akoin, one of the Zracha. We also have the merit of our Talmud Torah. The Hashem will have an Aliyah, the family, and the Pama. Still opportunities, and there's Hashem before. Talmud Torah sponsorship for the month of Iyar. Tremendous month. Tremendous Gula. Sponsor Talmud Torah in the month of Iyar. Iyar doesn't have anything else associated with it. In fact, it's not the Yom Tov. Because of that, again, the way we could add additional traditions to the month of Iyar, Meretz Hashem is through our Torah, through our Avodah, through Hashem, our tremendous back each and every day. Something like the sponsor 3432. Direct message, you act now, and we will not again. And in this, we have to remember all of our precious hostages will next time come home. Our holy soldiers will be successful. The whole of Master. First, with that, let us be. We have some incredible Gemara today. Heading back to Chop Hour 21. We are picking up on Chop days 20B. At the 2 dots towards not the last 2 dots, not the second to last 2 dots, the third to last 2 dots. Says the Gemara. Hamaki Tasra. Again, one of the things Mishnah was talking about is it's going to be translated if you round out the corners of the head. So ultimately, again, is not just that. Obviously, what does that mean? Let's see. Tell you about it. These are some very important figures that have to do with hair cutting and shaving. To show I have some good visuals that I'm going to put on the chat and Meretz Hashem today as well, so you can see a little bit more of what the Gemara is referring to. But right now, I'll just go through the scripture. So tell about it. Rothschild. What does it mean that you can't shave off the corners of your head? And I've also said this is what we classically call the obligation to maintain payas. Payas, what does this mean? Basic circle. So what does it mean with corners of your head? Zahamash that's Agav La'acholi Agnot in the Pagachot. So here's the imagery. If you can imagine, I'm the wrong person to illustrate this on, but if you can imagine someone with a hairline. So whatever again, if you can imagine, essentially going from your hairline, and picking that swath of hair between your hairline and between your temple. And imagine for a moment going ahead and shaving that back. That area over here, between the hairline and the temple, that's what we call the payas. There's a different halacha about the obligation to maintain what we'll call sideburns or payas going down. Often when you think about payas, it's interesting that often what you see there is that's the area from the temple down. There's an obligation to maintain a certain amount of hair from the temple down, but that would fall under the obligation of not quote unquote destroying your beard. And again, I'll show you the visual later on. The idea of maintaining your payas means this area of hair between the hairline and between the jawbone, right opposite the forehead, cannot be shaved. Cannot be shaved. Like, cannot allow it to be cut, right? It can be cut, but it cannot be shaved in a quote unquote selective way. What that means is an interesting discussion. But clearly, here's what I know what it means. I can't take a razor to this part of my head. I can't figure out this one out. Not only that, as you can see, if I'm not using a razor, it is only so short that I am permitted to touch this area of my head. How short? We'll get into it. But that's not the calculation. You know, so by the way, what makes it look good? It means what is this? And so think about actually brings down. So this is the way the priest used to go ahead and cut their hair. They still have the same these type of haircuts. They're essentially again, okay? No, not our Kahana. We call them Kahana. Now we call them Kahana, yeah. Right, so not our Kahana, correct. But if you notice again, the way they get haircut, they used to have it, they would essentially shave the hair, really again, between the hairline and between the temple, and would leave like this hair on top. So all the rest of anyway, the haircuts are the priest ultimately as well as the practice movement. You want those right there. You know, it's like, I was trying to tell you that this economic, the economic of look at. This is very interesting. So now the Gemara says as follows: whether the person who's giving a haircut or the person who's receiving this illegal haircut, both get malchus, which is fascinating, right? So if I go for this type of haircut, I say to the barber, shave off what we'll call the pales, right? The area between my temple and my hairline, and just take that all the way back. I am liable to malchus, and again, if it's a Jewish barber, he's liable to malchus as well. The Gemara is very interesting. I mean, man's upcoming by Abdullah lucky. The expression is one who eats out of a bowl should get malchus. So this was an expression that, what's the issue of eating dates out of a bowl? What's the issue? None. There is no issue with eating dates out of a bowl. So this is the expression that's often used. You did nothing wrong and you should get malchus. In other words, we're asking, what does the barber do? Right? I'm sorry. What did the haircutties do? Right? What did I do? I'm sitting in the barber chair and I'm getting a haircut. I didn't do it myself. If I didn't do it myself, then I'm not getting malchus. Money, okay, answer number one. And what does Yehuda say? Even a lot without an act or without any dynamic activity, he gets malchus. That's one answer. Rava says the malchus the atzmos, the divrei. Oh, what's the case over here? I'm giving myself a haircut. So because I'm giving myself a haircut, therefore, of course, it's going to be liability. But actually, Rash is the Messiah, the Divrei. Rash is literally, there's a simple answer over here. Messiah, what's Messiah? I'm getting a haircut. So I'm wearing the barber's doing work. On the other hand, I'm assisting him. How am I assisting him? Because I'm sitting there, cut a little bit everywhere. I'm bunching the hair for him. So if I do something to assist him in the haircut, then halacha l'maisa is going to be joint liability. Incredible. The malchus pas zikano. The person goes out and destroys his beard. What's the definition with destroying his beard? Pas zikano, salt zikano. So pas zikano means you end up his beard. You might say.
Here's an idea for a show.
The Eizu salt zikano. What is considered to be salt zikano? She told us the zikano, the pointy part of his beard. I will say. So we saw already in the Mishnah, there's an interesting amount of machlokes as to what exactly, which areas are prohibited over here. For the beard, which is the classic understanding that the beard, the focus of the beard really is comprised of 5 parts, right? 2 temples, 2, I used to call jawbone, right? Jawbone area over here, right below the ear, the jawbone, and the chin. Now what that means is those areas cannot be shaved in a destructive way. Now what's the definition of a destructive way? So you might have noticed that by the Hasidim don't shave. Why don't the Hasidim shave? Because again, there's an understanding that any form of post-skin shaving will be problematic, including a shaver, like an electric razor will be problematic as well. So many don't pass in that way, including many of us, which is why we shave. Or it definitely can't be, you can't take a razor to those parts of the face. Now there's a machlokes, right? So the connection with the razor on the temples, jawbone, and cheek. There's a whole bunch of machlokes about every other area in between them. So because of that, the Shulchan Aruch says, we do not use a razor anywhere on the bearded area of the face. What that does allow for is, technically speaking, a person can use a razor on the neck, right? So on the back of the neck. Again, bottom neck, one can go ahead, but anywhere on the face, a razor would technically potentially a biblical prohibition. Everyone biblical prohibition and shaving with your electric razor, but with the razor itself is considered to be hashchasa. That's destructive. As evidenced by the fact that it's a much closer shave. There's you're getting in there, as opposed to an electric razor, which is often a little bit still off the skin. That's why you have I just point out, I said there's all these machloksim, right? The lift and cut, all these different things. What's considered to be use of a razor? Again, not our topic for today. Well, I guess it is our topic for today, right? But I said that being part of it. But just to be clear, although technically speaking, it's the 5 spots, because there is much halachic dispute about what constitutes the 5 spots. So the Aruch said, no razor on the face. No razor on the face. On the head, now again, you could use a razor on your head. Where can you use a razor on your head? Right? On the top of your head and on the back of your head. Where can't you use a razor? Anywhere, again, in the paya area over here. And that's not just a razor, by the way. That would also apply to getting a very close haircut. Even with a trimmer that doesn't leave enough hair to be able to pull on. Again, there's a lot of discussion about this. Is it a number 1 and number 2? And okay, like I said, this is a good shear to have because this is very nice. But that's the idea. All right, let's go like this. Said the Gemara, a lot more to say, but not right now. Said the Gemara, I'm sorry to that. So next, remember again, this speaker means creating a laceration of his death. Right? Remember again, this is not just, in general, one is not to make fun upon themselves. Like that, this idea of speaker is not the laceration as a display of mourning. That's what this is. So, this Sarah, you might have thought, let's say a person has to saw the boat sinks at sea, carrying all the cargo, business was just lost, a taxi firm person's house fell down. What happened to the person was so distraught over the financial loss that what did they do? They lacerated themselves. See, you might have thought that that's the biblical law, but you come along, so therefore the Torah goes out of its way to say what type of laceration. The seret lenefesh l'tiknu b'sar. Seret lenefesh is only laceration over the dead, right? Any laceration as a display of mourning that is true halachically talmonaya. So the next talmon lenefesh, any kind allowing is nobody. Well, we try it if you lacerate as a result of the display of mourning for the dead. The man inside comes to us on these efforts. You kind of halachically, how do you know that if you lacerate yourself 5 times over one death? If a person needs someone they love and they're so distraught that they lacerate themselves 5 times over one person, highlighted that I'm tired for every single laceration. However, the seret replaces it in the singular, l'chayim al-kol smicha b'smicha. Say that I'm tired for every single laceration. The big Yossi only 9 inside Shmita Achaz Avli Mason, Shuchai B'chol Achaz Achaz. How do you know that even if you lacerate 1 time over 5 deaths, right? The person is mourning 5 deaths with 1 laceration. How do I know that halacha l'maisa again? I am chayiv l'chayiv sweeter the sweeter. How do I know that I'm chayiv for every single laceration? I'm sorry. Chayiv l'chayiv l'nefesh. The chayiv al-kol nefesh b'nefesh. What the Torah says, the seret l'nefesh. Every person whom you lacerate for, even if it's 1 laceration for 5 people, you carry 5 times. Incredible. I must a second. But they say the beso shenachol. This is the nefesh. I'm sorry. Big say the beso shenachol is your kamayat. 1 second. You just use that already. You just use the nefesh to teach me that what? That there's only liability if you lacerate as a display of mourning for the dead. But to exclude the fact, let's say somebody's mourning over their lost boat, or their lost boat, right? Lost finances. Ultimately, again, you just use the nefesh to teach me that I'm not tired for a laceration over financial loss. Happening immediately. On top of Chafamit, 21. Eicham Sarah Yossi, Sweeter Ubiju Da'afas, Uksiv Hasam Lames. So remember again, what I want to point out is as follows. The Torah uses two expressions over here. That's the seret l'nefesh will take new and will explode it. So there's some ambiguity as to what these things mean. Rabbi Yossi holds will tiskodadu and seret l'nefesh are the same thing. They both refer to lacerations. Because they both refer to lacerations, and both of them discuss death. So one of them ultimately again could be used to teach me that I'm tired for every single dead person I lacerate for. Even if it's 1 laceration over 5 people, I'm tired 5 times. And the other one teaches me that halacha l'maisa, I'm only tired for laceration This is a display of mourning for the dead. But in Halakha L'Maisa, again, it's a display of mourning for financial loss. There's not biblical liability. Again, I will say, there may be other liability because the person can never engage in any kind of self-harm. There's an encouragement all the next time. You may be in violation of an say, but not in violation of this. It's like dollar schmuck. On the site for free time, it's written from Shmuel says, if you lacerate yourself with a clean utensil, there is a liability. So the Gemara says over here, I'm sorry, last few points out on the side for free time, Mashma biyad. So let's say this is very interesting. So this goes back to what we said before. There's a little bit of ambiguity, a little bit of focus. Exactly what is srika and what is gedida. What's interesting is Rashi's pointing out over here that it's pretty well that the distinction is not as much about the lacerations, rather the distinction made large in how the laceration is performed. Rashi points out over here that gedida has an inference of being done with utensil, and srika has an inference of being done by yad. Shmuel comes in and says, I'm sorry for Kuchai, where is actually Mesre, Srika, Gedida, Achashi, Gedida, they're the same thing. They both the same classification over the dead. Hello, so Srika, Biyad, Gedida, the cleave, but Srika is done by hand, and Gedida is done with utensil. You have the Huda with Rabbi Yossi, ultimately, Shmuel is like Rabbi Yossi, very kind of coming Rabbi Yochanan, Amis. Being Biyad, being the cleave, Chayim, Halo, Chayim. So what is this? We talk about the following idea. If you lacerate over the dead, whether that laceration is done by hand or that laceration is done with utensil, there is typical liability. Okay, that's very hard to understand. What happens if one lacerates themselves as a form of worship for Avodah Zarah? So what's halacha? Biyad Chayim.
That's social media.
This is ultimately, if you lacerate by hand, you chayim. If you lacerate by clean, you cutter. I said to Gemara, the hot is called, but we learn just the opposite. Say the pasuk. What does it say in the pasuk? By Yiskodigim, Sirish Batam, Bechar Bosh Barabachim. Pasuk over here, we're quoting the pasuk from Malach and Aleph. It talks about idolatry, and it says that they were lacerating themselves in accordance with the laws of their idolatry, with swords and with spears. So it sounds like for idolatry, they were going ahead and lacerating. They were lacerating. With utensils. Beyond Potter, the true Chayim, rather by Avodah Zarah. I suppose it's interesting. So there's a distinction over here. By Avodah Zarah, if you lacerate by hand, you are Potter. By cleave, you are Chayim. What's the logic over there? What's the logic over there? By Avodah Zarah, you're only going to be Chayim for laceration if it's done in the normal form of worship. If you do something, remember, it's like, remember how it works by Avodah Zarah? No, of course not. How does it work, right? And so how does it work by Avodah Zarah? By Avodah Zarah, you're only Chayim if you worship the idol in a quote-unquote normative way. Now, there are certain forms of worship that will always be prohibited, right? Prostration is always prohibited, right? Kneeling is always prohibited. Karbanos are always prohibited, right? Offerings, libations, things like that that are quote-unquote normal forms of worship. Even if you have any ways not worship in that way, it's still liable for that. But then when you have unique practices, right? Unique practices are only liable if you do them the way the Avodah Zarah does. The laceration is not a way that normally you worship a God. That's why by Avodah Zarah, they got to do with the cleave. So the cleave is going to be Chayim, but the yad is going to be Potter. When it comes to laceration as a form of a mourning practice, the Chayim being beyond being the cleave. Doesn't make a difference whether you're doing it with your hand, utensil, but there is liability. It's incredible. The Chayim Alarosh. Next. One is Chayim ultimately again for creating bold spots on the head. So not the Sheshes, big future shots. The Sheshes, when they had it pointed out over here, again, I was also pointed as well by the temples. Balazaka, Stein, the Akash, we mentioned this by the beard. Two spots, like two temples, two jawbones, and a sheep. And the chain, that's the areas of liability for destructive shooting. So you want to say, not neither Sheshes been 50 detail. So Sheshes demonstrated this again by looking at the different parts of the beard, or by certain different parts of the beard. Right? in that one. So the Rabbi said that Allah was the same Mishnah. The Rabbi said, in Nachman Kurim Ta'achas in the Chayit Elachas. The Rabbi said if you were to remove the 5 spots on the deer that was. So the Rabbi says, remember again, let's see if you go ahead and to destroy the 2 temples, the two jawbones, and the shell. So that could be that's the killer charge. So you put it all on your fingers, and you go and you touch all 5 spots at the same time. So the Rabbi says you only Chayit once. Only Chayit once. Now why is that? You know, it says, Asaba Chad Laki. You have all 5 spots, but there's going to be 1 left. The only Chayit actually for another time, and there's only liability if you remove it with the razor. Because once remember again, the issue over here is not quote unquote shaving as much as it is destruction. So that's why, again, the Gemara understands over here, it's not the shaving with a razor that is considered to be destructive shaving, and that's where there will be a biblical liability. The Torah says literally again, the corners of your beard you shall not shave. And you got to look at the side is a lesson of shaving. You also have to look from the spine your eye. Well, if that's the case, maybe even if I shave with scissors, it wasn't how to have to shave with scissors. Obviously, you're not going to get close to shave with scissors, right? So I'm going to say again, if that's the idea that this is a prohibition on shaving, then how long for a nice there should be liability even if I shave with scissors. So we'll say that's what's interesting over here, right? There's two different perspectives over here. On one hand, there's you could put car cover Rothschild, right? So at one point in time, the law says, you shall not shave the corners of your beard. A second pasuk says, talking about Los Akifu Pa'as Roshchem, Los Sashis. So there's 2 prohibitions. There's don't go ahead and shave your beard and don't destroy your beard. So again, based on the law that says don't shave your beard, I would have said even scissors should be problematic. Down with Lomar, no sashes. Therefore, the Torah says don't destroy your beard. Don't destroy only a type of shaving that is destructive in nature. Elo sashes. I'm going to clarify this expression, but cleanse my beard, right? Took a plane and cleaned my beard. I would have thought that I would be chayiv for that. So you want to come Lomar, no, you only chayiv for shaving. So this is a very unique idea here. The Torah is discussing what type of shaving is the biblical liability for. It's a type of normative shaving that is destructive. What's the type of normative shaving that is destructive? What's the type of shaving that is destructive? When we say destructive, the type of shaving that obliterates the facial hair. What is the type of shaving that obliterates the facial hair on the surface? On the surface of the face, the Gemara says, that's a razor. That's a razor. So we'll say, so if you interplay between 2 lines on one end, you can't shave your beard, which sounds like anything, but then it says, no sashes. See, when is the biblical liability for a yula, an act of shaving that is destructive in nature? What's the type of shaving that's destructive in nature? A razor. Incredible. But the Eliezer Omer, you know, lots of the Malachas are very tired. The Lord says, even if you flame it, like you use a flame to go ahead and shave that you should be tired.
This is very sort of,
So you must understand how does he arrive at that conclusion? He gomer gzir shava, he boitar. He will gomer gzir shava, by now. I understand. So if Rabbi Eliezer is accepting the judgment we just made before, the judgment when he's calling it gzir shava, already it means the interplay between hashkasa and gilua. If he accepts it, then that yields the result that it's only a razor, not a flame. If he doesn't accept the interplay between the judges, then again, any form of shaving should be prohibited as well, including scissors. Verse 1 says, no, Rabbi accepted Zer Shava. We just made before. But he happens to hold that shaving with a plane is considered to be a normative act of shaving as well. Which I will say, by the way, the plane would have said conceptually, it's the same concept, right? Conceptually, what is it? It's shaving with a blade. Shaving with a blade. It's just people don't normally shave with a blade. things, right, to smooth out wood. But conceptually, it's the same idea. It's the same idea. So that's the case over here. So it's really just a technical issue. Is shooting with a flame considered to be a normative act of shooting or not? But conceptually, everyone is on the same page, which is any type of shaving that ultimately, again, results in a hashkasa. So again, it has to be a normative act of shaving, but that is destructive. What's definition of destructive? Destructive means to totally smooth out the face. Is almost like no recognition of facial hair. There, Hamas and Hamas are going to be a biblically prohibited act of shaving. Incredible. All right, let's say, fascinating. Let's go back to Mishnah. Hakosi Ksuvas Kakar. Tattooing. Incredible. We're going from shaving to tattooing. A lot going on here. Hakosi Ksuvas Kakar. So we'll say the person goes ahead and tattoos themselves. So that's the biblical expression for tattoos. Ksuvas Kakar. Now, Rashi points out there what is the etymology of this expression? What does it mean? What does it mean? So look at Rashi. Rashi's in the wide line, third line. Ksuvas Kakar. Kozik Tila of the sun, of the sun, of the sikra. Yakaka Mikakea Habasa Bemaka, of the Sati, the Nicholas Hatsava Ben or Labasa, the Nijabo Koyami Kaka, but also Lichtos Shimsiva of Labasa. First of all, this is fascinating. Apparently, Rashi understands over here, this is a Macropius as well. How do they do tattooing? The thing is the following way. You first draw something on your skin. Right, so the image. Afterwards, what they would do is, so the ink would be there, or whatever they were using, the dye would be there. Then they would prick the skin afterwards, and the ink would seep in and form a permanent image on the skin. So it's interesting because there is a raging metal. So when I say raging, that is not the original hyperbole. Raging metal is as to whether or not the order matters in this biblical prohibition. Because the way it is being described over here is in pricking or perforation or incision, right? Incision on the skin second. That's what I'm saying. So you have the image over here, then they would go ahead and prick the skin, and then the image would seep in. I don't know. I didn't think that's not too far away. I don't know how modern tattooing works, right? But the mice are quite fascinating. So that's how it's done. And again, the difference in Russia. Ksuvas means writing. Kakar means pricking.
There's not a whole lot of positives.
Like perforating. The perforation of the skin. Right, that's the perforation. And that's why, interestingly enough, Rashi understands that in the biblical expression itself, you begin to see the order. First the writing, and then ultimately again the perforation of the flesh. That's the thing. So let's go to the Mishnah. Hakosi Ksuvas Kakar. So if a person goes and tattoos themselves, kasha below kaka below kasha. So let's say you just write on your skin, right? Also, your person you get a tattoo, right? Whatever you get like ink on your skin or a stamp on your skin. So that's not the biblical prohibition. That's the biblical prohibition. And I know that.
Also, is he like
right? But the man says it's not the biblical prohibition. Kasa below kaka or kaka below kasa. Or ultimately again, or if you prick the skin, but you're not right. So like, then in all of these cases, in a kind of actually, the yikateya biyado. Right? The only rival, obviously, tattooing, which is in the so if a person quote unquote tattoos themselves, but it's just an image that sits on top of the skin. Right? There's no preparation of the flesh. That's not the biblical prohibition. The biblical prohibition is only for the ink, and then again, preparation of the skin. Furthermore, it's only biblical prohibition of tattooing if you use dye or an ink of permanence. Right? If it's not permanent, then it's not biblical prohibition. Rabbi Shimon ben Yehuda Mishur Rabbi Shimon Omer, Eno Chai Achyichto Sham Es Hashem, Shenema Ksuvas Kakar Yotifu Bochem Ani Hashem. This is very interesting. Now, the way this reads and what he actually means. The way it reads right now is what it sounds like is Rabbi Shimon is saying That halacha l'maisa, you're only chayiv if you write the name of Hashem as a tattoo. So you decide, right? You decide. Sometimes people get inspired and they do all kinds of things, right? So you say Hashem l'negdi summit. They take it quite literally. I just put a big above K on my arm, right? Right. So let's say. So now it sounds like the Mishnah is saying that's the biblical prohibition. The biblical prohibition is to tattoo the name of God on you. So we're going to see, Rashi points out, well, let's read it a little bit. So let's go back to it. So essentially, what do we learn here? The typical prohibition of tattooing really requires three things. Number one, ink on the flesh. Then again, a pricking or preparation of the skin to allow the ink to be absorbed within the flesh, and use of some type of permanent dye or ink. Right? According to the Mishnah, fourth criteria, the biblical prohibition of tattooing only applies if you tattoo the name of God on your body. Said the Gemara, Amir Raka Brid Rabbi Rashi, Ad Yiktok Ani Hashem Mamish. So Raka Brid Rabbi said to Rashi, is the Lord saying that literally again, you're not tied into, you literally write Ani Hashem, or is because that's Hashem of the person. Uksovis Takal Lo Fignu Bakar. Sounds like it's very interesting. Sounds like the way that you learn to read in the pasuk like this. Uksovis Takal Lo Fignu Bakar. You shall not tattoo yourself. What's the biblical prohibited tattoo you can't put on your body? Ani Hashem. You can't tattoo on your body Ani Hashem. So you might say, is that what the Lord is saying? So you might say, I'm going to let it low. Very back after Inukai Ashvito Shem Avodas Kohavim. No. It's the opposite. Actually, what it means is like this. The biblical prohibition is to tattoo the name of idolatry on your body. That's the biblical prohibition. Don't tattoo the name of another God on your body. Because I am Hashem and no one else. I'm also saying that the way we have to possibly is that the biblical prohibition of tattooing is whatever you're tattooing. It doesn't really matter what you're tattooing, right? The only issue is if you tattoo the name of God on your body, you have bigger issues. Like bigger issues that come in, like walking into the bathroom, right, with that tattoo uncovered. And you leaving that aside, the biblical prohibition really applies to all forms of tattooing. You want to go back there. I'm going to about Abba. Also, Lord Yadam. So this is very interesting. This is actually quite interesting. Now that we've established that any form of tattooing is problematic, we have not yet set a problem. Because we should not put Ikamaka. We'll say Ikamaka is ash. Now what you need to do is if you have a fire, right, and then again, at the end of the fire you have like soot. So apparently again, that soot has certain medicinal qualities. So if you have an open wound, it was harder to go ahead and put that soot on your wound. So now when Mafia comes along and says you can't do that, why can't you do that? It makes the nearest to so that's tackle. Because here's the issue. Often what would occur is when the wound would heal, the residual soot would still be there, and it would look like a tattoo. I'm not going to make that was the section of Mafia. Now, if you want to compare it to the workout, there are two different rabbanim. One is the Mafia, and one is the Mafia. So we want to pause it here just to say people often get them confused. I'm going to tell you what the Mafia said and what the Mafia said. Two different opinions, two different people. So watch this. So you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to say, big W stuff. The Mafia was the opinion that said she quotes, and Rashi points out all of these cases. She actually says, okay, so the white lines. In the white lines, about 2, 4, 6, 8, about 3 lines. She put the very thing second. She puts the fellow the box up for council. I don't know, or other something, many public carries on. If you have a stick that is used to roast also again on Shabbos or on your butt, now let's do on Shabbos. But before Shabbos or roasting on Yom Tov, that stick becomes muktzah after it's used. Because it's close. Right? It's unclean, so therefore again it becomes muktzah. That was one halach. And that's shpachos. So that's what it's got. And look at Rashi. Mishmehi.
So there's some evil
The
people
Barak
that
Abba
kill
Pinsu,
some
so the Barak Abba Pinsu,
innocent
Nito Mea.
It's
It's not
evil,
again
but
the
you can't
in
let
the
the
sense to
blood of
this.
you
They
evil
spoke about the
people.
obligations that a wife has in her household. So there was a discussion, what happens if a wife brings in a domestic staff? So again, the more domestic staff she brings in, the less personal responsibility that she has. So the Malkiel is of the opinion, that even if she has a whole domestic staff, it's important for a person to be busy because idleness leads the person to all types of negative behaviors. That's just a struggle. And Gumos, Rashi says over here, the need of the vaccine, the most Gumos was normally it's the existence of two pubic hairs that is demonstrative of adulthood. So Malkiel is of the opinion that even two pores represents is enough. Is demonstrative of adulthood. Because you assume that there are two pubic hairs that were there, but they just busted, but they just fell out. Okay, so those are three cases of Malkiel, right? Shipot, Shvachas, Gumos. Beloris, so let's say what's the case of Beloris? Rashi says they were here in Ma'amidim, Ba'avod Zara. Kind of already so covered in the Stafford in Israel. The conversation is Beloris was their haircut design. It was you would grow out like a long strand of hair, like a ponytail. But it wasn't like a ponytail you grew out all of your hair. It was just like one zap, one strip of hair, that you would just see grown out more. So the halacha, this was a form of idol worship as well, because it was associated with Ogyavod Zara. So if you were a Jewish father, and a guy, and a Gentile came to him and said, you know what, give me a Beloris. Give me right, you're just making a nice Beloris. No, you're not allowed to do that. No, you got to also can't cut within a certain area of the Beloris as well. Okay, that's the case of Beloris. She would agree with Barbara. Can't reach out with the Beloris. If a makla, I'm also that's our case. If a makla is our case. If you have an open wound, you can't use the soot to go ahead and use it as a medicinal salve, because it'll leave a permanent mark afterwards, and it looks like tattooing. And the last case was Gvina. So Gvina is that you can't eat the cheese of non-Jews. Like Gvina Sapos. Rashi points out over here, Gvina is not by Manim in the third Mishnah. Gvina's case, Unaiki, Ubaidi, Mamakama, Nakama, Adam, Veshamachlikim. There's a whole discussion about cheeses of non-Jews. Often they would smear them, they would coat them with different forms of animal fat. Okay, the point of the Rabbi say is of Malkiel and is of Malkiel. And the Malkiel happens to be Malkiel is the author of, again, it's good to know, Shipot Shvachas Gumos, and the Malkiel is Beloris, Efer Makla, and Gavina. For our purposes, again, why are we doing this? We're doing this because, again, remember, Efer Makla is our piece of tattoo. The Papa on this is Mastisa, the Malkiel. The Papa says, wherever you find a Mishnah or a Gaisa, that is of Malkiel. Mastisa, but others rabbinic discussion of Malkiel. The Simona, Mastisa, Malkis. Always remember, this is a Mishnah, is Malkisa, Malkiel. Okay, neither way. Is there any level of Mahlokas over here? Okay, a little bit of Mahlokas is the attribution of the case of Shvach. Divi Baba, Kapit, Arida de Kusilta. So was back to tattooing. So Rabbi Badaye was not even ultimately again with putting silk even on a blood letters piece, right? The blood letters, all you need is like a prick of the needle, even putting a little bit of silk there, he was not going to have to do it because he could go ahead and leave a mark. Rashi Amar, Hamakum Sheikh Sham Makasal, Makasal Mokiach Halal. So what's interesting? Rashi says, this is all incorrect. The prohibition of tattooing is a prohibition of tattooing. Any time that it is clear that what's being done on your body is for medicinal purposes, right, for treatment purposes, there's no physical way. Once you have this with certain forms of chemotherapy, where there sometimes is a residual, almost like tattoo mark that can happen as well. So Rashi said, that's not tattooing. That's not tattooing. That's clear that was done for purposes. Anything done for medicinal purposes is not the biblical prohibition of tattooing, and therefore Allah will no problems. Therefore, I will turn out is if you had a person had an open wound and they wanted to put soot there for the wound, even if the wood leave a residual, it is still not a problem. All right, incredible Mishnah. Let's go. Notice we actually just had this Mishnah yesterday. A Nazir who was drinking wine the whole day.
As if he has to tell you when he's not
Everyone has a day like that. I'm just saying, right? Everyone has a day like that, right? Nazir was drinking wine the entire day. Ein chayiv el achas. What's it saying? He's only chayiv once. And he's only chayiv once. Although Atishta will show us that, but it's right. If they give him hasra, they say don't drink those waters, which means they give him multiple hasros, then what? Chayiv al kol achas v'ach. Then he would be chayiv for every single individual act of drinking. I'm amazing by it. So again, if you have a Nazir, and the Nazir keeps going into the cemetery,
what if you got really
right? That's day.
like there's a character that just
I don't know if this is just the wine or that's the wine, right? You know, but the nice thing is this is great. So you know, kind of like so let's say even from repeated acts of ritual defilement, he's only going to be five once. I mean, well, that the individual has stuff with each act, then he's going to kind of how about the same idea. How you make a let's have a Nazi again, who is shaving the whole day. And remember, Nazi's not allowed to shave. He's only chayiv one time. But if they say to him again, don't shave, but he shaves, he will be liable ultimately again for each individual act. If you bring Kilayan the entire day, so let's say we're shines. First thing is wearing a shiny woman in it. I'm wearing a jacket. I know it has shatness in it. First thing wears Kilayan the whole day. Ain't no chayiv el achos. He's only chayiv once. Amu lo al tilbash for the posted for Lodesh. Chayiv al kol achas ba'achos. If they tell him don't wear shatness, and according to the Mishnah, he takes it off and he puts it back on. Ultimately, again, he will be liable for every individual act of wearing shatnez on the base. So what is very interesting? Use Kodesh Talon Achad, the Chayiv Allah Yishun Shmona Lav. Sometimes you could plow one furrow. And the one furrow is a Kodesh the Sheva color. Number one, I'll say, so like number one, I'm trying with an ox and a donkey. So already again, that's biblically prohibited because you're not allowed to plow with two different animals. You're already hooked up to one yoke. The Sheva color, that's number one. The animal production and their hektish. Number two, you should hektish items for HMK purposes. Kilayim Bakarim. And what I'm planting is, let's say again, wheat and grapes, for argument's sake, right? Right, prohibited in shirts. Right next, that's the shvius, and it's shmitier for Yom Tov, and it's also Yom Tov. Not a lot of time Yom Tov. Right, Kohen 6, the Nazir 7. So right again, the base of in the graveyard. Right, the plowing is taking place in the cemetery, and the guy is going ahead and plowing is the Kohen and the Nazir. So let's say ultimately you put all that together and you get 8 prohibitions associated with one act of plowing. Interesting. So let's say, what was the time to remember again, what was the topic of this? The topic of this was multiple liabilities for one act. So what else? That's another thing, by the way. It's interesting to show another case of how one act of plowing ultimately the result is distinct liability. And then you can how can I make it 9? How can I make it 9? The guy who's plowing is wearing shackles while he's plowing. Right? So in addition to all the plowing, he's not wearing shackles. No, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. Why? So I'm saying that the reason why that doesn't work is because of a shackles jacket, that has nothing to do with the plow. Right? In other words, he's trying to suffer from one act of plowing, you can violate 8 prohibitions associated with the plowing. Throwing on a shackles jacket. Say, by the way, you don't say, I can make those in my own stuff. While he's plowing, he's shaving with a razor, right? So again, while he's plowing, he's having relations with a married woman. You know what I mean? You can throw it. Some people can multitask. I'm just saying, I'm just pointing out over here. Like you could throw in as many different prohibitions, but that's not the point. The point over here is we want to show multiple prohibitions associated with one act of clouded. So the act of throwing on, that's a throwing on a shatnez jacket, that doesn't count. I'm on that. What are you talking about? I'm not your own shit. But I don't know why you say that. You're saying that the guy is liable because he's a nut. What does being a nut have to do with clowns? So you are throwing on additional prohibitions already. So if you're going to throw on additional prohibitions, I'm going to throw on additional prohibitions as well. Okay, more background in the Gemara. Let's focus on a shot in this case. I'm going to be one of say, Potent to Novish Manish, after the Machris, the Mosi Base Yatsin from each other. So it's like, this is very interesting. In the shot in this case, you know, it's the shot in this case, right? You know, it's just a song. If a person wears shot in the whole day, right? And they get one hasra, and then what's the halacha? I'm liable once, right? Because there's one act of wearing. The way the Mishnah framed it, was, right? If I say, I'll go back to watch the temple of the Lord Kai. The way the phrase it was, if I wear shyness, right? And now I take it off, I put it on, and every time I take it off, you tell me, don't wear it, then I put it back on, ultimately again there's liability for that. And I was saying, we're going to stop with this case over here. We're going to pick up the next question. We're fine. We are absolutely fine. We're right on target. And the answer is the stop will only get much longer towards the end. No, but it's a short stop. Last stop. I want to say stack. I want to stop over for today. I want to watch this last case. Give us community ready for davening. Go ahead. I'm getting the phone here.
Get on down to Archer Country. Talk to Dang. He's my guy. The quality of clubs is going down. You know, it used to be Rain and Wix.com. Now there's this guy down the street named Terry, and it's called Archery Country, and Tank teaches you how to shoot an arrow if you want to know how to do that. What are you going to use?
Really had a tremendous impact. You had a tremendous impact on it for you.
Of course you were. Everything that you see, you become obsessed with, right? Any kind of fucking habit or hobby, I should say, habit. Any hobby. You're just gonna fucking. That's gonna be your new thing.
Good morning. Everyone. Let's begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shit. Thank our annual commentary sponsor. Now, funny person, today, we're going to be sharing our off-the wife's birthday. The gift that keeps on giving. Off my son, beautiful for birthdays, anniversaries, because someone all around Israel. Whatever it is, thank you for the support of this person. We're very happy to say this. You have called this month of Rafa. Simcha Hatzlacha. And the son of Rafa for her, and then time to stop on the actually shutting the focus. Last day, for the month of Nisan, about in the October. What are the celebration of Nisan birthdays? It's like Kathy, granddaughter Tikva Esther, and birth of his grandson, Yosef Menachem. Thank you for the very sponsorship. And now the sponsorship and the social symbols for all of our children and to listen to these month of Jewish film for all of Cloud Israel. Avram Shem becoming many of Avram's mother, Sarah Braina Bas Yoshua Heschel, the point of Rafa. The start of this is actually yesterday, 29th of Nisan, yesterday in America, all of the shows have already the families in the tunnel, all of those leaders who have been very thankfully Israel. The top of the Great Machine, all of our houses, the Shalom and the Cardinal, our holy soldiers, the success of the whole and massive day. With that, let us give a tremendous thank you and a Josh Harris for giving cheer yesterday. We are picking up today's Dr. Talk. We are picking up, I actually want to pick up, Josh got a little too far for my liking over there. And on one day, so he's doing a whole doc. Ridiculous. So actually, I know that Josh got up to the last couple of lines from Nate today. I just want to back it up just a little bit so we get to distribute this entire sheet in the third wide line lane. Two, 4, 6, 8 lines up in the bottom, same Sivya. So I'm going to be asking, I'm going to be open. Nice as Shini, always say, I got the Allah. So once again, the Mishnah says, if you're going to use nice as Shini outside of Yerushalayim, ultimately, again, you get Malchus. So I asked the Gemara, so at what point exactly is there liabilities on nice chains? So this is actually a fascinating Gemara, that if you would not learn the Gemara, you would actually have absolutely no idea that there is this construct just from reading the Psukim. So watch this. The Gemara says, this is Rabbi Yochanan, so listen to this. There is no liability, biblical liability, for eating nice chain out of Yerushalayim, unless, of course, my chain first has come into Yerushalayim, and then has been removed. So the typical prohibition of eating Meiser Sheni outside of Yerushalayim only occurs if Meiser Sheni is first brought in, then taken out and consumed outside of Yerushalayim. What is my time? What does this mean? So the Rashi says over here, if you actually 6 times about it, Rashi says over here, I should say, you didn't know Yerushalayim, the chutz v'chomer, machnitzin, kind the highway, the after. And therefore, Mishnah said that you get notice for eating Meiser Sheni outside of Yerushalayim. What that means is, you brought the Meiser Sheni in, and then you took it out, and then consumed it outside of the walls of Yerushalayim. Incredible. But Imar says, you would have thought, my time, I just want to point out, again, before you come to Gemara, you assume what does it mean to eat Meiser Sheni outside of Yerushalayim? What does it mean? I separated Meiser Sheni from my produce, right? And now I have 2 choices. What are my 2 choices? Either bring the produce to Yerushalayim and eat in Yerushalayim, or redeem the produce onto money, you might be trying to spend it on food in Yerushalayim. But again, the assumption, you understood that the prohibition of eating Meiser Sheni is in that initial stage. I separated it out, and now again, I failed to bring it. I ate it. That's not what happens. The only time there's a prohibition, ultimately, again, is when you bring it in, and then you bring it back out. That's it. In my time, what is says Gemara? What is the reason for this? My time, the fear shall look at the says, before Hashem your God, you shall consume it. The good said, the possibly you cannot eat Meiser Sheni within your gates, within your own community. Wherever you have a fulfillment of before Hashem you shall consume it, i.e., whenever the Meiser Sheni has already been brought in front of the Beis HaMikdash, I should say, within the walls of Yerushalayim, only once the Meiser Sheni has come before God, i.e. in the walls of Yerushalayim, is there a prohibition to consume the Meiser Sheni within your own confines, within your own gates. But wherever the Meiser Sheni has not been brought within the walls of Yerushalayim, you do not go ahead and say about it that you cannot eat it in the confines of your own community. That's incredible. This, I don't know, this to me might be one of those shocking things I've encountered in my life in the last, 4 minutes. This is like, there's overwhelming, because again, it totally changes the construct of the way you think about Meiser Sheni. So yes, up until this Gemara, I would assume limited consumption of Meiser Sheni are separated out of my produce. I failed to take it to Yerushalayim. I ate it in my backyard. That's the biblical prohibition. Now the says, no, it's not the biblical prohibition. The biblical prohibition is I brought it to Yerushalayim, then I brought it back out and consumed it outside of Yerushalayim. That's the biblical prohibition. That's what makes it. The Kasha goes to the Gemara says, basically, but Yosef says, you can do this. Kohen should also be able to eat a shakara. So Kohen has in his hand a fig of kava. Kava means again, untied produce, an untied fig. So what does he do? He says as follows: Amar te'inazu trumasa bo'oksa. So let the truma portion be on the ukitz, on the stem part. This means towards the bottom of the fig. Nice solution. I will say now he's doing something over here. We've seen this concept before about designating meiser designate trumas and meisers without actively separating them. So he's saying is let the truma be on the bottom stem part of the fruit. Okay, meiserishan b'tzona. Let the meiserishan portion be in the northern part of the fruit. Meiser Sheni the droma. Meiser Sheni be in the southern part of the fruit. The Ishnas Meiser Sheni will be Yerushalayim. And let's say, for example, we're dealing with, remember, different tides apply different times, different years of the Shemitah cycle. So let's say, for example, in this case over here, it was a Meiser Sheni year. And let's say the Kohen was in Yerushalayim. Or over Meiser Ani, or it's a Meiser Ani year, Behu Begvulin. And ultimately, again, outside of Yerushalayim. Remember, again, you never have Meiser Sheni and Meiser Ani same years, they alternate. So for our purposes of our example, let's just go that it was a Meiser Sheni year. So all of this is happening inside of Yerushalayim. So again, Kohen is standing with his fig, and essentially he designates all the different trumas and meisers whilst eating Yerushalayim, and it is a Ma'aser Sheni year. Okay, so what's the halacha? Ochla. Now he ate it. He ate it. So what is halacha? He ate it top of chaf. Ochla. So look at achos. He gets one set of malchus. They both say, interestingly enough, even though he did everything, there was one tithe that was not separated, which was Trumas Meiser. Trumas Meiser. So because Trumas Meiser was not designated, therefore we'll get malchus for consumption of Trumas Meiser. Okay, the Zar Sha'achla, but if a non-Kohen ate the same fig, look at Stein, ultimately again, so we'll say, so just understand, what is he getting, what is the Kohen getting malchus on? Because the fig still has the status of tevel. Remember, the status of tevel is only removed if all tithes are removed. Like if you have one tithe left untithed, unremoved, so then the produce itself is still titled or still designated as tevel. So therefore, the Kohen in this case was an excellent effort. He got almost everything, but because Trumas Meiser wasn't separated, therefore again he will get malchus, one set of malchus for consuming tevel. If a non-Kohen ate it, the non-Kohen will get two sets of malchus. Why two sets of malchus? Number one, tevel. Number two, truma. Right? He is consuming truma, which of course is prohibited. Rashi says over here, so the Gemara says, Shilu b'tchila achla ina loke ela achas. Interestingly enough, what's fascinating about this case is, had the Kohen not designated anything, or had anything not been designated, there would have only been one set of malchus for tevel. Right, so it's fascinating. In other words, that the Kohen went ahead and designated all of these things, failed to take care of Trumas Meiser, so therefore it still has the status of tevel, but at the same time there also has been a truma designation. So now when a non-Kohen consumes it, he's going to get two sets of malchus, one for tevel and one for truma. Had the Kohen not done any designations and the non-Kohen consumed it, he would have only gotten one set of malchus for tevel. Okay, so we'll say, so now remember, what we're focused on over here is the Ma'aser Sheni piece. Remember again, what did the Gemara say? The Gemara said the Kohen is going ahead, standing in Yerushalayim with his fig, right? And he's designating Ma'aser Sheni. Okay, so now Taima, the Yisib Yerushalayim. So interestingly enough, the reason why now when he goes in and consumes it, that he's not chayiv is because he's standing in Yerushalayim. Habigvulin, interestingly enough, had he gone ahead and taken this fig out of Yerushalayim and then consumed it, loke shalosh. Ultimately, again, halacha l'maisa would have gotten three sets of malchus, one for consumption of Ma'aser Sheni outside of Yerushalayim. The apagav the lav roef pnei choma. So first, I'll take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says, "Hachi gav sinon." You see that it's like a divrei maskal in the middle of Rashi. It's almost right across from the Gemara. Time with the Ma'aser Sheni Yerushalayim, Ma'aser Bigvulin, Ha Ma'aser Sheni Bigvulin, Loke Shalosh. So what you see over here is as follows. The reason why, in this case over here, there's only two sets of malchus and not three sets of malchus is because for Ma'aser Sheni, he's consuming it in Yerushalayim. The inference from this would have been, had it been a Ma'aser Sheni year, and all of this was happening outside of Yerushalayim, there would have been three sets of malchus, right? Why three sets of malchus? Let's go with the zar. Let's go with the non-Kohen, right? Number one for tevel, number two for truma, and number three for Ma'aser Sheni out of Yerushalayim. What do you see from here? That there is a biblical prohibition for Ma'aser Sheni, even if the Ma'aser Sheni never came into Yerushalayim. That's the raya. So this is a steer. This is a contradiction. Remember again, Rabbi Yochanan said the only time you are liable the only time you're biblically liable for consumption of Ma'aser Sheni in Yerushalayim is if it was brought into the walls and then taken out. What we're inferring from this case over here is the case that the way the Gemara set it up is the guy is eating the fig in Yerushalayim on a Ma'aser Sheni year. That's why he's not getting malchus for that. He'll only get malchus and non-Kohen Azar will get malchus for tevel and for truma. But the inference from this is, if this whole thing was taking place out of Yerushalayim, he would have gotten three sets of malchus. One for tevel, one for truma, and one for Ma'aser Sheni, even though the Ma'aser Sheni never came within the walls of Yerushalayim. What do you see from here? You get malchus for Ma'aser Sheni consumption, even if Ma'aser Sheni never came within the walls. Contradicts Rabbi Yochanan. Three Shmuel says, no, maybe not. They were talking about a case where the fig was brought in and taken out. Okay, Tushimar says, well, if that's the case, then what's the chiddush? What's the Kiddush? Halacham asking about this is very interesting. This is fascinating. Halacham asking on Kigon Da'ailinhu Bitivlaihu. No, the case over here, this is quite fascinating. The case over here is the fig was brought in, but the fig was brought in or the produce was brought in a tevel state. Now, what does that mean? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi is just a little bit further down, still in the short lines. The Ivy Bitivlai, Lahi Te'in of Yerushalayim, they call Tua Mechitzos L'Maisa Sheni Ha'asid Litram Mimeno. So I will say this is quite riveting. The Gemara wants to suggest the following: that the case over here is where the fig was initially brought into Yerushalayim. Now, when it was brought into Yerushalayim, it was brought in as tevel. It was brought in as tevel. One wants to suggest that perhaps the way halacha views tithing is, we look at tithes that will be designated, even if they have not yet actively been designated. What does this mean? Now, when I bring a fig into Yerushalayim, the halacha recognizes that at some point in the future, part of this fig is going to be designated as Meiser Sheni. So we view that Meiser Sheni designation as existing already now at the time the fig was brought in, even though what? It was not actively designated. We view it as if it was designated, and therefore, halacha l'maisa, this is considered to be Meiser Sheni that was within the walls and then taken out. And therefore, again, in our case over here, if one was to subsequently eat this fig outside of Yerushalayim, there would actually be liability for the Meiser Sheni. Incredible. The Gemara says, "Bekasavar matnos shelo hormu kamisha hormu danyon." That even tithing designations that have not actively been designated are halachically viewed as if they were designated. So I just want to point out how profound this is. So what this means, just to understand what this means, is that halacha l'maisa, if you take we'll just use the fig because that's the Gemara's example. You take a fig, a tevel fig, into Yerushalayim, right? So now what the Gemara is suggesting over here is, since we know that you're going to have to separate out Meiser Sheni from that fig, even though you have not done so now, we view that fig as already having a Meiser Sheni designation, so that when you bring it into Yerushalayim, that Meiser Sheni has been within the walls of Yerushalayim. Therefore, if you take it back out, or when you take it back out, if you were to eat it, there would be biblical liability for that. Even though, again, at the time you brought the fig in, there was no active designation, but since there will be a designation, we view it as if the matana has actively been designated already. Fantastic. Mara says, 1 second, is that true? Does Rabbi Yossi really hold that way? After all, what about the following case? What about the following case? Vatanya. Rabbi Shimon ben Yehuda Omer, Mishum Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Shimon ben Yehuda says in Rabbi Yossi, here we go. Listen to this. So Beishan Beisilov do not argue in the following case. In other words, they agree in the following case of Peros Shalom Mingmeru Malachtan. Fruits that are not yet fully processed. The simplest example would be of this: unripened fruit. That's the easiest way to look at this. Unripened produce, or unripened grain, or just grain that has not, let's say, been what's it called? Husk. Okay, yeah, unprocessed, or whatever it is, right? Unprocessed, right? So whether it's produce, whether it's whatever it might be, it's not fully finished. So so watch this. Let's say I bring in unripened produce into Yerushalayim. Everyone agrees that when I bring that produce back out of Yerushalayim, what could I do? I can go ahead and redeem my Meiser Sheni onto money, and go ahead and bring the money to Yerushalayim. I both say, just use something. There's a different halacha Meiser Sheni. We actually saw this reference before as well. The look is like this. If I live out of Yerushalayim, and I have bought for a lot of produce, I have Meiser Sheni. What am I allowed to do? I can redeem the Meiser Sheni onto money, bring the money to Yerushalayim, use the money to buy food. However, if you bring produce to Yerushalayim, once that produce enters into the city, you are no longer allowed to redeem it onto money. That's the halacha. Well, actually, we're going to touch on that. Now, where the halacha is from in just a little bit. Talk on that in just a moment. But again, with the Gemara saying like this, everyone agrees if you bring in unprocessed produce into Yerushalayim, and then let's say take it out, you could still redeem the Meiser Sheni onto money. Now, what's the logic behind that? It makes a lot of sense. Why? Because since it's not fully processed, Since it's not complete, it's not subject to Meiser Sheni. So because it's not subject to Meiser Sheni, therefore again, there's no problem with you redeeming it even after you take it out. Listen to this. So what's the machlokes? Alman nechlaku. What's the machlokes about? Alperos shenigmara malachta b'avu Yerushalayim. Let's say you bring in fully processed produce into Yerushalayim. So now again, I'm bringing in a basket of fully processed produce. So now, what is the halacha? Shevei Shammai omrim yakser ma'aser sheni shel b'yochel Yerushalayim. So Shevei Shammai says that halacha l'maisa, right? The produce must, the ma'aser sheni must be consumed in Yerushalayim. Once that produce has been brought into Yerushalayim, you cannot take the ma'aser sheni out and consume it anywhere else. So Beis Hillel says, Yifteh v'yochal b'chol makom. Beis Hillel says, no, not true. Since the ma'aser sheni wasn't actively designated, therefore, halacha l'maisa, you can remove the produce from Yerushalayim, still redeem the produce onto money, bring the money to Yerushalayim afterwards. So I say, now, what's the machlokes over here? So the Pashtus, what it sounds like is as follows. Beis Shammai holds, matanos shalom hormu can be shuvrim danyan. Beis Shammai holds that when you bring in fully processed produce into Yerushalayim, we view those tithes as actively being designated. Now remember again, the only tithe entry into Yerushalayim matters for is what? Is Ma'aser Sheni, right? That's the only one that it really matters for. According to Beis Shammai, when you bring fully processed produce into Yerushalayim, we view the Ma'aser Sheni as if it has been designated. Because it's been designated, it's been within the Choma. Once it's been within the Choma, there's two things that happen. Number one, there's a biblical prohibition to consume it outside of Yerushalayim, and you are no longer allowed to redeem that Ma'aser Sheni onto money. But Beis Hillel disagrees with this. Beis Hillel says no. Beis Hillel says not true. Ma'aser Sheni is only designated when Ma'aser Sheni is designated, right? There's no such thing as Ma'aser Sheni being designated until there has been an active designation of a Ma'aser Sheni portion within the produce itself. Incredible. These are like matan shalom hormu kibi shuvrim damyon. And if you think it's true that everyone agrees that Ma'aser Sheni designation is as if it's been made, even though it has not been actively designated. The Gemara says, mechitzos. So again, the mechitzos, the walls of Yerushalayim absorb this produce. If that's the case, how does Beis Hillel allow for the subsequent redemption of that Ma'aser Sheni onto money? Rabbi says, no. Mechitza le'achol da'araisa, mechitza liklot drabanan. So this is very interesting actually. So Rabbi says really there's two different halachas going on over here. There's a halacha that once produce enters into Yerushalayim, so Ma'aser Sheni can no longer be consumed outside of Yerushalayim. That is a din daraisa. That's a din daraisa. The idea that once Ma'aser Sheni comes into Yerushalayim, it can no longer be redeemed onto money, that's a din d'Rabbanan. Fascinating. That's a din d'Rabbanan. Okay, and therefore again, Rabbi wants to be mechalek ultimately again between those two separate halachas. The Gemara says he goes to Rabbanon, and when other Rabbanon goes there, so the Gemara says ki isa ve'ine, only when halacha l'maisa the Ma'aser Sheni itself is actively designated. However, the Gemara says ki isa ve'ine. The he goes to Rabbanon ki isa ve'ine. The tiblei lo goes Rabbanon. However, again, when the produce itself is still tavel, ultimately again the Rabbanon not goes with that, and that's how you can explain Beis Hillel's position. So Beis Hillel was agreeing. Beis Hillel could technically agree that even matanos shalom hormu kamisha hormu damyon, that even though you have not yet actively separated, Ma'aser Sheni is as if it's been separated, and therefore once that produce enters into Yerushalayim, you can no longer consume that Ma'aser Sheni outside of Yerushalayim, but you are still allowed to redeem it onto money. Why? Because the concept that being within the Homa prevents redemption, that's the Rabbanan. And the Rabbanan only goes around that in a case where the Ma'aser Sheni itself is extant. But if the Ma'aser Sheni has not been designated, then the rabbinic prohibition or the rabbinic obligation does not apply. Fascinating. So my Ravina is if Rabbi Gon did not get laid the kanya. So it's interesting. Ravina says, no, what's the case? The case over here is around carrying my Ma'aser Sheni. And how am I carrying it? What says yesterday's daf? How am I carrying it? On a stick like they have, like cartoons, like they used to, right? So you have like a stick, and you have like a little packle tied on the end of the stick, right? And what happens? Remember again, I walk into Yerushalayim, and again, but my packle is outside of Yerushalayim. My packle is outside of Yerushalayim. So Moshe says, remember the Gemara says, Ravina says, what's the halacha in that case? The halacha is since your person entered into Yerushalayim is considered to be as if what? As if your Ma'aser Sheni entered into Yerushalayim as well. Okay, fascinating. The Gemara says, by the way, once we do that, the tifshot bayid Rav Papa. This will answer the question of Rav Papa, because Rav Papa Mamish had this exact question, right? What happens if the person enters into Yerushalayim, but the packle that he's holding ultimately again remains outside of Yerushalayim? So now we see what's the halacha. When you enter Yerushalayim, your packle enters Yerushalayim with you as well. Absolutely incredible. So we'll say, by the way, just to appreciate what beautiful, like, just metaphorical significance that has. Right? In general, as we go through life, all of us carry a packle, right? We all have a lot of stuff that or some of us have a lot of it. You know, everyone in life carries baggage. Some people just have a carry-on. Some people have to hire a porter, you know, with those big things, like to schlep all the stuff. But we all have it. But the interesting part about people and their baggage is that we often try not to deal with it. Right? We often try not to deal with it. You know, the imagery of kind of carrying your packle, you know, not in your arms, but on a stick extended behind you. I think often is metaphorical for people not really wanting to have to deal with the baggage. So I keep it a little bit at a distance. So I say, what's beautiful over here? What does the Gemara seem to resolve? The Gemara says, you know, once the whole shaila is, if you enter into Yerushalayim and your body's in Yerushalayim, does your packle come with you? Does your packle come with you? So now it seems to be that halacha l'maisa, the Gemara suggesting that once your person enters into Yerushalayim, your packle comes with you as well. Which also gives us, I think, beautiful anticipatory excitement for the future. The day will come when we will all enter Yerushalayim. The day will come. The day will come. And what's the most beautiful part about Mashiach? What's the most beautiful part about entering Yerushalayim? Is that Mashiach doesn't just take care of your body. Ula doesn't just take care of your ghost. But in Eretz Hashem, all the baggage comes with you also. And whatever the baggage there is, whatever difficulties there are, whatever challenges there are as well, once you enter into Yerushalayim and Eretz Hashem, all of the paklach come along with you. And just as you are uplifted upon entering into Yerushalayim, all of that baggage gets dealt with as well. Another reason to daven to Mashiach, another reason to yearn for Geula. So let's get back to the halacha. So how do we pass it over here? Because this is big stuff. Right? So first of all, in general, do we accept this precept about Ma'aser Sheni? So first of all, the Rambam Paskins in Ilchos Ma'aser Sheni, Perek Beis halacha Vav. So the Rambam says very interesting. He says, "Ein Elokim min haTorah ad sheyochlenu ad shenichnas." I'm sorry. So it says, first of all, this is how we pass him. We pass in halacha l'maisa. There is no biblical prohibition for Ma'aser Sheni consumption, unless, of course, Ma'aser Sheni came into Yerushalayim first and was then removed. So this, I'll tell you the truth, like this undoes everything we've known in Shas up until this point. We always thought that the way it works in Ma'aser Sheni, I'm a farmer, I designated Ma'aser Sheni, I have one of two choices. Bring the produce to Yerushalayim, redeem it onto money, bring the money to Yerushalayim, spend it on food. But if I eat that produce outside of Yerushalayim, that is an Issur D'Oraisa. That is false. That is false. The way passing is that halacha l'maisa, again, there is only biblical prohibition if the Ma'aser Sheni was brought in and then ultimately taken out. Now, there's an Issur D'Rabbanan to consume Ma'aser Sheni outside of Yerushalayim, even if it has never come within the walls. So that's halacha l'maisa number one. So halacha l'maisa number one. What about matro shelo hormuz kamisho hormuz danyon? So ultimately, again, the Rambam Paskins is where it says Ma'aser Sheni shenichnas Yerushalayim. I think the shot ma'asal tzim l'shem shvar kaltov mechitzos. The parents are called mekaseh Ma'aser Sheni. Overall, shiatza b'shkali yatzur Yerushalayim uklitas mechitzos. So we'll say, the way we pass the halacha l'maisa, also the Rambam says, absorb Ma'aser. So therefore, again, once you bring in Ma'aser Sheni to Yerushalayim, you are no longer, let's say you bring in produce, you are no longer allowed to redeem that produce onto money. That is, we paskin that way, but that is a din d'Rabbanan, mid-d'Oraisa, you're still permitted to redeem it onto money. Okay, it's incredible. All right, so we'll say brand new sugya, and this is a fantastic sugya, l'maisa sugya. But here we go. HaKoreach karka b'rosho, Mishnah. Person creates, literally again, a bald spot on his head. Now, why is someone doing this? So Rashi points out over here, second wide line in Rashi, Koreach karka b'rosho al hames. Now, remember again, the Torah, we're going to see there are two prohibitions for this. One for Zorim, non-Kohanim, one for Kohanim. The idea of lo yikrichu karcha I'm not making a bald spot on the head. This was a morning practice. People would go out and lacerate themselves, pull out hair from their head out of a morning practice. So again, and that's very important because the biblical prohibition only occurs if one does this in the context of mourning. So again, one who creates a bald spot in his head, pulls out his hair over mourning for the dead. Shaving off your payas. Shaving off your payas. So this literally again, the way that it's framed is rounding off the corners of your head. Or one who destroys literally again the corners of his beard. We're going to see, well, this refers to shaving with a razor. Now again, I want to point out over here, these are different prohibitions. Korech Karka Barosho was dafka a morning practice. Right? Shaving off your payas, makif ta'as rosho, going ahead and rounding off the corners of your head, that has nothing to do with mourning. Nothing to do with mourning. Okay? Or mashches pa'as akano, destroying the corners of your beard, also nothing to do with mourning. This is back now to morning practices, or one who lacerates himself as a display of mourning for the dead. Chayiv. Ultimately, again, one is chayiv for this. Sarat svita achas al chamisha mesim. Oh, chamish svitos al meisachra. This is very interesting. So let's say a person went ahead and lacerated himself. One laceration over 5 people who died. Or 5 lacerations over 1 person who died. What's the halacha? Chayiv akalachas v'achas. One is chayiv for every laceration. Again, more about that in the Gemara. Al rosh shtayim achas mikan v'achas mikan. In general, for rounding out the corners of your head, there's 2 pockets of liability. Rashi points out over here the head essentially is divided into 2, right? So essentially, and again, we'll get into this more specifically. It's talking about shaving off of the payas. So there's 2 distinct prohibitions, one for each payah, one for each corner of the head. Ala zakan, for the beard, shtayim mikan mikan v'achas milunat. As we will see, we'll see all of this on the beard. There's essentially 5 areas of liability. One is by the temple, right? So with 2 temples on each side. The other is by the jawbone, where the jawbone protrudes, and so that's 2, 4, and then the 5th is the chin. So again, those are the areas where if one quote unquote destroys the hair on those areas, there is biblical prohibition. Rabbi Eliezer Omer, so the Lazar says, we'll see this in Gemara, if somehow you were to go ahead and, let's say, destroy the hair all 5 places at once, you'd only be chayiv once. And this prohibition of destroying the hair, whether it's the payas, right, or ultimately again on the beard, is with a razor. Rabbi Eliezer Omer, so Rabbi Eliezer says, even if you went ahead and you cut off the hair with like some type of planing instrument, right, so that you would use to plane down wood, which sounds excessively painful, right? But if you were to do that, right, with that type of instrument, halacha l'maisa, that would be the biblical prohibition as well. Incredible. All right, Rabbi says that's the Mishnah. There's certainly a lot to unpack over here. So Gemara, Tanabana, lo yikirchu karcha. So the Torah says you shall not go ahead. Rabbi says, just let me point this out to you. There's 2 psukim over here. The pasuk that the Gemara is quoting is a pasuk by Kohanim. Lo yikirchu karcha berosham. Do not make a bald spot on your head. Do not go ahead and shave the corners of your beard. And do not make a laceration on your body. That's by Kohanim. Now, what's the pasuk by Gans Klal Yisrael? This Hashem now talking to the rest of the nation. You are children to Hashem your God. So again, we'll see what lo tisgodedu means. But ultimately, again, do not make a bald spot between your eyes over the dead. So same prohibition mentioned by Yisrael and by Kohanim. So now here we go. It says now the pasuk by Kohanim says, do not make a bald spot. So the Gemara says, I'm not that even if you make 4 or 5 bald spots, you only chayav once. You chayav once. Tabalomar karcha. Therefore, the pasuk says karcha on the singular to teach you what? L'chayiv al kol karcha v'karcha. Every bald spot that you make out of mourning for the dead ultimately generates liability. Rothschild on your head. Why does it have to say Rothschild? since the pasuk is lo tiskodu, and do not go ahead and make a bald spot between your eyes for the dead. I might have to do there's only liability if I literally do it between my eyes. Gemara says, Minayim the Rabos kolarosh. How do I know that there's liability for creating this bald spot anywhere on the head? Tamalomar Barosh Sham. Therefore, the pasuk says on their head, the Rabos kolarosh. Anywhere on the head, there's liability. I be'eni ela b'kohanim. Shariba coin, Shariba bahen akasim misasiros. Now again, I only know that it's by kohanim because I would maybe kohanim again in general have a lot of additional mitzvahs. That's why there's liability. Which the Gemara says Yisrael minan. How do I know about Yisrael? Nemar kan karcha, nemar la'alon karcha. It says karcha over here, it says karcha over there. Ma la'alon chayiv al kol karcha lekarcha. Just like over there, it's just like over there. You're chayiv on every bald spot. The chayiv al alosh can be geminayinai. I mean, a chayiv on the head, just like by between the eyes. Afkan chayiv al kol karcha lekarcha, but chayiv al alosh can be geminayinai. Beautiful. Okay. And I will say, as we said before, the interesting idea about a karka, about creating a bald spot, is the biblical prohibition is only if it's associated with the morning practice. Incredible. So the Gemara says, "Hani daled behekri chosekidam." So for good, so that's what I have. So first of all, essentially we're making zir shava between the pasuk by the Kohen and the pasuk by Yisrael, and we comes out with two halachos. Number one, what is obligated for pulling out hair anywhere on the head? Anywhere on the head. It's we'll say, Beinainaim, obviously, once you're talking about they'll pull out like eyebrows. They pull out eyebrows, ultimately, again, also as a display of mourning. So I'm chayiv for causing a karcha anywhere on the head. But again, and every karcha is its own biblical prohibition. And but there's only liability if it's done in morning practice for the dead. Okay, so now the Gemara says, Hani dal behekri chosechidam. So let's remember again, the Mishnah brought down an interesting case, right? The Mishnah made a case ultimately again that if a person goes ahead and does 4 or 5 pichos, right? Goes ahead and does 5 bald spots at once, you could only be chayiv. You could technically be chayiv once. So what's the case over here? What's the case of 4 or 5 bald spots? So if again I'm making 4 or 5 bald spots successively, right, and each of them has their own hasra, then pshita, then obviously there's going to be individual liability for each of those. Ella, listen to this. Rabbi say, what we're looking for the case is 4 or 5 bald spots for which there would be individual liability. So what's the case? What's the case? If you're talking about, I do bald spot 1, right? Hasra, bald spot 1. Hasra, bald spot 2. So obviously there's going to be individuated liability for those things. So again, if halacha l'maisa, if it's 1 hasra, right? 1 hasra, and then I make 4 or 5 bald spots, I should only be chayiv once. Why? The Gemara compares to an interesting case. Would you be chayiv individually? But now we know listen to this. Nazir shahaya shose yayin kolayom. Sometimes when you fall big, right? So the Nazir, he's not just making a l'chaim, like he's all in, right? So he's drinking wine the entire day. So let's say, so what's the halacha? Eino chayiv ela achos. He's only going to be chayiv once. So the Gemara says, however, amulo al tishta, but if they kept giving him individual hasras before every cup, Nazir, don't drink this, Nazir, don't drink this, it'll be chayiv once. So we'll say, what do you see from here? 1 hasra before multiple repeated acts only yields 1 liability. Multiple hasras before multiple acts yield individual liability. So what's the case of 4 or 5 bald spots? So the Gemara says, listen to this. This is fascinating. We'll say, what's the case? The case where the guy took nasha. Rashi points out over here, nasha, perush, sam shemishir es hasear, vasach mimenu eno tzomeach sear begufo. So what happens? The case over here is he takes a cream, a hair removal cream. He puts hair removal cream on 5 fingers. And what does he do? He applies the 5 fingers to his head all at once. So 5 individual acts, but done simultaneously. This could be a case for halacha l'maisa. There could be 5 individual liabilities. The hadile hasra l'chol chad v'chad. Ultimately, again, the hasra, if you count for each and every act, take a look at Rashi. Rashi says, no, sin of the lasakos, almost right across, so sin of the lasakos, behema komos. So again, we'll call, right, the guy takes the cream on 5 fingers, puts the cream on his head, or puts his fingers on his head at once. And there's one hasra over here. So it's very interesting. So essentially, over here, that one hasra that he's given before the 5 acts, that one hasra devolves upon each of the acts because they are 5 separate bald spots. So one hasra working to devolve upon 5 individual acts, yielding 5 individual instances of liability. Riveting. Okay. By the way, the Kama Shir Karcha, how much is a bald spot? Rafuna Amar, Kedeshira Mirosho. Rafuna says you pull out enough hair that you can see the scalp. Okay? Rabbi Yochanan Mishum, Rabbi Lazar, Rabbi Shimon, Kigris. Size of a gris. Okay, which I will say is the size of a small lentil. Ketanoi, Kamashik Gris. Achirim, others say, Kedeshira Mirosho. Okay, so let's say some Mara suggests Machlokes Tanoim. Some say it's a gris, some say it's enough to see the scalp. Amr Yehuda, Bar Chadiva, Pligi Bot Plus Tanoi. Machlokes Tanoim. How do work a gris? One says the size of this small lentil. The Chat, Omer Kedeshira Mirosho. Other says this to be able to see the scalp. The Chat, Omer Kishtei Sa'aros. And one says like 2 hairs. 2 hairs, that's a bald spot. And one removes, says, no, there's no position that says 2 hairs, and instead inserts in there the size of a lentil. This simanach, and we remember this is Baharis Kigris, Alright, so I'll say, so this is a way to remember it through the laws of Saras. I don't know, I've never met anyone that used a mnemonic from Saras to remember anything. Okay, but I guess by the time of the Gemara it's worked. Right? A baharas, which is a problematic discoloration, is the size of the gris, and a michya, which is a healed burn, which is not tameis kadash. Okay, so as I said, the idea of it is machlokas. How much is a bald spot? Fundamental machlokas. So Tana, hanota. So what says is very interesting. Hanota mali piazog b'Shabbos chayiv. Interesting. We'll say halacha l'maisa. If you go ahead and you remove a scissors worth of hair on Shabbos, you are chayiv. Now, what are you chayiv for? You're chayiv for gozes. Right? One of the 39 malachos is gozes. Gozes means shearing. Shearing is the act of removing any type of hair from the place where it grows. So, of course, the paradigmatic example of this was the removal of wool from the sheep in order to create yirios, the curtains of the Mishkan. Right? But again, the application of this could be a person pulling out hair from his head on Shabbos. So, halacha again. Now, technically, if you were to pluck out hair, that would not be a din dorais, that would be a dirabana, right? Because the way that hair removal gozes would have been done with a cleave, with a utensil. Okay, so then the Gemara says, Tana, if you remove a scissors worth of hair on Shabbos, that is biblical liability. How much is a scissors worth? 2 hairs. But we learned elsewhere that for a bald spot is 2 hairs. You're right. The amos, say just like by Shabbos, the shear of prohibition is 2 hairs. So too again for a bald spot, for karcha, it's 2 hairs as well. That supports this. If one removes a scissors worth of hair on Shabbos, you're chayiv. How much is a scissors worth? Shtayim. We'll say good. So you move 2 scissors worth of hair, it's liable for that. Rabbi Lezer, this is very interesting. Rabbi Lezer says even the removal of 1 hair. They will say that's pretty wild, right? Now again, what's the concept of removal of 2 hairs? Remember, for Hilchos Shabbos, in order to be in violation of a malacha, you have to do something of substance. As is something substantive. So like, at least the most basic unit of substantive kite has to be reached. So again, therefore the first opinion says 2 hairs. Rabbi Loza says even 1 hair. Let's listen to this. Now, normally the Chum will say, no, the only thing Chayiv on Shabbos is if you remove 2 hairs, with one exception. If a person is deaf for removing white hairs, right? So if you're removing white hairs, even the removal of 1 white hair will be a malacha because that is a significant act. Now we'll say now, why is that? Because remember again, That's called Orachas Machshavas. Normally, the removal of one hair is insignificant. But again, when one is actively weeding out white hairs, then again, even the removal of one hair is considered to be a significant act, and therefore there would be Shabbos liability for that as well. The Gemara says, by the way, the davar za'afilu b'chol aser. For a man, removing of white hairs is going to be biblically prohibited even during the week. Why? Mishum shneimar lo yilbash gever simlas isha. Because the pasuk says a man is not permitted to wear a woman's clothing. Now, this prohibition of cross-dressing, right, this prohibition of wearing women's clothing, doesn't just refer to clothing, but refers to the fact that a man is not permitted to engage in any practice that is uniquely feminine. This would refer to, let's say, shaving hair on certain parts of the body that men don't normally do, that women might do, right? Or, for that matter, pulling out white hairs, which is considered to be an act that women do or men do, or by extension, by the way, coloring hair. Right, coloring hair, which is a practice, a feminine practice. Again, an interesting discussion in the postskin about whether or not there's a biblical prohibition for men to engage in that as well. Different discussion, but the point over here, the Gemara seems to clearly say that halacha l'maisa, removal of a white hair, is a feminine practice, and therefore, again, a man cannot do it. So, interestingly enough, on Shabbos, Shabbos is going to be prohibited because halacha l'maisa, the removal of one white hair, in other words, is significant. But even during the week, it will be prohibited ultimately als simlas isha. I can say, shkoyach. Should I milestone finish in the parak? Shech is a new parak minutes more tomorrow. Excellent. A lot of good halacha ahead of us as well. All right, so have a wonderful day. Good chodesh, everyone. Okay. All right. Good morning, everybody. Today's daf is Daf Yates. The sponsorships for today, we have our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tilson Family of his first for Am Yisrael. The Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Nisan. Paul Pollock in celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy and his granddaughter Tikva Esther Pollock of West Orange. And the birth of a grandson to Ida and Jeremiah Pollock of Indianapolis, Indiana. We have an anonymous sponsor in the Splits of Simchos for all our children and for Nisan to be the month of Geula Shlema for Kleisro. And Avram Cheney Kelman in memory of Avram's mother, Sarah Brian Abbas Yeshua Heschel. The yard site is on the 29th of Nisan. So Shema should have an Aliyah. There are other sponsors I missed. I apologize. I don't know if there are daily sponsorships, but we'll put in the notes if I missed anything. Okay, so we're going to pick up the last line of Yud Ches Amud Beis. Where we left off? Somewhat? Okay. Close enough. We got it from the top? All right. So the Gemara says, Amar of Ad, Amar of the Yitzchak. So we were talking about before that for a zar, for non-Kohen eating bikurim, we have chiyuvus v'yeshamayim. So we said, when is the point where a non-Kohen who eats bikurim will become chayav? We say it has to be only once the bikurim have already gone into past the threshold, and therefore they have this kedusha, and only afterwards do they. Would someone who eats with a non-Kohen who eats it have a chiyuv misa? So you say, and where do we know that? Ramki Yatan and Titania. Those are Omer. Bikurim mitzasam b'chutz mitzasam b'fnim. Let's say you have bikurim that are they're being carried, they're partially over the threshold and partially still outside the threshold. The shebachutz, those parts of the bikurim that are still outside, and kufulim, they're treated like chulin. And the first you understand, it's not actually chulin. There still would be an isser, but it doesn't have the chiyuv misa, so they're still considered chulin from that perspective. The shebefnim and those that have already crossed the threshold, they already are now treated like hegdish. So we see here that depending on once the fruits cross the threshold, would they have the full isser, and therefore we understand that you only want the shiur pnei. Okay. Now we go back to something we've been discussing over the past couple of days. Is when there are two parts or two main components of when we bring the bikurim, is first need to be brought and placed on the side of the mizbeach, and they're also a series of psukim that need to be read with the with the mitzvah of Bikurim. So Rav Sheshes comes along and he says, Bikurim, hanacha ma'akev, what is ma'akev, what is essential to the mitzvah of Bikurim would be to go and place them next to the mizbeach. However, the reading of psukim, it's something that you're supposed to do as part of the mitzvah, but if it's not done, it doesn't invalidate all of the Bikurim. Fine. So come on, who is this a bay like? So we bring a brisa that supports this view. Rabbi Yossi Omer, so the brisa talks about Rabbi Yossi brings down three different memras with three different elders from three different zakenim. And Rashi points out it's a longer brisa. We're not going to quote all of them. We're only going to quote, which I think is actually the third memra that is relevant to our discussion here, which is in the name of Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Shmuel Omer. I might have thought that nowadays when we don't have a Beis Hamikdash, that still the Meiser Sheni can be brought inside of the walls of Yerushalayim and still be eaten, even though there's no Beis Hamikdash. Maybe the din of Meiser Sheni would still exist, and we'd still be able to bring it into Yerushalayim and eat it. That would be the Havamid. The din would say, so we say no. We have a Lima that teaches otherwise. The Chor Tanava Asmakam. We make a connection, make a hakesh. Their mitzvah of Bechor requires bringing it to a certain place. For Bechor, it's different, it has to be right actually inside of the Beis Hamikdash. And Meiser Sheni also has a designated place that it has to be brought, which is namely inside Yerushalayim. And since they both have this idea, this halacha, that they have to be brought to a specific place to be eaten, to make the connection. So we say, what? Ma Bechor Eino Ela B'fnei Habayis. It's just like the mitzvah of Bechor is only going to be noheg when the Beis Hamikdash is standing. So to Meiser Sheni, we're only going to be noheg it when the Beis Hamikdash is around. And at this point, the Rabbi Yishmael is taking for granted that we know we understand for sure that with the mitzvah of Bechor, you have to have a Beis Hamikdash. Gemara is later on going to question that or ask where that source is. But for now, the assumption is we know that Bechor only is noheg when the Beis Hamikdash is, and we're going to learn from Bechor to Meiser Sheni that it's also only going to be noheg when the Beis Hamikdash is standing. So, but now the Gemara asks, or Bryce continues to bring down, well, we can't necessarily learn straight Bechor to Meiser Sheni because there's a difference. Mala Bechor, shekain ta'on matan damim ve'emurin l'gavim mizbeach. So Bechor has something that is a stringency, right? That the Bechor can only be brought when you have, a Bechor requires sprinkling the blood on the Mizbeach and take the Emurim and be makriv them on the Mizbeach. So we see that Bechor has a stringency that Meiser Sheni doesn't have, and therefore we can't learn that just because Bechor requires the Beis Hamikdash to be built in order to bring it, that Meiser Sheni has the same din. So we say, no, Bikurim Yachishu. Well, okay, fine, we can't learn it from Bechor, but Bikurim will disprove it, because Bikurim do not report, they don't have blood applications, obviously, in the Bikurim, and there isn't a requirement to burn anything on the Mizbeach. So we see the Bikurim will prove that just like Bikurim would only be brought when there is a Beis Hamikdash, so too, Meiser Sheni. So the Gemara says, no, Mala Bikurim, she gave to Unen Hanacha. But Bikurim have a stringency of their own, that what do they need? They need to be placed next to the Mizbeach. We'll see, we already see where the proof is coming from, but we'll continue to quote a little bit before we get back there. The Talmud Lower instead, so how do we learn out then the din of Meiser Sheni that is only noheg when the Beis Hamikdash is standing? Because we say the Pasuk says the and what is the list of what you can eat only in front of the Beis Hamikdash? So we see that both Meiser Sheni and Bechor are included in the pasuk, and once the pasuk links them together, we can't then use the same questions, the same paragraph that we had before, because the pasuk is showing us that there's a linkage. So we have more leeway in terms of connecting them for their halachos, even if there are certain differences, because the pasuk now put them together. So this is what we ended up learning from the Hekesh, that the pasuk connects them, and therefore, just like Bechor requires Beis Hamikdash to be standing, so too Meiser Sheni requires the Beis Hamikdash to be standing. Makish Maisa with before. Okay. Now we go to that's the part we spoke from Bryce. Now we come with our proof because we brought this originally to teach us that the din of Rav Sheshes, that Hanacha, right? That Bikum Hanacha Makamas, right? We were talking about Meiser Sheni and Bechor, but really we brought it down for proof from Bikurim, or to bring a proof to Bikurim, right? Rav Sheshes told us that Bikurim, the Hanacha, the placing next to the Mizbeach is Ma'aki, that's essential, but the Kriya of the Psukim is not essential. And so what's the proof? So the Isa, if it was the case that not only is placing the Bikurim essential, but also reading the Psukim, then when we brought down in the middle of our Shakla V'Tarya, when we brought down, we tried to bring Bikurim in as a proof, and we said, oh, Bikurim is different because the Hanacha is required, Hanacha next to his bath. So then Isa, if not only the Hanacha is essential, but also the Kriya is essential, and Lifrach Mal Bikurim, she can't do any Kriya V'Hanacha. Then it should have said, what's the difference with Bikurim? Bikurim require placing them next to the staff and reading the Psukim. The fact that the Brisa only brought down that it was Hanacha, that is something that's differentiating by Bikurim, shows that the Hanacha is the only thing that's essential. Rashi says, no, that's not a good proof. Why? Even according to both opinions, right? Even according to the opinion of Rav Sheshes, that Kriya is not ma'akid by Bikurim, he still holds that there's a mitzvah of Kriya of the Psukim. He doesn't hold that that's not part of the mitzvah. It's just that it's not an essential part that's ma'akid the full mitzvah of Bikurim. So he said, Rani the ikuva leka mitzvah mileka. So there still would be a mitzvah according to all opinions, Velema, and then the Brisa should have said mitzvah. It should have said, what's the difference with Bikurim? Bikurim, there is an essential issue of Hanacha and a mitzvah of Kriya, and both of those should have been mentioned. So the fact that it didn't mention the Kriya of the Psukim at all shows that there's some other reason why the Kriya of the Psukim is not brought down in the Brisa, and not because they're not essential. So we just like the proof. So Rashi then just explains to us why did the Brisa not bring down anything about the Kriya of the Psukim by Bikurim. It says the Ika Bikuria Ger, because while the Hanacha placing down the Bikurim is uniform and consistent according to anyone who's bringing Bikurim, when in certain circumstances there is no mitzvah of Kriya of Psukim by Bikurim. What's that case? The case of Bikurim that are brought by a Ger. Why? One of the Psukim that need to be said with bringing the Bikurim is Asher Nishba Hashem La'avoseinu, that Hashem promised to this land that Hashem promised to our fathers, and a Ger doesn't have that lineage that traces all the way back, and therefore Lo Matzi already can't say it. So Lo Matzi. So in that case, that's the reason why the Brisa didn't bring down the discussion of Kriya of Psukim, and only the discussion of Hanacha. Okay, so now we go back. So now we've deflected. Well, we've said it's not going to be a proof to Rav Sheshes' opinion, but now we're going to go back and break down a few parts of the Brisa that we brought. So if we look back, when the Brisa tried to bring a proof of why you may bring on Meiser Sheni that can only be brought when there is a Beis Hamikdash. So first we tried from Bechor successfully, then we tried from Bikurim unsuccessfully, and then we from the pasuk. So Gemara asks, what day we try to bring proof from A, and we get something. We say, okay, what about B? B disproves it. What's the next logical step that the Gemara usually brings down? Okay, let's try to bring A and B together, right? From a Tzad HaShavas. So the Gemara asks, why was it the next step to bring down and say, okay, we can't learn it straight from Bechor. We can't learn it straight from Bikurim. Let's learn it from Bechor and Bikurim together as a Tzad HaShavas. That wouldn't have worked, because even though they each had different stringencies, they each had some connection to the Mizbeach, whether having the blood or burning on the Mizbeach, or just placing next to the Mizbeach. Both of those had a connection to the Mizbeach, where Meiser Sheni doesn't have a specific connection to the Mizbeach, but just Yerushalayim as a whole. Right. Okay. And now, so now we're going to go back. So the question we had talked about originally was we had Rabbi Shmuel had assumed or taken for granted that everybody agrees, or it's obvious that to bring Bechor, you have to have a Beis Hamikdash. So now we ask, why is this so obvious to Rabbi Shmuel? What does he hold? Ikasavar kedusha rishona kitchel shaitz and kitchel asid lavo. If he holds that the original kedusha rishona, right in the Machlokes we have all throughout Shas, whether when the Beis Hamikdash was built and the Yerushalayim was originally sanctified, does that kedusha now last forever? Even though we don't have a Beis Hamikdash, the kedusha still remains. Or do we say that once the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, that kedusha ended, and we need a new Beis Hamikdash to read that kedusha Rishon? So therefore, the kedusha of Yerushalayim is still intact. So then, afilu b'chor nami. Then, in that case, if the kedusha is still intact, then the bringing of the b'chor should still be allowed because the kedusha is still there. So why not bring? Why are we saying that a b'chor cannot be brought unless it's a Beis Hamikdash if the kedusha still stands? Right? Why are we only worried about Meiser Sheni? We should have understood that b'chor definitely can be brought. Or but if we hold that the kedusha is no longer there, and therefore because the kedusha is no longer there, we had a question. Okay, so Meiser Sheni, does it need that kedusha, and therefore because the kedusha is not there anymore, we can't bring the Meiser Sheni, or maybe the Meiser Sheni doesn't require the kedusha of the mizbeach, and therefore it can still be brought. That was the question. That's why we weren't sure we needed this thing. But in that case, before nami tivai. Why don't we should ask the question? It shouldn't be obvious to us on before. Before should have the same question. That does before necessarily require the kedusha to be there, and therefore there's no kedusha, no before, or is before something that could still be brought even though there's no kedusha? Right? Why do we need a lima to teach us one way or another? Ravina says no. Olam kasavar kitchel shaitza v'lo kitchel. So no, really he holds that the kedusha is no longer there. And so why was it obvious to him that a before cannot be brought? Right, what we brought down is before everybody agrees it's obvious cannot be brought without the basic Mikdash. So you said we have a specific case here. How the before shenizrak damo kodem korban habayis v'char habayis v'adayim b'svarkayim. So a very specific case here where the before was brought, the blood was sprinkled, there was a mizbeach, there was a basic Mikdash, and then the destruction of the basic Mikdash happened in between the sprinkling of the blood and the eating of the animal and bringing the basar on the mizbeach. So therefore, now what do we have? We have a bechor whose blood was sprinkled on the mizbeach because the mizbeach was around, and now it's sitting there. There's no more mizbeach, but you have a bechor that needs to be eaten. What do we say? Umakshinan basar l'damo, where the hekesh from the basar of the bechor to the dam, just as the dam was sprinkled, not damo on the mizbeach. Once the dam was sprinkled on the mizbeach itself, apasar of the mizbeach. Now the basar requires mizbeach, and therefore it can't be eaten. So it's obvious in this particular case that you can't eat this before, because since the blood was sprinkled on the mizbeach, it now connects the entire animal to the mizbeach, and you can't eat it. So it was obvious to the before case, and then we were able to learn to the Meiser Sheni case. And then finally, Makish Meiser before. Once we know before can't be eaten, then we did the hekesh we had for our pasuk that before as well. That Meiser Sheni as well cannot be eaten without the mizbeach. So the Gemara asked on this limud, if he davar lamed behekesh chozer in the lamed behekesh. Once we have original limud from hekesh, in this case we said we will makish the dam to the basar of the bechor, and once we have the principle in kachim that you can make one limud, but you can't have a daisy chain of one limud and then a limud to another limud. And therefore, once we made the hekesh from dam to basar, how can we then go and make the hekesh of bechor to meiser? So the Gemara says no, it's meiser dagon kulani, right? The principle of not making a hekesh and a hekesh only is within kachim. So we agree that bechor is kachim, but meiser sheni is doing the tulin. So Meiser Sheni is chulin, and therefore we can make one hekesh and then another hekesh because we're making it one within kachim, then the next one within chulin. So we say Hani kalamandamar basar lama as needed. So this makes sense. I understand this answer based on the opinion who says we go by the source that is being learned to, right? In any hekesh, you have the source, and then there's the milamed and the lamed. So if you're talking about the secondary source, which in this case is Meiser Sheni, okay, then we only have kachim in one end, and we have chulin on the other end. However, el lamandam or basar min lamed azinin. But if we're saying that when we categorize the hekesh, we look at where the limud is coming from, well, then we have dam, which is kachim, basar of the horn, which is kachim. Those are the two, and then we have kachim and kachim. We shouldn't be able to do hekesh and another hekesh, and then we have this, then we still have that issue. So, Michael, remember what you say? I'd rather we say dam the basar chadamilsi. So, we have to say is that this principle, when we say hekesh to hekesh, applies when we're talking about two different things. So, let's say you would learn from before to another set of kachim, a totally different something within kachim, and then want to learn again. That's when we are not able to. But in this case, yes, we said it's a hekesh, basar, and dam, but they're both within the same animal. They're both a bechor. So we're not considering that like a separate entity. It's one, and then we're only making one hekesh from that full entity of the dam and the basar together, and we're making that limud to Meiser Sheni, and therefore it will be allowed. Okay. Now we're going back to analyze in the Gemara said, Kachay Kach, we give the Gemara continues to give a list of Tivei Malchus, and this will start with Kachay Kach. We're actually going to talk about the rest of that list was Meiser Sheni, but that Meiser Sheni, eating Meiser Sheni, you would get Malchus for. And the Gemara asks, we already learned this. We already had this in the earlier Mishnah about Meiser Sheni, which said Meiser Sheni the Hegdesh Shalonetu. If you have Meiser Sheni or Hegdesh that was not then you eat it, it's your Malchus. So why do we need to teach this law again? Why do we need to add Meiser Sheni to the list once more? There's two different cases we're talking about. Seifa, the Meiser Sheni Tahar, the Gabra Tahar. In the secondary, this case that we brought down in our latest Mishnah, we're talking about a case where we have Meiser Sheni that is fully tahar, a person that is fully tahar, and the gachos but you're eating it outside of the walls of Yerushalayim, and that's the instance that we're talking about here. But Rachel, the first instance we brought that Meiser Sheni, we're talking about Meiser Sheni Tameh the Gabra. I mean, that was talking about when we had a problem with the Meiser Sheni or with the individual. One of them was Tameh, the gachos be Yerushalayim, and that's a case where even if you're eating Meiser Sheni properly within the walls of Yerushalayim, you still have Isser Malchus because either the Meiser Sheni itself was Tameh or the person was Tameh. So even though we're both cases of Meiser Sheni, they're different cases. So what I ask, how do we know that Meiser Sheni would be Chayv Malchus in a case of Meiser Sheni where there's Tumah involved? Again, whether the Tumah is within the Meiser Sheni itself or the Tumah is with the Gabra. So telling you with Bryce with Shimon Omer, we have the lashon of the Vidu and Meiser. So when part of the Vidu and Meiser that it said, the person says, I didn't destroy it. In this case, destroying means eating. But I didn't do it while I was Tameh. And that's Bein Shani Tameh, Mutar, Bein Shani Tameh. Whether it's a case where the person was Tameh and the Meiser Sheni was Tahar, or the person was Tahar but the Meiser Sheni was Tameh. In both those cases, we see that there's Isser based on the Vidui, and therefore that's when we see the source of Meiser Sheni. That's when we see that there is an Isser on Meiser Sheni being eaten with Tumah. So then the Gemara asks the Heifa, that we see that it's in the lashon of the Vidu. Heifa Motar al Achila. How do we know? Where do we see the source where the Achila is? So the Gemara says, I don't know. I don't know where that source is. So the Gemara asks, what do we don't know? Tumas Haguf, adjectives. Tumas Haguf is written straight out. We have straight psukim that show us that if somebody is Tameh and they eat Meiser Sheni, that is Tahar, that they would be Chayav. What's pasuk? Nefesh asher sigabo, any person that touches serve a Tama ad Arav, you're Tameh until the evening, and you can't eat from it. So we see from the pasuk that we have, clear indication that if you have a person who is Tameh, they can't eat Meiser Sheni, which is Tahar. Ella Tumas Asma Minayin. Okay, fine. So that gives us the source for when the person is Tameh and the Meiser Sheni is Tahar. What about the opposite case, where the Meiser Sheni itself is Tameh, but the person is Tahar? So we have a pasuk that tells us, we see the pasuk talking about Meiser Sheni, you can't eat it. Omer, but then we have a different pasuk, the Sharecha Tocholenu Atame Ba'atar, where we specifically say that a Tamei and Torah person can eat together. So in that case, what's happening? If you have a Tamei and a Torah person eating together, what's going to happen? Inevitably, the meat's going to become Tamei, and then the Torah person is going to be eating Basar Tamei, and we see that is prohibited. However, lo suchal, but that is permitted. The Sharecha Tocholenu, you're allowed to eat it, but we juxtapose that with the case of Meiser, which says lo suchalechol b'sharecha, and therefore you see by Meiser it's not allowed, even though in other cases it is allowed to have a Tamei and a Torah person eating them together. The time of the Mishmal, afilu Tamei and Torah open the ka'ar achas, ve'in choshin, the kamar achmana, the kamar achmana heach Tamei b'shar, and called gabe tahar, awesome. Sorry. I said it outside. This is what I'm saying inside, which is the case that you're allowed to eat together. Awesome. But in our case, lo tzucha. Okay, fine. So now that we've discussed or brought up Ma'aser Sheni, we're going to talk about a couple of different halachos within Ma'aser Sheni. So we asked, how do we know that Ma'aser Sheni is allowed to be podeh? And this case is even inside Yerushalayim. Sorry, we're talking about specifically Ma'aser Sheni that is Tamei, that can be podeh inside Yerushalayim. So Minayim Ma'aser Sheni shenitma shepodeh so afilu b'Yerushalayim. And the Lomar kilo suchal say so says you're not allowed to bring it up, and say so really carry it. But what's the limit here? Ain't say so el achila. In this case, we're talking about say so being achila, being of it. Shenamar alisar masos me'ez badav. And therefore, we see that if you cannot have, since you cannot eat it, there's when are you allowed to usually podeh Ma'aser Sheni? When it's outside Yerushalayim. Why? Because you're not allowed to eat it there. You're in a place where it's not allowed to be eaten because you're outside the walls of Yerushalayim, and therefore we allow you to be podeh. So then, the limit here is that another case where you're allowed to be podeh is where there's a problem with eating it, so which is inside Yerushalayim when it's tamei. Since you're not allowed to eat it, it's as if it's connected to not being able to bring it up, and since it's not edible at this point because it's tamei, we allow you to be podeh. So that's the limud that even Ma'aser Sheni that is in Yerushalayim, which usually you're no longer allowed to be podeh. If it's tamei, you can be podeh. Now, Amar Bibi, Amar Basi, another halacha of Ma'aser Sheni. Minayim Ma'aser Sheni tahar. Okay, now we talk about Pidyon Ma'aser Sheni. What if you have Ma'aser Sheni and it's tahar? Good Ma'aser Sheni. If you're well outside Yerushalayim, no problem. You can always be podeh. That's straight from Sukkot. What about you are literally like one step away? You're right at threshold of Yerushalayim. Can you still be podeh at Ma'aser Sheni? She said, "Shenamar, we bring the same pasuk. Suchal, say so." Right? Because when are you allowed to be podeh Ma'aser Sheni? When you are unable to bring it up, eat it, right? Right. So we say, in this case, you're still outside. You're technically still outside Yerushalayim, and therefore you can be podeh. So you say, no, we just used this limud before to teach us of being podeh Ma'aser Sheni that's tamei, inside Yerushalayim. So in came, so we say, okay, you're right, but in came, what should the pasuk have said? Why use the word say so? Should it have said you're not allowed to eat it, right? Because once you're in Yerushalayim and you're allowed to eat it, you no longer can be podeh. As long as it's not yet subject to achila, you can be podeh. However, my say so. Why does the pasuk specifically say the word say so? It's there that we can use two limudim. So we use the lashon that could be carrying, could be eating, and we can learn both halachos from it. So why do we say, okay, so then let's say, all right, well, let's only learn this limud of achila. Okay, then if it's only about carrying it in, then it would just say you can't carry it. My say so, right? So the fact that we learn this halacha, the fact that the pasuk uses the lashon say so, which can be read either or, we're able to learn both halachas, both that you can podeh just outside Yerushalayim for tar Ma'aser Sheni, and you can be podeh inside Yerushalayim for tamei Ma'aser Sheni. Either one is acceptable for Pidyon. So, Yosef Chanina, Rosha, the Kohen Bailey, a Pisgah Yerushalayim out. So Chanina and Rosha were sitting and learning, and they asked, okay, what about if you're literally in the threshold of Yerushalayim. You're like you're through the entranceway of Yerushalayim, the mountain. So Pshita, it's a case if it's a case where you're like carrying it in front of you, you're carrying your Ma'aser in front of you, and therefore the Ma'aser is like has crossed the threshold, but you have not yet crossed the threshold. Then in that case, it's obvious that you can no longer be Koda because the Ma'aser has crossed the actual Ma'aser, even though you haven't, has crossed the threshold, and therefore it's no longer subject to fidget. What about the other case? What about let's say you crossed, but you're carrying it like in a sack on your back, or you have like a backpack of it, and you crossed over, so your body is inside the wall, but the Ma'aser Sheni is technically outside the wall, and then you stop there. Can you now still be Koda? You're inside, but the Ma'aser Sheni is outside. Now, what's okay? That's the question they're asking. So Tanu Saba is there in Shimon ben Yochai. The pasuk says, "Yirchak mimacha hamakom," that the place is far from you, Yerushalayim is far from you, mimulosecha, and therefore it has to be your completeness. So in this case, the fact that you've already brought yourself in, even though the Ma'aser is not, you drag the Ma'aser along with you, and therefore just once you cross the threshold, the Ma'aser Sheni also can no longer be Koda. Papa asks, the next step in this question: what if Nagile the Kanya? What if instead of being like on your person, you have like like a stick, let's say, or something holding it, and the Ma'aser is attached to a sack in the back. So you're holding it, but it's no right when it's like on your back. It's part of your person. It can be considered part of your person. But what if you now have like another level removed where you're holding a stick or something that's in, and then connected to that in the back as a Ma'aser Sheni? In that case, Teku. That can just say Teku. We don't have an answer. We don't know if in that case it's dragged along with the body or not. Here we go. Try to look further. Ma'aser Sheni, the Amos Echad Elav. So now we ask Ma'aser Sheni, when is somebody going to be chayav for eating Ma'aser Sheni outside of Yerushalayim? It's only once that Ma'aser Sheni is actually gone and been inside and then brought outside, that's when you have Sochiyat. My time out. L'fnei Hashem Elokecha tzorich lanu shana v'shana. Uksiv lo suchal le'achol b'sha'alecha. So we say first that you have to bring it in front of Yerushalayim, l'fnei Hashem Elokecha, and also lo suchal le'achol b'sha'alecha, but you're not allowed to eat it in your own area outside Yerushalayim. So kol echad dikarina bei l'fnei Hashem Elokecha tzorich lanu. Only once you can say it is risen to the level of then it learns back on not being able to eat it outside of Yerushalayim. But if you cannot yet say that it's l'fnei Hashem Elokecha, then you cannot say that. Then you can't yet say that you don't yet have the issur of eating it outside. So it's essentially the Ma'aser Sheni has to first become in a state where it's right lachil and it's that it crosses in, and then it comes back out, and then you have the issue eating. But before then, you wouldn't have it's really for the chiyuv malchus. You wouldn't have the chiyuv malchus for eating the Ma'aser Sheni. I think we'll stop here before we get things going to stop. We'll stop here. We'll get there tomorrow. So now we'll stop it. All right, Rothschild, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shirt today. Our annual commentary sponsor, Details Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Sherman drushos as a zechus for the Soros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Nisan, Paul Pollack, in celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy, his granddaughter Tikva Esther, and the birth of a grandson, Yosef Menachem. Anonymous sponsorship in the schools of Simchas for all of our children, and for Nisan to be the month of Geula Shlema for all of Klal Yisrael. And Avram Mishim, the Kelmanuri of Avram's mother, Sarah Reina Bas Yoshua Heschel, Zichron L'Racha. Of course, in Meretz Hashem, we should be zochem to see the release and the return of our hostages. In Meretz Hashem, the Shalom and the Karov. May our holy soul be successful b'chol a Maaseh Yideihem. So with that, let us be. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Some really exciting Gemara ahead of us today. Today's daf is Yud Zayin 17, and we are picking up in Eretz Hashem on Tes Zayin Amud Beis, pretty much like the middle of the daf, the two dots over there. Va'ochel nevelos treifas shkatzim v'ramos. So literally point the middle of the daf, pretty much right across from Tosas Risek. So the Gemara talks about the following situation. So the Gemara says as follows: remember again, Mishnah said that if you eat non-kosher items, nevelos treifas shkatzim v'ramos, and creepy, crawly things, insects, ultimately one will be chayiv malchus. I'm Rabbi Yehuda. Hayman the achol bein sodei karba malkinale mishum sheretz hashoretz ala aretz. Somebody eats that bein sodei karba actually says is tolas and then says bikruv, a cabbage worm. One goes there and eats a cabbage worm. Ultimately, again, they get malchus because of sheretz hashoretz ala aretz, for eating a creepy crawly thing that crawls on the earth. Okay, Vahu the achol bein sodei karba. The Gemara tells the story. There was a guy who ate a cabbage worm, and what happened to him? The Gemara says, "V'nagdei Rabbi Yehuda." Rabbi Yehuda flogged him. Okay, so just like a ma'aseh shahaya, kach haya, the halacha, and then ultimately again actually being put into practice. Rabbi says, "Alko putisa lo ka'arba." If you eat a putisa, Rashi says, "Bala sheretz hamayim." So putisa is some type of water insect. Water insect, it's a water creature. If you go ahead and you eat the putisa, then what is the halacha? Lo ka'arba. You get 4 sets of malchus. That actually says over here, why is that? Look at our book. So first of all, there are 2 lavim, there are 2 prohibitions that are associated, that are written regarding creepy, crawly things from the water. And then 2 lavim said about stam sheretz. So 2 lavim about sheretz hamayim, water shratzin, and then 2 general lavim. So 4 sets of malchus for this putisa. Better be worth it. Better be worth it. The word says right there. Nimala, what happens if one eats an ant? Look at Hamisha. One gets 5 sets of malchus. Why? So Mishum Sheretz Hashoretz Ala Aretz. Right? Ultimately, again, so Rashi points out over here, Nimala, Bala Nimala Chaya, Hoil Uberia Shlema Hi Achivasa B'choshu, Veloke Chamesh Lavin Aksuvim B'Sheretz Stam. So remember again, there's 5 different lavin. There are 2 lavin that are written in association with general shratzim, and then ultimately 3 lavin that are written regarding sheretz haaretz, sheretz that crawls on the ground. And let's remember again, what's the chiddush over here? Now it's not a chiddush. What's the unique thing over here? An amala, an ant, is obviously very small, right? It's not a kizayis. Remember again, what the Mishnah introduced us to is this concept of beria. This concept ultimately again that halacha l'maisa, even if you eat something that is a fully intact living entity, even if it is less than a kizayis, there is still liability. And by the way, you begin to see not only is there liability, but halacha l'maisa again 5-fold liability for the consumption of an ant. Okay, the Gemara goes like that. Sira is important. Lo keshesh. So you get 5 malchus, 6 malchus. Everything we mentioned plus mishum sheretz ha'ol. There's another law that has to do with sheretz ha'ol, flying shvatzim. Okay, I'm Rabbi Yehuda. I'm Rabbi Achai. So let's have mashe in a kabbalah. If one has to go to the bathroom and one holds back from going to the bathroom, over mishum bal tishatsu. Now, by the way, why is this coming up over here? Because once we're talking about shvatzim and eating disgusting things and sheretz ha'ol, about them engaging in disgusting practices, Simra also brings this up. So a person has to go to the bathroom and abstains, holds themselves back. They're in violation of below tishatsu. Do not make yourself disgusting. I'm Rabbi Rabbi. Rabbi Rabbi. Haima, if we have time to come back to the halacha. Rabbi Rabbi. Haima, the shasi b'karna do'omnot. If a person drinks out of the bloodletter's tube, Rashi says over here, karna do'omnot. So the way they go ahead and do bloodletting is they insert a tube into the patient's arm, right, and then they begin to suck, right. So again, pulls out the blood. If you drink water out of that tube, that's considered to be a disgusting practice, and therefore one is over on Baal Teshatzu. So you see something interesting, that although technically speaking, the prohibition of Baal Teshatzu has to do with the consumption of shkatzim v'ramos, right? It has to do with the consumption of insects, right? Of insects, right? That's the lashon over here, by the way. Lashon over here. V'higdaltem ben habehema hator lebehema latmea ben ha'of hator latar v'lo tishak tzves nafsho seichad. This is really not to shak, do not make yourself disgusting. It's really a prohibition that is associated with kashrus, right? With kashrus. Ultimately, again, not going ahead and right? Not going ahead and eating things that are not appropriate for you. The Gemara expands the scope of this prohibition to say you're also not allowed to engage in practices which make yourself disgusting as well. So holding back from going to the bathroom, drinking out of the bloodletters too. The Gemara is like, so this is an interesting case over here. Let's say you took 9 ants, you smashed them up, you mushed them up, and then you bring another live ant, and that creates a kezias of ants. So what's the halacha? Look at vav. You get 6 sets of mouths. Now, before we go on with this, Rashi points out that what's going on over the Risek. Look at Rashi. Risek, mi'ech b'kiseis u'pitlan metoras beria. So remember again, when you go ahead and the whole chap of the ant, right? Why is it that there's liability for ants, even though it's so small? Because it's a beria. Because it is a distinct entity. It's a distinct, independent entity. So interestingly enough, that identity as beria only applies when the item is intact. The moment that it is crushed, it loses its beria status. Now, what happens when an ant loses its beria status? What happens? So then it becomes machalas asuros. It just becomes like any other non-kosher item. What's the shear for consumption of non-kosher food? A kizayis. See, interestingly enough, the halacha over here is as follows. So therefore, fascinatingly enough, if you eat a whole intact ant, you chayiv 6 malchus. If you eat a mashed up ant, if it's not a kizayis, actually not chayiv anything. I mean, it's not good. You've done naveira, but there's no liability. To have liability on mashed ants, you'd have to have the kizayis of them. So in this case over here, you have 9 mashed ants. I'm going to say now the number 9 is not a meaningful number over here. It doesn't matter, 9, 7, 8. The point over here is you have a whole mass of mashed ants, and then again you add in 1 live ant to complete the shear. Now remember, already before you even go on, in this act of consumption, what do you have going on over here? Obviously, there's going to be 2 levels of liability. What are 2 levels of liability? Number one, for the whole ant itself that you're eating is going to be independent liability, plus the fact that the whole ant combines with the mashed ants to form a kizayis of ants. So there's that dual liability over here. So that's what we say. Look at Bob. You'll get 6 sets of malchus. Gemara says, Himishum beria. So again, 5 malchus just for the whole ant itself. Right? 5 malchus for the whole ant itself. And ultimately, again, one set of malchus for eating a kizayis of a non-kosher item. Rabbi says, by the way, don't think that there's any significance attached to the number 9, right? There's no significance. This would be true even if you have 2 mashed ants and added in 1 live one. Or you'll say, even 1 mashed ant, right? That's 1 big ant, 1 mashed ant, and 1 live ant. Again, everything depends on the size of the ant. So I'll say, but a fascinating idea. So first of all, a number of important takeaways. This din of beria only applies to something that is whole, intact, and alive. Right? If it doesn't satisfy those criteria, it's not beria. It's not beria. So therefore, again, a live ant will be chayiv ultimately again for 5 sets of malchus. A mashed ant is ma'achalos asuros and therefore has a share of kizayis. If you take a mass of mashed ants, combine it with a live ant to create a kizayis, you're going to be chayiv for the beria plus for the kizayis of ma'achalos asuros. So it says, "Shmuel is supposed to haskell this." You know, you look at this, you look at these cases, and what goes through your mind? Why would someone do this? Like, this makes absolutely no sense. Like, really, you can't find something else to eat. I don't know, I don't know, it's Erev Shabbos, you know, a little time now, you can't have it. This is what you're doing. Think about this, it makes no sense. So I'll say, what's the tremendous supposed to haskell? In general, hate makes no sense. Any avera that we commit, right? In the moment, in the heat of the moment, right, it makes all the sense in the world. Right, in the heat of the moment, of course, go say, in any case, after the fact, if I step out of myself, and I look at what I did, what often goes through my mind? What was I thinking? Why did I do that? In what world does that make any sense? It's fascinating how, like, in the moment, I can't live without it. But yet, when I step out of myself and look at it, the averos that I commit become no more logical than the consumption of 9 mashed ants with one whole ant. The dynamic of hate in general makes no sense. So I will say it's important because I think, like, the next time we're tempted to do an avera, which I don't know, in about 3 minutes from now, I don't know, whenever that next opportunity comes, kind of if we keep this gemara in our back pocket, I realize that every avera is pretty much like this. This is it. From the grotesque perspective of it, from the unappealing perspective of it, from the nonsensical perspective of it, and if you could just say, okay, this is mamish like eating 9 mashed ants with one whole ant, and all of that liability that's going to come, is it worth it? Is it worth it? Perhaps it's a way to reframe and perhaps save ourselves from certain negative behaviors. Incredible. Let's go back to Al Tavel Ma'aser. So next, the Mishnah said, if you ate tavel's untied produce and Ma'aser Rishon, so you get malchus, all these cases. So it says the Gemara, Amarav, Ochel Tavel Shal Ma'aser Rishon, Shal Ma'aser Ani Lokeh. Listen to this. Let's say you eat tavel, so tavel's untied produce, but let's say in this case, the nature of it is I didn't separate out Ma'aser Ani. Okay, so what happens if I don't separate out Ma'aser Ani? So what's the halacha? Lokeh, you get malchus. So we'll say, so in other words, if I have produce, and the only thing I didn't separate out was Ma'aser Ani, what the Gemara is saying is that is still called tevel. That is still called untied produce, and therefore, if you consume it, you're chayiv malchus. Okay, Kiman, whose opinion does this reflect? Ki haytana. Like find out in the Sanya of Rabbi Yossi, Yochalo yechayiv ela tevel shlomo remenu kol ekar. So I might have thought, Rabbi Yossi said like this, I might have thought that the only time you're chayiv on tevel is when you manage separated nothing from it. Maybe the definition of tevel is that no tithes have been removed. So how do I know that the actual definition of tevel is any produce which has not had all of its tithes removed from it? In other words, the havamina is I might have thought that what is tevel? What's untied produce? Produce that has had no tithes attached on it. But as soon as it has some tithes, you're good. You're good. No. How do I know that tevel really means produce that even if it only has one tithe that has not been taken, even like Ma'aser Ani, it is still called tevel. Tevel Omar, lo sucha lechol b'sharecha. Torah says you shall not consume it in the gates. So Anu Omer, v'achlu b'sharecha v'saveum. So same motion. Mal lahalod Ma'aser Ani, just like over there is referring to Ma'aser Ani. Afkan Ma'aser Ani, so too over here is Ma'aser Ani. It's all about Amrach Mona, lo sucha. And the Torah says you can't eat it. So what do you see from here? That if you have produce, and even all of the necessary tithes were removed, and the only thing that remains to be removed is Ma'aser Ani, halacha l'maaseh, that is still called tevel. Rabbi Yosef Kittanai. Rabbi Yosef says in reality, this is a machlokes tonight. What's the machlokes? Rabbi Omer, ein tzarich l'grosas Hashem on Ma'aser Ani shal demai. So it's very interesting. Remember, let's go back. A couple different ideas over here. Demai. What's demai? I purchased produce on an Amma Aretz in general. What's the concern when you purchase produce on an Amma Aretz? What's the concern? Did he tithe it? So remember again, there's a rabbinic classification called demai. Demai says you have to retithe it. You have to retithe it. So now watch this. So Rabbi says like this: I purchase produce from an Amma Aretz. What do I have to do about Ma'aser Ani? Rabbi says you got to declare it. You have to not declare it, designate it. You have to designate it, right? You have to go ahead and designate Ma'aser Ani on demai of an Amma Aretz. The Chacham say, Kori es Hashem ve'enu tzarich lahafresh. The Chachamim say that halacha l'maaseh, you have to designate it, but you don't have to separate it. Now that's very interesting. What does that mean? Take a look at Tap Rashi in Zayin 17a. The Chayved shekara alav Hashem yotza akbini toras tevel. Ushar Ma'aser l'hafresh al karpach l'fi shetzarich l'hafresh Ma'aser Rishon Shumas Ma'aser l'itna l'koyin shebi misal zarif u'Ma'aser Shini tzarich l'alaf Yerushalayim l'achol. So let's listen to this. So I want to say something fascinating. We agree. You have to designate it, but you don't have to separate it. In other words, you can leave it. In other words, you remedy the tevel situation with simple designation but you do not require separation. So what's going on over here? My love, what are they arguing about? So again, I've got Rabbi Lazar saying I don't even have to designate it. I have the from saying I have to designate it, but I don't have to separate it. What's the machlokes? My love, the mar savar badai tovlo, umar savar badai ino tovlo. Maybe the machlokes is like this. Maybe the machlokes will say is in general. Let's say in a definitive case where I know that I have tevel. So does the or I say differently. In a case where I know for sure that I have not separated out meiser ani, does the fact that I have not separated out meiser ani, does that make the produce tevel or not? Rabbi Lazar would say it doesn't. It doesn't. So meiser ani to begin with doesn't make produce tevel, or in other words, the non-removal of meiser ani to begin with doesn't make the produce tevel, and therefore when I purchase some in Ama Aretz, there's no need to do anything with this, other than the Chum say the presence of unremoved meiser ani does make the produce tevel, and therefore if I purchase them in Ama Aretz, although I don't have to separate it, I actively have to designate it. Interesting. So the Gemara says, if that's the case, if that's the case, then guys, Rabbi Lazar, Chachamim, don't argue in a case of Dimai, but rather argue in an actual case. Why don't you just say, I have produce, I have not separated out the Meiser Ani. I've separated out everything else. Is my produce tevel or not? Rabbi Lazar, no. Chachamim, yes. If that's my focus, why bring that in the case of Dimai? Frame it in an actual case. The Gemara says, I'm sorry, Ella, the Gemara says, you're right. Let's revisit this. In reality, everyone agrees that the presence of unseparated Meiser Ani absolutely makes the produce into tevel. Everyone agrees with that. So it's not focus over here. This is very interesting. Listen to this. So one opinion says that an ani is not chashiv, not suspect for non-removal of the right. Why? Kivan dimamonohu afrushi mafresh. So listen to this. This is very interesting. What happens, by the way, if you consume your own meiser ani? What happens? You say and you consume it. What's the answer? It's just you didn't do anything. You did something bad, but there's no ramifications of it. Now, the reason for that is because ultimately, again, if you look at Rashi says, "Lo nechshadu dimamonohu in go israchila like gezel aniyim v'iu the gezel aniyim lo chayish." So let's listen to this. In general, why don't Amei Haaretz separate out tithes? I don't separate out tithes. That's what I'm saying. We often assume the reason they don't do it is why? Because of a lack of knowledge. You just don't know what to do. That may be true. There's another reason also, which is money. I don't want to separate down from the Amaretz. I don't want to separate my money. Right? Giving away tithes means at the end of the day, it's tzedakah, right? At the end of the day, I'm giving something that belongs to me. I'm giving it to someone else. I don't want to do that. So what's interesting is the following. When it comes to Meiser Ani, so remember again, Meiser Ani, there's no Israchila. Like, let's say I'm not an Ani, and I eat Meiser Ani. What have I done? I've committed an act of theft, right? As opposed to, let's say, if I eat truma, like if I not going to eat truma, that's very serious liability. If I eat Meiser Ani, I've stolen property from the Ani. There's not an Isra Chila. There's an Isra Gezel. So therefore, again, one opinion says, Ani separate out Meiser Ani. Right? So again, I was saying, in this iteration, everyone agrees that the presence of Meiser Ani makes your produce tevel. Right? If you don't separate out Meiser Ani, it's eating tevel. Okay, now I'm purchasing produce from an Ama Aretz. There's Demai. Do I have to retithe the Meiser Ani? So here's the machlokes. One opinion says, no, you don't have to retithe. You know why? Ami Haaretz separate out Meiser Ani. Do you know why? Why not? They'll do it. That way they remove any prohibition from their produce. Are they giving the Meiser Ani to the Ani? Probably not. Probably keeping it for themselves because it's an Isra Gezel, not an Isra Achila. But that's not my problem. So therefore, again, first opinion says, that's really Rabbi Lazar, that when you buy produce from Amaretz, you could assume that he separated out the Meiser Ani. But Rabbanon hold, Kivan b'tricha le'milsa lo mafresh. Rabbanan say, no. Do you know why an ani doesn't go ahead and separate out Meiser? Do you know Meiser ani? Do you know why? Because as they say, it's a krich, right? It's a bother, right? It's a bother. It's tircha. It's extra effort. So what do I need to engage in that for? Why is that necessary? And therefore, ultimately, again, he does not go ahead and separate it out. So let's say, so what's interesting over here, what's really unfolding? So again, just understand, just important halacha l'maisa. So halacha l'maisa number one is presence of unremoved meiser ani absolutely needs to produce tevel. That's number one. Number two, interestingly enough, meiser ani is not an israchila. In other words, if I eat meiser ani, I'm not. It's not like eating something that's limited. Rather, again, what am I doing? It's an isra gezel. It's an isra theft. I'm stealing from the ani. So machlokes, if you buy clothes from Amaris, do you have to separate out meiser ani? Rabbi Lazar says no, because again, Amaretz does it. He probably keeps it, but ultimately he does it. Rabbanan, you do. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, he doesn't do it. Why doesn't he do it? Because he's lazy. Because he doesn't want to be bothered with it. Therefore, again, I have to do it. Incredible. All right, well, let's go back to it. By the way, the way we baskin, the way we Rama baskins is if you purchase the mic from an Amaretz, you must designate Meiser Ani again. You must designate it. Now, again, you don't necessarily have to separate it, right? But you have to designate it. That's a whole idea of Mamo She'elo Tobin, not for now. So let's say in general, how much tevel do you have to eat in order to be liable to Malchus? So the answer in the Mishnah was like Kizayis, Rabbi Shimon, Ben Lakish, Macholkes Bechita, Avavakemach Tibri Akol Kizayis. So remember again, so Rabbi said in the name of Shimon the following. So if you remember again, what was this Mishnah? Okay, so the Mishnah said like this. The Mishnah said, good. Rabbi Shimon says kolshu. Rabbi Shimon says any amount of tevel, you're liable to Malchus. And the Chacham say kizayis. So now both say the Gemara says Rabbi says in Rabbi Shimon, machlokes bechita. Right? In other words, machlokes between a kolshu and a kizayis. Ultimately, again, it's only in a wheat kernel itself. Now, again, I will say the reason we're going to see that is because halacha l'maisa, in the wheat kernel case, that's where Rabbi Shimon will say that's a beria. However, again, the Gemara says, when it comes to, let's say, flour, and let's say you're consuming flour of tevel, everyone will agree that halacha l'maisa, you need a kizayis in order to be chai. Okay, Rabbi Yirmiyah Shimon Lakish, Machlokes bezu, kach machlokes bezu. Shimon, right? Shlokish says no. It's machlokes both cases, both in chita as well as kenach. We'll say first wide line. Tanan, Amar Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon said to the Chachamim, "Iatem modim liba ochel lemala kolshu shu chayiv." Rabbi Shimon, remember Rabbi Shimon holds that by tevel a kolshu any amount to chayiv. So says the Chacham, I don't understand. Don't you agree that in the case of the ant, in the case of the Ramala, that even if you consume any amount, you're going to be chayiv? They said yes, that's because that's a beria. Right? Ultimately, again, that's how it was created. That is a complete unit in and of itself. So to a wheat kernel is also a beria. Right? And therefore, again, there should be liability for consuming that. So whereas as chita in kemach, what do you see from here? The machlok is only by a kernel of wheat. But everyone agrees that if you were to consume flour of tevel, that you certainly would need a kizayis. So someone's not say, "Well, it's very common." Perhaps this is Rabbi Shimon saying the common. Rabbi Shimon said this. According to me, even a kosher of kemach ultimately again should create liability. Even though you're going to disagree in the case of flour, at least agree with me in the case of the wheat kernel, right? At least in the case of the wheat kernel, agree with me that halacha l'maisa, there will be liability even for one wheat kernel because it is a beria. But Rabbanan will say no. Berias neshama chashuva, chita lo chashuva. And what just mentioned before. Beria, the definition of beria, will say, is not only something that is a complete entity, it is something that is a complete entity and living. A living complete entity, ultimately, again, is a beria. Which I will say, by the way, now, just so you understand, remember again, previously, in the case of Namala, right, in the case of an ant, Rashi said, that what was the case of the ant? Rashi said, Bala Nimala chaya. In order to be chayiv for consuming, right, an ant, right, all those different prohibitions, a beria has to be alive. If you have a dead ant, so a dead ant is then ma'achalas asuros. That's non-kosher food, and then the shear for that is a kizayis. So the Rabbanan say back to Rabbi Shimon, I hear what you're saying. A wheat kernel, you're right. It is a natural forming complete entity. It's not living. Because it's not living, it doesn't have the status of beria. Very Shema Chashuva, Gitol Chashuva. Tanya Kabbalah say, Rabbi Shimon Omer Kol Shulamakas, Omer Kizayis El Inyan Kavah. So okay, so this Bryce supports Rabbi Yirmiyah. Rabbi Yirmiyah says, Rabbi Shimon says, any amount of consumption gives you malchus. We only say Kizayis for carbonic purposes. So I'll say, so again, Halacha L'Maisa, the way we paskin is essentially there's two shiurim. There's shir of beria, which is if you have a fully intact living entity, even if it's tiny like an ant, there will be liability. But for every other act of consumption, the shear is going to be a kizayis. Okay, incredible. Mishnah. Let's go. Now, the nice part about this Mishnah is actually we've seen a number of these cases already. So let's remember again that is aloha. When you bring bikurim to the Beis Hamikdash, halalai should be zochim eretz Hashem bekarot. So there is mikra bikurim. There's a whole recitation, right? Arami Oberavi, we just said in the Haggadah, right? Pretty much so much of Magid ultimately again is Mikra Bikurim. Another Pesach, again, it's going to get even better in just a second. I'll say it really is like all kidding aside. Okay, you could accuse me of like making up a lot of stuff, right? This is not me. Like I'm not making this up. This is really incredible. So anyway, so what happens? I go ahead and eat the right, or the Kohen eats the bikurim before the recitation is done. Or recitation is done, or kachek adashim fusla or you kachek adashim outside of the curtains. And we'll say now, remember, curtains is a reference ultimately to the Mishkan, right? Rashi says, kachek adashim Mishkan chutz l'kilayim. So we'll say now in the Beis Hamikdash, you just replace the word curtains with walls. Walls outside of the walls of the Beis Hamikdash, or kachim kalim u'meiser sheni chutz l'chomo, or kachim kalim u'meiser sheni outside of the wall of Yerushalayim, right? So we'll say so again. We're going to see all of these are karis bearing, malchus bearing violations, or hashover asa etzem bepesach hatar. Again, it was like Kran Pesach, incredible. Hashover asa etzem bepesach hatar, or ultimately one who breaks a bone in a carbon Pesach. Again, with the Pesach, we're going to see there's a prohibition of etzem lo sishbaru bo. You're not allowed to break a bone when eating a carbon Pesach, but that obviously only applies to a Pesach that is tahar. So if one goes in and breaks a bone in a Pesach that's tahar, all of these cases, Rabbi say, hare ze lo ke'arboy. In all of these cases, all these aforementioned cases, halakha l'maisa, you get malchus. However, aval hamos betar, if you leave over from a carbon Pesach, no sar, or a shover betame, or you break a bone in a carbon Pesach that is tame, elo karbon, you do not get malchus. Okay, hanotel emal abanim, was we literally just had this case. Shiloh hakan, right? So again, I'm supposed to send away the mother birds before I take the chicks or before I take the eggs, but I violated, and instead I went ahead and I took the chicks or the eggs without sending away the mother bird. So I said, so Rabbi Yehuda Omer, loke ve'inu mishalech. Rabbi Yehuda says, sorry, you missed the assay, and because you missed the assay, you'll get malchus for violation, and there's no way to make it up. The Chacham say mishalech ve'ina loke. The Chachamim say ultimately again, you could send away the mother bird, and ultimately again, in other words, you can now go ahead and send away the mother bird and avoid the malchus. Now let's say so again. Just want to point out something very interesting. Let's finish with the Mishnah. Ze'aklal kol mitzvos lo saseh sheish ba kol maseh ein chayal. I'm saying literally yesterday's that. It's literally what we spent the bulk of yesterday doing, and it was a quote from this Mishnah. The Mishnah says this is the rule: any mitzvos lo saseh, any prohibition that has an associated asay, an associated positive commandment, ein chayavin aleha, which seems to indicate what are we talking about up here? There's a lot of hanitat la'asay. Now, I want to point out over here, and we already saw this in yesterday's daf, that remember that halacha l'maisa, when it comes to shiluach hakan, there's a fundamental machlokas about how to interpret those psukim, right? Why? Because the way the pasuk reads is like this, right? Ki karcha kad seif al haderech, Va'emo, that says alabanim. Losika ha'im alabanim. Do not take the chicks while the mother is there. Shalech tishalach es ha'im. Send away the mother. Now, what's unique about that case? What's unique about the case? The case is that the asay is actually mentioned after the lav, right? And then it says shalech tishalach es ha'im. Right? Besabanim tikach lach. So in other words, it says, don't take the chicks when the mother is there. Send away the mother and take the chicks. So there's a fundamental machlokas as to how to understand that case. So Yehuda says, essentially, the asay only applies in the beginning. In other words, send away the mother, take the chicks. If you take the chicks and you send away the mother, there's no makeup for that. The Chachamim, on the other hand, understand that no. The way that it's phrased in the Torah is essentially, there's two opportunities to perform the asay. What are the two opportunities? Opportunity one is before you take the chicks, right? And opportunity number two is after you take the chicks. So again, I just want to point out, although this case is here, it's interesting that that case has its own machlokas associated with it. Then there's a cloud that everyone agrees with. What's the cloud? The cloud is lavanita klasei. Then if you have a low sasei, right? If you have a low sasei, ultimately again, and that low sasei can be remedied by an assay, you don't get malchus for that. Again, then Rabbi Yochanan Reish Lakish loom in the background, right? How long do you have to perform the assay? Okay, that's a separate discussion. But I just want to point out that although Shiluach HaKan is being mentioned over here, Shiluach HaKan really has its own complications in terms of how to interpret that mitzvah. Okay, here we go. Amar Rabbi Rabbi Yochanan, Zudi Rabbi Kivas Timsoi. So these are the words of Rabbi Kivas Timsoi. The Gemara says, however, Aval Chachamim Omrim, Bikurim Hanocha Ma'akeles Wine, Kriya Ein Ma'akeles Wine. So this idea, this halacha in the Mishnah, that if you go ahead and the Kohen eats Bikurim, before the Mikra Bikurim, he gets Malchus. Whose opinion is that? That's Rabbi Akiva. Right? Rabbi Akiva ultimately, again, holds the halacha l'maisa, Kriya is Ma'akev, Kriya is necessary. Just want to point out that the Chachamim say, by Bikurim, the Kriya is not Ma'akev. What is Ma'akev? Hanacha. Placement before the Mizbeach. So if you don't place before the Mizbeach, you have a problem. But if for some reason you omitted the reading, you're fine. You're fine, not ideal, but you're fine. But why not go ahead and attribute it to Rabbi Shimon? You want to talk about Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Shimon, you're right. Just also telling us that Rabbi Akiva holds like Rabbi Shimon. Well, who's Rabbi Shimon? By Rabbi Shimon, the sign Rabbi said this is fascinating. Rabbi said, by the way, this is so good. What's the Rabbi Shimon? Here we go. Rabbi said this is a fascinating drasha. Fascinating drasha. So Rabbi says, let me just give you the pasuk in its entirety. If you happen to have the pasuk if you have the Torah or in your Gemara, you can see the pasuk in the margin. You can, here's the pasuk. You cannot eat within your gates the following foods. Masar de gancha v'siroshcha v'yisracha. We're going to triple each of these meanings. Bechoros bekarecha v'sorecha. Bechol nudarecha asher tidar. V'nidvosecha u'trumas yadecha. So these are all the items that cannot be eaten in your home, have to be eaten in Yerushalayim. Now, within this list, there are different things that need to be consumed in different places in Yerushalayim. So here we go, boss. Get ready for this. Now, Rabbi Shimon, that is fascinating. Darshans the pasuk backwards. He darshans it backwards. So watch this. Tisanya, what does that refer to? It'll be Kurim. This refers to Bikurim. Rabbi Shimon, what is this pasuk coming to teach us? If it's telling me that I can't eat Bikurim outside of the wall of Yerushalayim, that's obvious. I can make a kal chomer ma'aser sheni. Ma'aser sheni, which is more lenient than Bikurim, right? More kal than Bikurim, can't be consumed outside of Yerushalayim. Certainly can't consume Bikurim outside Yerushalayim either. If ma'aser sheni, which is more lenient, if you eat outside Yerushalayim, you get malchus. All the more so you can't eat Bikurim outside Yerushalayim. So what is the first coming to teach me? What is the pasuk coming to teach me? That if the Kohen consumes the Bikurim before the recitation, you get malchus. Good. That's drasha number one from a Trumas Yadcha. Next, what is this referring to? Zu Toda U'Shlamim. This refers to a Toda, a Thanksgiving offering, Shlamim. Rabbi Shimon, what is this coming to teach us? If it's coming to say that I'm not allowed to eat it outside of the walls of Yerushalayim, that's obvious. Kal v'chomer mi meiser. That I can make a kal v'chomer from meiser sheni. Ha lo ba'akasav elav v'ochel b'todo b'shlom l'fnei zrika Shivulok. It's coming to teach you that if I eat from a toad or a shlamim before Zrika, that I get malchus. Incredible. Next, Ubechoros Zabachara. What does Bechoros refer to? That's a Bechor offering. Rabbi Shimon, Ma Bazela Amdenu. What is this coming to teach us? In the Alchon Chutz L'Chol Kabachor Meister. It's coming to teach you that I can't eat it outside of the wall of Yerushalayim. That's obvious. That's obvious. That's a Kabachomer from Meister Sheni. In Lifnei Zrika, if I'm not allowed to eat it before Zrika, Kabachomer mitoda ushlamim. Then ultimately, again, that's a Kabachomer from Toda and Shlamim. Ha lo ba'akasav ela lo ocham min ha'bachar afilu la'achar Zrika shuloga. So that's talking about over here that if a non-Kohen eats from the Bachar, even after Zrika, he gets malchus. Incredible. The karcha b'tzonecha. What is this coming to teach me? Zu chatos va'asham. This refers to chatos and asham. What is this coming to teach us? In the Achlan Chutz L'Choma, it's coming to say I can't eat outside the walls of Yerushalayim. Kavachomer from Meister Sheni. That's already Kavachomer from Meister Sheni. In the Fnei Zrika, Kavachomer mitzvah. So once you hear all of these drushes are building on each other. If it's telling me that I can't eat it before Zrika, there's Kavachomer Tolan Shlamim. In the Achar Zrika, Kavachomer Bechar. So what is it going to teach me? Ha lo ba kasav ela lo ochal michatas va'asham afilu la'achar Zrika chutz l'kilayim shuloke. It's coming to teach me for a Kohen that if a Kohen goes and eats from the chatas and the asham even after Zrika, but outside of the curtains, outside of the walls of the Beis Hamikdash, you get malchus. Next, nitarecha zu ola. Nitarecha refers to an ola offering. Rabbi Shimon, ma ba zeh lelamdenu. What is this coming to teach us? In la'achlan chutz l'choma. If it's saying that I can't eat it outside of the walls of Yerushalayim, it's a kabachomer min meiser, and it's kabachomer meiser sheni. In the Fnei Zrika, kabachomer mitol d'shlamim. If before Zrika, kabachomer mitol d'shlamim. In the achar Zrika, if it came to it after Zrika, kabachomer mitbachar. I would say, man, all these drushes building on each other. In chutz l'kilayim, if it's outside of the walls of the Beis Hamikdash, kabachomer mitchatas va'asham. So what is it coming to teach me? Ha lo ba kasav amad beis. Rather, what is coming to teach me? That I must remember again, an Ola is totally consumed on the Mizbeach. So what's the drasha? We're just coming to teach me that if a Kohen eats from the Ola, even after Zrika, even inside of the Beis Hamikdash, that what? That you get malchus. I must say, this is a brilliant exposition. Look what Rabbi Shimon just did. First of all, he dashed in the pasuk from the end, right, what we call Mesefe L'Tchila, from the end to the beginning, and each drasha successively built on the other. So let's listen to this. Rabbi. So Rabbi was blown away by this drasha, and therefore Rabbi says, "Tiyalde ime ki Rabbi Shimon telate." If a mother is going to have a child like Rabbi Shimon, it's worth it to have a child. V'ilo, but if your kid's not going to be like Rabbi Shimon, lo selate. Better not to have a kid. Okay, so all right, that requires a bit of explanation over here. So let's say, so first of all, I just want to point out something very interesting. If you look at Rashi, Rashi said, "Dialde imich Rabbi Shimon Tele." Third line down from Rashi, "Kol imo yoledes tibaki shrachim yiratzon sheyehei Rabbi Shimon." Right? That literally, again, what Rav is saying is that when a mother is pregnant, or when right after she gives birth, she has a baby, she should always daven for her child. My son should be like Rabbi Shimon. Now, I just want to point out. If you have in your Gemara the Hagos Vitziyumin, and you see the little Os Aleph over there, if you'll notice, he says, Ayin Ritva, the Lo Garcinan Tebos, V'i Lo Selit. Many editions of the Gemara don't have that last phrase. They have the first part of the phrase, but not the last part of the phrase. In other words, they have the statement, the Yol De Imek Reb Shimon Telet. Right? A mother should daven for a child to be like Rabbi Shimon. But ultimately, again, that last part is stricken. First of all, it's like it doesn't seem to be like a logical statement because not everybody's like Reb Shimon, right? There are many great people who are not like Reb Shimon. There are many people who are greater than Reb Shimon. So, like, what does that mean? That this, in Yiddishkeit, that's one of the most beautiful things in Yiddishkeit. Although we often forget this idea, is that there is no one model of successful Jew, right? There's no box that a successful Jew looks like this. That's the beauty and the power of our people, that a successful and holy Jew looks so many different ways. So to say that this is the picture of success would seem to be antithetical to the totality of Yiddishkeit. That being said, what Rav is saying, according to the Rizal, he also quotes over the Aruch Laner, is that a mother should daven for her son to be like Rabbi Shimon. And let's say, I just have to tell you something absolutely amazing. Something absolutely amazing. You know, we've been having these constant Pesach references over and over and over. And let's say the Rabbi Shimon that is being referred to over here, this is Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. So amazingly enough, many of the Sfarim write that this Gemara is the makar for doing upsharon in Meron by Rashbi. Right? Why do we take little boys to have their haircuts by Rashbi and Meron? It's based on this Gemara. It's based on this Gemara. You bring your son to Rashbi, you bring your child to Rashbi, ultimately, again, in line with what Rabbi said, Rabbi Shimon Yalad. Every parent should daven that their child should be like Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. We bring our children again as they enter into Gilmas, because the whole chap of upsharon, beautiful minhag, right? The whole chap of upsharon is ultimately, again, it's the performance of a mitzvah, the mitzvah of payos. It's a payos. So ultimately, again, we bring our children to Rashbi in fulfillment, ultimately, again, in fulfillment of our Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. Let's say, there's so much to say about this, about like, and I just want to point out how beautiful this is, right? Just look what just happened in the Gemara over here, right? Constant Pesach references, including two in the Mishnah, right? Arami Oved Avi Mikra Bikurin Haggadah, once again covering Pesach, and now ultimately again a reference to Lag BaOmer, reference to Sira. So how incredible is it? I will say that, you know, life is this constant push and pull. Sometimes when you have a beautiful experience in life, what you want more than anything is just to remain there. Right? I don't want to leave. Like the Arizal brings down, he says, why is it that people cry at happy events? Right? It makes no sense, right? Tears are so often more associated with pain, with sadness. Why do people cry at happy events? The Ari HaKadosh says because deep down the neshama wants more than anything to hold on to this moment. I just want to hold on to it. I don't want it to go. But if the neshama knows, it's going to flee. It's fleeting. It just escapes. And that's why at the beginning there's tears. So sometimes we have a beautiful holy moment, we just want to stay there. But you know, the avodah in life is keep moving ourselves forward. So on one hand, our beautiful Gemara, our beautiful Daf, has been keeping us tethered in Pesach, because Pesach is mamish zman, you know, zman chirus, sinu zman geula, sinu chayv adam liros tatzkiyot in Mitzrayim, chirus, a feeling of freedom, a feeling of personal emancipatory power. But at the same time, now the Gemara says, it's got to move forward. Moving towards Lag BaOmer, moving towards Shuas, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. Incredible. V'yafagav, says the Gemara. V'yafagav, v'iflay pirchay. I must say that even, by the way, I also want to point out, just so you should think about it a little bit, it's fascinating, by the way, that the Gemara attributes this tefillah ultimately to the mother. Right? This is the mother's tefillah, right? If the mother should daven. Now, obviously, on the most basic level, right, because the mother is giving birth, right? That's what it's associating with. But it's also, I will say, there's so much about the personality of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, which is right. Again, we have to say, if I have time at the end of this year, which I definitely will not, but I will. Right, we'll put it on our list. But why Rashbi? So again, Rabbi is obviously astounded just by like the lumbus of Rashbi. There's so much of the personality of Rashbi that we want from our own children. Okay, the Avagav, this like Pircha. So once the Gemara says, I just want to point out, his limud is correct. Rashbi, his limud is actually flawed. His limud is flawed, right? The whole drasha is flawed. Why? Because there's a pircha. Then we'll say, what's the pircha? Here we go. My chumah to bikurim meiser shekain asrum lazarim. So we'll say again, why did we say that bikurim is more chamer than meiser? Because ultimately, again, meiser sheni can be consumed by anyone. Bikurim, can't be consumed by non-kohanim. Adrabah, I can say meiser chamer shekain asur yonim. He said just the opposite. Bikurim can be consumed by an onen. Meiser sheni can't be consumed by an onen. So in that case, again, we kind of just blew a hole in Rashbi's Kavachomer. My chumrah that told the Shlomim Meiser, what's the chumrah of Toda and Shlomim from Meiser Sheni? Shekin Tu'un Matan Damim They More Legam Mizbeach. Remember again, told the Shlomim have sacrificial rights on the Mizbeach. You have to do blood applications. The Kishkas on the Mizbeach. Adrabah, Meiser Chamer, Shekin Tu'un Kesef Tzura. Meiser can be Chamer. Why? Because again, remember, I will say, you can redeem Karbanos, but ultimately on anything. Meiser Sheni, if you want to redeem it, it requires minted coinage. That's a chumrah. So as I said, remember again, essentially what the Gemara is showing over here is that Reb Shimon's logic really was flawed. Like in other words, it was a brilliant exposition, but at the end of the day, it's wrong. It's wrong. What was the chumrah of Bechorah told the Shlomim, or what was the supposed the chumrah? Shekin Kiddusha Somiraka. that Bechar ultimately is consecrated from the womb. Adrabah, Todu Shlomim Chamurim, Todu Shlomim Chamur, why? Shekim Tu'unin Smicha, Unis Sachim, Utinufas Chazir B'Shuk. Because ultimately, Todu Shlomim requires Smicha, leaning on the animal, Nisachim, wine libations, and the weighting of the chest and the thigh. Umay Chumah Dechatas Va'asham Bechar. And what's the Chumah of Chatas and Asham of Bechar? Shekim Kachek Kadashim. Because they're Kachek Kadashim. Adrabah. The Chor Chamer, I would say that Bechar is coming. Why? Shekim Kiddush Asim Irechav. It is sanctified from the womb. Umay Chumra the Ola Mechatas Va'asham. What's the Chumra of Ola over Chatas and Asham? Shekim Kadil. It's totally consumed on the Mizbeach. I would say Adrabah. Chatas Va'asham Chamiri Shekim Mechapri. They affect atonement. The Kulu Chamiri Ma'ola. This Ushte Achilos. And ultimately, again, everyone is more covered than Ola. Why? Because Ola has two consumptions. Now remember again, I will say, because I'm saying the isbush de achilos. Ultimately, again, I'm sorry, because all the other kavanos have two achilos, have two consumptions. In other words, either mizbeach and kohanim, owners kohanim, whereas Ola ultimately again only has consumption on the mizbeach itself. So I will say, so okay, so therefore again, the Gemara says, by the way, it was a brilliant exposition, absolutely brilliant. Only one problem, it was incorrect. It was incorrect, just a slight detail. I think Gemara says, if that's the case, so why the overwhelming praise for Rabbi Shimon? Elamai biyol de'imek Rabbi Shimon. So Rafa, you would think that after that kind of praise, that every mother should daven for her son to be like Rabbi Shimon, that Rabbi Shimon's drasha would be correct. But yet it's incorrect. So why did Rabbi say daven for your child to be like Rabbi Shimon? The Gemara says incredible. Delamai desfira leila didei misaris leila kra v'darish lei. Because the Gemara say the drasha itself was overwhelming. In other words, you're right. We'll say sometimes the result is wrong, but the process is so incredibly profound. What Rabbi Shimon did, the drasha, and I want to say, by the way, it's not just a drasha, it's a reverse drasha, right? It's a drasha ultimately, again, from the end of the pasuk to the beginning of the pasuk. So the drasha is incredible. The reverse kite of the drasha is absolutely incredible. Everything is incredible about this, which I would say tells you something absolutely amazing. What Rava was extolling was as follows. Did Rabbi Shimon come up with the right conclusion? No. But what did he do? He put in a Herculean amount of effort. And at the end of the day, what makes great people great are not necessarily the results that they produce, but rather the effort they are willing to expend to get to that finish line. And I will say that was the life of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai again lost so much. He lost so much time. Again, remember, he was in hiding for an extended amount of time. But when I said during that time, what he made of himself, sometimes the results don't materialize as you had intended for them to. But the process itself is really where our personal prowess, our energy, our abilities really comes out. So that's what Rabbi was explaining. The conclusion is wrong, but the process is so profound. Every mother should daven to have a child who is committed to the process. Because we know at the end of the day, we don't control the results. We often don't control the outcome. The only thing we control is how much effort we are willing to put into the process. Who personifies that willingness to put effort into the process? Rashbi. And therefore, every mother should daven for a child to possess this koch. So we'll stop over here for today. Shkoyach. All right, friends, remember wonderful Shabbos, everyone. Shabbos, good Shabbos. All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei, the Tilsim Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the shipment drushos of this year as a zechus for Besoros Tabos Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan, Haba Alin Latova Paul Pollack, in celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy, his granddaughter Tikva Esther, and the birth of his grandson Yosef Menachem. Our anonymous Talmud Torah sponsor in the zechus of Simchas for all of our children, and for Nisan to be the month of Geula Shlema for Klal Yisrael. Our Mashini Kamnari of Abraham's mother, Sarah, Brina Bas, Yoshua Heschel, Zichron Lebracha. And as always, we dedicate our learning on the schools of our holy and precious hostages, Mechash Baruch Hu, Meretz Hashem. Bring them home with Shalom and Bekarov. And the schools of our holy soldiers, Mechash Baruch Hu, allow them to be successful. B'chol Ma'aseh Yedei. Well, see, with that, let us begin. So we have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Today's daf is Tes Zayin 16. And we are picking up in Meretz Hashem on Tes Vav on the days. And we left off with Bamai Kamifli. We actually got a little bit further, but let's just pick up with that. Good. Bamai Kamifli. So remember again, we had an interesting machlokes, a raging machlokes. If you know Yochanan and Rish Lakish are really what we call the sophistic fundamental machlokes about the nature of lav sheish b'maisa or lav hanita kla'aseh. Right. So remember again, we saw about yesi lav hanita kla'aseh. First, it commits a lav, a prohibition, and then that prohibition has an accompanying aseh, which allows us to go ahead and essentially fix the lav. So if a person fails to perform the aseh, then bepashtos to chayiv malchus. So in a general sense, a person is not going to be chayiv malchus when they go ahead and violate the aseh. Sorry, when they violate the law. And the reason for that is because I have the aseh to be able to fix it. Now, what happens if a person doesn't go ahead and perform the aseh? Then I'm chayiv malchus. So the shaila becomes at what point is a person going to be chayiv malchus then? At what point do we call it non-performance of the aseh? So this was a machlokes of Yochanan and Rish Lakish. Yochanan said, bitol chayiv, lo bitol pater. Essentially, if you do something which fundamentally precludes the performance of the aseh. So, for example, in the case that we were, first Reuben steals from Shimon, and then Reuben goes ahead and destroys the stolen object. Now, it's not going to be the best example, as we'll discuss in just a little bit, but just to give you an idea, he can't perform the aseh. There's no vehish b'sagzela. He cannot return the stolen item. Again, just for illustration purposes, not for halachic purposes, that would be called being a mevatel and aseh. We'll give examples of this. Versus Rish Lakish says, Kayim below Kayim, all right, Kayim chayiv, Kayim lo chayiv, lo kiyim chayiv. Ultimately, again, just non-performance. You didn't do the aseh. That will result ultimately in malchus. The Gemara says, what's that word of this machlokes? The ma'kamiflagi. So the Gemara says, ma'kamiflagi b'hasras safek kamiflagi. So what are they arguing about over here? With hasras safek. I'm going to say, this is going to be very interesting. Mar savar hasras safek shma hasra. Umar savar hasras safek lo shma hasra. So I'm going to say, so what's the argument over here? The argument is whether or not hasras safek is called hasra. So take a look at Rashi. Rabbi Yochanan savar hasras safek shma hasra. First white line in Rashi. Yapagav t'chol lo saseh shenita klaseh lidvarav hasras safek. Now according to Rabbi Yochanan, any lav hanita klaseh by definition is what we'll call hasras safek, a doubtful hasra. Now how so? Sharkisha over alalav sarcha hasras bo. Who Amar Shegamar Halav Bebitol Haasei Talui. So let's play this out. Reuben goes ahead and steals an object from Shimon. Now, obviously, in order for Reuben to be chayiv, Reuben has to get hasra. So the witnesses are going to say to Reuben, if you go ahead and you steal, there's going to be liability. Now, remember, in Rabbi Yochanan's model of bittul, there's no real liability for the law up until the point that Reuben negates or precludes the possibility of the aseh. So therefore it says, Al Tagarish, right, I should just use the example of the Gemara. Right, the Gemara was right, Reuben violated Rachel, he married her. Then he's about to divorce her. So what happens? The witnesses tell him, don't divorce her. If you divorce her, you're going to be chayiv malchus. But remember again, Safeku, Shema lo yibatla saseh la'adira ba'ano, so watch this. Reuben's about to go ahead and divorce her, right? Reuben violated Rachel, married her. Okay, that's what he's supposed to do. Then he's about to divorce her. So we're going to give him hasra. What's the hasra? Reuben, if you go ahead and you divorce Rachel, you're chayiv malchus. Well, that's not totally true. Why? Because there's an aseh. What's the aseh? To remarry her. But Reuben, if you go ahead and you divorce her, and then you also do something which forever precludes you from remarrying her, you're going to be chayiv malchus. So we'll say that's what's called hasra safek. In other words, the way hasra works is that hasra has to really contain a definitive set of facts. not a lot of ifs, and not a lot of buts, and not in that, and it also, as we're going to see, also must contain a level of immediacy. Now, according to Yochanan, the only way to give hasra is in this way, because in any lav hanitak la'aseh, there's always this prolonged possibility that halacha l'maisa, Ruvain could go ahead and fix the wrong at some distant point. So Rabbi Yochanan must hold that hasra safek ishma hasra. On the other hand, Reish Lakish, look at that, should go on. Reish Lakish taver hasra safek lo shma hasra. Hilva was this. Now remember again, I won't say. In Reish Lakish's model, how does this work? Ruvain violated Rachel, married her. Now he's about to divorce her. So he goes ahead. So the witnesses say, Ruvain, if you divorce, you're going to be chayiv malchus. Because how does it work in Reish Lakish's model? In Reish Lakish's model, the halacha is like this: you have an asay to fulfill. How long do you have to fulfill it? How long do you have to fulfill it? Some amount of time that Beis gives you. Beis will say, Ruvain, if you divorce your wife, just understand if you don't remarry her within whatever Beis says, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 2 hours, 5 weeks, whatever the amount of time is, if he does not go ahead and comply with the asay by that time, he will get malchus. Now, what does that show you? Reish Lakish holds hasras safek lo shma hasra. Let's see this at Rashi now. Hilchach. Reish Lakish hasra safek lo shma hasra. Hilchach. Im hayagomer halav talui bebitul hasay lo hayalok elav ela halav mishigirish nigmar v'havili hasras vaday v'asay nita lios tachas hamalchus. Ukeshalei aval bezdin o yikayim o yiloke. We'll say there it is. That's the key phrase. According to Reish Lakish, the way this works is like this: if you violate the law, and now again they bring you to Beis Din for violation of the law, when you come before Beis Din, there's two options in front of you right now. What are the two options? Malchus or asay. How long do you have to fulfill the asay? Now. Now, by the way, now could mean now, or now could mean if Beis Din decides to give you some defined amount of time. But the point is, according to Reish Lakish, there's no like asay that's just hovering around forever. So here is the fundamental distinction. According to Rabbi Yochanan, when you violate a lav hanita class, so again, Ruvain violates a woman, marries her, that's his obligation, then is about to divorce her, or then divorces her. In Rabbi Yochanan's world, the performance of the asay is always there. It's always there. And it's there until Ruvain does something to prevent it from being there. So essentially, the most you can give Ruvain is a hasras safek. Why is it called safek? Safek, I will say, not as much because the warning itself is doubtful, but because the whole situation is so ambiguous. He can't be liable until he fundamentally negates the possibility of performing the asay. So how long does he have?